Chapter 1. 3 months before the divine descent. Level 1 alert. The six-winged Archangel Michael has appeared in the Pacific, issuing a final ultimatum to humanity's citizens are urged to return to underground shelters. Immediately, Level 1 alert. The Hell's Prime Evil, Amy, has led the four horsemen of the apocalypse into the Western Pacific. The apocalypse is upon us. Frontline intelligence. The Great Xia has dispatched a team of Godslayers to assist the last guardian deity of Great Asura, God Lin Fan, in combating the four horsemen of the apocalypse. We believe we can navigate through this crisis as we have done before. Frontline intelligence. The king of gods, Zeus, has emerged. The American Recorders Organization has been obliterated, and all three recorders have perished. Frontline intelligence. Guardian Lin Fan fights valiantly against the four horsemen, yet human strength is finite. He succumbed to an ambush by the god of time, and the Death Knights are now invading. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Supreme Command Center of Great Xia. I am the national leader, Zhang Maoyuan. This will be the final message that AS, the last hope of Blue Star. Our 1.6 billion people have united to vanquish the ocean god, the god of storms, the sky god, and the god of winter. With our mortal forms, we have triumphed over the divine. However, human capacity is ultimately limited. The god of thunder, Zeus, the prime evil Amy, and the four horsemen of the apocalypse, alongside Michael and the angelic legion, have reached a collaboration, launching a joint assault just 10 kilometers from the Supreme Command Center of Great X, IAAT. This moment, we regret to announce that humanity's last hope is extinguished. We encourage everyone to step out of the shelters, gaze upon this beautiful world, and embrace your loved ones and friends. From this day forth, the land bequeathed by our ancestors no longer belongs to US.IT shall become the sacred domain of a deity. Henceforth, there shall be no more humanity, only the faithful of the human race. For the sake of your lives, I implore you not to resist, nor to harbor anger. Bow reverently before those deities and demons, willingly becoming the disciples of the divine and the apostles of malevolence. From this moment on, cast aside all emotions, abandon your families, and become their instruments. Please relinquish the brilliance of millennia of cultural heritage, forsake art, poetry, love and hate, familial bonds and romantic affections. Do not resist, surrender your souls to serve the deities and extol their virtues. Become the private possessions of the exalted gods. Only in this manner shall you survive, even if you shall no longer be yourselves. I am deeply sorry we have done our utmost. In closing, I extend my gratitude for your dedication and perseverance over the years. And finally, I wish you all a happy new year for the last time. From this day forward, the history of this realm marks the complete extinction of the human species. The resplendent history and magnificent art, once capable of rivaling the technology of the gods, have vanished, leaving behind mere shells of humanity, devoted followers singing praises to the divine. Henceforth, Blue Star shall become a subordinate realm of the divine. The clock for humanity has halted at the new era, year 0015, with the first chime of the new year. Gods high and mighty, today I shall slay the gods. Lin Fan abruptly rose from his desk, his expression fierce as he shouted. Lin Fan, what are you doing? A middle-aged teacher stood at the podium, glaring at Lin Fan with an impassive face. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with confusion as he glanced around. Instinctively, he reached for his waist. Alas, it was empty, save for a packet of spicy strips. Where's my knife? Lin Fan stared in disbelief at the spicy strips in his hand. His Shura knife, which had tasted the blood of countless deities, was nowhere to be found. This sudden revelation elicited a hearty laugh from the entire class. Yet Lin Fan seemed oblivious to it. He gazed out the window despite the brisk wind. The sun shone brightly. Isn't the sky supposed to be red? Isn't there a rift leading to the divine realm? Isn't this a world caught in a time loop? In the classroom, Lin Fan stared at those familiar yet strange faces, lost in thought. The digital clock on the wall ticked away, displaying the time. November 11th, 2025, 4:52 p.m. It was the year he was in his second year of high school. Have I returned? Looking at his classmates, Lin Fan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. No, I've been ambushed by the god of time. This is the trick of the god of time. No, wait, this is real. My divine essence, my divine palace, all have vanished. Sensing the weakness in his body, Lin Fan's expression shifted several times before he finally erupted into laughter. He felt an unwavering certainty. This is no mere trick of the god of time. I have truly returned, back to 3 months prior to the day of the divine descent. Lin Fan, are you putting on a performance? The middle-aged teacher furrowed his brow and asked, just right, why don't you answer this question? What are the causes of the recent rise in sea levels and the warming of temperatures? Lin Fan exhaled deeply. Because the divine beings are descending. This world has attracted a host of deities. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in laughter once more. Ha ha, Lin Fan, what kind of joke is that? What kind of dream did you just have? Wake up, we are in class now. The middle-aged teacher looked at Lin Fan in utter bewilderment. You. Ignoring his classmates, Lin Fan cast a lingering glance at his burly deskmate, his eyes slightly reddening. As he smiled, Old Wu, it's truly wonderful to see you again. With that, Lin Fan turned and exited the classroom, disregarding the teacher's calls from behind. Standing at the school gate, gazing at the familiar scene, Lin Fan slowly crouched down, grasping a handful of soil, burying his head and taking a deep breath. This time I must save the great Xia, be it divine beings or demons. Even if that old rascal Zeus were to arrive, he shall not set foot in great Xia. The youth rose, clenched his fists, and gazed at the sky. His expression turned cold and indifferent. High and mighty, having been granted a second chance at life, even if it be a god, I shall show you what I am capable of. Come if you dare. I await you here. The youth's gaze seemed to pierce through the void, transcending space, as he looked toward some indescribable entities. Yet almost immediately, Lin Fan lowered his head. If memory serves correctly, 3 months hence would mark the day of the divine descent. From that day forth, humanity would enter a new era, the final one. 3 months. The time is too pressing. If I recall correctly, the first to descend are 2 third-tier sea gods under Poseidon. Chapter 2. My words may be regarded as the prophecy of the divine. Those 2 third-tier sea gods possess minimal power among the deities, merely lowly gods who entered this realm by happenstance. Nevertheless, the battle raged for over 2 months, resulting in tremendous casualties. One descended in the Great Xia, while the other appeared in the Free Nation of the West. Both the Great Xia and the Free Nation are formidable powers with formidable military strength. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the arrival of divine beings and could not fathom the extraordinary nature of divine power. Although they ultimately endured through the use of nuclear weapons, the 2 sea gods managed to retreat back to the Oceanic Temple. Since then, the deities of the divine realm became aware of the coordinates of this once forgotten, even feared, Blue Star realm. A realm boasting 6 billion potential devotees, yet unclaimed by any Goda tantalizing prize for any deity. 6 billion devotees, what a terrifying multitude. The entirety of the blue planet, an expansive realm of divine essence. Such a magnitude is sufficient to elevate dozens of demigods to the heights of supreme deities, even exerting a profound allure upon the higher gods. To their astonishment, these divine beings have discovered that the gods who once safeguarded this world have perished. From that pivotal day onward, this forsaken land of divine oblivion was once again recalled by the gods. One by one, deities descended with their devoted followers, while demons emerged from the abyss. The gods compelled humanity to surrender their souls, transforming them into emotionless devotees to serve their will. Simultaneously, the demons seduced humans into forging pacts, becoming their apostles. From that moment, humanity was confronted with a harsh truth. The gods were not as benevolent as the legends had portrayed. After witnessing the tragic demise of loved ones, the survivor Lin Fan resolutely joined the Great Xia allied forces. Through countless battles, Lin Fan navigated the perilous path of life and death, each step marked by blood, ultimately earning his place among the 5 guardians of Great Xia, and becoming the last surviving guardian. Bearing the weight of 6 stars, he became the sole individual transcending the 5-star golden generals, honored as the war god of Great Xia. As the supreme commander of the alliance, he commanded with unparalleled authority. Moreover, he stood among the rare few who ascended to divinity through sheer physical prowess, bearing the divine title of Asura and wielding the divine office of the Asura god. Possessing the strength of a 15th-tier supreme deity, with a blade steeped in the blood of countless deities, the Asura Blade, He stood unwavering even against the might of the sun god Apollo. Moreover, despite facing widespread dissent, he single-handedly propelled the Great Xia to undertake countless astonishing engineering feats. There exists the steel Great Wall to combat Poseidon, the god of the sea, the underground furnace to withstand Amoni, the god of winter, and even to counter Apollo, the sun god. They hollowed out the land of Tibet to construct subterranean city clusters. Under these remarkable constructions, the people of Great Xia withstood the rising tides, endured the bitter winter, and even braved the solar eruptions, becoming the last bastion of hope for humanity. Yet now, I am still too weak. I alone am insufficient to effect change. I must relay this matter to the higher-ups expeditiously. Lin Fan inhaled the chilling air of winter, disregarding the teacher pursuing him, and hurriedly made his way home. Lin's father and mother were seated on the sofa watching television, their expressions tinged with confusion as they observed the news broadcast. According to our reporter, a multitude of Buddha statues in the temple of Sac City have shattered. Experts have determined that this is due to years of neglect, and restoration personnel have been organized for inspection. According to our reporter, the sounds of chanting have been heard emanating from Mount Ame late at night, uninterrupted for 3 days. Experts have concluded that this peculiar sound is caused by the mountain winds blowing at specific angles through the forest. The official media has since debunked this on the internet. According to our reporter, Lin, his mother rubbed her temples. Why do all these news stories seem so strange? Because the foreign deities are approaching. The Eastern gods who once guarded us are sounding the alarm. Lin Fan's voice resonated from the doorway. Lin's father looked at Lin Fan in astonishment, questioning, "Why are you back?" "School." The boiler room at school exploded. "We have a day off today," Lin Fan replied casually. With reddened eyes, Lin Fan gazed at his parents, reminiscing about the moment when they stood valiantly before him against the monstrous sea creature. "Oh, well then, take the day to rest properly," Lin's father remarked. Not suspecting Lin Fan's excuse, he continued, "With the impending college entrance examinations, you must devote yourself to your studies. Judging by your current grades, there shouldn't be any major concerns, yet we cannot afford to be complacent. I intend to enroll you in an enhancement class. By the way, I've prepared some braised ribs for you at noon to help replenish your strength." Lin's father spoke. He suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look. Lin Fan had hastily retreated to his bedroom. This child. Lin's father chuckled helplessly enough. "It's a rare day for him to rest, so let's refrain from nagging," Lin's mother said as she stood up. "I will head to the market to buy some ribs. And do not forget to borrow 5,000 yuan from old Zhang. The tutoring classes are rather expensive these days." Their home was small and modest, yet filled with warmth. Lin Fan sat by the edge of his bed, taking a moment to steady his emotions. "Mom and Dad, I am sorry. School is no longer my priority. In the latter half of my life, I shall follow my own will. Permit me a moment of selfishness. This time, Mom and Dad, I wish for you to thrive. I desire for everyone to thrive." As he spoke, Lin Fan retrieved an old Nokia from beneath his pillow and dialed a number. It was a private number, deeply embedded in his memory. On the other end, in a quaint, antique office, an elderly gentleman donned in military attire devoid of any insignia or medals was reviewing documents through his reading glasses. Though in his 60s, his hair peppered with gray, he exuded vitality, embodying the resolute spirit of a soldier and the commanding presence of one in a high position. Dingling. The mobile phone nestled in the old man's lap rang. "Mr. Jean," the secretary approached briskly, slightly bowing. "Everyone has arrived. The meeting is about to commence. You." "Not so fast," the old man interjected with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Let me take this call first." This was his personal phone, only his lifelong partner, and 2 children knew this number. His age and status. A call from home held far greater significance than the red landline resting on his desk. How peculiar. The old man scrutinized the unfamiliar number on the screen, furrowing his brow, yet answered, "Hello? Old Jean, you are indeed still alive." A youthful voice resonated from the other end of the line. The IT seemed as if he was utterly astonished, and his tone suggested an intimacy between the two. "You? Who are you?" The old man strained to recall the owner of that voice, ultimately shaking his head. "Please, no sales pitches, thank you." With that, he prepared to hang up the phone. "Old Jean, don't hang up just yet." The youth's voice suddenly became tense. I know we haven't been introduced, but that you're Jean Minsheng, the commander of the Luzhou military district, holding the rank of a 5-star general. You have a black mole on your chest, 2 bullet holes in your abdomen, 1 on your shoulder, and another on your thigh, all sustained for border skirmishes. There's also a knife wound on your left leg, which you received while bravely intervening during a holiday from the army, inflicted by a criminal. You know me? Old Jean furrowed his brow, then chuckled. Though I am not young and do not grasp the intricacies of the internet, I am aware that such information can be found online. You, as a salesman, are rather diligent. Now, let's end this conversation. Do not call this number again. Your 2nd Combat Brigade, led by Lu Mengfa, is equipped with the firepower configuration of the 3rd Combat Brigade is. The youth's tone abruptly shifted. At these words, old Jean froze, his gaze turning icy in an instant. In that moment, he resembled a sharp blade, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Old Jean tightened his grip on the phone, speaking coldly. These are military secrets. How do you know this? Who are you working for? As he spoke, Elder Jean was about to instruct his secretary to trace the call and identify its source. However, you need not concern yourself with my identity. Our paths shall cross in due time. If you must know, I can reveal that I am the future deity, the foremost guardian of the great Xia, the Shura god, Lin Fan. Now, you may regard what I am about to utter as a divine prophecy. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the receiver, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Chapter 3. Proving the existence of deity in the military district of Luzhou, a meeting was in progress. Elder Jean sat prominently at the head of the table, attentively listening to the various reports from the middle-aged officers clad in military uniforms. Suddenly, his gaze drifted off into a trance. For reasons unknown, he recalled the nonsensical phone call he had just received, as well as the peculiar individual who claimed to be a deity. Elder Jean? One of the middle-aged officers, noticing Jin's distraction, instinctively inquired. Oh, my apologies. Elder Jean chuckled awkwardly, having momentarily lost his focus as he reminisced about an amusing incident. His smile lightened the previously serious atmosphere of the meeting, prompting laughter from the assembly. It is rare to see Elder Jean lost in thought. What intriguing occurrence has captured your attention? It's nothing much. Just before the meeting commenced, a young fellow inexplicably called me, proclaiming himself to be a future deity and predicting that a magnitude 7 earthquake would strike Guitian in an hour, Elder Jean recounted, unable to suppress a chuckle at the absurdity. A deity? Perhaps he has indulged in too many novels. How could the youth of today believe in such fantastical notions? The attendees, all individuals steeped in materialistic philosophy, could not help but laugh. Deity? I would sooner trust in the firearm at my side, remarked a young female officer seated next to Elder Jin's deputy, her voice laced with sarcasm. Even if a deity were to exist, I wonder if they could withstand a barrage from my weapon. Very well, let us proceed with the reports. Elder Jean gestured with his hand, regaining his composure and once again adopting a serious demeanor. At that moment, a middle-aged man, who was checking the time on his phone, suddenly changed his expression. His eyes filled with disbelief. Old Jean, his voice trembled as he slowly extended his phone, urging, You should take a look at this. With a puzzled expression, Old Jean accepted the phone. In the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and his usually calm face was now filled with astonishment. The latest news from QQ browser reported. At 5:32 in the afternoon, a magnitude 7 earthquake struck Guitian country, resulting in 15 fatalities and 23 serious injuries. General Jean? Dad? The female officer beside him furrowed her brow, leaning in for a glance, and could not suppress a gasp of shock. I will investigate immediately to see if any agency had predicted this earthquake, the female officer declared as she attempted to rise and head towards the door. However, no. There's no need to investigate. This is not something those monitoring agencies could have predicted, because, within that little one's prophecy, there were 15 deaths and 23 serious injuries. Even old Jean, who had weathered countless storms, felt his voice quiver at that moment. Silence enveloped the room. The entire office was steeped in stillness. Suddenly, old Jean produced his phone and pulled up the recent call log. 4:32 in the afternoon. 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour had passed. Moreover, the casualty figures aligned perfectly. Everyone turned in astonishment towards Elder Jean. If someone had predicted the earthquake an hour in advance, it might merely be attributed to some scientific method of early detection. However, if even the number of casualties had been foreseen, this transcends the realm of scientific capability. This is a true miracle. a genuine foreknowledge of the future. Yet, can anyone truly foresee the future? To possess such an ability, one could rightfully be deemed a deity. Gulp. The female officer swallowed hard, her icy visage reflecting a complex array of emotions. Could it be that, in this world, there truly exist divine beings? Don't ask me. I, too, am at a loss. Elder Jean waved his hand dismissively, but soon, the elder rose slowly. The confusion in his eyes transformed into resolute determination, and the authority of his position as the commander of the Luzhou military district emerged. Hong. Elder Jean fixed his gaze upon the female officer, his tone resolute. Level 1 combat directive, bring that young man to me. I wish to converse with him in person. Understood. Hong stood at attention and saluted, exuding confidence as she readily accepted the task. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. I shall investigate immediately. No, do not investigate. If that young man speaks the truth. A hint of complexity flickered in Elder Jin's eyes. He may have anticipated our search for him long ago. His initiative to call me signifies goodwill. Therefore, we shall engage him openly. Thus, I shall personally make the call to inquire about his whereabouts. Moreover, remember, we are not here to apprehend him, but rather to invite him. Red. Be mindful of your demeanor. Upon uttering these words, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Elder Jean, who is that? Leaving aside past events, the current Elder Jean stands as a formidable figure, bearing the weight of a 5-star general, a leader of the nation. In the past, when the radical factions of the Kuwaitian country brazenly provoked the sovereignty of our territorial waters, Elder Jean, disregarding all opposition, commanded 300 battleships to line up at the port of Kuwaitian, their cannons pointed unerringly at the very heart of the nation. If it had not been for a personal call from the national leader, we were on the brink of bombarding that minuscule capital. Such an imposing military commander, now compelled to personally contact a mere child due to a prophecy, and to advise Colonel Hong to temper his attitude? Elder Jean, this, a middle-aged man murmured. Do not attempt to dissuade me, Elder Jean replied solemnly. If what that young lad said is indeed true, then what he is about to reveal could surpass the wildest imaginations of us all. In addition to the previous prophecy, the young man uttered another phrase. When the 3 months are up, the divine will descend. The divine. The mere mention of the divine plunged everyone into a profound silence. Just 5 minutes ago, when Elder Jean spoke those 2 words, the assembly had taken it as a jest. But now, Elder Jean sighed deeply and dialed his mobile phone. Simultaneously, Dear Lin Fan's parents, I must express my concerns regarding your child's recent behavior, which I attribute to a lack of proper guidance on your part. The middle-aged teacher stood at the podium, casting a stern gaze at Lin Fan's mother, who lingered at the entrance. With only a year remaining until the pivotal college entrance examination, this moment is critical for your child's future. As parents, you must prioritize your child's well-being over your own affairs. The well-being of Lin Fan should be of utmost importance. This afternoon, Lin Fan left the school premises without permission. Indeed, you speak the truth. Lin Fan's mother, her face flushed, nodded repeatedly and urged her child, saying, quickly apologized to the teacher. That evening, the teacher informed Lin Fan's mother of her child's unauthorized departure from school, having just prepared a pot of braised ribs. Lin Fan's mother firmly took hold of her child and returned to the classroom, where students were still engaged in evening study. Lin Fan was reluctant to apologize. Yet seeing her mother's humble demeanor, she sighed and said, Teacher, I am sorry. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Lin Fan, you dared to bring a phone to school? The middle-aged teacher approached with an icy expression. Teacher, Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. I need to take this call. It is quite important. Important? The teacher scoffed. Lin Fan, you must understand that there is merely 1 year until the college entrance examination. If you neglect this opportunity, how will you face your future? Lin Fan sighed, contemplating, perhaps there will be no college entrance examination in my future. With that, she answered the call. Hello? Yes, Mr. Jean, it is I. I am currently at school, in class 3 of the 2nd year. Did you send someone directly from the military district? The call was abruptly terminated. The classroom erupted in a chorus of laughter. What? General Jean? Military district? Haha, Lin Fan must be out of his mind, truly believing he holds some significance. The middle-aged teacher also chuckled. Lin Fan, it seems you are quite the character. Just stand here with your mother, and I shall see who comes to seek you. Meanwhile, at the Luzhou military district, 10 military jeeps roared out of the gates. In the leading jeep, Hong clutched the walkie-talkie and coldly stated, Target identified, Lin Fan. Currently at Jizhou No. 1 High School, Class 3 of the 2nd year. Accelerating to the maximum, this individual is of utmost importance. I must locate him in the shortest time possible, no seconds to waste. Request the local authorities to implement traffic control. All personnel, armed and ready, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, C2 Hong's tone suddenly shifted to something peculiar. Everyone, be mindful of your demeanor. Be courteous. Remember, we are going to invite him. At that moment, throughout the city of Jizhou, all traffic lights turned red. Traffic control personnel redirected vehicles from specific roads, ensuring that none obstructed the way. In the sky, the sound of helicopters reverberated. All of this was orchestrated solely for Lin Fan's service. Some passers-by gazed in astonishment at the military jeep speeding down the road, eagerly capturing the moment with their phones to share online. Yet, in that instant, they realized that even their mobile devices were devoid of signal, as the entire Jeju Island had transformed into a communication dead zone. Remarkably, the very content captured by their phones was automatically erased. Was something significant about to unfold? One onlooker set down their phone, curiously observing the departing military vehicle. Just 5 minutes later, with a screech, 10 military jeeps came to a sudden halt in front of the school gate. The doors swung open simultaneously, and a squad of fully armed personnel disembarked in perfect unison. Lining up neatly. Move out, commanded the leader in red as they stepped onto the campus. The sound of their synchronized, heavy footsteps echoed through the corridors, the military boots thudding against the floor, causing the very structure to tremble. The raucous laughter from the classrooms abruptly ceased. Lin Fan turned, a smile gracing his lips as he looked towards the door. With a loud bang, the classroom door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold wind and revealing a strikingly poised woman clad in military uniform, exuding an air of icy authority. Following her were operatives, uniformly dressed in black combat gear, armed and ready for action. "You all," the middle-aged teacher exclaimed, his face stricken with disbelief. The guards of the military district's command office swiftly cleared the area of bystanders. The military-clad woman resembled a sharp-edged sword, radiating an aura of chilling intensity. Witnessing this scene, the students turned pale. They, who read daily, had never encountered someone with such an aura. "You are Lin Fan, correct?" The woman in military attire surveyed the room before striding up to Lin Fan, her icy visage forcing a stiff smile. Yet, Lin Fan's gaze revealed no trace of panic. He merely nodded. "You have arrived. Sido Hong, it has been a while since we last met." The military woman's eyes widened in surprise. One would expect that even an ordinary adult would struggle to maintain composure in the face of such a spectacle. However, this young man appeared as if he had anticipated their arrival, exuding a calmness that belied his age. There was even a faint hint of the serene authority reminiscent of someone like Elder Jean, a figure long accustomed to power. Situ instinctively sensed that this boy emanated an aura of extreme danger. Furthermore, how did he know her name? She had never met him before. How could he claim it had been a long time since they last saw each other? The personnel behind her exchanged glances of perplexity. "Elder Jean has requested that you accompany us for a brief discussion." Situ Hong suppressed her inner confusion, her tone awkward yet remarkably polite. "Very well," Lin Fan nodded, turning to glance at his mother. "Xiao Fan, what have you done?" Lin Mu, typically honest and straightforward, was visibly shaken by the scene, despite her age. "Mother, do not worry. I am off to do something good. I shall save the world." Lin Fan smiled softly, then turned to bow to the middle-aged teacher who stood frozen in place. "Teacher, I am genuinely eager to learn, but at this moment, I have certain matters that require my attention. I can no longer participate in the college entrance examination, yet I shall strive to ensure that all of you may still take it. From today onward, I am taking a leave of absence." He did not elaborate on the duration of his leave, casting a glance at Hong before turning to depart. The leave of absence, an irrevocable decision. From this point forward, the ordinary life of high school would be a thing of the past, replaced by an unending struggle against divine forces. As Lin Fan exited, silence enveloped the classroom. Had he truly just walked away? Surely, I must be mistaken. With such a grand display, could Lin Fan possibly be a fugitive? What nonsense! Have you ever seen a fugitive of such caliber receive such treatment? That was the guard detachment from the military district's command office. Just now, did that female officer not say please in reference to Lin Fan? The students exchanged bewildered glances. 5 minutes later, within the central office of the Luzhou military district, Elder Jean silently lit a cigarette, his aged yet perceptive eyes fixed upon the youth before him. With a tone laden with complexity, he began. "I have many questions for you, but at this moment," he paused slightly, enunciating each word with care. "I ask you first to prove the existence of the divine. Chapter 4. Audience with the national leader seated behind his desk. Elder Jean, though already in his 60s, retained a robust and upright stature. The mere presence of this venerable man exuded an aura of formidable authority that compelled one to yield. A palpable sense of martial spirit enveloped him. However, in the face of this esteemed elder, whose status and identity seemed insurmountable, Lin Fan shook his head and declared, "You are not worthy." "Not worthy?" Elder Jean, maintaining a stoic expression, tapped the desk lightly. "Do you know who I am?" "I do," Lin Fan replied. "In fact, I understand who you are even better than you do yourself." He sighed deeply. "I have mentioned before that I am a future deity, to be precise. I have been reborn from 15 years hence. In my previous life, you perished before me. You, Elder Jean, were the first to perceive the impending changes in this world. Although numerous scientists have now detected environmental shifts, they attribute the anomalies in climate and rising sea levels to scientific explanations. Yet, you, despite lacking scientific knowledge, possess an unparalleled vigilance as a national leader. Even in times of peace and stability, your origins from the borders instill in you a sense of foreboding. Unlike others, you did not dismiss the sudden climatic changes. You were the first to propose that they were the result of the arrival of some unknown entity. Furthermore, you were the first strategist to regard those entities as hypothetical adversaries, advocating for the vigorous development of nuclear weapons against public opinion. You introduced the concept of a nuclear deterrent chain. You have surmised correctly. We are about to engage in a conflict with entities the likes of which we have never encountered before. Regrettably, you could not foresee that the formidable entities far surpassed your imagination. Traditional weaponry, even nuclear arms, ultimately proved ineffective. These entities are deities. And you were the first to perish at the hands of the sea goddess invasion, a 5-star general. The World Alliance of the New Era has dubbed you the harbinger of the apocalypse. It is unfortunate that, at the outset, the people did not heed your foresight and warnings. This is precisely why I have come to seek you out." Lin Fan spoke with eloquence, showing no hesitation in expressing his reverence for the elderly man. For in the previous life, this elder was a name etched in the hearts of the entire Great Xia. The harbinger of the apocalypse. Jean Micheng. Lin Fan vividly recalls the day the sea god descended upon Great Xia, stirring tidal waves of 100 meters and bringing forth hordes of marine beast worshippers. It was this elder who stood resolutely on the shoreline, welcoming the so-called deity with artillery. He was the first in history to dare raise arms against a divine being. His famous words continue to inspire humanity in this new epoch. Greet the deities with cannon fire. He even nurtured the sole war god of the human alliance, Sidu Hong. It was a week after the sea goddess invasion that Lin Fan joined the coalition forces, fighting alongside Jean Micheng until the very end, ultimately witnessing the elder being consumed by the marine beast worshippers. Until the very last moment, the elderly man did not release his grip on the trigger. His furious roar was drowned out by the gunfire, engulfed by the fervor of the sea beast's devotees. Listening to such fantastical utterances, Elder Jean gazed at Lin Fan, his seasoned eyes discerning only sincerity and a hint of concealed sorrow. "Is what you say truly the case?" Elder Jin's brow furrowed deeply. While others were discussing the greenhouse effect and elucidating the changes in the environment, Elder Jean harbored a radical thought. What if the so-called greenhouse effect was merely a form of assault? Such a method of attack should, in theory, be beyond human grasp. Even if it were to be wielded by humanity, it could never be employed, for it would harm all of humankind. Yet, what if the adversary was not human? Elder Jean had never confided this notion to anyone. At times, he even believed that the horrors of his past, amidst the hail of bullets, had distorted his psyche, leading him to incessantly contemplate war. But now, as he absorbed Lin Fan's astonishing declarations, Elder Jean found himself not only believing but increasingly convinced. "I can prove this is true," Lin Fan murmured. "But will it truly matter to you? I understand that, given your stature, your word is law in Luzhou. Should you set your mind to something, even the governor of Luzhou could not deter you. However, if the adversary is, quite literally, a deity, can humanity survive solely on Luzhou's strength? Or do you merely wish for the citizens of Luzhou to endure? The deities are not as benevolent as depicted in mythological tales. They harbor a profound desire for the lands and lives within this world." Jean Lao paused momentarily, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. "What will you do?" "I must meet the sovereign," Lin Fan replied in a low voice. 3 months hence, the deities shall descend. Only through the unwavering efforts of the entire Great Xia can humanity hope for even the slightest chance. It is only by proving this truth to the sovereign that it will truly bear significance. "Trust me," Lin Fan said, his eyes reddening. fist clenched tightly. I have witnessed far worse scenes. I have seen millions of people displaced. I have witnessed blood staining the rivers and mountains of Great Xia. I have seen the great edifices teetering, the nation on the brink of collapse. I have observed the citizens of various countries kneeling before the descending deities, offering their souls, becoming mere husks that sing praises to their gods. I refuse to witness such horrors a second time. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I must meet the sovereign. Jin Lao's expression suddenly turned grave. You claim to be a future deity. Then who exactly are you? Lin Fan replied solemnly. I am Lin Fan, the foremost among the 5 guardians of Great Xia, the supreme commander of the alliance, the leader of the Great Xia coalition forces, a 6-star holy general, the war god of Great Xia as bestowed by the sovereign, the slayer of deities among humankind, the Asura god. There are also some less favorable titles, such as the one scorned by the deities, the despised one among the gods, the outcast of divine and demonic realms. However, those are of little consequence. Jin Lao chuckled wryly. Quite a collection of titles you have there. No wonder you, little fellow, are not intimidated by my esteemed position as the Grand Commander. Haha. A 6-star Saint General, the god of war of the Great Xia. Should I be saluting you from now on? There is no need for that. By the time I gained my renown, you had already departed from this world. In your lifetime, I was your final sentinel. Lin Fan stated with unwavering honesty. Old Jin found himself momentarily speechless, rubbing his face. I must be out of my mind, willing to trust you, and even contemplate a wager. Lin Fan sighed in relief and softly replied, You are not mad. It is this world that has gone insane. However, Old Jin spoke in a grave tone. One prophecy may persuade me, but seeking an audience with the national seed is no trivial matter. You must provide irrefutable evidence of the divine's existence, otherwise it would be tantamount to striking my face. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Thus, I request to meet the national seed at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. For now, I implore you to attend to several other matters. At 4:30 in the morning, a military aircraft descended from the Luzhou military district, accompanied by 12 escorting fighter jets. The destination, Jingzhou. Such an extravagant display, even in wartime, could only be commanded by a national-level elder, underscoring Old Jin's regard for Lin Fan. At 5:30 in the morning, the squadron of fighter jets landed at the Jingzhou military airport, where 10 unmarked, pure black SUVs awaited. Each SUV was custom-made, constructed with 20mm thick steel plates, reinforced with 3 layers of specialized bulletproof glass, and equipped with blast-resistant chassis. They were capable of withstanding various firearms and explosive assaults, effectively serving as mobile fortresses, still enjoying the treatment befitting a national elder. Upon landing, Lin Fan made his way directly to the Central Institute. Young Sir, the chauffeur, a special operative, expressed his surprise. He typically transported only the affluent or the powerful. Yet this youth was a stranger to him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, What is your profession? Ha. Lin Fan replied with a complex smile. I am here to teach you how to slay deities. The driver froze momentarily, while the stern-faced elder Jin beside him admonished, Do not ask what should remain undisclosed. Have you forgotten the confidentiality clause? The gravitas of a life spent in military service emanated from the elder. The driver's countenance shifted to one of seriousness. Initially, he assumed the youth was jesting, but Elder Jin's demeanor suggested a looming threat. Could it be that divine beings truly existed? Moreover, a mere human was to confront a deity? In that instant, an inexplicable fervor for battle surged within the former soldier, and a wild smile graced his lips. To slay deities. He understood not the intricacies of strategy or command. Yet, if there were war, he would return at the call. If the divine dared to invade the Great Xia, then how could they escape the wrath of those who would slay gods? In the southern seas. At the Central Institute's office, even with Elder Jin personally escorting Lin Fan, they still underwent rigorous security checks before the operatives ushered Lin Fan into a small courtyard. His gaze fell upon a crimson wooden table, behind which hung a grand map of the vast rivers and mountains, majestic in its splendor. Nearby stood the national flag of the Great Xia, a vivid and fiery red. In the office chair, an elderly man is gazing at documents, exuding a demeanor of calm and restraint. Even in his quietude, he emanates an aura of unwavering strength, steadfast as a mountain and deep as an abyss. Before him, Lin Fan feels a profound respect rising within him. In a past life, countless nations crumbled, and innumerable souls knelt before deities, becoming their vassals. Mere shadows reduced to singing the praises of the divine. Yet, under the guidance of this venerable elder, the Great Xia persevered until the end, emerging as humanity's last bastion of hope. As the divine presence descends, the winds howl and the rain lashes down. Some weep in despair, others seek refuge beneath eaves, while some shield themselves with umbrellas and cloaks. Yet, the great Xia remains undaunted by the downpour, choosing instead to sing defiantly in the rain, preferring death over a life of subservience. Surrender, for to die is less desirable than to kneel before the divine, to serve and embrace the deity, they urge. Kneel, and you shall preserve your life. Is that not a worthy trade? Time and again, the elder confronts such temptations, yet his resolute words remain the only response. The great Xia boasts a glorious history spanning 5 millennia, from the reigns of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, who carved out these majestic landscapes. The myriad schools of thought and countless sages have left behind a legacy of brilliant literature. How can we, upon the arrival of deities, abandon our ancestors at mere words of intimidation? Is this what it means to be human? After a century of warfare and struggle, we have stood tall and straightened our spines. How can we kneel once more? The great Xia may lack in many things, but we possess the indomitable spirit bestowed upon us by our forebears. As subjects of the great Xia, we kneel before heaven, the earth, and our ancestors. Beyond this, not even the divine can compel us to bow. Only through death shall we fight. Thus, the emperor stands guard at the nation's gates. In great Xia, from the highest to the lowest, all shall engage in this fierce battle. With mere mortal bodies, we shall resist the gods. This venerable elder is undoubtedly the emperor of the world. The name Zhang Maoyuan has, over the years, become the very soul of great Xia, a beacon of hope for the entire realm. Indeed, on the list of those marked by death, his name ranks first, surpassing even Lin Fan. Meanwhile, in the office, several others occupied the sofa, members of the foremost think tank of great Xia. Lin Fan cast a glance at the elder adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and graying hair. Though aged, his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating a calmness and wisdom uncommon among mortals. He was Chun Yan, the chief scientist of Great Xia. He had deftly guided the Mecha project, aiding Great Xia through its early crises and securing precious time. Moreover, he himself was among the mortal ascendants, having awakened the divine office of the God of Wisdom, condensing the secrets of his race into a divine essence, ultimately devising the cultivation principles that could lead humanity to divinity. Such principles held the power to transform everything. Alas, they arrived too late. Have they come? The elder's words interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. The elder, putting down his pen, looked up at Lin Fan, his surprise evident. Despite having encountered countless prodigies and young luminaries, he never anticipated that the person who urgently contacted Elder Jean in the dead of night would be this mere teenager standing before him. This young man, still presumably in high school, was Lin Fan from Class 2, Year 2 at Jeju First High School, who had met the nation's leader. Standing tall and straight, Lin Fan saluted the elder with a precise military gesture. An aura of solemnity, incongruous for one of his youth, enveloped him. The leader offered no pleasantries. Speaking directly, Elder Jean informed me that you specifically requested to see me regarding a matter of utmost urgency related to the survival of our nation. What is it? Lin Fan exhaled softly, his voice echoing in the office. In 3 months, the divine will descend. The mountains and rivers will shatter. The nation shall face annihilation. Chapter 5 The Truth of the World. Each word resonated with authority, filling the office with a brief silence before an eruption. How dare you? Exclaimed a member of the think tank, rising to confront Lin Fan with a fierce glare. Do you even realize where you are? Do you comprehend the identity of the person before you? How can you utter such treasonous words about our nation? Gods, such things cannot possibly exist. Are you here merely to jest? A derisive laugh escaped him, reflective of the skepticism held by the assembled members. Each of them possessed a rigorous scientific background, and the notion of deities was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, this audacious youth had the audacity to speak of national demise in the presence of such venerable figures. Old Jean, Qin Yan remarked, his demeanor remarkably composed, casting a glance at the elder. Did you come here just to share a jest? Elder Jean stepped forward slowly. I wish it were mere folly. Yet, what he speaks may indeed hold truth. I believe him, Jean Min declared, his fist clenched tightly. The seasoned veteran, shaped by a lifetime of conflict, spoke with unwavering conviction. In that moment, every member of the think tank widened their eyes in astonishment. Elder Jean's expression bore no trace of deception. It was grave and sincere. Elder Jean was indeed correct. Lin Fan stated solemnly, "This shall be a war. a conflict that transcends all our previous understanding, and one that we have already lost in the future. Esteemed colleagues, I am a reborn individual from 15 years hence, one of the guardians of the great Xia in the future. This war, for you, may seem an ethereal future, yet for me, it is a history I have personally witnessed. 15 years steeped in blood. I have borne witness to the extinction of humanity. This time, our adversaries are the deities, various gods. In 3 months, the gods will descend. If we do not prepare in advance, all that I have experienced will unfold once more, devastation and ruin. And the nation will be on the brink of collapse. Gather around, everyone. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his expression grave as he gazed at the assembly. I understand that all of this may sound incredible, but please, have faith in me. Each word was spoken through gritted teeth, imbued with profound sorrow. In his current position, the only way for Lin Fan to ensure that the great Xia is adequately prepared is to earn the trust of these high-ranking officials. A member of the think tank scoffed. 15 years. Yet Chen Yan, with a gaze devoid of mockery, responded earnestly. I mean, if what you say is true, how can you prove it? True researchers never shy away from bold conjectures, nor do they evade the worst possibilities. It is precisely because of such individuals that the great Xia can become humanity's last hope in the times to come. Chen Yan, truly a man of the nation. Last night, Lin Fan provided a coordinate located in the deep-sea trench at the junction of the Eurasian and Pacific tectonic plates, to the east of Shandong. Jean Lao respectfully approached the national seat, extending a USB drive with both hands. At a depth of 5,564 meters beneath the sea, an unmanned submarine had captured a peculiar video. Shortly thereafter, the projection screen illuminated with imagery. The inky waters churned ominously, and the oppressive sounds of the deep rendered one breathless. Below the ocean's surface lay an abyss of profound darkness, where even the submarine's searchlight could scarcely penetrate beyond 10 meters. It was a suffocating sensation, steeped in despair. Despite the absence of any visible entity, Chen Yan, seated on the sofa, furrowed his brow, as if a heavy stone lodged within his heart. The deep sea has always been an enigma. Beneath that shroud of darkness, no one could ascertain what lay hidden. Humanity could only rely on the feeble beam of light to navigate through the obscurity. Suddenly, what is that? What is it? The expressions of the two think tank members morphed into astonishment. In the next moment, as the unmanned submarine drew nearer, the indistinct object on the screen rapidly magnified, enveloping the office in a profound silence. Not a whisper was heard. Only the sound of trembling breaths remained. On the screen, a colossal skull materialized. What an enormous skull it was, that even within a 10-meter illumination range, the entirety could not be fully revealed. The most advanced wide-angle camera could capture only half of its head. Gleaming white bones lay motionless on the seabed, in a deep slumber. The video continues to unfold as the unmanned submarine gradually explores. The neck, the body, the arms, the legs. Suddenly, there emerges a colossal, upright humanoid skeleton. The scene ultimately freezes before the enormous skull, its dark, hollow eye sockets appearing on the screen as if they are gazing at everyone, the grotesque visage seemingly grinning. Even though the gathering consists of high-ranking officials from the Great Xia, in this moment, an overwhelming sense of insignificance washes over them, akin to ants confronting a leviathan. Facing such an unfathomable existence, even in its demise, evokes a visceral shock and tremor deep within their souls. This is a perspective from a higher echelon of life. This is a human form. Chen Yan's voice was dry. Yet how could humanity possibly? Another member of the think tank trembled as he spoke, an estimated height of 200 meters. They are not human, but rather beings that transcend humanity. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, remarking, if you so wish, you may call them deities. This will be our adversary in the times to come. They? Chen Yan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Are you implying? Indeed, these entities are not singular. Lin Fan appeared to recall something. Whispering, the most crucial point is that in 3 months, some living deities will remember this forgotten realm and descend upon this place. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No, that's incorrect. It's all mere words without evidence. A member of the think tank stood up, fixing his gaze on Lin Fan. I am not targeting you. But in matters such as this, the source of information must be verified. You must provide irrefutable evidence. A single video could easily be fabricated. This is a responsibility to the Great Xia and its citizens. For once this matter is confirmed, do you comprehend what it entails? Indeed, with current technology, creating such a video is not beyond the realm of possibility. This issue is of utmost significance. The video is authentic. Elder Jean, standing behind Lin Fan, spoke with unwavering conviction. It was transmitted directly by the unmanned submarine I dispatched. However, since you demand evidence, Chunyin, Elder Jean turned to Chunyin, hands clasped behind his back. Half an hour ago, I expedited the delivery of an unknown fragment to the Great Xia Research Institute under your name. Has the analysis been completed? Chunyin recalled the white unknown fragment and abruptly turned to the video, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that the fragment?" "Indeed. It was discovered on the seabed surrounding this skeletal remains," Elder Jean nodded. "You may interpret it as the bone of a deity, if those beings can truly be considered divine." Chunyin trembled as he pulled out his phone. "I will call right now." However, before he could dial, there was a knock at the office door. The chief of the Materials Analysis Department at the Daxia First Research Center, without even changing his lab coat, hurriedly entered. Clutching a substantial stack of documents and a peculiar white object, his expression grave. The analysis results were truly astonishing. Behind him, the heads of the Biological Research Department, the Historical Artifacts Department, and the Chemical Analysis Department, all clad in lab coats, entered with anxious faces. "Mr. Chun, the item you asked me to test." The Materials Analysis Chief's fingers trembled. "Does it truly exist?" Chen Yan's expression hardened. "What is it?" "After extensive testing across multiple departments, we discovered that the hardness of this object exceeds the limits of current technology. It is not artificial. Moreover, certain elements within it are completely foreign to us, absent even from the periodic table. Strangely enough, preliminary structural analysis has led us to tentatively classify it as biological skeletal material. However, the biological department is unable to identify the organism it belongs to, and the chemical analysis department, through carbon isotope testing, has determined that this organism dates back 5,000 years. 5,000 years, a period coinciding with the extinction of the dinosaurs. When early humans were still in the primordial age and the Daxia civilization was just beginning to emerge, how could such an organism, possessing such extraordinary skeletal strength, have existed during that time? The discovery of this species is poised to overturn our previous understanding and reshape our comprehension of the world. A gathering of department heads presented their findings, each face reflecting disbelief. Suddenly, Elder Jean interjected, "If such a creature exists, how shall we respond?" The head of the Materials Department, pale and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, remarked, "If this creature truly exists, then, with merely this skeletal structure, they would fear no conventional firepower. Unless, of course, nuclear weapons." "What?" At this revelation, even Elder Jean could not suppress an exclamation. "Nuclear weapons? This life form has become formidable to such an extent?" This. Qin Yin, with a complex expression, brushed his fingers over the skeletal fragments, cold and unyielding. "Now, I have substantiated the existence of the divine." Lin Fan spoke slowly. "From this point forward, I shall unveil to you the truth of our world. Welcome to the realm as seen through the eyes of the divine." Chapter 6. The concept of the iron wall. "No, that's not right." Qin Yin, the chief scientist, quickly regained his composure from the shock and sensed something amiss. The existence of that skeleton indicated that they had arrived on Earth long ago, and indeed, Lin Fan nodded. They had ventured into this realm before, but at that time, we were under the protection of the Eastern martial deities. The owner of that skeleton was a deity of the 8th rank, who was brutally killed by the great Kwa Fu and cast into the sea. Chen Yan's expression instantly froze, and he murmured, "Kwa Fu, are you suggesting that those myths, those ancient deities truly existed? When those deities invaded Blue Star, it was these Eastern martial deities who united to repel them." Lin Fan took a deep breath. Regrettably, after the battle, they had perished. Even if any had survived, they now lay in slumber. In the previous life, humanity failed to endure until all the Eastern martial deities awakened. Even those who occasionally stirred were swiftly slain by the combined might of those deities. At that time, humanity was too preoccupied with its own survival to safeguard the recently awakened Eastern martial deities. This was the anguish that weighed heavily on Lin Fan's heart. He still vividly recalled the image of that monkey, wielding a staff and roaring defiantly at the heavens, only to be struck down by lightning. Yin Guan stood resolute with his blade, yet behind him lay an empty void, while before him loomed a multitude of divine beings. Elfengxian stood alone atop a mountain, surrounded by a legion of demons below. This was the disgrace of humanity. Initially, they safeguarded us, thus succumbing to slumber. Now, we must prepare ourselves to protect them and to safeguard our own existence. History must never repeat itself. Qin Yin rubbed his face. Hence, we can no longer rely on external assistance. Nevertheless, despite these words, there appeared to be a newfound resolve on everyone's faces. Indeed, the deities are formidable. Yet, the Great Xia also harbors a multitude of deities who silently watch over us. If that is the case, let us harness our own strength to counterattack the divine. Chun Yin suddenly laughed, feeling rather honored that this old fellow would one day become an adversary to the gods. Wait a moment. A member of the think tank interjected. Are those deities truly imbued with hostility? The deities we comprehend should be. This requires a discourse on the nature of divine beings. Lin Fan stated calmly. To put it simply, deities differ fundamentally from us. Humanity attains power through physical cultivation, strengthening our bodies. However, deities are distinct. Those innate beings from the divine realm harbor within them divine domains, nurturing faith among their adherents, drawing strength from the offerings of their worshippers. Some of the more powerful deities can even conquer other realms, transforming them into their subordinate planes and converting the inhabitants into their followers. As for Blue Star, with its 6 billion potential adherents and vast divine domain, it is ample enough to drive any deity to madness. The religious tales that circulate on the blue planet, aside from the legends of the martial deities from the east who ascended to divinity, are predominantly fabrications propagated by those deities who have graced this realm. These divine beings are not benevolent or amiable. No matter how they may cloak themselves in grandeur, the so-called exalted entities are, in truth, as flesh and blood as we are, destined to perish, with their divinity marred by insatiable greed. The only distinction lies in the overwhelming magnitude of their power, far surpassing our own. One can easily envision the consequences when an individual wields power that transcends all limitations. As Lin Fan's words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the gathering. Humanity's greed has proven to be sufficiently terrifying. Power and wealth are the very crucibles from which wars are forged. Yet, fundamentally, humans, constrained by their own limitations, must still navigate the boundaries of their actions. However, when a cadre of beings, whose prowess exceeds the ordinary and who are equally avaricious, descends upon the blue planet, it shall culminate in an unrestrained revelry. Lin Fan intoned solemnly. To them, the blue planet is akin to a succulent prize, a pen teeming with plump sheep. Invasion, conquest. Their objective is to convert us all into acolytes. From that moment forth, individual shall be extinguished, living solely to serve the whims of the divine, transforming our land into their sacred dominion. Lin Fan cast a glance toward the national seat, awaiting the elder's decision. Before the elder lay two paths: to heed Lin Fan's counsel and resist the deities, or to prepare to bow before them. The former brims with challenges, while the latter offers a semblance of safety. Most crucially, kneeling does not appear to be a daunting task. Regardless of the choice, each seems justifiable. Even submission does not seem to bring shame, for it is an act of reverence towards the divine. The essence of humanity lies in its free will. Yet the ultimate question remains, is it the exercise of free will that holds significance, or the mere act of survival? Should one become a puppet of the gods, or a lifeless shell? What holds greater value? The dignity of free will, the sacred land inherited from ancestors, or the act of kneeling to live? The elder chuckled. How could the great Xia forsake its forebears? The illustrious civilization bequeathed by generations past, the land stained with the blood of countless sacrifices, is not to be abandoned. With a population of over 1,600 million, how could they kneel in desperation for survival? The great Xia may lack in many things, but it possesses an indomitable spirit inherited from its ancestors. The people of Xia are known for their resilience. Even in death, they stand firm. The national leader, though reserved in speech and somewhat subdued in tone, spoke with gravitas. Lin Fan, he intoned, what shall unfold next? Lin Fan bowed deeply before the leader. This elder remained, as in the previous life, the very soul of the great Xia. 3 months hence, 2 oceanic deities would descend upon them. Lin Fan straightened his posture and spoke gravely. The locations of the divine arrivals were one in the Free Nation and the other in the coastal region of Ludong and the Great Xia. On the day the deity descended upon the Great Xia, a tumultuous wave surged along the coastline, spanning over 2,000 kilometers, with towering tides reaching heights of 100 meters, drowning all in their path and leaving corpses adrift. Among these waves were the sea beasts, followers of that deity, slaughtering the populace and staining the waters with blood. The battle raged for over 2 months, culminating in the honorable sacrifice of Jin Mishing, the commander of the Luzhou military district, with the casualties exceeding half of his forces. They held their ground until the last of the people retreated inland, ultimately resorting to nuclear weaponry to repel the deity. And this was merely a third-tier, lowly god. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Free Nation, paralyzed by fear of the deity's might, hesitated not for a moment, failing to evacuate personnel, and instead unleashed nuclear capabilities upon the western coast. The losses there were even more devastating than those of the Great Xia. From that moment forth, humanity began its countdown to extinction, a countdown of 15 years. All of this was history that Lin Fan had personally witnessed. With every word he spoke, haunting images resurfaced in his mind. The power of the ocean, the might of the deity. The waves roared, and the sea beasts howled. Amidst the tumultuous waters, the goddess smiled. Despite securing a hard-won victory at a terrible cost, it merely heralded the first toll of the bell signaling humanity's approach to annihilation. The expressions of those present grew complex. As Lin Fan's succinct recounting sent shivers down their spines. The apocalypse. The true apocalypse. The surging waves of 100 meters, the coastline stretching 2,000 kilometers. Is that the power of the divine? How should we thwart such force? Old Jean remained silent, suddenly comprehending why he would propose the audacious concept of a nuclear weapon chain in the future. Even now, he longed to forge a chain of nuclear weapons to safeguard the borders of the Great Xia. Although the elder of the imperial court bore a heavy gaze, there was no trace of hesitation on his face as he solemnly said, "Lin Fan, what shall you do in the face of the divine? My intention is to preliminarily establish a steel great wall along the eastern coastline." Lin Fan approached the majestic map of the rivers and mountains, meticulously tracing a red line along the coastline on the eastern side with a crimson pin. This, Chen Yin felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the enormity of the task. 2,000 kilometers. Precisely. Lin Fan responded gravely, 2,000 kilometers, towering 100 meters high. This is merely the first step. If we can withstand this trial, the steel Great Wall must be swiftly expanded to encompass the entire coastline of the Great Xia. 20,000 kilometers, rising 300 meters high. For beyond these two-third-order sea gods lie three more sea gods, one of whom is even a sixth-order intermediate deity. Lin Fan caressed the expansive map of the vast territory, speaking with conviction. Within half a year, I shall render the entire Great Xia unafraid of the ocean. Nonsense. A member of the think tank rose, his expression grave. Do you have any idea how much steel resources this will consume? But the national leader waved his hand and turned to Lin Fan, simply inquiring, is it unavoidable? It is indeed unavoidable, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. We have made preparations and may be able to eliminate the ocean god that has descended upon the Great Xia. However, regarding the Free State, direct intervention is exceedingly challenging. If even one escapes, the spatial coordinates will be exposed. Even if we succeed in vanquishing these two ocean gods, the Ocean Temple will dispatch others to investigate the cause of their demise. Ultimately, we will still face war. This is an inevitable conflict, if my memory serves me right. For the third time, the ocean's sovereign Poseidon will personally arrive. At that moment, we shall be at war with the entire ocean. The national leader nodded. Since it is unavoidable, let us engage in battle. War against the divine. Lin Fan, the elderly leader, gradually rose, emanating a weighty aura akin to Mount Tai as he gazed at Lin Fan. From this day forth, the entire Great Xia shall mobilize its national strength to support you. If you have any further requests, speak freely. Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared, expand the conscription to encompass 50 million soldiers. They must be tasked with confronting the faith-based races of the gods, protecting the populace, and undertaking infrastructure development. Only in this way can we complete the construction of the Iron Great Wall in the time to come. 50 million. The members of the think tank appeared astonished. Do you comprehend what this entails? 50 million. This would disrupt the daily lives of the citizens of Great Xia. Do you still not understand what this means? The elder of the nation gazed at the members of the think tank, declaring, this is war, a conflict unlike any before. More brutal, a battle against the divine. With our nation in ruins and families shattered, where is the peace and prosperity? Did the previous generation of our Great Xia enjoy such comforts? The issues of steel resources and military recruitment must be resolved. If you cannot find solutions, we shall replace you. From this moment onward, the Great Xia enters a state of full combat readiness. Remember, our time is limited. The spirit of Great Xia is unparalleled in courage. Upon hearing these words, the members of the think tank fell silent, their fists clenched, a surge of fervor igniting within them. This is a war against the divine. The very existence of Great Xia hangs in the balance. Where is the notion of peace and prosperity in such a time? A slightly portly middle-aged man suddenly stood up, exclaiming, I will tackle the steel resource issue. I assure you, I will accomplish this task. Lin Fan, continue, the elder commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Fan's eyes glistened with emotion as he glanced at the elder who unconditionally supported him, then spoke slowly. Lastly, I wish to establish a department. One that will possess personnel exclusively for my operations. You mean? The elder seemed to grasp the implications. I intend to form a special task force. Codenamed Godslayer Brigade. This unit will operate independently of the major military districts, Lin Fan said, taking a deep breath. Its numbers will not be large. Functioning in the form of a Godslayer squad, designed to confront the formidable individuals within the faiths and to challenge the divine itself. Divine Slaying. This encapsulates the mission of the Divine Slaying Army, a unique department born for the purpose of deicide. Upon uttering these two words, an unsettling shiver coursed through everyone present. Divine Slaying. Can mere mortals truly slay deities? Very well. The elder of the nation's seat, his eyes shimmering with fervor, decisively proclaimed, all military departments shall unconditionally cooperate with you. I am eager to witness whether you can lead the Great Xia in its divine slaying endeavors. With that declaration, the elder turned to address the assembly. Now, summon the elders of all nations and the governors of every major region at once. In 2 hours, the Grand Hall of the National Palace shall convene the Elder Council of Great Xia. The agenda: Great Xia shall wage war against the divine. Chapter 7. A national sensation. An official declaration in the Grand Assembly Hall of the National Palace. An inconspicuous meeting is underway. Soldiers directly under the Supreme Court vigilantly guard every entrance, meticulously inspecting all entrants to ensure that no electronic devices or hazardous materials are permitted before respectfully granting access. This gathering represents the pinnacle of governance in the Great Xia. Those seated here are either esteemed ministers of state, high-ranking military commanders, or heads of various national departments. A profound silence envelopes the room. Since the elder seated at the highest position uttered his first words, the atmosphere has been thick with anticipation. Elder, a middle-aged man, rose, his expression peculiar. Are you jesting? Engaging in battle with deities? Deities? The solemn ambience was momentarily disrupted, and faint smiles flickered across the faces of the assembly. However, when the elder stood, all laughter ceased abruptly. His countenance bore no trace of humor, only an endless gravity and composure. Esteemed colleagues, he began, I too wish I were jesting. Yet, regrettably, our adversaries this time are indeed the deities, and we shall wage war against them. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The elder could not possibly be jesting, implying that it is truly the deities? A middle-aged man clad in military uniform rubbed his face in disbelief. Esteemed colleagues, Chen Yan, seated beside the elderly figure at the national seat, rose and spoke with gravity. We now possess ample evidence to affirm the existence of deities. Furthermore, it is certain that the divine will descend upon us after March. Excuse me, interjected a middle-aged man in military attire, raising his hand. I have a question. Why must we engage in battle against the divine? His inquiry echoed the thoughts of countless individuals present. Chen Yin adjusted his glasses upon his nose, stating, It is not we who seek war with the divine, but rather, the deities intend to invade Daxia. With their arrival in March, the suffering of living beings will ensue. This news has been corroborated. We are now at war. Upon this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The elder surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with authority. Here, I represent Daxia, and I unilaterally declare war against the divine. Do any of you have objections? His pronouncement startled everyone present. War. That word had not been uttered in ages. Was Daxia truly on the brink of conflict once more? A palpable tension filled the air. The earlier speaker gradually rose, asserting with solemnity, the Chuan military district shall fully cooperate. We shall rise against the divine. I, from the Gan military district, shall offer my utmost support. And I, from the Nanhu military district, pledge complete cooperation. I, from the Ministry of Commerce, shall also lend my full support. We shall exert every effort to ensure the supply of essential goods for our citizens. The crowd clenched their fists and rose in unison. We shall wage war against the divine. Observing the unexpectedly smooth proceedings of the meeting, the elder of the national seat felt his eyes moisten slightly. United in purpose. This, indeed, is the essence of the Great Xia. Many believe that after nearly a century of peace, the people of Great Xia have lost their faith, their ancestral valor, and the courage to die for their beliefs. Yet, they forget that Great Xia has traversed the path of war, with a rich history spanning 5 millennia, marked by conflict. 80 years ago, when powers conspired against us, the people of Great Xia shed their blood to proclaim to the world that they would never be enslaved. It was true then, and it remains true now. Great Xia has never lacked the courage to fight, even when faced with the divine. Our beliefs endure. In that moment, the elder of the national seat, along with many seasoned generals and veterans, found themselves reminiscing about those glorious times. Though the heroes of that era have departed, the present generation continues to move forward. Excellent. The elder wiped the corner of his eye and declared solemnly, "Here, I announce that Great Xia shall commence conscription of 50 million from this moment." 50 million. The utterance of these 3 words left everyone momentarily stunned. The figure was indeed astonishing. However, we, in Chuan province, are capable of contributing 5 million. No, 6 million. In the province of Shanzhou, I can take responsibility for 6 million. Though the population in Sangzhou is relatively small, I can manage 3 million. In Jiangzhou, I can oversee 5 million. Although the Ministry of Commerce may not be of much assistance, I am willing to send my son to help. In that moment, the various local governors present made their pledges. In their eyes, there was neither fear nor hesitation, nor were they daunted by the staggering total of 50 million. The Great Xia is a unified nation. When the country calls, when the people are in need, no matter how daunting the challenge, it must be addressed. There is no reason to refuse. Even in the face of difficulty, solutions must be found. This embodies the resilience of the Great Xia people. Enough, said Guizhou, glancing at Chun Yin in silence. If they continue pledging like this, it will soon reach nearly 100 million. Guizhou smiled broadly at the unfolding scene and remarked, "Very well, you may return to discuss these issues amongst yourselves." Subsequently, the Great Xia will establish the Supreme Command Center, with a commander appointed to oversee your efforts. Upon hearing this, all the prominent figures present were taken aback. A commander? Who could that be? At that moment, a young man swiftly approached Guizhou on the platform and saluted the assembly. "Supreme Command Center, Commander Lin Fan, at your service." An hour later, all television stations, social media platforms, and major websites in the Great Xia Kingdom are broadcasting urgent news. An emergency announcement states that following discussions at the Supreme Elders Assembly, the Central Institute has decided to recruit 50 million soldiers. Our nation hereby declares the establishment of the Supreme Command Center, which will oversee the armed forces and manage both domestic and international affairs. With Commander Lin Fan at the helm and Deputy Commanders Jin Minxing and Chun Yin assisting. The 2 urgent announcements have sent shockwaves throughout the nation. The second announcement even included photographs of prominent figures such as Lin Fan. In no time, discussions erupted both online and in reality. Good heavens, 50 million recruits? What kind of organization is the Supreme Command Center with such immense power? Are we on the brink of a significant event? Oh my, the recruitment has finally expanded. Regardless, I want to enlist. Yes, even if trouble arises, we must serve our motherland. Joining the military has always been my dream. I'm going. What does this mean for Great Xia? Are we preparing for military unification of the Summer Islands? In an instant, the entire nation is in an uproar. On Weibo, the recruitment of 50 million soldiers from Great Xia has skyrocketed to the top of trending topics. The comments below are filled with fervor. If there is a call to arms, we shall respond. Retired soldiers from the 031 SD Regiment of the Guangchuan 3rd Division are always ready for the motherland summons. Retired soldiers from the 321st Division of the Heizhou 1st Combat Brigade stand by, awaiting the call of their country. The retired members of the Nanyang Way-Breaking Special Forces stand ready to heed the call of their homeland at any moment. Brothers, has the registration opened? I am eager to join. Meanwhile, the Supreme Command Center's Lin Fan has surged to 2nd place on the trending list. Chapter 8. Internal Meeting. Who is Lin Fan? Indeed. How has he ascended to the position of Chief Commander? Such immense power. He appears to be an ordinary youth. Shouldn't such a role be occupied by a prominent figure? What qualifies him to hold the title of Commander? Can he truly handle it? Is he perhaps a beneficiary of connections? I know him. He is my classmate. Even Lin's mother, who was watching television in the living room, stared in disbelief at the familiar image on the screen, exclaiming, "Old Lin, stop chopping vegetables and come here. Our child is on television?" On television? What do you mean? Lin's father, engrossed in his task, replied without looking up. Is he being wanted now? No. Our child seems to have become the supreme commander of the Great Xia. Hurry here, it's being broadcast. Lin's mother's voice trembled with excitement. Lin's father paused, momentarily stunned, before hastily placing down the knife and rushing to the living room. Prior to this moment, scarcely anyone knew who Lin Fan was. On the television, the youthful figure portrayed in the photograph appeared pristine, resembling an amiable neighbor, seemingly lacking any distinguishing traits. Yet, within his eyes, there lingered a trace of sorrow, as if he were silently conveying his grief to every individual in the Great Xia through the screen. Simultaneously, as these two broadcasts astonished the populace of Great Xia, an equally monumental upheaval surged on the international stage. In the Free Nation, within the confines of the White Palace, a disheveled-haired Puchuan clutched the microphone, his corpulent form stamping in disbelief. Has the Great Xia gone mad? A conscription of 50 million? Moreover, the establishment of a supreme command center? Are they on the verge of war? Should conflict arise, our Free Nation, with a mere 300 million populace, would be compelled to draw upon 1/6 of our population. On the other end of the line, the leader of the John Nation spoke softly. Oh, dear Puchuan, do not be alarmed. The Great Xia is but a slumbering lion, appearing formidable. However, let us not forget, a century ago, I had the audacity to kick its rear and breached its gates with cannon fire. Trust me, their military capabilities are vastly inferior to ours. The leader of the Kangaroo Nation smiled amiably, adding, indeed, they are merely a collection of East Asian invalids. 50 million, huh? What significance does that hold? The leader of the Indian Elephant Nation scoffed, asserting, I, the leader of the Indian Elephant Nation, am the foremost power in the world. And I contend that the Great Xia is merely boasting. Even my populous nation cannot muster 50 million recruits in one breath. How could the Great Xia possibly be so united? If my esteemed Indian Elephant Nation cannot achieve this, then the Great Xia is certainly exaggerating. They have previously claimed to construct a hospital in 10 days, mere bluster. Fear not, brother Puchuan, another chimed in. This is merely a ruse by those cunning Great Xia individuals to mislead us. They seek to intimidate us with such tactics. The esteemed leader of the Free Nation remarked with a cold smile, this precisely indicates their fear. They are in a state of panic. They seek to appease us. Following a brief telephonic discussion, the previously tense leader of the Free Nation, Puchuan, gradually regained his composure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his plump hand. Although it could merely be a fabrication from the Great Xia Nation, we must exercise due diligence in our assessment. Panting, Puchuan declared. Our Free Nation shall dispatch a diplomatic spokesperson to inquire whether the conscription of 50 million by the Great Xia is indeed factual. Furthermore, we must ascertain the rationale behind such a conscription. Do they perceive us as adversaries? Additionally, he continued, let us investigate the individual known as Lin Fan, the chief commander. What is his background? Why have we never taken notice of him? What prompts the Great Xia to appoint him as chief commander? Suddenly, Puchuan was interrupted by a peculiar sound. The leader of the turtle country, Goe Tian, inquired with curiosity, Brother Puchuan, what did you just say? We did not catch that. Puchuan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Oh, my friend, it is nothing. I merely had a little accident. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the focal point of attention, drawing countless gazes. At that moment, he was in his office, engaged in discussions regarding conscription with the heads of various military districts. Ring, ring. The telephone chimed. Lin Fan retrieved his second-hand Nokia from his pocket and, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the military district heads, answered with a smile, Hello, Mom? Xiao Fan. Lin's mother's voice trembled slightly. I saw you on television. How did you become the commander-in-chief? For a moment, Lin Fan was at a loss for words, stammering, Mom, this. Xiao Fan, hurry home. Don't get into trouble out there. Lin's mother's tone was filled with complexity. No matter how grave your misdeeds, as long as you return home, I will certainly protect you. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Fan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mom, he replied with a smile, do not worry, your son has grown up. Now, I no longer require your protection. From now on, I will safeguard you and Dad, and I shall protect everyone. Mom, trust me, I am not being reckless. Lin's mother struggled to find her words, prompting Lin Fan to continue. Mom, I have matters to attend to here. I must go for now. It's quite urgent. After hanging up the phone, he resumed, the current enlistment is merely the first step, yet it is the most critical one. Only with sufficient numbers can we proceed with the subsequent steel wall project. This involves relocating the populace, tightening control over strategic resources, steel supplies, and a series of other intricate matters. Just as Lin Fan was articulating his thoughts, a middle-aged man from the Chuan Province military district suddenly interjected, Wait, I have something to say. Go ahead, Lin Fan nodded. First, let me clarify that I do not doubt you, nor do I question the judgment of Elder Jean. Elder Chun, or the national leader. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Elder Jean and Elder Chun, then rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. I simply wish to understand why the National Assembly has chosen you as the commander-in-chief. It is worth noting that everyone present has endured numerous battles and possesses ample experience in military command, or holds significant positions. Even if you were to claim you encountered a divine being, what justifies your selection as the commander-in-chief? Upon hearing these words, the others also regarded Lin Fan with curiosity and scrutiny. Each individual present was a commander of their respective military districts, having fought valiantly for the greater good of the Great Xia in their youth, facing life and death. In terms of qualifications, they appeared far more dependable than Lin Fan. An unknown youth still in high school, a sense of doubt lingered in their minds, and, seizing upon the middle-aged man's inquiry, they all turned their attention toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan observed the forthright middle-aged man and the assembly before him, nodding slightly. He was well aware that although he held the title of commander-in-chief, gaining the genuine recognition of these seasoned individuals would not be an effortless task. I come from the era following the divine being's descent, Lin Fan stated calmly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fan, a 6-star Saint General, the god of war of Great Xia, and the supreme commander of the Alliance. Regarding combat experience, I have commanded thousands of battles, both great and small, against divine beings. Such confrontations are entirely distinct from those you have previously faced, as they involve foes of unparalleled strength. I have slain 54 divine entities. I possess the deepest understanding of these beings and know best how to vanquish them. Lin Fan paused, his tone shifting. I do not share this to boast, but rather to illuminate why I am the commander, facilitating our collaboration henceforth. The battles ahead may surpass your wildest expectations. At that time, the Great Xia was ill-prepared, and the fatality rate among soldiers in the first battle soared to 50%. Blood flowed freely, and corpses littered the battlefield, leading to the ruin of the Great Xia, a nation in disarray, family shattered. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man. You are Bai Zhan, born in 1975, enlisted at the age of 18, and through your valor in skirmishes along the borders, you ascended to become the commander of the Chuan Province Military District. In the year 0007 of the new calendar, you faced the god of the sky. When our supplies were depleted, you led a death squadron, piloting your aircraft towards the god of the sky, meeting a glorious end in battle. After recounting this, Lin Fan directed his attention to the commander of the Hezhou Military District. You are, one by one, Lin Fan named them, foretelling their fates. All would perish on the battlefield, without exception. These were Lin Fan's comrades in arms from the future. This embodies the spirit of the Great Xia soldiers. They fight to the death, the soul of the Great Xia military, particularly the commander of the Chuan Province Military District, who, alongside the soldiers of Chuan Province, ventured forth again, not only fighting valiantly himself, but also bringing along his entire family, men, women, and children, refusing to abandon the battlefield until not a single one remained alive. A palpable air of solemnity enveloped the office. The unacknowledged commander of the military district appeared taken aback. So, in the future, you also perished, meeting your demise in 2006. Just as Lin Fan was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by the commander, who smiled and said, That is not my inquiry. My fate is of little consequence. What I wish to know is whether we succeeded in the future. All eyes fixated intently on Lin Fan. The expressions on their faces were even more solemn and filled with anticipation than when they had heard of their own impending demise. Chapter 9. The design of the iron wall. Lin Fan fell into a profound silence. The matter concerning humanity's impending extinction within a mere 15 years had been a subject of discussion between him and Godslayer. Godslayer suggested that it would be wise to keep this information confidential, lest it provokes unnecessary turmoil. Yet, the emergence of deities heralded the downfall of humanity in 15 years. The Great Xia dynasty endeavored to withstand until the very end, but ultimately, Lin Fan spoke with a gravitas that weighed heavily in the atmosphere of the Supreme Command Center's office. Extinction. 15 years, and all would perish. 6 billion souls, countless brilliant cultures. Our illustrious Xia, with the collective strength of the nation striving to the last, ultimately could not endure. Even Bai Zhan, the commander of the Chuan Province Military District, could not help but rub his face, murmuring softly, So, is this our future? Those who had previously been filled with fervor during the meeting now wore expressions of intricate complexity. They had heard of their own demise in the future without hesitation. Yet now, upon learning of the fate awaiting the Great Xia in 15 years, Each face reflected a profound weight of sorrow. Looking at Lin Fan, he spoke solemnly. Esteemed colleagues, in terms of age, you are all my uncles, even my elders. What I speak of is the history I have personally witnessed and the future that is about to unfold. However, the future is not necessarily predetermined. My return this time is to alter that future, to reshape history. Bai Zhan nodded firmly, clenching his fists. Indeed, the events have yet to unfold. As long as our great Xia prepares adequately, what can stand in our way? To alter the future. With the collective strength of our nation, we shall undoubtedly reshape what lies ahead. From this day forth, the divine shall cease their encroachment upon great Xia. In that moment, flames of determination ignited in the eyes of the assembly. The future? A predetermined future? Great Xia has never shied away from adversity. Should anyone dare to invade, even the gods shall witness our wrath. Now, let us engage in specifics. Lin Fan observed the surge of morale among the crowd and promptly stated, for the upcoming conscription, I must enlist your assistance. Chuan Province is tasked with 500,000. Lu Province with another 500,000, and the 3 northeastern provinces with 1 million. Altogether, that amounts to 5 million. Are there any objections? The military leaders solemnly replied. No objections. We pledge to fulfill the mission. In truth, I could muster even more from my side. The young men among my son's cohort are far more capable than we were in our prime, remarked Bai Zhan, the commander of the Chuan Province military district. With a grin. Excellent. Should you be able to recruit additional soldiers, do so to the fullest extent. Lin Fan continued, while we conduct the conscription. We will also perform genetic vitality assessments. Those with vitality exceeding 80% must be listed and inducted into the Godslaying army. The conscription must be completed within a week, and the Godslaying army must exceed 100 members. As Lin Fan spoke, he glanced at Chun Yan, recalling that the God-slaying and demon-slaying technique was a creation of this elderly gentleman's research. A week. That is certainly feasible. I hereby issue the command. Starting today, 5,000 recruitment points will be established in Chuan Province. Although time is of the essence, we are committed to fulfilling this mission. A group of military district leaders gritted their teeth in determination. Very well, everyone, let us hasten to prepare, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Furthermore, regarding the forthcoming steel wall project, I would appreciate your cooperation in this endeavor. Rest assured, the military district commanders, exuding an air of formidable resolve, strode out of the office, their bodies enveloped in a palpable aura of martial spirit. Deputy Commander Chun Yan, Lin Fan, turned to the elder beside him. Henceforth, you will be in charge of the steel wall project. As he spoke, Lin Fan produced a rudimentary blueprint from his pocket. It prominently displayed the structural design of a 100-meter-long wall, meticulously annotated with pencil from the foundation to the internal architecture and the specifications of each component. This was a product of Lin Fan's efforts from the previous night, although he had not been directly responsible for scientific research in his past life. He had been the war god of the Great Xia, personally overseeing numerous construction projects. He had even participated in the construction of the steel wall in an official capacity. The structure of the steel wall was etched in his memory. What is this? Chun Yan gazed in astonishment at the blueprint. Is this the design of the steel wall? Did you create this? It is the collective brilliance of the researchers under my leadership in the future, Lin Fan replied, unwilling to take sole credit as it belonged to the intellect of the entire Great Xia. However, this is merely a rough draft. Some details may be slightly off, and I will require your expertise to refine it. Chun Yan caressed the blueprint, his expression increasingly one of astonishment. A 300-meter city wall, supported by steel and constructed with concrete, boasts a foundation of 500 meters. It is a near-perfect application of mechanics. Furthermore, the material composition, utilizing cement, sand, and various recyclable materials, could save an astonishing 80% of steel. Even the world's foremost architects would be unable to conceive such a design. It is truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Is this, the Iron Great Wall, a creation of the future Great Xia? Chun Yan gazed at Lin Fan with a complex expression. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded. Regrettably, construction did not commence in advance, and we were left to mend the situation in haste. It was you who led the Research Institute through sleepless nights, and within a mere 7 days, this design blueprint was born. Chun Yan inhaled sharply. 7 days. After a prolonged silence, as he perused the design in his hands, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to me, our Great Xia has indeed attained such capabilities. In the past, we stood at our borders enduring assaults. Now, we can accomplish the design of this Iron Great Wall in merely 7 days. At this moment, I am struck by the realization that opposing us might prove to be the gravest error for the deities. Once, Great Xia was synonymous with technological backwardness. History has imparted a heavy lesson to the people of Great Xia. To fall behind is to invite conflict. For nearly a century, Great Xia has diligently pursued development, quietly strengthening itself along the way. Upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to discover that he stood proudly atop the pinnacle of the world, with technologies that surpassed even the foremost international standards. At that moment, holding the preliminary blueprints of the Great Wall of Steel, Chen Yan's aging eyes clouded with emotion. He fervently wished that the pioneers of Ur could witness the current grandeur of the Great Xia, to behold this era of prosperity. Observing the tremors coursing through Chen Yan's form, Lin Fan suddenly spoke in a grave tone. I shall grant you 1 week to completely restore the design's entirety and intricacies. Is that feasible? In an instant, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through Chen Yan's frail frame, propelling him to his feet, a palpable aura of determination emanating from this seemingly frail titan of research. I will ensure the task is completed within 3 days. The 60-year-old stood tall and resolute. With this foundational structure as his guide, he was confident that, given 3 sleepless nights, he and his colleagues at the Research Institute could flawlessly devise the structural blueprint of the Great Wall of Steel. Though my body may be aged, and I am unable to wield a weapon or engage in battle, my fervent loyalty to the people of the Great Xia remains unwavering. The blood of the Great Xia still flows fiercely within me. However, a moment later, Chen Yan furrowed his brow and began to calculate on the reverse side of the blueprint with a pencil. Beads of sweat formed on his aged forehead. Minutes later, Chen Yan lifted his head, a complex expression on his face. However, even though this design has endeavored to minimize the consumption of steel resources, to initiate the construction along the 2,000-mile coastline of Ludong, we would still require no less than 80 million tons of steel. To accomplish the final stretch of the 300-meter-high steel Great Wall along the entire coastline, an astounding 2 billion tons of steel would be required. The question remains, how shall we address the issue of steel procurement? Chapter 10. Should we just give up? 2 billion tons. The mere utterance of this figure sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present. It is worth noting that this year's total steel production in the Great Xia was merely 115 million tons. To amass 2 billion tons solely through production would require 20 years. Even with relentless overtime and overproduction, it would still take a decade. At this moment, what we lack most is time. First, we must find a way to address the 8 million tons of steel required by Ludong. The Treasury should be able to meet that demand. As for the remainder, if we can just endure this crisis, we will have time to search for further solutions. As Lin Fan spoke, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged man who had previously asserted his responsibility for the steel resources. This individual, named Shang Weitian, was the chief overseer of the Commerce Department, tasked with managing all resource allocations both within and outside of Great Xia, as well as overseeing trade. I shall take charge, Shang Weitian declared without the slightest hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Not only will I address the remaining steel shortage, but I will also resolve the issues concerning cement, gravel, and grain. However, I require a high degree of discretion. Lin Fan regarded this middle-aged man with a complex expression. In his previous life, Shang Weitian had demonstrated remarkable logistical capabilities. He truly was the unparalleled logistics chief of Great Xia. Lin Fan even found himself perplexed as to how this individual consistently managed to procure such vast resources to help Great Xia weather one calamity after another. Very well. Regardless of the means employed, as long as it does not harm the Great Xia or its people, and as long as 20 billion tons of steel can be amassed, you need not report to me on your actions. Lin Fan nodded, assuring that the task would be accomplished. Should it remain unfulfilled, Shang Weitian willingly accepts the military law. Without hesitation, Shang Weitian turned and left, exhibiting a decisiveness that was commendable. Everyone, return to your respective duties. Lin Fan clapped his hands, for he too had matters to attend to. He must expedite the enhancement of his strength, mastering the god-slaying and demon-subduing technique to its zenith, aspiring to become a demigod among mortals. Once the god-slaying army is formed, the god-slaying and demon-subduing technique will serve as humanity's formidable weapon against divine beings. Yet, just as the meeting was nearing its conclusion, a middle-aged man seated at the rear tentatively raised his hand. Commander, I propose a superior suggestion compared to constructing a steel wall. Speak, Lin Fan replied, momentarily taken aback. You see, the middle-aged man stood, approached the wall adorned with a map of Great Xia, and adjusted his glasses. Our Great Xia is vast. Even if the god of the ocean were to invade, even with a tsunami of 100 meters, or even 300 meters, it would only impact a few provinces in the eastern part of our territory. Why not relinquish these provinces, relocating the populace and assets to the west? It would save us considerable time and effort. At this point, a glimmer of wisdom and calmness reflected in the man's eyes. However, as soon as his words fell, "What did you just say?" Elder Jean, who had been seated calmly, suddenly rose with a start. He drew the pistol from his waist, racked the slide with a resounding click, and aimed it squarely at the middle-aged man, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Are you suggesting we abandon the territory of the Great Xia?" Having fought valiantly throughout his life and earned the title of a formidable general, Elder Jean, though no longer in the prime of his youth, radiated an aura of authority akin to a sword unsheathed, brimming with lethal intent. "Do you comprehend that every inch of our Great Xia's land has been forged by the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors over 5 millennia? Are you aware of how our forebears defended this land from invaders a century ago? Do you realize that the very ground beneath your feet is soaked in the blood of countless heroes? Do you know how many soldiers endure the biting winds and scorching heat on the borders, all to protect our homeland? And you dare to suggest retreat? To relinquish the land of Great Xia? For generations, we have lived here, and now, at the slightest intimidation, you propose we abandon our homes. Are you even human? Do your parents consent to this? What about your grandparents? Damn it, say that again and see if I don't pull the trigger." Elder Jean was clearly incensed, to the point of uttering profanities. For a man of his esteemed rank as a 5-star general, this was a complete loss of composure. He disregarded the decorum of the situation, brandishing his weapon as if ready to obliterate the middle-aged man's head. Yet, the onlookers did not attempt to dissuade Elder Jean. Instead, they glared furiously at the young man who had spoken. How could the territory of Great Xia be so easily surrendered? What is land? Land is the very essence of the Daxia people. Our ancestors, braving the relentless storm of enemy gunfire, shed blood and fought valiantly on this soil. Even sacrificing their lives for what? For the land beneath their feet. Now, as divine forces approach, how could we, their descendants, relinquish the land that our forebears defended with their blood? This is no different from being a traitor. In an instant, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. Yet, he stammered, rather than depleting national resources, conscripting 50 million soldiers, and reallocating steel resources, it would be better to relocate the populace. To move those who should be moved, and to offer compensation furthermore, if the steel fortress fails to hold. What will become of the people if they remain in place? A gunshot rang out. The middle-aged man stood frozen, and after a long moment, he turned in shock to see the bullet hole in the wall behind him. Had it not been for Lin Fan's quick reflexes in saving Jean Lao at the last moment, this man would likely have been shot by the furious Jean Lao. "Calm down, Jean Lao," Lin Fan urged, hastily guiding him to sit down. Jean Lao glared at the middle-aged man, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The strength in Lin Fan's grip was astonishingly strong. Logically, despite Jean Lao's advanced age, having fought throughout his life, he was still a man of considerable muscle. It was hard to believe that a mere youth like Lin Fan, just blossoming into manhood, could possess such force. However, in the perception of Elder Jean, Lin Fan's hands felt as though forged from steel, utterly impossible to resist, as he firmly compelled him to take a seat. "Elder Jean, please calm down." Lin Fan gently patted the old gentleman's back while nudging the teacup. "Have a sip of tea. Don't let it upset you. After all, he is considering the well-being of the people of Great Xia." With a resounding bang, Elder Jean slammed the table, pointing at the middle-aged man. "Today, you were fortunate. Had it not been for Baijan from Chuanzhou returning earlier, his temperament would have led him to execute you 10 times over." In truth, Elder Jean was not typically so irascible, nor would he ever draw a weapon in public. It was simply that, for a soldier, the integrity of one's homeland is sacred and inviolable. Defending the nation's territory is the solemn duty of a soldier. Elder Jean had devoted his life to military service, frequently addressing border conflicts. In his youth, he had braved the biting winds and scorching heat to safeguard the nation's borders, confronting adversaries with rifle in hand. Having witnessed the deaths of youthful comrades along the frontiers, the peace and prosperity perceived by others are due to the silent guardianship of individuals like Elder Jean. Thus, upon hearing the middle-aged man audaciously propose the relinquishment of territory, a surge of righteous indignation rushed to Elder Jean's head. It took 2 full minutes of persuasion for him to barely suppress his fury. Yet, even so, his gaze remained fiercely fixed on the middle-aged man without uttering a word. Lin Fan turned to the pale-faced man, who still stood resolutely without taking a seat, and smiled. "It's all right. I understand your position. You are concerned about what will happen to the people living in the East if we cannot hold our ground. Am I right?" The middle-aged man nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Surrendering our territory is simply inconceivable." Lin Fan smiled, not only because it is impossible for our great Xian nation to relinquish its lands, but also because what we face is not merely the god of the ocean. With the emergence of the god of the ocean, if we abandon our eastern territory and manage to survive peacefully, what then awaits us? When the god of the sky appears, will we merely hide underground? When the god of the earth manifests, where shall we seek refuge? And what of the god of winter? The god of fire? The god of the sun? The god of light? The god of space? Shall we truly forsake everything? Is it not the essence of our great Xia, forged over 5 millennia, to embody perseverance rather than surrender? Chapter 11. Are you really blind to the obvious? In the end, there remains an unavoidable truth. In the previous life, the free nation exhibited such a characteristic. Despite being a formidable military power, it retreated inch by inch without any backbone, ultimately losing all qualifications to battle the divine. Rather than being gradually consumed and stripped away, it is far wiser to preserve every inch of territory while we are at our strongest. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he comprehended something profound, and he nodded deeply. "What you say holds merit. When the iron wall is under construction, you, as the head of the Ministry of Transportation, must spare no effort to assist the eastern populace in their relocation plans to avert any unforeseen circumstances." Lin Fan cast a heavy gaze upon the middle-aged man before him. "Is there any difficulty?" "No difficulties," the man replied, clenching his fists. "The transportation network of our great Xian nation has not been built in vain. It is merely a matter of organizing a larger scale of transport than the Spring Festival travel rush." "Excellent." Lin Fan surveyed the room and stood up. The inaugural meeting of the Supreme Command Center had officially concluded, and everyone began to mobilize according to the current directives. In the next moment, all present rose simultaneously, saluting Lin Fan with precision, and in unison declared, "Yes." Following this, they dispersed immediately. Chun Yan, holding the preliminary design blueprint, stood up to leave. Eager to return to the Design Institute, he intended to rally all researchers to work fervently through the night, striving to perfect the design within 3 days. "Since arrangements have been made, I shall return to the Luzhou military district to personally oversee the recruitment affairs." Elder Jean also rose from his seat. Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging. "This time, Luzhou is of paramount importance. I will accompany you shortly." At that moment, a knock resonated through the room. "Come in." Lin Fan beckoned. A guard hurriedly entered, his brow furrowed. "Report to the commander. Several foreign diplomatic spokespersons have contacted us, expressing a desire to discuss the matter of our recruitment of 50 million citizens. The national leader has sent me to inquire if you wish to respond." "Huh, those fellows." Lin Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. "Humph, do they even deserve a response?" Elder Jean snorted dismissively. "In my opinion, we should keep them in the dark and let them face the consequences when the divine retribution arrives." Elder Jean is not a villain. Rather, given his position, he has long recognized the true nature of those nations and has engaged in both overt and covert struggles with them for many years. To speak of nothing else, that Indian empire, the land of the white elephant, is inherently weak and yet frequently attempts to provoke us at the borders. In his youth, Elder Jean stood with a rifle along the border, confronting those white elephant adversaries, even sustaining injuries in the process. Elder Jean, one cannot speak in such a manner. Chen Yan, who was about to depart, paused and turned to Lin Fan and Elder Jean. "Although I too hold them in disdain, yet, from a broader perspective, the deities are poised to descend, and not only is the great Xia in peril, but they too are in jeopardy, as is the entirety of the blue planet. This represents a crisis for all humanity on this world. At this juncture, internal strife must cease. It is imperative that we convey this message to them, urging everyone to unite and exert collective effort, for only then will the hope of humanity be amplified. This is not solely for their sake. It is also for our own, for all of humankind, for the entire blue planet. Assisting them equates to aiding ourselves." Old Jean did not refute this notion, for indeed, Elder Chen's words held merit. Lin Fan took a sip of water, his expression complex as he remarked, "Rely on them? In our previous existence, we endeavored to assist them, only to nearly ensnare ourselves. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the people of Great Xia remain honest and benevolent. Our ancestors have taught us to foster unity and camaraderie, repaying grievances with virtue. Offering assistance to other nations can be deemed as a form of aid. Old Jean, you should engage with those diplomatic spokespersons. Simply inform them that the deities are about to descend and that Great Xia will wage war against them. In doing so, we shall have fulfilled our moral duty. Should they believe us, they can prepare in advance, potentially mitigating significant losses and perhaps even joining forces with Great Xia to share the burden. However, if they choose not to believe, we shall refrain from further discourse. It is imperative to reach out to major media outlets in our country, utilizing the press conference as a platform to inform the people of Daxiao about the necessity of conscripting 50 million individuals and the impending conflicts that await us. Additionally, we should rally various engineering teams to commence their work. Although the blueprints are not yet finalized, the groundwork can begin without delay. We must seize every fleeting moment and make the most of the limited time we have left. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. Elder Jean nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall make my way there. Wait, are you not going yourself? Lin Fan smiled, acknowledging that his presence would facilitate communication. Moreover, as the chief commander of the Supreme Command Center, it was indeed more fitting for him to appear publicly. However, he pondered, I am merely a novice. Although my position qualifies me to speak openly, there are those who may harbor doubts about my credibility. In this context, it is far more appropriate for someone of your esteemed reputation to take the lead. Elder Jean paused momentarily. So you won't? Rest assured. There will be opportunities. Lin Fan's voice carried a complexity. Once I have proven myself to the people, I will speak publicly. Of course, beyond this, I also have personal matters to attend to. Prior to that, I must trouble you, Elder Jean. Lin Fan smiled at Elder Jean, who nodded in understanding. Very well. Old Jean hastily exited, urgently instructing the staff, informed the diplomatic personnel from various nations stationed in China that in 10 minutes, at the highest diplomatic assembly hall, we shall convene a press conference to address all diplomatic inquiries. Simultaneously, he continued, notify both domestic and international media that this press conference will be broadcast live across the globe. At this juncture, Old Jean suddenly turned to glance at Lin Fan, who remained seated with his eyes gently closed and hands loosely cradled before him. An invisible force seemed to unfurl around him. The teacup before Lin Fan trembled slightly, the tea within swirling violently, as if boiling. Even the air surrounding him appeared to distort at that moment. Old Jean, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene, could distinctly sense an immense power brewing within Lin Fan, unlike anything he had encountered before. Meanwhile, in the Free Nation, the esteemed leader Pu Chuan clutched the microphone tightly, his corpulent figure rising abruptly as he attempted to project an air of authority, though he appeared somewhat comical. On the display screen, the leader of Kuwaitian country, Kuwaitian, responded respectfully, indeed, my dear brother Pu Chuan. They have just replied. Excellent. Pu Chuan's shrewd eyes blinked rapidly, realizing that Daxia's recent conscription must be a conspiracy aimed directly at us, perhaps even a prelude to war. Our diplomatic spokespersons must unite and expose their duplicity. Strive to thwart this conscription by the Great Xia, lest they pose a threat to us. Pu Chuan's voice trembled, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from anger or fear of that Eastern nation. The other Western leaders present at the meeting nodded in agreement. Just as the leaders were deliberating their strategies, the final speaker on the conference screen, the leader of the Indian Empire, Indra, suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Huh. Surely you do not believe the Great Xia's claims, do you? 50 million conscripts? Even my Indian Empire, the foremost in the world, cannot manage such a feat. That is indeed 50 million. Our population surpasses that of the Great Xia. Yet if we were to conscript so suddenly, our citizens would surely revolt in an instant. The Great Xia must be exaggerating. They have a penchant for boasting. Just the other day, they claimed to have constructed a hospital in 10 days. This is proof of their tendency to brag. Upon uttering these words, the video conference fell into a brief silence. No, I had previously thought you were jesting. May I boldly inquire, does your Indian Empire truly possess such a lack of insight? Leader Kuwaitian of the Kuwaitian nation gazed at Indra in bewilderment. Chapter 12, let me first teach you the meaning of patriotism. Prime Minister Kamida, what do you mean? The Indian representative, in Asan, glared at Kamida and scoffed. Kamida, please mind your tone. You must understand that you are speaking to the foremost representative of the Indian Empire, a nation boasting the world's most formidable military and technological prowess. Our population ranks first globally. We consume cow urine daily to bolster our immunity. Our military personnel can dance on motorcycles, and we pray day and night seeking divine protection. Can you do the same? Now, do you comprehend with whom you are conversing? Observing the proud demeanor of Ina-san, Kamida could only express his disbelief with a mumbled, "Baka." His gaze seemed to convey a sense of looking at a fool. Could the Indian Empire please refrain from boasting? If you are indeed so formidable, then why is it that in such meetings, your seats are consistently relegated to the last? When it comes to boasting, it appears you are the ones who excel. As for your claim of having the world's leading military strength, regarding the number of aircraft crashes, you truly do hold the title of first. Upon hearing this, Ina-san abruptly stood up, ready to unleash a tirade. Sensing the tension, Kamida quickly waved his hand. Enough. I do not wish to engage in this debate with you at this moment. I merely want everyone to recognize that the Great Xia has not been exaggerating. Their conscription efforts have commenced just half an hour ago, as publicly announced. Currently, I possess a video released by the people of Daxia on foreign networks, showcasing the present situation at a recruitment center. As I speak, the esteemed leader of Guitian has uploaded a video. I urge everyone to watch this footage to truly grasp the determination of Daxia and to understand the circumstances we find ourselves in. In an instant, leaders from various Western nations eagerly clicked on the video. The red flag flutters triumphantly, its golden stars aglow. It is a resplendent crimson banner, soaring high beneath the blazing sun. Below, a throng of people gathers, a sea of humanity. The air is filled with the crackle of firecrackers and the clang of gongs. On a hastily erected platform, a spokesperson clad in green military attire stands resolutely under the sun, proclaiming, "Fellow compatriots, when one serves in the military, the entire family shares in the glory. Our nation calls upon you. Daxia is currently in a perilous situation. Dear compatriots, a country is paramount to a home. We urge everyone to enthusiastically enlist. Furthermore, let us speak of tangible matters. The benefits for soldiers in Daxia are indeed generous. An annual salary of 200,000, with a 30% increment each year, and promotions every 2 years with no upper limit. Should a soldier's family fall ill, the state will cover all medical expenses. We are addressing housing and household registration issues. I assure you, this time is undeniably perilous. But have the ancestors of Daxia ever feared danger? How can we cower now? Our lives will undergo a profound transformation at this moment, acquiring extraordinary significance. I implore you all to fight for the Great Xia." The propagandist, nearly a young woman in her early 20s, stood beneath the blazing sun, her uniform drenched in sweat. Her voice, now hoarse, still rang out with fervor. Unmindful of her appearance, it seemed as if an incredible force sustained her. This very force resided within Jinlao, within Qinyan, and within Lin Fan. It dwelled in the hearts of every citizen of the Great Xia, a heartfelt commitment to the nation, a pure and innocent affection. The throng in the square was dense. A sea of young men, many no older than 18 or 19. Some gazed into the future with uncertainty, others were troubled by setbacks in their careers. And still others were exasperated by their stagnant, monotonous lives. Yet at this moment, an opportunity unfolded before them. Enlist. Protect the Great Xia. Beyond the paths of education, work, home ownership, and marriage, there exists another way of life. One that, though arduous, is imbued with unparalleled honor. A life that may not lead to riches but grants the companionship of steadfast comrades. The atmosphere grew exuberant. Count me in. To defend the Great Xia. I too shall join. Danger? Is the Great Xia in peril? Then I must step forward. Regret for 3 years of military service, or a lifetime of lamentation for not serving. My greatest regret has always been not having donned the uniform, and now the opportunity has arrived. Figures eagerly signed up one by one. A young man, burdened with a backpack, hurried past, following the company leader. Upon witnessing the scene in the square, his previously listless gaze suddenly flickered with emotion. "Boss," the young man halted. "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Hurry up. Zhang is waiting for us at the hotel for negotiations," the middle-aged boss retorted, turning around while fiddling with his beads, his tone icy. "Stop dawdling. Just drink a bit more later and make sure Zhang is pleased so we can secure the contract." "Boss," the young man set down his bag, and in a rare moment of defiance, shook his head. "I won't go. You won't go." The middle-aged boss jumped up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "What do you think I'm paying you 3,000 a month for? To just refuse? Do you even want your salary this month?" "Huh," the young man chuckled, shaking his head. "First, let me make it clear, I despise drinking. I detest this life of subservience and socializing. Enough of this sales nonsense. I've had my fill. 3,000 a month? Look over there. See how much the government provides us. I want to enlist, to engage in something truly meaningful. With fervor swelling within him, he hurled his bag at the middle-aged man and proclaimed loudly, I refuse to perish at a drinking table. If I am to be a man, I shall wield a gun and fight for our nation on the battlefield. The young man hurriedly approached the registration point in the square. The middle-aged boss gazed in astonishment at the youthful figure brimming with fervor, suddenly feeling a long-lost sense of passion from his own youth rekindle within him. Damn. The middle-aged boss pulled out his phone and called Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, let's put the contract discussion on hold for today. The reason? The great Xia is enlisting. The nation is in peril. Though I am merely a shrewd businessman, I feel compelled to join the army. Damn it, don't ask me why. I may be 35. Yet in the face of such events, my mind is ablaze with fervor. Saying this, the middle-aged man chased after the young one's retreating figure. Boss, don't follow me. You want to be able to stop me. I am determined to. Nonsense. Wait for me. We are going together. What if something happens to you on the battlefield in my absence? This is but a trivial tale unfolding in the square. Yet, such stories abound everywhere. A pair of parents drove their child to study abroad, passing by this very spot on their way to the airport. In the back seat, a chubby boy with fair skin, clearly unaccustomed to hardship, was engrossed in his Apple phone, nodding along to foreign rap, lost in the cacophony of foreign tongues. Meanwhile, his elegantly attired mother, peeling an orange, reminded him, once you're abroad, study diligently, strive to remain there, and obtain a green card. Each month, you are allotted 30,000 Liberty coins for living expenses. In the future, should the opportunity arise, both your father and I may consider immigrating there. I have heard that the air in that beautiful land of freedom is far superior to ours. The father, behind the wheel, furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. With a screech, he slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt beside the square. Oblivious to the tension, the chubby child engrossed in his phone continued his antics, while the mother, peeling an orange, looked up and inquired, "What's the matter?" The man remained silent. With a sudden, cold demeanor, he exited the vehicle, yanked open the back door, and forcefully swatted the phone from the chubby child's hands. "Get out," he commanded, pointing sternly at the ground, his voice low and grave. The chubby child, adorned in foreign designer labels, looked up in astonishment and exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing? We're not going abroad. From this day forth, I shall teach you the meaning of patriotism." The man insisted, emphasizing each word, "Get out. Starting today, you will enlist in the military." Chapter 13. Promise touching scenes unfolded in the square. Parents brought their children to enlist, fathers and sons joined the ranks. And groups of robust villagers rode in on tractors, alongside plain-spoken migrant workers clad in their work attire, eager to sign up. One might argue they were motivated by financial gain or subsidies. Yet, they understood that such a large-scale conscription by the state certainly indicated that something significant was afoot, perhaps something perilous. If things went awry, it could pose a grave threat to the entire dynasty. Nevertheless, not a trace of fear marred their faces. A young man, waiting in line to enlist, suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He turned to see his father, his expression momentarily frozen in shock. "Dad, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man wore a serious countenance. "I couldn't help but worry about you. Your mother and I have raised you all this time, and what if?" The boy's expression was a mixture of complexity, yet he resolutely replied, "Dad, Mom, please don't try to dissuade me. I've made my decision." "I am not here to dissuade you," the middle-aged man interjected, his brow furrowing. "I just thought, if bullets were to fly, perhaps I could shield you." "All right. You were right before. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every individual." The young man stood rooted in place, recalling how, in his childhood, this man loomed larger than life, like a superhero. However, as he matured, he found himself looking down upon this seemingly ineffectual middle-aged figure, dismissing the modest salary he earned each month in the mundane existence he led. Yet, at that moment, the figure of the man suddenly appeared grand once more, reminiscent of the superhero from the boy's childhood. The glimmer in the man's eyes radiated a brilliance the youth had never before witnessed. The boy stared blankly at the middle-aged man, his eyes slightly reddening. It was in this instant that he realized this steadfast figure, resembling a mountain, once possessed a fervent spirit. The middle-aged man he had looked down upon as a feeble individual had once been a youth just like himself, full of ambition and vigor, with fiery passion coursing through his veins. But why had he never noticed this before? Ah, yes, he had concealed his brilliance for the sake of family and self. Yet now, the middle-aged man scratched his head. Why do you look at me like that, my child? It's nothing. The boy awkwardly shifted the topic. What about my mother? Rest assured, she has given her consent. The man smiled, his strong hand patting the boy's still somewhat tender shoulder. From now on, we shall protect her together, safeguard this family. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, the boy clenched his fist and nodded affirmatively. The duo, one large and one small, set off towards the registration point. Behind them, a woman with tear-stained eyes took a deep breath, as if having made a significant decision, and slowly made her way to the registration point. A tractor belching black smoke came to a halt at the square's periphery, and a group of burly men with rolled-up trousers leaped down. The leader, wielding a hoe, pointed towards the registration point, exclaiming, "Villagers, this is the place." A group of robust men rushed toward the registration point. One of them, still somewhat anxious, inquired of those waiting in line, "Excuse me, is this the registration point?" "Yes." "Are you all here as a group?" The middle-aged man gazed at the imposing figures before him, astonished, as he had never witnessed such a scene. "Is it not permissible for us to register?" One of the strong men scratched his head. "I am quite capable and skilled in masonry. Why should I not contribute to my country?" These ordinary citizens, though perhaps lacking in formal education and wealth, are invariably the first to rise in times of crisis. They may not possess extensive knowledge, yet they are acutely aware of their identity as citizens of the Great Xia, standing tall with the legacy of 5 millennia behind them. They might not have read foreign classics, but there is a saying in Great Xia that even a 3-year-old can recite with clarity. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. What does it mean to be an individual? Before the grandeur of 5 millennia of Great Xia, in the sight of its 1.6 billion souls, every person is indeed an individual. Yet, it is these very individuals who form the essence of Great Xia. The fervent patriotism of those 1.6 billion has inscribed the narrative of Great Xia's resurgence. Zhang Maoyuan, the national leader, is heralded as the soul of Great Xia, but the 1.6 billion who vow to protect their homeland are equally the soul of this great nation. These seemingly inconspicuous stories unfold across the entire square. The streets surrounding the square are entirely congested. Some individuals, unable to wait any longer, leap from their vehicles and dash breathlessly toward the registration point. Under the crimson banner, 32 registration points were overwhelmed, with some queues extending down 2 streets. "Attention, attention. Minors are prohibited from participating." The military-clad woman, holding a megaphone, proclaimed loudly, "Minors are not allowed. Return to your classes. Only those aged 18 to 45 may participate." The enthusiasm of the crowd was overwhelming. Even though the age restrictions had been slightly relaxed, yet some younger individuals still sought to enlist. It has been said that the post-2000 generation is a lost generation. However, when danger arises, it is the fervent and impassioned youth who embody the greatest hope. Why should we be denied the opportunity to serve in the military? A group of 16 and 17-year-olds, filled with righteous indignation, gazed up at the stage. "We also wish to contribute to the Great Xia. Why should our patriotic aspirations be dismissed simply because we are a few years younger? Indeed, we too desire to fight for our country." "Sister, could you perhaps make an exception?" "No." The young woman in military attire, though somewhat exasperated, could not express anger. Instead, she smiled and admonished, "You children have not yet fully grown. Your current task is to focus on your studies and hone your skills. When you mature, you will be better positioned to contribute to the Great Xia. The nation does not wish for you youngsters to face peril, unless we all perish in battle. We shall never allow children to enter the battlefield. Very well, hasten back to your studies and strive to become formidable. The Great Xia awaits your maturation. Your sister awaits you in the military camp." "Sister, you wouldn't deceive us, would you?" a youth inquired. The young lady, clad in military attire, perceived the fervent gazes of the spirited youths and felt a slight softening in her demeanor. She immediately saluted and, with a serious tone, declared, "I assure you as a soldier, once you reach adulthood, should you wish to enlist, you may seek out your sister. However," she cautioned, "you must not spend all your time merely indulging in play. A soldier of the Great Xia cannot be a weak-willed coward. Your studies are your battlefield. You cannot be a deserter." "What? We must also study diligently?" a youth lamented. After all, it is the nature of spirited youths to shy away from tedious learning. Serving in the military is far more perilous than studying. Your battlefield pales in comparison to the true horrors of war, the young lady articulated deliberately. If you cannot confront English vocabulary and mathematical problems, how can you face more terrifying foes? Sister, I understand. It is settled. The leader of the youths proclaimed loudly. With that, the young men turned and departed, feeling for the first time the weight of their backpacks on their shoulders, akin to a soldier's rifle. Hey, I'll come over to your house later to tackle my homework. I have some math problems I can't solve, and I'd like to ask you. Shaolin. See you at the library later. All right, see you at the library. The youth's shouts resonated clearly. The young lady gazed upon the vibrant group of youth and softly declared, "It is settled." A spark of determination ignited in her eyes. Henceforth, regardless of the peril that may arise, she would don the mantle of a soldier to protect these yet-to-bloom blossoms. For there remains an unfulfilled promise awaiting realization. Chapter 14. 50 million recruits. Shocking the nations in the square, each individual appeared seemingly insignificant. Yet, behind each of them lay a profound narrative. It is precisely these myriad tales that coalesce into the grand saga of the Great Xia. It is for these very stories that so many citizens fervently strive to protect their homeland. Among those eager to enlist, despite their diverse backgrounds, they momentarily cast aside their social standings and material wealth, embracing a singular identity, the people of Great Xia. They are prepared to sacrifice their lives for the Great Xia. This video lasts merely 2 minutes. However, upon its conclusion, both the esteemed leader of the free nation, Pu Chuan, and the head of the Kuwaitian nation fell into a profound silence. This clandestine online conference succumbed to an eerie quietude. Although they had merely viewed a video, the sight of the throngs gathered in the square left them utterly astounded. Each individual appeared quite ordinary, yet together they embodied an indomitable spirit. The fluttering red flag was strikingly vivid. It is incomprehensible, truly perplexing. Pu Chuan rubbed his temples, pondering how the citizens of Great Xia could possess such unity. Reflecting on his own nation, where the common folk scorned his goodwill in constructing walls, he found it baffling. When he urged them to wear masks, they accused him of infringing upon their freedom. Yet, in Great Xia, a simple call to arms ignited a fervor among its citizens, each eager to enlist. Are we truly the ones who are abnormal, or have they lost their senses? In my opinion, we ought to send our free nation's resources to educate the people of Great Xia. Pu Chuan, increasingly agitated, slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. No wonder our forebears faced defeat. The esteemed leader of Kuwaitian, stroking his distinctive mustache, furrowed his brow and remarked, "The radiance upon their faces is truly intimidating." "This is different," pondered John, the leader of the United Kingdom. "I have studied Great Xia. They possess a history that spans 5 millennia, all descending from a common ancestor, the descendants of Yin and Huang. Countless scholars and poets extol their patriotic fervor, and even martial arts novels speak of chivalry in service to the nation and its people. Hence, their cohesion is beyond our reach. They are a nation with a profound sense of identity." No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man in the corner of the video window slammed his hand on the table. "You are mistaken. It is we who have a history of 5,000 years. Those people from Great Xia merely plagiarize our heritage. Our great universe nation is the center of the cosmos, possessing a history of 5 millennia. Traditional Chinese medicine is ours, the Chinese characters are ours, Chu Yuan is ours, and even Confucius belongs to us." Before he could finish, John, the leader of the United Kingdom, wore an expression of helplessness. Pu Chuan furrowed his brow and nonchalantly reassured, "Yes, yes. You are indeed the center of the universe. Not only do you claim a history of 5,000 years, but the entire blue planet, the whole cosmos, belongs to you." With that, Pu Chuan waved his plump hand and ejected the middle-aged man from the video conference. Who was that just now? The Prime Minister of the Great United Kingdom, John, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating that in the future, such meetings should exclude lesser nations. It is not that they are unworthy of our discourse, but rather, they do not possess the stature of even a province of the Great Xia. So what purpose does their presence serve? Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. The Prime Minister of Kuwaitian cleared his throat. Therefore, we must take that video seriously. John furrowed his brow, as reports indicated that in every province and city of Great Xia, squares were resembling that video, with citizens fervently signing up. "What?" Pu Chuan exclaimed, incredulous. "Everyone? Are you saying Great Xia is truly mobilizing 50 million troops?" John nodded affirmatively. "It may even exceed that. According to our estimates, this figure will be surpassed." In an instant, the meeting fell into silence once more. 50 million troops. What kind of nation is this? Has Great Xia truly gone mad? Puchuan, in a fit of agitation, began drumming his fingers on the table. Are they genuinely preparing to go to war with us? 50 million. This figure left even the leaders of the Western powers present utterly astonished. 50 million. What does that even signify? It is nearly equivalent to the total population of the Great United Kingdom. And this is merely the result of a 7-day recruitment drive. To conjure up such a number from a casual conscription, how could one not be terrified? At this moment, the leaders of the Western nations were enveloped in an indescribable terror. As though a mighty dragon was awakening, a slumbering lion rising to roar through the mountains. No, it was inconceivable. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. The leader of the Indus White Elephant Nation, Asura, pounded the table. Though the population of Dasya is vast, ours surpasses theirs. We dare to drink cow urine. Do they? We perform acrobatics on motorcycles in the battlefield. Can they? Puchuan paused momentarily. What are you saying this for? Ladies and gentlemen, do not misunderstand. I am not boasting, Asura declared with pride. I merely wish to convey that such conscription is beyond our capabilities. So how could they possibly achieve it? In my opinion, Dasya is certainly exaggerating this time, much like their previous claims of constructing hospitals in 10 days or highways in 2 months. Therefore, we need not fear at all. Puchuan remained silent for a brief moment, then moved his hand slightly. A reminder, the leader of the Indus White Elephant Nation, Asura, was forcibly interrupted during this meeting. Forgive me for the distraction, Puchuan sighed. I never imagined that drinking cow urine could foster such confidence. Truly remarkable. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Puchuan continued. In conclusion, the leader of the United Kingdom, John, spoke solemnly. Dasya is serious this time. Therefore, we must thwart their intentions. We have dispatched diplomats to inquire into this matter. The leader of the United Kingdom solemnly stated, this time, regardless of how the Great Xia employs its tactics, we must discover the reasons behind their conscription. Are they preparing for war? Subsequently, we shall impose international sanctions upon them. Indeed, President Puchuan nodded, casting a glance at the leaders of other Western nations. Do we all concur? Agreed. We must unveil the sinister plot of Great Xia. They surely intend to wage war against us, as evidenced by their conscription of 50 million. Let us prevent them. Very well. Puchuan waved his hand, asserting that our diplomats should unite and seize upon the conscription issue, compelling them to disclose their intentions behind it. The Great Xia side has already arranged a reception, commencing in 10 minutes. We must swiftly contact our respective diplomats. We are determined to expose the ambitions of Great Xia. Chapter 15. The atmosphere of the press conference. The recruitment of 50 million soldiers by the Great Xia has not only captured the attention of high-ranking officials, but has also ignited a fervent explosion of public discourse on international networks. Ever since the official announcement regarding the recruitment, nearly everyone around the globe has been glued to their devices, eagerly tracking the latest developments from Great Xia. The sheer magnitude of this figure is astonishing. Furthermore, the rise of Great Xia in recent years has been apparent to all. This impending dragon poised for flight attracts countless gazes with every move it makes. Particularly, the sensitive nature of military recruitment, especially at such a staggering number, amplifies the scrutiny. At this moment, beneath a video showcasing the recruitment scene in Great Xia, a plethora of comments has emerged. Oh my god, is Great Xia serious about recruiting 50 million? Has it begun? If this were in our country, the preparations alone would take a month. Please, we all know it takes 2 years for your country to build a 100-meter road, so don't boast. No. I refuse to believe it. My country, the Empire of the White Elephant, has a larger population and still cannot achieve this. They must be exaggerating. Stop it. My cousin is in Great Xia. He just informed me that these are genuine scenes. Recruitment is underway in every city square, and it's overflowing with people. What on earth is Great Xia planning? Are they on the brink of war? No need to panic. I anticipated this day long ago and have already learned Chinese. Upon reflection, it seems rather promising, does it not? Will we soon be able to travel at speeds of 400 kilometers per hour on high-speed trains? Indeed, indeed. All domestic purchases on Taobao from Dasya come with free shipping. Might we too, in the future, enjoy free shipping to Zhendao? Speaking of which, does Dasya not fear inciting panic among other nations? Panic? Have you not noticed a historical pattern? Whenever a nation begins to rise, the global order is inevitably reshuffled. With Dasya reaching this pivotal stage, it is certainly time for such a transformation. On the international web, opinions are diverse. Some express fear, others skepticism, while some are filled with anticipation. Yet, In the next moment, a piece of news sweeps across the globe. The Daxia government has issued a statement announcing that, in 10 minutes, a press conference will be held at the highest diplomatic reception center to address the recent conscription. This press conference will be broadcast live worldwide. In an instant, all the international netizens, who were merely spectators, opened the link in eager anticipation of the commencement of the briefing. Simultaneously, amidst the fervor of domestic enlistment activities, every television station, mobile device, and live streaming program sent out notifications. In 10 minutes, our nation will hold a press conference to clarify the current conscription and address the concerns of both citizens and foreign nations. Stay tuned. At this moment, every citizen logged into the live channel, ready to witness this significant broadcast. After all, it is understood that conscription surely indicates impending events. The specifics remain unclear. Yet one thing is certain, it will be a monumental event. Are we on the brink of war? No, that cannot be the case. 50 million. Not to mention the unification of Jin Island. Even the unification of the free nation would suffice. Who are we to engage in conflict with? Enough with the wild speculations. Quickly enter the channel, for the officials are about to provide an explanation. In a mere 10 minutes. The viewership of this live broadcast has surged to an astonishing 3 billion. The world is watching. This exemplifies the current influence of the Great Xia. This is the uproar ignited by the conscription of 50 million. Within the esteemed Foreign Affairs Reception Center, a flurry of activity ensues. Staff members are busily preparing the venue for this urgently convened press conference, while reporters from both domestic and international media have set up their cameras, anxiously fine-tuning their equipment in anticipation of a live broadcast. Diplomats from various nations, guided by the staff, pass through security checks and take their seats, donning headsets as they engage in discussions with higher-ups in the background, preparing for their forthcoming inquiries. Their faces lack the usual light-hearted smiles, replaced instead by solemnity and a hint of trepidation. Standing off stage, the venerable Elder Jean observes the diplomats, who appear as if facing a formidable adversary. And a faint smile graces his lips. Are they truly so fearful of US? Heh. Elder Jean chuckles softly, lighting a cigarette and inhaling slowly. A sense of unspoken pride evident in his demeanor. In the past, the Great Xia was subjected to the tyranny of foreign powers, who breached its gates with cannon fire, invading the nation as if it were their own backyard, plundering its national treasures like common thieves. Once, the Great Xia was ridiculed. Its citizens had proudly raised their national flag at the Olympic Games to assert their dignity, yet the international athletes competing alongside them regarded them with disdain. However, the present-day Great Xia commands a different narrative. Even a simple conscription draws inquiries from these so-called great powers. The diplomats dispatched from foreign nations appear to question China's conscription policies, but in reality, the astute Jean Lao can discern their true fear. Today's Great Xia instills a sense of awe. It is only through evoking fear that genuine respect is obtained. Jean Lao, Lin Fan, seated nearby, maintained his peculiar posture of hands clasped, and remarked with a faint smile, "When you take the stage, speak candidly, and do not spare their feelings. Of course we, the people of Great Xia, have always been benevolent. Do relay the news of the divine's impending arrival to them. Whether they choose to heed it is of little consequence." Jean Lao nodded in understanding. Extinguishing his cigarette, he strode confidently to the forefront, guided by the staff. "Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is now underway." Clad in military attire, Jean Lao addressed the audience directly. "Feel free to pose your questions. This opportunity also serves to inform our citizens about the challenges that the Great Xia is poised to confront." In that moment, all the diplomats were momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at the elderly gentleman on the stage. What is happening? They wondered. Shouldn't it be a diplomat conducting the press conference? Instead, it was a soldier, adorned with an array of formidable insignia on his chest. How could a military figure be here for a press briefing? Was there some sort of misunderstanding? Wait, this soldier looks remarkably familiar. It appears to be Mr. Jean, the chief commander of the Luzhou military district from the Great Xia nation. What? The commander of the military district has come here to hold a press conference? In that instant, all the diplomats felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Typically, they engaged with diplomats from other nations, but now, confronted by a commanding military presence, complete with a holstered firearm, they felt utterly intimidated. Why is no one asking questions? Wasn't it you who requested this press conference? Mr. Jean, slightly displeased, let out a cold snort and instinctively reached for his waist, witnessing Mr. Jin's movement. Those diplomats who had initially come with a confrontational demeanor suddenly shrank back into their seats, resembling timid chicks under the glaring media spotlight. Much like elementary school students afraid to speak, Mr. Jin's formidable aura, forged through a lifetime of battle, was too overwhelming, rendering these diplomats, who were usually quick-witted and sharp-tongued, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 16. The World Watches. The scene fell into a silence lasting 3 minutes. In other circumstances, such a silence might be inconsequential. Yet, what occasion is this? It is a moment of interrogation from the so-called great powers regarding the Daxia's enlistment of 50 million troops. They arrived with great fervor, fully prepared to confront. However, upon meeting General Jin, they were rendered speechless by fear. At that moment, the citizens of Daxia watching on television erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, why are they suddenly silent? It is obvious, they intended to issue reprimands, but we sent forth General Jin. The aura is entirely different. General Jin? The esteemed commander of the Luzhou military district? It is said he almost bombarded Guitian nation in the past. Who would dare to confront General Jin? Even if these diplomats had tenfold courage, they would not venture to do so. He is a true veteran who would not hesitate to draw his weapon. What was initially expected to be a somber exchange of words turned out to be a scene filled with unexpected joy, reminiscent of my teacher's questioning during my childhood. My goodness, that fellow is trembling. Wait, could it be that he wet himself out of fear? The camera focused closely on the Italian ambassador. That middle-aged man was visibly shaking, and even spots of moisture began to spread across his trousers. This spectacle left the other diplomats utterly devoid of the courage to speak. It must be said, Italy boasts a glorious tradition, often serving as a counterbalance. The international community erupted at this moment as foreigners stood in disbelief. Oh my goodness, how could these individuals be so timid? Just previously, they were vociferously disparaging the Great Xia online, yet upon confrontation, they seemed utterly intimidated. Hadn't they earlier posted intentions to relentlessly interrogate the Great Xia? Why then, have they been reduced to such trepidation? At the podium, the resolute Mr. Jin lifted his gaze towards the distance. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart surged with fervor. He understood that his unwavering demeanor was not solely a reflection of his own prowess, but rather a manifestation of the formidable Great Xia behind him. These diplomats were not merely afraid of him. They were apprehensive of Great Xia. They were intimidated by the collective strength of 1.3 billion Xia citizens. Once, these powerful nations had met the Great Xia with disdain and mockery, yet in this moment, all that contempt transformed into palpable fear. The dragon has indeed risen. That steadfast backbone represents not just Mr. Jin, but the entire Great Xia standing tall. Observing the terrified diplomats, some trembling visibly, Mr. Jin felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. Old sir, do you see? We have risen. They shall no longer compel us to bow. This prosperous era, just as you envisioned. This Great Xia, precisely as you desired. Mr. Jin endeavored to maintain a stoic facade, yet within, a tempest of emotions raged. Had it not been for the fortitude cultivated over the years, Elder Jin would have been unable to restrain his tears of sentiment. However, at that moment, the shrill ring of his mobile phone interrupted his reverie. He glanced at the screen and, with a resigned expression, turned to nod at Lin Fan, who was seated in the corner of the backstage. A message had arrived from Lin Fan. The national leader just called me, instructing you to adopt a more conciliatory tone and to refrain from being overly assertive. It seems you frightened them to the point of panic. Elder Jin, with a look of incredulity, replied via text, I did not intend to provoke them. I merely acted as one would under normal circumstances. Who could have anticipated that they would be so fragile? They previously adopted a stance of reproach, and I assumed they were rather formidable. Yet, after uttering but a single phrase, they were utterly terrified. Can that be held against me? Lin Fan, equally exasperated, remarked, Our Great Xia has always prided itself on amicability, striving to avoid conflicts with them. Our diplomats have consistently treated them with courtesy, which has led to their complacency, as they mistakenly believe we are easy to intimidate. Alas, your thunderous roar has shattered this illusion. Sigh, it is also our fault as elders for having spoiled them. The formidable aura exuded by Elder Jin, honed through countless battles, is simply too overwhelming. It is in essence forged in the crucible of life and death. On ordinary days, he commands respect even in silence. When Lin Fan first conversed with him, he felt a pang of anxiety. And let us not forget, Lin Fan is the supreme commander of the alliance. Having returned from the brink of apocalypse, the old man truly appeared on the verge of fury, daring to confront even deities with weaponry. What more could be expected from these ambassadors who only engage in incessant chatter? Old Master Jean wore a look of exasperation, rubbing his face, and finally softened his tone. Ahem, please do not be afraid. I did not intend to intimidate you. I merely wish to convey that if you have any queries, do voice them. Our great Xia will certainly provide answers. Is there anything that cannot be expressed directly? Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Jean seemed akin to a stern teacher striving to soothe a student who had been frightened to tears. In an instant, the audience watching the live broadcast erupted in laughter. How amusing it was. What they initially thought would be a formal defense turned out to be akin to a kindergarten teacher comforting children. Although aware that the main event lay ahead, the lively prelude caught them off guard. It was simply too much to contain, despite recognizing the inappropriateness of the occasion. They could not help but burst into laughter, declaring it the best skit of the year. Even more perplexing for the viewers was the fact that, despite Jin's attempts at reassurance, the diplomatic ambassadors still hesitated to pose their questions. Finally, an ambassador's headset crackled with the furious reprimand of Kamayama. The chief envoy of Kamayama Nation, Baka, are you truly embarrassing our great Kamayama Nation in this manner? Had you forgotten how to communicate with me? Quickly, pose a question. Otherwise, you might as well take your own life. Ambassador Matsukin of Guatian Kingdom took a deep breath, braving the penetrating gaze of the venerable Mr. Jean, and finally rose to his feet. Before he could utter a word, a resounding applause erupted. Matsukin lifted his gaze, astonished to find Mr. Jean looking at him with an encouraging expression, clapping his hands enthusiastically. For a fleeting moment, Matsukin felt utterly bewildered, as though he were merely a child in kindergarten responding to a teacher's query. Indeed, Mr. Jean was delighted, exclaiming, "At last, we have a question. The rest of you who hesitate to speak should take a leaf out of this ambassador's book." Ambassador Matsukin thought to himself, "Is this truly a kindergarten? Do you consider yourself the principal? And here you are offering praise?" Overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation, Matsukin summoned his courage and resolutely addressed Mr. Jean, General Jean. "May I pose my question? Is the recent conscription of 50 million troops by Daxiao intended to incite international conflict? Or to put it more bluntly, is Daxiao preparing for war against us?" This inquiry was direct and unambiguous. In an instant, all the ambassadors turned their attention to Mr. Jean, eagerly awaiting his response. Journalists from both domestic and international media focused their cameras on him. At that moment, the entire Blue Star awaited Mr. Jin's answer, anticipating Daxiao's response. Chapter 17. Our enemies are the deities. However, as the question posed by the ambassador of Matsukoa resonated in this solemn assembly, a slight smirk unexpectedly appeared at the corner of Elder Jin's mouth. His stern visage twitched for a fleeting moment, as if suppressing something profound. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, a smile laden with disdain. "Ha ha ha, to contend with you?" Looking around at the esteemed assembly, Elder Jean remarked, "What need have we for conscripting 50 million soldiers to deal with you? You hold yourselves in far too high regard, and underestimate the might of the great Xia." At this proclamation, the countenances of the foreign diplomats shifted dramatically. The Matsukawa ambassador, Koei Tian, clenched his fists in agitation. "What do you mean? Are you insulting our nation?" Cough, cough. Elder Jean endeavored to steady his breath, adopting a more serious tone. "No, I do not intend to insult Matsukawa. What I mean is," he continued, "not a single one of you warrants the conscription of 50 million soldiers. To contend with you, we need not muster 50 million. You truly overestimate yourselves." At this moment, a fierce audacity radiated from Elder Jean. "To deal with you. Is there truly a need for 50 million soldiers? In the present era, the Great Xia, with its existing military might, would require no such conscription to confront you." The Matsukoa ambassador, eager to retort, found himself at a loss for words. Although Matsukawa was considered a formidable nation, its total populace barely reached 100 million. As Elder Jean aptly stated, does the Great Xia truly need to conscript an additional 50 million troops to confront them? At that moment, the diplomats present felt a chill run down their spines. Is Great Xia not a nation devoid of temper? In reality, prior to this, Great Xia had adhered to the ancestral precept of benevolence towards others. In response to provocations from foreign nations, their typical reaction was merely to issue a protest. Yet, these diplomats mistook such kindness for weakness, believing them to be easy prey. At this juncture, as divine intervention loomed, Elder Jean grew weary of indulging these individuals and launched a scathing retort. In an instant, these diplomats were astounded to discover that Great Xia was not devoid of temper. The declaration that they need not conscript 50 million to deal with you is a bold proclamation that only Great Xia would dare to utter. The slumbering dragon has awakened. By the heavens, when did the dozing lion reveal its fangs? The foreign ambassadors gazed in disbelief at Elder Jean, their expressions filled with shock. With Elder Jean's proclamation, the domestic forums erupted in fervor. My goodness, when did our spokesperson become so formidable? To deal with you, is there truly a need for 50 million troops? Let our national strength be known. Such commanding presence. Elder Jean is magnificent. Great Xia is magnificent. Do we really need to conscript troops to handle these individuals? Just a few peace envoys would suffice to cleanse that little tortoise-field nation. Ha ha ha, they certainly overestimate themselves. Did we mistakenly believe we were in the Qing dynasty? Meanwhile, the international friends watching the live broadcast were filled with righteous indignation upon hearing Mr. Jin's remarks. The audacity of the Great Xia is simply outrageous. Indeed, my nation of Guatian expresses its discontent. The mere Great Xia, even with its current military forces. Pardon me, Great Xia is formidable. You may revel in their boastful claims, while the citizens of my Indie White Elephant Nation consume cow urine daily and practice yoga. Just a single motorcycle sent forth by our valiant warriors would terrify their soldiers. Yes, indeed. A motorcycle from our White Elephant Nation can accommodate 300 individuals. Such a spectacle would surely instill fear in anyone who beholds it. In that moment, the atmosphere of the press conference grew awkward once more. The ambassador from Guatian had finally mustered the courage to question the Great Xia, only to be met with Mr. Jin's dismissive retort. Why would we need to conscript 50 million troops to deal with you? The ambassadors were left speechless, their newfound courage evaporating. Ding, ding, ding. Mr. Jin's phone rang again. He nonchalantly took out his phone and glanced down. Lin Fan remarked, the national leader just called me again. Grandpa Jin. You are my dear grandparent. Could you please tone it down a bit? Before you took the stage, you told me you lacked the confidence to be the spokesperson. Yet this is not how it appears. Is this what you call lacking confidence? I genuinely do not know how to be a spokesperson. And wasn't it you who encouraged me to be more self-assured? Old Jean pondered for a moment before responding. Just take it easy. Lin Fan felt a whirlwind of emotions. It seemed as though he was portraying the Daxia as overly bellicose. Look how terrified they are. They're already trembling. Go and comfort them. Very well. Old Jean sighed and put away his phone. To be honest, he didn't believe he had acted excessively. Our conscription is a matter of domestic policy. It is none of your business. You foreign ambassadors scurry over here, each adopting an accusatory stance. How dare you presume to question us? Is this not a blatant interference in our internal affairs? Given old Jin's temperament, refraining from outright cursing was already a concession. Taking a deep breath, old Jean continued, Ahem. My previous statements may have been rather harsh. What I truly wish to convey is that you lack the standing to adopt an accusatory tone in front of Daxia. This eloquent assertion was even more scathing than his earlier outburst. You have no right. This is the attitude Daxia holds towards those foreign ambassadors who come demanding accountability. The current Daxia is beyond your reproach. You. Ambassador Song Yuan's eyes widened, as if he wished to retort, questioning our conscription's intent. You are not upholding justice. Do not feign righteousness. Old Jean sneered. You are afraid. You fear Daxia. You fear the citizens of Daxia. You fear that Daxia might declare war upon you. Only in this manner do you harbor such trepidation regarding our recruitment of 50 million soldiers, prompting your interference in our domestic affairs. Our conscription is a matter of our own, and what concern is it of yours? If you are unafraid, then do not feign indignation over our plans. Whether we recruit 50 million or even 100 million, would you dare to inquire? If fear is indeed your companion, then refrain from adopting an accusatory demeanor. Should war ensue, which of you could withstand it? In that moment, the ambassadors from foreign nations fell silent, reluctant to concede their true feelings. Yet, the reality remains. They are indeed fearful. A mere apology and a recognition of your rightful place would suffice to resolve this matter. Otherwise, you may return whence you came. This is the stance of our Great Xia. With a disdainful snort, Elder Jean declared, Apologize. The ambassador from Songquan slowly bowed his head, saying, I am sorry. Please enlighten me on the reasons behind Xia's conscription. In that instant, the once haughty foreign ambassadors bowed their heads in humility. I sincerely apologize. But please, I am sorry. The echoes of their apologies resonated throughout the venue. This was the world's contrition towards Xia. Enough, Elder Jean interjected with a cold snort. Stating gravely, now that you have clarified your position, I shall extend a measure of mercy and respond to your inquiry. After all, our ancestral teachings advocate kindness towards others. The purpose of our conscription is indeed to prepare for war, yet it is not aimed at waging conflict with any nation. All ambassadors and citizens, both domestic and international, gazed in bewilderment as they watched the live broadcast. Preparing for war, yet not against any nation? What could this possibly mean? International netizens fervently flooded the online platforms with inquiries. Is the Great Xia preparing to combat extraterrestrial beings? What on earth is happening in the Great Xia? 50 million conscripts. Yet they do not intend to engage in conflict with other countries? Indeed, with such a massive recruitment, they could easily subdue any nation. So what is the true purpose of the Great Xia? Is there an adversary even more formidable than other nations? If they are not preparing for war with foreign states, why orchestrate such a grand spectacle? The online discourse in the Great Xia exploded with fervor. We seek clarification. Although they could not comprehend fully, it was evident that a significant event was on the horizon. An appeal for Elder Jin's explanation was made. If not other countries, then who exactly is our enemy? In the conference hall, Ambassador Song Quan stood up with a complex expression. Could you enlighten us on who the Great Xia is preparing to confront? Elder Jin chuckled softly. Even if you do not inquire, I shall reveal it. Taking this opportunity, the Great Xia aims to inform all citizens of the reasons behind the conscription, allowing them to grasp the impending circumstances. Moreover, out of goodwill, we shall also caution other nations. Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed, the divine is about to descend. In just 3 months' time, our adversary is not any nation, rather a deity. Chapter 18. Ladies and gentlemen, I beseech you for assistance. Upon uttering these words, the assembled ambassadors from foreign nations were rendered utterly bewildered. The domestic and international viewers, along with the leaders of various countries, were equally taken aback. Deities. This term was not foreign to them. The tales of religion are, in essence, tales of the divine. What are deities? In those narratives, they possess supernatural powers, manifest miraculous signs, and exist as beings of nearly limitless capability. However, it is precisely due to an understanding of the significance of deities that one feels a profound sense of absurdity. How could deities possibly exist in reality? Moreover, the prospect of the Great Xia engaging in warfare against these legendary, fictitious beings is simply ludicrous. The ambassador from the kingdom of Kuwaitian, Matsukawa, wore an expression of disbelief. Although our kingdom also venerates the guardian Izanami, we are well aware that such deities do not exist in the realm of reality. The notion that deities would descend 3 months hence is preposterous. Old Jean sighed. I regret to inform you that deities do indeed exist. I am not employing exaggeration or metaphor. The deities I speak of are precisely those you recognize. And these deities are poised to invade the blue planet. When they descend in 3 months, it shall be a massacre. The reason for my words here is twofold. Firstly, to ensure that the people of the Great Xia are informed about our circumstances. Secondly, to extend a spirit of goodwill by sharing this matter with you. After all, despite our differences, we are all human beings. In the face of divine invasion, it is imperative that we set aside past grievances and unite as one. Elder Jin's gaze was earnest. Although the ambassadors before him represented nations that had once humiliated Great Xia and bore deep-seated enmities, the people of Great Xia have always embodied tolerance. Now that the divine is poised to descend, humanity must forsake all internal discord and stand united. While we shall certainly seek retribution for past injustices, it is equally important for Great Xia to remind them that only through unity can we navigate the challenges posed by divine encroachment. This reflects the philosophical outlook of the people of Great Xia. However, with a mocking tone, Song Quan interjected, Is humor a trait of the Great Xia? You speak of deities. Do you possess any proof? Elder Jean cast a glance at him, choosing not to respond further, and descended from the podium with a stoic expression. The chief scientist of the Supreme Command Center, Chun Yen, swiftly approached and stated solemnly, Of course, evidence exists. Allow me to present a video first, followed by a demonstration. The projection behind him began to display the video. The deep sea. White bones. Gigantic skeletal remains. In the profound darkness of the deep sea, a pair of hollow eye sockets gazed upon all, instilling a profound sense of insignificance within everyone present. This was a perspective of life that commanded reverence. In that moment, those gathered felt an unsettling chill traverse their scalps. Even the viewers of the live broadcast were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. Oh my goodness, what is this? Is it a giant from mythology? Inconceivable. Such a being exists beneath the ocean? I find myself feeling a tinge of fear towards the sea now. Merely standing there evokes a sensation of surrender. Is this what one would call divinity? The skeletal remains. Does this imply that such a creature truly once roamed the earth? If this entity were alive, we might not even possess the courage to meet its gaze. The mere sight of its bones instills a profound sense of human frailty. This is the corpse of a deity that we have uncovered, Chunyin whispered. They have long since traversed this world, and we can now ascertain that in 3 months, more deities shall manifest. In this, Chunyin raised a fragment of white bone. His expression grave. This is a skeletal sample we retrieved from the deep sea, which upon analysis. Haha. Ambassador Song Quan suddenly burst into laughter. You people from the Great Xia truly possess a sense of humor. Brandishing a special effects segment and a bone fragment of unknown origin, proclaiming the arrival of deities. Just yesterday, I watched a film. Is Thanos set to descend as well? And as for your so-called divine skeleton, ha ha ha, the laundry detergent of the Free Nation has long employed such a ruse. What a farce. This is all a farce. Ambassador Song Quan rose once more, sneering. Ladies and gentlemen, we may take our leave. It seems that the Great Xia is merely a collection of deluded individuals. Do we truly wish to listen to their nonsensical tales of divinity? With that, Ambassador Song Quan turned on his heel, departing the press conference with haughty disdain. The ambassadors from other nations followed suit, departing in unison. Chunyin, witnessing this scene, remained silent. He merely sighed, expressing a sense of regret. A decayed tree cannot be carved. Beside him, Elder Jean scoffed. We offered our well-intentioned advice. Yet they are eager to embrace their demise. We cannot hinder them. Elder Jean turned to observe Lin Fan's reaction, only to discover that Lin Fan had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Lin Fan sat in the conference room of the Supreme Command Center, gazing at the dozen or so individuals before him. These individuals varied in age, the eldest being over 50, while the youngest was merely in their teens, encompassing both genders and exuding vastly different temperaments. The national seat spoke slowly. These individuals are precisely what you requested. To be honest, I hesitated to grant them to you. They are treasures of the Great Xia. Treat them well, and allow them to unleash their utmost potential within the God-slaying army. With that, the national seat patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and exited, flanked by 2 middle-aged guards. Lin Fan gazed silently at the individuals before him. These individuals were regarded as treasures by the Daxia military, concealed masters of ancient martial arts. Each possessed a lineage rooted in a genuine ancient martial arts family. This was not mere trickery akin to the flashy 5 lightning whips. Rather, these were authentic martial artists, born for battle. Lin Fan was acutely aware that with the arrival of the divine and the infusion of divine energy into the blue planet, the prowess of these individuals would soar to unprecedented heights. In the ensuing war between gods and demons, these individuals would emerge as renowned champions among humanity. Some were even notorious slayers of deities, having completed the grim task of god-killing. Seated in front was a brawny man, rugged and imposing. With knuckles that appeared as if he could crush stone, his muscular physique bespoke a formidable exterior. He was a practitioner of Xingyiquan, known as Wang Hu. Beside him sat a man in his late 20s or early 30s, garbed in scholarly robes, his demeanor gentle, with a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of intellectual refinement. He was a learned scholar of the Confucian school, known to all. Behind him, an elderly figure clad in a Taoist robe held a whisk, eyes closed in meditation, his aura subtly distorted. He was the master of the Taoist sect, Dao Wanjian. A middle-aged monk, neither joyful nor sorrowful, sat nearby, quietly reciting scriptures while grasping a string of prayer beads that shimmered with a faint golden light. He was a compassionate master of the Buddhist path, known as the merciful teacher. Yet, what captivated Lin Fan's attention the most were the 2 individuals ensconced in the corner. A small wooden bird flits around, its movements imbued with an extraordinary grace, occasionally alighting on a shoulder or emitting a vibrant chirp, exuding a lifelike quality. The name Mo Min, Gongshu Ming, belongs to the lineage of Gongshu Ban, the sole descendant of the illustrious Liu Ban. Another figure is a young maiden clad in a form-fitting night garment, her delicate visage obscured by a piece of black cloth, rendering her all the more enigmatic. Yet, the graceful curve of her form and the lively glint in her eyes reveal her beauty. The girl lounges languidly in her chair, her slender hands cradling an elegant tang knife, her jet-black ponytail swaying gently. This attire bears resemblance to the ninjas of the Kuwaitian kingdom, but in truth, her sect is the ancestral lineage of those very ninjas. The Mo In Xing Luo sect, Xingyi. Esteemed guests, Lin Fan's gaze swept across the room, and he spoke with a smile. I trust that my identity and the purpose of your summons have been conveyed to you by the national seat. Soon, the divine will descend upon us. We require not only to forge a steel fortress to safeguard our citizens, or to raise a multitude of soldiers to protect our homeland. We need, more importantly, a sharp blade to pierce the very hearts of those deities. As individuals hidden within the mundane world, you possess powers surpassing those of ordinary folk. Therefore, I beseech you to lend me your strength, to join the divine Slayer army, to battle the gods, and to rescue the great Xia. With a sudden flourish, Lin Fan rose to his feet, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle before the gathered assembly. Chapter 19. Iron can conduct electricity yet, to Lin Fan's astonishment. The anticipated chorus of support was entirely absent. The thunderous applause and cheers he had imagined were nowhere to be found. Instead, the atmosphere was steeped in an eerie silence. The handful of individuals present continued with their own pursuits. The middle-aged monk remained engrossed in his beads, chanting softly, while the scholar perused his pages with unwavering focus. The robust figure of Wang Hu lay sprawled across the table, deep in slumber, even emitting soft snores. Meanwhile, Gong Shuming gently caressed a wooden bird perched on his shoulder. The girl clad in form-fitting black attire, Xingyi, stretched her hand and yawned, exuding an air of lethargy. In that moment, Lin Fan found himself utterly bewildered. Was this truly their reaction? Well, the spirited girl, seemingly intent on provoking Lin Fan, glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "What else would you expect? At the very least." A modicum of response would suffice. Lin Fan's composure was on the verge of shattering. The reactions of these individuals were in stark contrast to his expectations. It was worth noting that in his previous life, when Lin Fan had first encountered these individuals, they had all been fervently dedicated to the cause of the great Xia, willing to risk their lives without hesitation. Xingyi, in particular, was the first guardian of the great Xia to fall in battle. Lin Fan vividly recalled how, despite being gravely wounded, she had stood defiantly with her blade against the lofty dark moon god. If only I could be granted 5 more years. Even the divine beings would find it impossible to encroach upon the wrathful roar of the valiant women of the great Xia. Nor could they dim the brilliance of a single star streaking towards the night sky. That epic confrontation was known as the Battle of the Stars and Moon. It was during this very clash that the ancient and storied Mo In Xing Luo sect of the great Xia was utterly obliterated. On that fateful night, the stars fell from the heavens. Since then, the sky of the great Xia has been devoid of its once infinite brilliance. Now only a pallid red moon hangs above, resembling the silent mockery of the divine. In that moment, everyone present was ablaze with fervor, yearning to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the gods themselves. Yet now, what has extinguished that fervor? Lin Fan suppressed the flames of indignation within him, inhaling deeply before solemnly declaring, "Perhaps you are still unaware. After the 3rd month, the divine shall descend." All right, we are all aware of what you speak," Xingyu coldly replied, propping one foot on the table. "When the national seat brought us here, our ears were nearly worn raw from hearing it." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. "If you are already aware, then why is there no vigor?" The burly figure who had feigned sleep, Wang Hu of the Xingyi sect, suddenly opened his eyes and, with a booming voice, declared, "Can you enlighten us on how the divine's arrival pertains to us? Tell us, how shall we confront the gods? With these iron fists of ours?" Wang Hu's massive fist slammed onto the table. Bang! A dull sound resonated. The table, however, did not shatter as one might witness in a television drama. It merely trembled for a moment before falling silent. "You might as well tell me why, after 30 years of practicing Xingyi Quan, I find myself outmatched by those who have never trained in martial arts, but suddenly wield formidable power with those knuckle dusters sold online?" Wang Hu exclaimed, gesturing towards the unyielding redwood table. "So, how do we intend to battle the divine? Is this our only hope?" Wang Hu's countenance was grim. Beside him, the elderly Taoist Dao Wanchuan cleared his throat and cast a glance at Wang Hu, signaling him to take a seat. Reluctantly, Wang Hu complied, his lips pursed, though his respect for the elder was evident despite his simmering frustration. "My young friend," Dao Wanchuan said, stroking his beard as he turned to Lin Fan. His expression a tapestry of complexities. "Do not dwell too much on this. Wang Hu harbors no ill intentions. He has merely spent years mastering external martial arts without the means to cultivate his inner self, resulting in his irritable temperament." "Indeed," Lin Fan nodded. "What insights do you offer?" "Insights may be too grand a term," Dao Wanchuan sighed. As Wang Hu has mentioned, while we may be heirs to the martial traditions of the great Xia, we are merely somewhat stronger than the average individual. Martial arts, after all, are just that, martial arts. I concede that they possess lethal techniques, yet they do not encompass the fantastical feats depicted in contemporary television, such as scaling rooftops or walking on air. The times have indeed changed. As Wang Hu remarked, he has diligently cultivated his iron tiger claw for 30 years, rising with the crowing of roosters and tirelessly practicing each day. With a single punch, he can shatter a stack of bricks. In the past, he would indeed be hailed as a master. However, in the present, any young person can purchase a tiger claw online without the need for training. And with a mere punch, they too can demolish a stack of bricks, even with a force superior to that of Wang Hu's fist. I too have toiled in the art of lightness, once achieving what the ancients claimed, traveling 800 li in a day. Yet, have you heard of high-speed rail? The old man's face was filled with nostalgia. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment, then turned to gaze at the starry night, continuing. This young girl wields the starfall slash with unparalleled finesse, and her ink-like stealth technique is steeped in authentic tradition, allowing her form to blend seamlessly into the shadows. In the realm of martial arts, she has pushed both speed and explosive power to their zenith. Within 10 paces, she can sever a head, and the victim, even as their head falls, remains oblivious to their fate. But, he added, that is merely within 10 paces. Do you comprehend the range of modern firearms? With a sniper rifle, one can take a life from a kilometer away in the blink of an eye. Should missiles be employed for precision strikes? That truly is a battle waged from 1,000 miles away. At this juncture, the old man glanced at the compassionate master, who was still seated with closed eyes, quietly reciting scriptures. He murmured, "This compassionate master is even worse off. Have you noticed the enchanted iron demon-slaying staff beside him? His mastery of the demon-slaying staff technique is indeed earth-shattering. In earlier times, it was a formidable weapon against evil spirits. However, just a few days ago, a young man attempting to perpetrate a fraud challenged him to a duel. Before he could even make a move, he found himself sprawled on the ground, howling in distress. Upon hearing this, the previously serene and compassionate master abruptly ceased his recitation of Buddhist scriptures. His fingers, clasping the prayer beads, tightened imperceptibly, producing a series of audible cracks from his joints. With his eyes now wide open, the master, devoid of any expression, remarked, "That young man possesses not an ounce of martial skill. Had we engaged in a fair contest, he would not have posed a challenge to me." The master surely wished to embody the compassion of the Buddha, thus refraining from taking a life. Lin Fan quickly pressed his palms together, exclaiming, "May the Buddha's compassion prevail." The master's heart of mercy is commendable. However, in response to Lin Fan's praise, the master displayed not a hint of a smile. After a prolonged silence, the compassionate master sighed and scratched his bald head, saying, "The truth is, that fellow showed no martial ethics. While we had agreed to a contest of staff techniques, I wielded the iron demon-slaying staff, and he resorted to an electric baton. Umitba. In this world, the schemes run deep. How reassuring it is to be in a temple." The compassionate master recalled the day he had not even made a move yet found himself convulsing on the ground from the electric shock, softly uttering a Buddhist chant. That day, the master, who typically remained detached from worldly affairs, learned a fundamental principle of modern physics that the Buddha had never imparted. Iron can conduct electricity. Similarly, a staff made of iron can also conduct electricity. Chapter 20. You have no idea how powerful you truly are reflecting upon that day's experiences. The compassionate master gazed with boundless empathy. In his youth, he diligently practiced the martial arts of Buddhism, often fantasizing about the day he might encounter a formidable rival. This adversary, towering at 8 feet, with a robust physique and unparalleled martial prowess, wielded a staff even more formidable than his own iron demon-slaying rod, employing profound skills to subdue him. Yet, at that time, the compassionate master never envisioned that he would one day face a true challenger. This rival possessed no martial skills whatsoever, only a diminutive, seemingly innocuous staff that crackled with electric energy. My defeat was not merely to him, but to the very currents of time itself. Amitabha, the compassionate master sighed, resuming his meditation beads and reciting scriptures. It seemed that this was the only means to alleviate the sorrow that resided within his heart. As if stirred by the somber atmosphere, the esteemed Confucian scholar, Mo Buji, also sighed, as if recalling something from the past. On that day, I engaged in a debate. You are aware that I am known as Mo Buji. While I may not possess omniscience, I have certainly perused a vast array of literature. I comprehend the principles of humanity and the laws of the universe. However, he unexpectedly inquired, how do you prove that d? xdt? dt dx, dt dx, 3? Alas, it is better left unsaid. This, too, I can accept. Yet what truly unsettles me is that every question I posed was answered with impeccable precision. I had initially believed I had encountered a sage recluse, only to discover the existence of something called Baidu. Alas, what a pity. With a resigned sigh, I set aside the tome in my hands and retrieved a mobile device from my pocket. Lin Fan. This child, indeed, is a soul burdened by fate. Dao Wqin, the elderly man, seems to possess a peculiar penchant for exposing the shortcomings of others. He glanced over at the disciple of the Mo family, Gshm, who was engrossed in playing with a bird, clad in a black Zhongshan suit. Do not be deceived by his apparent joy in entertaining the bird. Ah, how splendid the Mo school once was. The founder, Gshm, crafted the art of avian flight, chiseling wooden birds that soared with the winds, capturing the gaze of all, akin to celestial beings. Moreover, there existed the art of the wooden horse, which concealed mechanisms within, allowing its rider to traverse vast distances in a single day. But now, Dao Wqin turned to Gshm. I heard you recently raced against an aircraft. What was the outcome? Gshm.'s fingers, which had been toying with the little bird, trembled slightly. After a prolonged silence, he blushed and replied with 2 words, not bad. In what way? Dao Wqin inquired with a smile directed at Gshm. Before I had even taken off, I was already knocked down by the gust of air from that aircraft. Gong Shuming's face flushed crimson, yet he still stubbornly insisted. But one cannot claim that my Mo family's flying bird is inferior to an airplane. It is merely that the airplane is despicable for assaulting me with its airflow. Come now. The most you could hope for is to catch a whiff of its exhaust at the very beginning. Dao Wanqian retorted with a cold smile. Otherwise, you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of the airplane's rear. Not at all, not at all. Gong Shuming shook his head, attempting to refute, but after much stammering, he could not articulate any further words. Enough. Dao Wanqian gestured dismissively, surveying the crowd. We all understand our current predicament quite clearly. There is no need for pretense. And you? Dao Wanqian's gaze turned complex as he looked at Lin Fan. Do you now comprehend our situation? Had this been earlier, perhaps we could have offered you some assistance. But now, he continued, the times have changed. It is akin to how my Taoist sect once employed flying messages. That was an exaggeration, merely a few dedicated Taoists raising carrier pigeons to deliver messages. Even so, the speed of communication was astonishing in those days, rendered almost mythical. Yet now, Dao Wanqian carefully produced a mobile phone from his pocket and spoke solemnly. This artifact, known as a mobile phone, requires just a few gentle taps to achieve true flying communication. It even contains dancers, a hymn. In conclusion, we are not masters. We are merely individuals cast aside by the currents of time. Unmatched martial prowess? Can one rival the power of artillery? Exceptional swordsmanship? Is it comparable to the might of a Gatling gun? And what are the elusive techniques, such as the so-called starfall slash? Is a sniper rifle not more straightforward and effective? Can the esteemed Mr. Mo, in all his wisdom, contend with the vast knowledge of Baidu? The so-called magic iron staff is nothing more than a tool easily subdued by electricity. Thus, in this era, martial arts have ceased to be lethal skills. They have devolved into mere practices for physical fitness. We find ourselves unable to assist you meaningfully. Moreover, your adversary is a deity, even should we desire to aid you. Our efforts are limited to human capability. Dao Wanqian sighed, suggesting that seeking our assistance would be more fruitful if you were to enlist bulldozers or hydraulic presses, forces far superior to our own. The others were rendered speechless. The previously nonchalant Xingye now hung his head, clenching his fists. They too yearned to contribute to the prosperity of the great Xia. Yet, the times have changed. In this age of rapid technological advancement, what can these martial families and sects truly offer to great Xia? Airplanes, high-speed trains, tanks, artillery, hydraulic presses, and bulldozers, are they not faster, more lethal, and more powerful? Human strength has long been overshadowed by modern technology. How can one dare to challenge the divine? In an era where modern technology is so advanced, can their martial arts still hold any relevance? Observing the somber and silent assembly, Lin Fan came to a realization. These individuals did not lack the desire to contribute to the great Xia. Rather, they felt utterly incapable of rendering any assistance. They could not fathom the possibility of opposing deities with mere human martial prowess. In that moment, Lin Fan suddenly understood why, in his previous life, Xing Yi had passionately proclaimed that if given another 5 years, even deities would not dare to step into the territory of the Great Xia. The truth was, at this juncture, they were unaware of the formidable strength they would possess in the not-so-distant future. By the time they recognized it, the deities would have already descended, and they would be utterly unprepared. Hence, these guilt-ridden souls would come to cherish time in the future, dedicating every moment to the struggle for the Great Xia. Suddenly, laughter erupted. Ha! Quite intriguing. Seeing the despondent atmosphere among the crowd, Lin Fan unexpectedly laughed, a sound that seemed jarring, incongruous with the prevailing mood. His laughter was akin to salt sprinkled upon the festering wounds of their despair. What is this? The most hot-tempered among them, the burly Wang Hu, was the first to rise, slamming his fist onto the table. Are you mocking us simple-minded, brawny fools, cast aside by the tides of time? Ha! Lin Fan gazed at Wang Hu and remarked with a smile, I am not laughing at your abandonment by the times, but rather at your ignorance of how immensely powerful you will become and the extraordinary prowess of your martial arts. What do you mean? Wang Hu furrowed his brows, pondering if this untrained individual understood more than they did. Lin Fan paid no heed to Wang Hu's inquiry. Instead, he pointed decisively at the solid and weighty mahogany table before him. Crack! In the next moment, Wang Hu's voice was abruptly silenced, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared intently at Lin Fan and the mahogany table before him. Chapter 21. The era has not abandoned you. A crisp sound suddenly pierced the air. At the moment Lin Fan's seemingly effortless index finger made contact with the table's surface, the sturdy, smooth redwood tabletop, 5 centimeters thick, let out a groan as if burdened by an immense weight, cracking instantly beneath the pressure of his touch. The fissures spread like a spider's web. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all present, the once mighty redwood desk collapsed with a resounding crash, splintering into a heap of debris. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the scattered fragments of wood and the young boy who remained poised amidst the wreckage. The previously yawning, lackluster girl clad in black, Xing Yi, straightened her posture, her eyes wide with shock. The seemingly detached and compassionate master, who had been quietly reciting prayers, abruptly opened his eyes, his fingers halting their rhythmic motion. All present were practitioners of martial arts, well aware of the redwood table's formidable strength. This was no flimsy board used for display, easily shattered by a mere touch. It was a robust table crafted from dense redwood. Heavy, solid. Its density was astonishing. This massive conference table weighed no less than a ton, with a surface thickness of 5 centimeters. After undergoing meticulous craftsmanship and being cast into the water, it not only fails to float, but rather sinks to the bottom in an instant. Coupled with the unique resilience of the wood, even if a compassionate master wielding an iron demon-slaying staff were to strike with all their might, it might create a vast indentation, yet it would never shatter into pieces. However, the youth before them exerted no visible force. Merely a gentle tap of his finger transformed the robust and weighty mahogany table into a scattering of splintered wood. This was far more astonishing than merely piercing the tabletop. It is almost inconceivable to imagine the magnitude of power contained within that singular finger, capable of obliterating the entire table in an instant. It is worth noting that their previous perception of Lin Fan was merely that of a handsome high school boy. Even if this youth claimed to have returned from the future, destined to be the guardian deity of the Great Xia, at present, with no divine presence having descended, he should simply be an ordinary adolescent. Yet, this unassuming young man, with a mere finger, shattered the table. This. Wang Hu gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief. This is impossible. You must have prepared it in advance. Yes. This is akin to the props used in television performances. It is no wonder Wang Hu found it hard to believe. The spectacle was too overwhelming, reminiscent only of the theatrical props seen on screen. Lin Fan smiled amiably at Wang Hu, offering no rebuttal. Enough, Wang Hu. Dao Wanqian slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the scattered wooden debris with a complex expression. This fracture, he stated, was not made by a saw. It has been shattered by sheer force. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu stood frozen in disbelief. My young friend, Dao Wanqian continued, his eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. Was that martial arts I witnessed? May I inquire how many years you have devoted to your practice to reach such a remarkable level? At that moment, all eyes in the room turned towards Lin Fan, eager to uncover the answer to this pressing question. It was hard to fathom that the astonishing scene they had just witnessed could be the result of mere human effort. Was it truly possible for martial arts to achieve such feats? However long I have practiced, Lin Fan replied with a smile, was merely 2 days and 2 nights. What? 2 days and 2 nights? The disbelief was palpable. How could that be? I have trained in Xingyi for 30 years, mastering all 12 forms. Yet, even the combined tiger and crane forms cannot accomplish such a feat. You claim to have done it in just 2 days and 2 nights? Impossible, impossible. Surely, you must have been secretly training for an unknown period. In that instant, everyone wore expressions of skepticism. Lin Fan's assertion seemed utterly preposterous. Even the seasoned Dawanqian, known for his exceptional qi cultivation, shook his head slightly, muttering, impossible. He pointed at the shattered rosewood table. Even if it were achievable by human strength, it would likely require an unfathomable number of years of training. But my esteemed colleagues, Lin Fan chuckled softly, indeed. I have only practiced for 2 days and 2 nights. He spoke truthfully, since his return from another realm. He had been quietly honing the god-slaying and demon-butchering techniques within himself. Yet, at most, it had only been a mere 2 days and nights. At that moment, gazing into Lin Fan's clear and sincere eyes, Dawanqian felt a weight settle in his heart. This young man seemed to be genuinely truthful. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Could it be that this individual had truly only trained for 2 days? However, amid their astonishment, a glimmer of excitement ignited in everyone's eyes. After all, in this modern era, where technology flourished and martial arts waned, they possessed exceptional skills. Yet as Dawanqian had articulated, no matter how powerful one might be, could they withstand a bulldozer? No matter how much one studied. Could they rival Baidu in discerning truth? Even if one excelled in assassination, could they compare to a sniper? Although they seldom spoke of it openly, deep down, they understood that human strength had its limits, and martial arts had lost the luster it once held in ancient times. Yet, witnessing Lin Fan shatter the table with a mere gesture, a flicker of anticipation and hope ignited within them. Could this truly represent the pinnacle of human potential? Could martial arts have reached such heights? But just then, Lin Fan suddenly interjected, however, what I practice is not martial arts, but rather a path to semi-divinity. At these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. A path to semi-divinity? Dawanqian was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting the path to becoming a demigod? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, this is the future. In order to combat the deities, the esteemed Mr. Chanyan has developed a unique technique for the Great Xia. It is not martial arts in the traditional sense. Rather, it harnesses the divine energy scattered in the atmosphere, channeling it into one's body for personal use, thereby unlocking the hidden potential of the human form, and even surpassing its limits. Ultimately, it leads to the demigod level. Although one cannot ascend to godhood without a divine rank, a demigod can indeed confront deities directly and inflict harm upon them. For a moment, the expressions of the crowd dimmed once more, as it seemed to have little connection to martial arts. However, as Lin Fan continued, a smile broke across his face. I can impart this technique to you, and you may commence your cultivation immediately. Of course, your initial attempts will not be as smooth as mine. It will likely take about a week for you to grasp the fundamentals of utilizing divine energy to attain demigod strength, while your meridians are already open. Absorbing the divine energy from the air and mastering its use will require time, approximately 2 months. Trust me, in the future, you will fully unleash the power of martial arts. This era has not forsaken you. Rather, it calls upon you to be its savior. Martial arts will continue to shine brilliantly in your hands. Those deities, unafraid of firearms, shall fall before the might of Eastern martial arts, to perish beneath the martial prowess of humanity. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. To learn the art of slaying deities and vanquishing demons? To master the utilization of divine power? Even to stand against the gods with mere mortal flesh? Wielding the strength of martial arts? This was simply beyond belief. Yet, this was the true aim that Lin Fan had meticulously crafted for so long. He intended for these individuals to willingly embrace the art of deity slaying, becoming the inaugural legion of divine slayers. In the impending invasion of the sea god, they would unleash the might of martial arts. This time, let the gods witness the martial capabilities of humanity and behold the formidable strength possessed by this seemingly insignificant species. Chapter 22. The first batch of members of the God-slaying army. Lin Fan's words resonated with undeniable authority. Having personally endured the brutal warfare of the future, he comprehended the profound significance of martial arts for humanity. The deities wield divine techniques and command devoted followers, whereas humanity must rely solely on its own strength. Martial arts shall serve as the sword with which humanity confronts the divine. Before him stood individuals hailing from illustrious martial arts families or sects, each a paragon of rigorous training, having cultivated their martial prowess to an extraordinary level from a tender age. Decades of relentless discipline had rendered their meridians fully opened, thereby circumventing the most arduous step in mastering the godslaying techniques. It is essential to recognize that while it is not impossible for ordinary individuals to cultivate the godslaying techniques, the reality is that Lin Fan would gladly disseminate this knowledge to every citizen of the Great Xia, empowering them with the strength to vanquish deities. However, the complexity of the human meridian system is such that it would take an ordinary person at least 6 months to open them one by one. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic backlash. Even Lin Fan, who had reached the pinnacle of the god-slaying techniques in his previous life as the supreme commander of the Alliance, had to endure an entire night of excruciating pain to gradually unlock all his meridians. Yet, despite having lived in a world devoid of divine power, these ancient martial heirs had already opened their meridians. All that remained was to absorb the divine energy. Wait, divine power. Dao Wanjian suddenly sensed something amiss. What you just mentioned about absorbing the divine power of heaven and earth, does that mean? Precisely, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. Previously, Blue Star lacked divine power. However, at this moment, the two oceanic deities are dismantling the dimensional barriers of Blue Star. Having already opened a rift, within a span of 3 months, they will descend upon Blue Star. As he spoke, Lin Fan's tone grew somber, but he swiftly shifted the conversation. Yet, it is precisely because of the rift they have created that the essence of the divine realm has begun to permeate our world, infusing the air with a trace of divine power. This divine power remains undetectable to ordinary individuals, yet for you, it should resemble what your Taoist traditions refer to as the essence of the sun and moon, the lofty chi of Confucianism, and the compassionate aura of Buddhism. It is also what various other sects term as inner strength. Though the nomenclature varies, they all fundamentally refer to divine power. With this newfound strength, martial arts will attain its true essence. Lin Fan elucidated, and the assembly grasped the concept of divine power. Dao Wanjin nodded in understanding. So that is the case. Divine power is indeed inner strength. No wonder my previous attempts at cultivation yielded no results akin to the inner strength described in the ancestral texts. It appears that our forebears were not exaggerating. Sword mastery over 1,000 miles, summoning thunder and lightning, alchemical practices, and demon extermination, these were once truths. And the reason we cannot achieve them is not due to our predecessors' fabrications, but rather our lack of inner strength. The Sutra of the Vajra states that without inner strength, one is akin to a floating duckweed on the surface of water, superficial and devoid of roots. The monk in white, recalling the scripture, could not help but murmur, Amit Ba. So it is. The Buddha has long imparted this wisdom to me. Were it not for your guidance, I would still be blind to the towering heights of Mount Tai. In that moment, a wave of excitement surged through everyone present. They had once believed that martial arts had fallen into decline, that they, the inheritors of ancient martial traditions, had been rendered obsolete by the march of time. They had thought that their predecessors were merely deceiving them. How else could they explain their years of arduous practice? Adhering to the texts, yet feeling no trace of inner power within? But now it appeared that they had merely failed to unleash the true potential of martial arts. Authentic martial prowess, as chronicled by those who came before, manifests on the day of mastery, whether soaring across rooftops or wielding a sword over 1,000 miles to vanquish foes. A spirit imbued with righteousness, a single utterance commanding the laws of the world. The radiance of the Buddha shines brightly, the Vajra gazes fiercely, the body cloaked in shadows. The sword descends like falling stars. Mechanical dragons, wooden puppets spanning 100 meters. This is the essence of the true martial arts of the Great Xia. A culmination of 5 millennia, refined through the explorations and innovations of generations past. How could it be mere ornamentation? In that moment, the inheritors of ancient martial arts were all stirred to their cores. This is indeed how ancient martial arts ought to be. I wonder if everyone is now inclined to learn the art of slaying gods and vanquishing demons to join my divine army? Lin Fan, sensing the atmosphere had reached its peak, hastened to the point. At this moment, the crowd was swept away by a surge of emotions upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. Ah, of course we are willing, exclaimed the fiery-tempered Wang who, seizing Lin Fan's hand. I admit my fault. Please do not hold it against me, young sir. But let me make one thing clear. Once I join, You must teach me that so-called divine demonic technique. Also, I am not well versed in scholarly pursuits, so you must not deceive me. That technique must be exactly as you described, capable of transforming my fist into iron. All right, Wang Hu. Dao Wanqian, with a sweeping gesture, silenced Wang Hu and spoke solemnly. If what you say is true, that this god-slaying and demon-subduing technique can truly allow us to revive the grandeur of ancient martial arts, then we are duty-bound to join. It is important to note that these practitioners of ancient martial arts, who believed themselves to be relics of a bygone era, were constantly yearning to restore the glory of their traditions. In this present age, who would refuse such an opportunity? If that is the case, I, Mo-een of the Starfall sect, am willing to join the god-slaying army. And I, from the Mo family, also wish to join the god-slaying army to revive the puppet arts of our ancestors. To stand against the divine, how intriguing. The Confucians, with knowing smiles, stepped forward, clutching their scrolls, declaring, "Let the deities witness the righteous spirit of scholars." Only Dao Wanqian paused slightly. Wait, if our predecessors were able to cultivate inner strength, does that imply that divine power once existed in this world? Upon this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Lin Fan smiled and confirmed, indeed. There was a time when deities descended upon the Great Xia. It was only those human heroes and mythical figures who drove them away. During that era, these human champions employed Eastern martial arts to vanquish the deities, instilling fear within them to the extent that they dared not return. However, at this moment, they are temporarily unable to protect us, and it is now our turn to safeguard them. Lin Fan had yet to voice an important thought. As the rift in the divine realm continues to expand, the scattered divine essence on Blue Star will grow increasingly potent. Even without the slaying gods and subduing demons technique, these ancient martial airs will gradually cultivate various forms of inner strength. The slaying gods and subduing demons technique is specifically designed for ordinary individuals to absorb divine power, simplifying the process. Yet, at present, the divine essence dispersed in the air is exceedingly faint, making this technique an effective means for these ancient martial airs to absorb divine energy. Lin Fan also harbored ideas on how to promote the slaying gods and subduing demons technique in the future. For the time being, however, the focus should remain on those ancient martial airs who have already established a foundation and merely require the absorption of divine energy. This is crucial, as ordinary individuals need at least 6 months to build a solid foundation. Currently, what the Great Xia lacks most is time. Now, congratulations to all of you for becoming members of my Slaying Gods army. Lin Fan spoke with a serious tone. After the enlistment procedures, we shall discuss further matters. For now, all of you, sit cross-legged and close your eyes, following my guidance to circulate your inner breath. At this moment, the first batch of members of the Slaying Gods army finally enlisted. The Slaying Gods army, a formidable blade forged to combat the deities, has begun to take shape. As Lin Fan imparted the art of slaying gods and vanquishing demons to these ancient martial successors, a tempest of public opinion had already begun to brew. Chapter 23. The Great Xia, Utter Nonsense. At this moment, following the conclusion of the Great Xia press conference, a tremendous uproar has erupted across international networks. Is what the Great Xia proclaimed true? Are divine beings truly set to descend? It seems plausible, as they even released videos, along with fragments of bones. Haha, this is hilarious. Surely, no one would take this seriously, right? It is the year 2201. Surely, no one has yet to witness the Avengers? Such videos. Those special effects companies can produce 5 a day. Indeed, what can a mere video substantiate? Furthermore, the clarity of that footage TSK. One could easily replicate a simple image of a white bone with Photoshop. And those bone fragments, haha, can anyone be so naive? The Free Nation has long employed such tricks with laundry detergent. Truly, the Great Xia possesses little creativity. They ought to present some compelling evidence. I suspect that fragment of bone was merely picked up off the street. No, do not misconstrue my words. I firmly believe in the existence of divine beings. I have faith in Jesus. Enough of this. I must gather my belongings to prepare for the arrival of the divine. Nonetheless, even if divine beings were to exist, they would undoubtedly be benevolent, akin to those depicted in mythological tales. How could they possibly invade us? And the talk of disasters. The people of Great Xia merely revel in alarmism. Our country, the land of the white elephant, has long asserted that the Great Xia people are prone to deceit and boasting. On international networks, the discourse has intensified, predominantly dividing into 2 factions. One faction steadfastly refuses to believe, convinced that the Great Xia is deceiving them. Conversely, another group, predominantly composed of the devout, places their faith in the deities proclaimed by the Great Xia. Yet, rather than believing in the Great Xia itself, they're inclined to trust in the existence of the benevolent and loving deities depicted in the mythological tales. Indeed, some have even begun to prepare for the arrival of these divine beings. As for the calamities described by the Great Xia, they are met with outright skepticism. How could deities possibly exist? Even if they did, they ought to embody the compassion and kindness portrayed in the legends, such as the indomitable god of justice, Hercules, or the all-forgiving Jehovah. The Great Xia is undoubtedly lying. Within the highest command center of the Great Xia, it appears that this individual has commenced preparations for the next course of action. Through the glass window, Elder Jean observes Lin Fan, who is guiding the inheritors of ancient martial arts in their practice of the divine slaying and demon-slaying techniques, his gaze laden with complexity. At times, one truly feels that this child is remarkably unlike a typical youth, exhibiting none of the restlessness associated with young people. Do not mistake him for a mere youngster. This fellow has likely endured far more than we have. Chunyin lets out a helpless smile, then lowers his gaze to his phone, his expression darkening instantaneously. Are these individuals truly fools? Chunyin extends his phone towards Elder Jean, exclaiming, "We have laid the facts bare before them. We have shown them the evidence, videos, skeletal samples. We could even provide the coordinates of that corpse for their exploration." All the analytical data regarding the skeletal samples was meticulously sent to them without omission. Yet, this group of individuals remains obstinately skeptical, dismissing every assertion. They claim the video is a fabrication, suggesting that the skeletal remains are merely a piece of pig bone we stumbled upon. Moreover, Chunyin exclaimed in disbelief. Someone visited the coordinates and indeed photographed the skeleton from the vessel. Yet, they still insist we discarded it into the sea ourselves, orchestrating the entire spectacle. The analytical data clearly indicates that the bone's hardness is extraordinary. Nevertheless, those from the so-called Free Nation would rather believe it to be a newly developed material from our Great Xia than accept it as the remains of a deity. Do these individuals truly wish to perish at the hands of the divine? Our sincere intention was to alert them to potential dangers. Yet somehow this has been twisted into an accusation of our deceit. Some even mockingly assert that our Great Xia has gone mad. It is utterly incomprehensible. Chunyin clenched his fists. As a devoted researcher, he remained oblivious to the malevolence of human nature and could scarcely fathom how these nations could so brazenly invert truth and feign ignorance. Our Great Xia acted out of genuine concern, forewarning the world of impending peril. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, they resort to ridicule and insults? If they choose not to believe, so be it. However, old Jean remained largely unfazed, merely stating coldly, as Lin Fan once said, "A living bodhisattva cannot save a wretched ghost. I, the Great Xia, have conveyed all the evidence meticulously to them, which can be deemed as an act of utmost benevolence. Truth be told, given the transgressions they have committed against us in the past, we could have chosen not to disclose this information. We could have allowed them to face a severe setback unprepared. It is only due to the Great Xia's inherent magnanimity that we have opted for this almost virtuous retaliation. Had the roles been reversed, they would have never acted with such grace." Elder Jean paused for a moment before continuing. "Let them continue to mock and slander us. We merely need to prepare ourselves. In 3 months' time, I shall see who dares to ridicule the Great Xia. I shall witness how many nations will come crawling back, humbly seeking our assistance." Upon hearing Elder Jin's words, Elder Chen ceased to harbor any resentment and nodded in agreement. "I will now arrange the next steps. Commercial Minister Shang Weidian has informed me of the plans to procure steel resources, and I intend to collaborate with him. Only with the steel resources in place can we commence the construction of the steel Great Wall. This cannot be delayed." With that, before Elder Jean could respond, Elder Chen swiftly turned and departed. Every second is of utmost importance now. Meanwhile, on the other side, a high-level remote conference was urgently convened just 10 minutes after the Great Xia's press conference concluded. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all have witnessed the Great Xia's press conference." Seated in the foremost position, the esteemed leader of the Free Nation, Hu Chuan, gazed at the members of the conference displayed on the screen and spoke solemnly. "What are your thoughts on what De Xia has stated?" No sooner had his words echoed than the individuals on the screen promptly expressed their stances. De Xia, nothing but utter nonsense. Chapter 24, The Great Xia, Nurturing Malice. The Great Xia appears utterly deranged. They genuinely believe in the existence of deities? Indeed, the so-called evidence they present is nothing more than a fabrication of their own making. However, I, hailing from the land of the white elephant, firmly believe in the existence of divine beings. Yet, they are certainly not as benevolent and compassionate as the Great Xia claims. In an instant, the high-ranking officials of various powerful nations engaged in fervent discussion. Their sentiments largely mirrored those of the international discourse. After all, the notion of deities is, objectively speaking, non-existent. Let us entertain the most remote possibility that such beings do exist. How could they be as perilous as portrayed by the Great Xia? If these deities truly possessed formidable powers, why would they choose to invade Blue Star and subjugate these frail humans? In truth, they seem to have forgotten that the Great Xia was not always strong. Yet, these great powers still invaded the Great Xia, assailing a populace that had yet to become robust. In this world, the strong never truly empathize with the weak. Likewise, the divine realm will not extend its compassion to Blue Star. In the not-so-distant future, these great powers will come to realize how naive and self-righteous their current derision is. The Great Xia, owing to its historical experiences, has long perceived the harsh realities of this world. It is a universally acknowledged truth among the people of the Great Xia. To be backward is to be vulnerable to assault. The strong prey upon the weak without the necessity of justification. If a reason were indeed required, it would merely be akin to a bottle of laundry detergent. This disparity elucidates why domestic discourse within the Great Xia is fundamentally distinct from that in the West. Upon the revelation of the divine, the people of Great Xia are consumed by a singular thought: we are in peril. Meanwhile, the Western powers convene, mockingly analyzing Great Xia. This, indeed, is a true case of being blinded by a single leaf. Now, esteemed colleagues, as we listen to the addresses from various leaders, the chairperson, Pu Xuan, nods in agreement. My sentiments align with yours. However, the crux of this meeting lies in deciphering why Great Xia would propagate such a falsehood, claiming the arrival of deities. What insidious intentions do these cunning individuals harbor? Moreover, why are they conscripting 50 million troops? Upon utterance of this statement, the leaders of various nations fell into contemplative silence. It is rather perplexing. Everyone is living comfortably, enjoying a life of ease, when suddenly Great Xia announces a conscription of 50 million. Coupled with a disingenuous press conference proclaiming the existence of gods. Are they attempting to cultivate an atmosphere of terror to intimidate us? John, the leader of the United Kingdom, furrows his brow and questions, but what advantage does this bring them? Kuwaitian, the leader of Kuwaitian nation, sneers, ha! Do the people of Great Xia even require benefits? They are a breed that revels in harming others without any gain for themselves. Even in the absence of personal advantage, inflicting damage upon us brings them satisfaction. Kumada, having never invaded them, found himself perplexed by their incessant slander against us. What could possibly benefit them from such actions? As he spoke, he forcefully struck the table, and suddenly, an epiphany dawned upon him. I understand now. The Daxiao are intent on dragging us down. In their bid to make us believe, they are willing to conscript 50 million men and proclaim the existence of deities. Pu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Kumada, are you suggesting? Kumada, his eyes gleaming with wisdom akin to that of an all-seeing sage, quietly replied, if we succumb to their beliefs, we too shall embark on mass conscription and heed their calls for various upheavals. In doing so, we would ultimately undermine our own national strength. This is the insidious intent of the Daxia people. They are merely performing, seeking to deceive and toy with us. Should we fall prey to their manipulations, all nations of Blue Star would be misled into chaos, halting their development and even regressing in power. Meanwhile, they need only feign sacrifice for every 500 they lose. Each other nation would suffer a loss of 10,000. At that juncture, Daxia would rise while all others, ensnared in deception, find their national strength diminished. As Kumada's words resonated, the gravity of the situation became all too clear. Pu Chuan gasped in astonishment, his gaze filled with terror as he exclaimed. This move in the game possesses the power to alter the current dynamics of the world. The people of Daxia have concealed their intentions remarkably well. Indeed, Daxia harbors sinister motives. Chapter 25. Is the Great Xia planning to purchase steel from us? In an instant, amidst discussions amongst several astute minds, they thoroughly unveiled the schemes of the Great Xia, discerning the truth behind their intentions. To put it plainly, Pu Chuan's countenance darkened, his plump hands trembling slightly. The Great Xia's proclamations of divine intervention are nothing more than alarmist rhetoric. Their conscription of 50 million is merely a performance. Their true aim is to instigate panic among us, to mimic their tumultuous actions. If we succumb to their fears, Then when the Great Xia declares that our free nation is on the brink of peril and requires a conscription of 50 million, demanding the full strength of the nation to construct, we shall become mere pawns in their game, our national strength eroded by their empty words. Therefore, he concluded, we must not believe anything they say. As long as we remain skeptical, the people of Great Xia will only engage in futile struggles. Ultimately, they will only weaken their own national power. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials in the communication conference nodded in agreement. Only Tom, the Prime Minister of Australia, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But will the Great Xia truly resort to such tactics? They are, after all, actively conscripting 50 million right now. Oh, that is precisely the nature of the Great Xia, sneered the Prime Minister of Gutian. Let us not forget their ancient adage, inflict 1,000 points of damage on the enemy and suffer 800 in return. As long as they can diminish our national strength, what do their own losses matter? The people of the Great Xia are inherently despicable and shameless. They mistakenly believe that such trivial schemes can deceive us. But in truth, we have seen through it all. John of the United Kingdom scoffed. Indeed, these self-important individuals from Great Xia think they can outmaneuver us and engage us in military strategy. What are they? As he spoke, John instinctively flipped through the treasured tome of the art of war he had placed on the table. It can only be said that when it comes to military strategy, the Great Xia are no match for their ancestors. Pu Chuan pondered for a moment, then decisively tapped the table, articulating each word with gravity. In light of this, we shall establish our overarching strategy. No matter what the Great Xia claim or how they perform, we must not place our trust in them. Even if they kneel and beseech us to believe that divine intervention is imminent, we shall remain steadfast in our disbelief. Even if they mobilize their entire nation for war or undertake grand projects, I shall not trust them. We must always remember that these are merely their performances. Let them flounder and toil in vain. As long as we do not believe, their calculations will crumble, leaving them to squander their national strength in futility. Pu Chuan's voice resonated with confidence. Excellent. I concur. We shall not trust Great Xia. Let them labor in vain. And at that moment, the esteemed leader of Pu Chuan received urgent news from the upper echelons of Daxia. An assistant hastily approached, whispering anxiously into Pu Chuan's ear. Simultaneously, messages arrived from the esteemed leader John and the esteemed leader Kuaitian, all conveying information from Daxia. In the opulent offices of each nation, every leader was apprised of Daxia's correspondence. What? Daxia wishes to procure steel from us? How peculiar. Daxia is also eager for our great nation to supply them with a staggering total of 80 million tons of steel. To my astonishment, our nation too received a notification, expressing a desire to purchase 50 million tons from us. In an instant, all senior leaders gasped in astonishment during the communication conference. Chapter 26. A sudden surprise. Have you all received the information as well? What? Daxia is requesting steel resources from you? What on earth is happening? Daxia is typically an exporting nation, endowed with vast lands and abundant steel resources. Why would they? In an instant, all the high-ranking officials from the participating nations were utterly astonished. They had received messages from Daxia almost simultaneously. Though the quantities varied, without exception, they all contained requests for the purchase of steel. How peculiar, remarked Pu Chuan, equally bewildered by the news. What could Daxia possibly be up to? I have also received a message expressing the desire to procure 100 million tons of steel from our free nation. Such a substantial order. May I kindly request that everyone report the quantities Daxia requires from you? As he spoke, Pu Chuan picked up a fountain pen and began to take notes. Daxia intends to acquire 60 million tons of steel from our Guitian nation. For us in Igua, the figure stands at 50 million tons. One by one, the leaders of various countries reported the amounts specified in Daxia's correspondence. After a lengthy pause, Pu Chuan set down his pen, gazing at the figures inscribed on the blank sheet before him, his expression a tapestry of complexity. In total, it amounted to 1.5 billion tons of steel. Moreover, Daxia's actions were surely not arbitrary. These figures corresponded directly to our national strength. To be candid with you all, our free nation has stood as a global hegemon for many years. Although its status has declined in recent years, the steel reserves amount to a staggering 101 million tons. Yet the Great Xia casually claims 100 million tons. The figures you possess are nearly equivalent to the total steel reserves in your national treasury. What, exactly, does Great Xia intend to achieve? Pu Chuan furrowed his brow. Is there any need for speculation? The foremost leader of Kuaitian scoffed. We were just discussing the intentions of Great Xia. They are merely putting on a performance. First, They hold a press conference to incite panic. Then they scour for resources, feigning preparations for a divine descent. If we buy into this, we will be led astray, and our national strength will be undermined. Thus, Great Xia's extensive consolidation of steel is merely for the sake of continuing the charade before us. They aim to compel us into belief. Upon hearing this, the leaders of other nations nodded in agreement. Indeed, the predatory ambitions of Great Xia are glaringly evident. They are certainly putting on quite the show. Observing the acknowledgement from his peers, the leader of Kuwait Tian continued, "In my opinion, we should ignore them and see how they proceed with their act. As long as we remain indifferent and unaffected, the only thing they will deplete is their own national strength. Moreover, they likely understand that we cannot possibly sell them such a vast quantity of steel. They merely wish to exacerbate our panic." In that moment, the high-ranking officials present at the meeting nodded in unison. However, only John, the esteemed leader of Great Britain, shook his head slightly. He flipped through Sun Tzu's The Art of War on the table, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes, and solemnly declared, "That is not correct. The proposal put forth by Chairman Kita was indeed prudent. However, I suggest we sell steel directly to the Great Xia." Upon utterance of this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. "What?" exclaimed Chairman John. "Are you out of your mind? Are you aware of the enormous quantity of steel that Great Xia demands? Their requirements would consume nearly all of our nation's steel reserves. Great Xia claims it is for the purpose of resisting the gods. But who knows what they might do with that steel? If they were to use it to manufacture weapons and expand their military-industrial complex, their military capabilities would surely escalate. At that point, we would find ourselves in grave peril. Surely, you understand the significance of steel resources to a nation, Chairman John. If we were to provide Great Xia with such resources, we would essentially be gifting them the means to create weapons that could be used against us." In an instant, the conference was filled with dissenting voices. After a moment of silence, John waited for the tumult to subside before softly speaking, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am acutely aware of the importance of steel resources to a nation. However, if we were to demand that Great Xia pay with equivalent goods at international steel prices, would they even be able to afford our offer, should we choose to sell? They will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Moreover, transforming steel into weaponry requires time. 1,500,000,000 tons of steel. Given the production capacity of the Great Xia, it would take decades to convert this into military might. Thus, selling steel to the Great Xia, in the short term, will not bolster their military power. Rather, it will lead them to incur significant losses. If we unite, even with this batch of steel, they would dare not initiate conflict with us in the near term. Should they insist on a display of force, the steel we provide will only serve to deplete their own national strength. Let us consider this from another angle. They might not even be able to afford it. In the end, they would be lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet. Pu Chuan, somewhat perplexed, straightforwardly inquired, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" "I wish to express that if they cannot afford the equivalent price, we shall gain prominence and unite to wage war against the Great Xia." Archbishop John scoffed coldly. At that time, other nations, along with global public opinion, will have nothing more to say. After all, there is an ancient saying in the Great Xia, "Debts must be repaid, as is only just, even if they can afford it." Their military strength will not experience a meteoric rise due to this batch of steel. On the contrary, acquiring this steel will lead to a depletion of their national power. And we, even without a vast reserve of steel. However, in the short term, the military strength we currently possess will not diminish. We can likewise seize this opportunity to wage war against the Great Xia. At this point, John stood up, brimming with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed, "steel can always be produced anew. Yet, the chance to strike at Great Xia is a singular opportunity." For a moment, the high-ranking officials of the surrounding powerful nations fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, Pu Chuan gently tapped the table. "Let us proceed as John suggests. Remember to warn Great Xia that they must pay in equivalent resources. Otherwise, we do not rule out the possibility of uniting to undertake military action." With a wry smile, Pu Chuan added, The performance of Great Xia is about to unravel." Meanwhile, Shang Weidian, the head of the Ministry of Commerce who had previously interacted with Lin Fan, was engaged in discussion with Chen Yan. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shang Weidian promptly answered the call, exchanged a few words, and then turned to Chen Yin with an expression of exhilaration. "The nations have responded. They all agree to sell steel to our country at international market prices. Furthermore, the quantity remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true?" Indeed, how peculiar. Although Qin Yin was filled with joy, he still found it hard to believe that those countries would be willing to sell us such an abundance of steel. The surprise had truly come rather unexpectedly. Chapter 27. The Compassion of Buddha. It is imperative to recognize that the Great Xia has only just announced the impending arrival of the divine. At this juncture, other nations should have also taken notice, heightening their vigilance and consolidating all resources in preparation for the tense moments to come. Every resource is invaluable at this time, particularly steel. Yet, these nations are willing to sell it to Great Xia at market prices? This left Qin Yin utterly perplexed. Who knows, perhaps they wish to assist us. I had prepared several contingency plans, but I did not anticipate such smooth progress. Shang Weitian also wore a bewildered expression, struggling to comprehend why the leaders of those countries would consent to such arrangements. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yin mused, "It seems we have misjudged them. The leaders of these nations are indeed benevolent." Unbeknownst to him, he remained ignorant of the sinister motives harbored by Zhang, Puchuan, and others. To him, it appeared as a selfless act of humanity. He had informed them of the divine's imminent arrival, urging them to prepare. Yet, they responded by sending their most precious steel resources to Great Xia, disregarding their own safety to ensure the preservation of the Great Xia. In such critical moments, even blood brothers might find it difficult to perform such a poignant act of kindness, would they not? They are truly devoted to assisting Great Xia. Qin Yin sighed in admiration and then suddenly regained his focus, hastening toward the door. "Follow me to the highest conference room. We must meet with the chief commander directly. This matter necessitates a personal report to the commander-in-chief." Shang Weitian's expression turned serious as he swiftly made his way towards the door. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room, the table had been pushed aside, and all present sat on the ground, legs crossed, eyes closed, with hands resting on their knees, palms facing upward. Lin Fan was gently pressing his hands against the soft, supple lower back of the girl, Xing Yi, from the Moin star, while gradually releasing his god-slaying power into her body, attentively sensing the flow of her energy. "Do not move. Allow me to guide you. Focus your mind and follow my lead, directing the god-slaying power through the Fengqi, Fenfu, and Yuzhen acupoints. These points you must remember. Execute 5 complete cycles of the god-slaying power, then cultivate your Moin techniques." Feeling the intense warmth emanating from behind her, the girl's delicate face, concealed beneath a black veil, flushed slightly. "Why does your body tremble so persistently?" Lin Fan suddenly felt a surge of concern. "You do not have any lingering ailments, do you?" He was well aware that some ancient martial heirs might develop hidden afflictions after years of practice, although the god-slaying technique would gradually alleviate these hidden ailments. What they needed most at present was time. "If you have any afflictions, speak up. I can assist you." Lin Fan's expression was filled with concern. However, the girl suddenly let out a soft, alluring moan, and her body began to tremble even more violently. I have no hidden ailments." The young girl whispered softly, "You are pressing a bit too hard." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Suddenly, he recalled a piece of information from the future. The guardian of the Great Xia, Xing Yi, possessed a particularly sensitive constitution. This, of course, was advantageous, as those with such sensitivity could acutely perceive changes in their environment. Temperature, humidity, and even the slightest movement of air could be effortlessly detected. Moreover, their neural response capabilities far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing for superior control over their bodies. This made her exceptionally suited for the assassination skills renowned in the Moin sect, yet it also meant she was more attuned in certain aspects. Xing Yi, nearly unable to lift her gaze, was filled with shyness, her eyes brimming with tears, unable to meet Lin Fan's stare. Lin Fan had never anticipated that Xing Yi would be so sensitive. He quickly waved his hand. "Hurry back, and remember the guidance I just provided. Upon your return, continue to circulate the Great Zhou Heaven." Lowering her head, Xing Yi stood and hastily exited. The others, however, seemed oblivious to this exchange, wholly engrossed in their cultivation of the god-slaying and demon-butchering techniques. They were, after all, inheritors of ancient martial arts. Despite the absence of divine energy in the air during their prior training, which had delayed the development of their internal power, they had already established their meridians. Having cultivated the divine slaying and demon exterminating technique, the celestial energy permeating the air fused into his being, transforming into the formidable power of divine slaying, and filling the once barren and desolate meridians. This sensation was akin to a parched land rejoicing in a nourishing rain or a long-suffering patient encountering a miraculous remedy. The divine slaying power surged and flowed within the meridians, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of strength. It continuously nourished his body, gradually alleviating the hidden ailments that had arisen from excessive cultivation. Is this what the ancestors referred to as internal power? Wang Hu, engrossed in his training, excitedly clenched his fists, feeling as though he could strike down an ox with a single blow. The ancestors certainly did not deceive me. Though my martial arts were once vigorous, they now seemed feeble in comparison. This power, perhaps it truly holds the potential to contest with the divine beings. The heir of Xingyi Quan, Wang Hu, was now brimming with combat fervor, yearning to engage in battle with the so-called deities at once. Behind him, phantoms of roaring tigers, soaring white cranes, and predatory manases intermittently manifested. Even his robust hands occasionally morphed into tiger claws, crane wings, and mantis pincers. It was only at this moment that Wang Hu finally stepped into the threshold of Xingyi Quan. Beside him, the middle-aged monk, with a heart full of compassion, softly chanted scriptures while diligently practicing the divine slaying and demon-exterminating technique under Lin Fan's guidance. All around him, faintly, a golden bell-like apparition inverted itself, resembling an indomitable shield that enveloped him. Moreover, a halo of golden Buddhist light radiated from atop his head, while a golden swastika subtly took shape behind him. Every inch of his skin appeared as if gilded, and the Vajra demon-subduing staff that lay across his legs shimmered with a golden brilliance, embodying the essence of demon suppression. He seemed to be a manifestation of the Buddha, although years of cultivating Buddhist energy had rendered him stoic. An overwhelming joy compelled a faint smile to grace the lips of this usually unperturbed, compassionate master. In that moment, having attained the power to vanquish deities, often referred to in Buddhism as the aura of the Buddha, the once monotonous and seemingly inconsequential martial arts of the Buddhist school sprang to life. The Buddhist golden bell shield, the thunderous roar of the Vajra lion, the immutable wisdom king, the Vajra demon-subduing staff. Seated there, he resembled a mountain in his profound weightiness. Amitabha, the compassionate master, imbued with the burgeoning aura of the Buddha, murmured softly, "May the Buddha's compassion allow this humble monk to guide the deities to salvation." It is not merely the compassion of the Buddha, there is also the fierce gaze of the Vajra. Those who dare to enter the realm of the great Xia, even if they are deities, shall find themselves dispatched to the Western paradise. Amitabha, this embodies the compassion of Buddhism, as well as the compassion of the great Xia. Chapter 28. The vastness of Qi. Behind him, the master of the Tao sect sat cross-legged with eyes closed, an ethereal image of the Yin-Yang Bagua forming behind him, rotating endlessly. In the fusion of black and white, the essence of the Tao is boundless. The old man seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, exuding an indescribable aura of celestial grace and profound depth. Even Lin Fan could not help but steal a few glances, filled with astonishment. Having just begun to cultivate the divine slayer and demon annihilation technique, the old man's presence had transformed into something elusive and unfathomable, even beyond Lin Fan's complete comprehension. It is noteworthy that Lin Fan, leveraging the experience from his previous life, had achieved the pinnacle of the divine slayer and demon annihilation technique in merely 2 days, standing just half a step away from the ultimate demigod level. Half a step to demigodhood, just a whisper away. Lin Fan was on the verge of becoming a true mortal demigod. In contrast, the old man had only just commenced his cultivation of the technique, absorbing the divine power scattered throughout the world, what the Taoists refer to as the essence of the sun and moon entering the body. It can be said that the ancient martial arts of the great Xia indeed possess remarkable qualities. And the Tao sect is a testament to the brilliance bequeathed by the ancestors of great Xia, not to be underestimated by even divine beings. With the yin-yang rotating Bagua disc behind him, the old man's aura flowed dynamically, his Taoist robe billowing as if animated by an unseen wind, his white beard fluttering, blending seamlessly with the cosmos. The peachwood sword at his back levitated, circling around him in a continuous motion. Yellow talismans at his waist danced in the breeze, hundreds of them dispersing into the surrounding space, forming a protective barrier around the old man. Unexpectedly, a subtle formation emerged, further converging the essence of the sun and moon dispersed in the air through the Taoist array, thus accelerating the cultivation process. This old man is indeed quite astute. Lin Fan mused with admiration. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gentleman from the Confucian sect, Imobuji, was also seated in meditation, his eyes closed. The four treasures of the scholar, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, emitted an enigmatic glow, hovering before him as the characters on the paper unfurled. A dense, inky darkness enveloped him. The literary energy transformed into ink. Mo Bougie murmured softly, reciting the ancestral texts. The master said, "To know is to know, and not to know is not to know. That is true knowledge." The master said, "To learn and to practice at due intervals, is it not a joy? When friends come from afar, is it not a joy? To be unrecognized yet not indignant, is that not the mark of a gentleman?" As he recited these words, the inky darkness behind him twisted continuously, morphing into characters. Resembling a celestial prison, he had already begun to master the ability to draw upon the heavenly and earthly forces with his righteous chi. This fellow is quite talented as well, Lin Fan thought, his brow furrowed. He was well aware that when the Confucian teachings reached their pinnacle, those seemingly fragile scholars possessed the power to invoke the forces of heaven and earth with but a single word, using these forces to vanquish foes. In the past, Mo Bougie had been like a deity of slaughter, with a single verse capable of taking a life from 10 paces away, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. With each 10 steps taken, the heavens and earth would strangle a divine follower. A millennium later, a divine army of 1,000,000 devotees was utterly annihilated without a trace. Yet, at that time, Mo Bougie was unaware that he had begun his cultivation too late. Now, observing Mo Bougie, who had begun to grasp the art of harnessing the righteous energy to manipulate the heavens and the earth, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, Mo Bougie only began to emerge in the year 005 of the new era, while many other ancient martial inheritors discovered, around the years 002 and 003 of the new era, that the divine power lingering in the air could be utilized to stimulate ancient martial arts. And now, the divine presence had yet to descend. These ancient martial inheritors had already commenced wielding the power to slay gods in their practice. This time, the great Xia had taken the lead before the deities arrived. History was poised to alter from this very moment. Lin Fan's heart swelled with excitement. For his return was meant to reshape history. He had once feared that he would be unable to effect such change. However, this time, despite only achieving initial success, it was at least evident that he could indeed alter the course of history. Thus, let history undergo a profound transformation. At that moment, a knocking echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Could it be Xingyi returning? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the door. Upon opening it, he found not Xingyi, who had gone to change his pants, but rather Elder Chun and Shang Weitian. Lin Fan looked at the two individuals, who were brimming with excitement. With a hint of confusion, "Is there something amiss? Shouldn't you be preparing to execute the next phase of the plan and gathering the steel resources?" Chapter 29. A sudden surprise. Lin Fan gazed at the two individuals before him with a sense of bewilderment. After all, the value of steel resources is immeasurable, especially when one considers a staggering 20 billion tons. Furthermore, this is during a critical juncture when deities are poised to descend, rendering steel resources even more precious. At such a time, steel resources signify a nation's very survival. In his previous life, Lin Fan was oblivious to the methods employed by Shang Weitian to amass such an enormous quantity of steel resources. However, he could surmise the general approach. The imposing skyscrapers painstakingly erected by the people of the Great Xia had been systematically demolished, and the shelves in supermarkets, laden with pots, pans, and even iron water cups and thermoses, had vanished without a trace. The personal vehicles of ordinary citizens had also become exceedingly rare, as they served as vital tools for escaping peril and facilitating swift evacuations. Ultimately, even the humble kitchen knives, iron basins, and screws from dining tables of common households had disappeared, with only a few families possessing a single iron pot, necessitating queues for cooking. During that time, many people hurled insults at Shang Weitian. Yet, it is undeniable that his contributions were significant. Through his unwavering tactics, the 20 billion tons of steel were eventually assembled, leading to the urgent construction of the steel Great Wall. Subsequently, these materials were repurposed to create various facilities. The underground furnaces, with core temperatures reaching a staggering 10,000 degrees, enabled the people of Great Xia to endure the frigid embrace of the god of winter. The 13 subterranean sanctuaries, forged from steel, have enabled countless citizens of the Great Xia to evade the predations of the iron hawks soaring above. At that time, one could hardly blame Shang Weitian for his unyielding measures. The Great Xia was driven to such extremes out of sheer necessity. The sacrifices made in the quality of life for the people were but a desperate bid for survival. Lin Fan vividly remembers the chilling winter when the populace huddled in these underground refuges, consuming mouthfuls of dry, cold-fried rice. Shang Weitian's actions were indeed born of desperation. Were Lin Fan in his position, he would have acted similarly. The seemingly obstinate tactics employed by Shang Weitian were, in truth, the result of extensive deliberations, ultimately receiving clandestine approval from the esteemed Zhang Maoyuan, the sovereign of the Great Xia. Yet, it was Shang Weitian who bore the brunt of public scorn. Within the annals of history that Lin Fan personally witnessed, Shang Weitian emerges as a figure of great controversy. His methods were harsh, constraining the quality of life for the people. Yet it is undeniable that his strategies facilitated the survival of the Great Xia populace. Comparatively, the Great Xia fared remarkably well against other nations, at the very least. They endured. Even at the cost of the people's living standards, they ultimately persevered until the end. Although the citizens remained largely silent, the haunting images of them swallowing fried rice pierced Lin Fan's heart. Upon his return, Lin Fan is resolute in his mission to alter the course of history, not merely to change the fate of the Great Xia, but to transform the entirety of the journey itself. He desires for the people of the Great Xia to peacefully admire the surging ocean waves, to relish hot pot, and sing joyfully in the warmth of their homes during the harsh winter, all while gazing through their windows at the swirling snowflakes. Why is Lin Fan so eager to amass 20 billion tons of steel? It is because, when the divine descends, steel becomes exceedingly scarce. Other nations impose stringent controls on steel resources. In such times, the Great Xia will be compelled to seek steel from its citizens. Lin Fan is resolute in his unwillingness to witness such a scene. He aims to alter the course of history. He intends for the quality of life for the people of the Great Xia to remain unblemished. Not only do they deserve to survive, but they ought to thrive in comfort. As Lin Fan observed the two individuals brimming with delight, he maintained a stoic expression and inquired, "Do you have a solution?" "Indeed, indeed," Chun Yin replied, grinning, as expected of the commander-in-chief. "You've guessed it right. I had hoped to build some suspense." "Huh," Lin Fan retorted darkly. "I can surmise your plan, but I shall not permit it. The lives of the Great Xia's citizens must not be compromised. Though 20 billion tons of steel is substantial, with collective effort, it can be gathered. You merely thought of the citizens' private vehicles, the steel in their buildings, the materials in their bridges, and the metal in their kitchenware. But I categorically refuse to allow that. I tasked you with finding a solution, not with preying upon the populace of the Great Xia. Otherwise, what purpose do you serve? I require you to devise alternative methods to acquire steel." Lin Fan's words resonated with conviction. However, both Chen Lao and Shang Weitian were momentarily taken aback. You have misunderstood," Shang Weitian said, his expression blank. "This indeed was my most pessimistic assumption, but circumstances have changed." Lin Fan paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "I apologize, I misinterpreted the situation. Please, tell me, what is the solution?" Shang Weitian, though at a loss for words, felt a deeper admiration for Lin Fan. He decided to be forthright, stating plainly, "Earlier, I tentatively sent emails in the name of the Daxiao Ministry of Commerce to other nations, hoping to procure their steel resources at international market prices. I had little hope, given the critical importance of steel resources at this juncture. However, to my utter astonishment, they all agreed." "What?" Lin Fan exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face as he furrowed his brow. "They agreed?" "Indeed." Shang Weitian recalled the moment, still incredulous, scratching his head. "It is understandable that our ally, the Bear Country, would comply. Yet, I never anticipated that nations historically at odds with us, such as the Free Country and the Turtle Country, would also acquiesce. They even raised no objections to the quantities we proposed. It is worth noting that this is a conservative estimate of their national reserves. Any discrepancies would be minimal. This is tantamount to them generously offering their steel resources. Moreover, it is precisely at this moment, as the divine beings are about to descend." As Shang Weitian spoke, his expression was laden with complexity. Such actions were indeed perplexing. Even in the grand realm of Daxia, it would be inconceivable to sell steel resources to foreign nations at this juncture. After all, with the imminent arrival of the deities, the significance of steel resources is self-evident. And those nations, how could they selflessly assist Daxia in such a manner? This must be a bond forged through life and death. Even blood brothers would be hard-pressed to match such loyalty. I could hardly fathom the depth of their kindness. Elder Qin remarked with a furrowed brow. "It is truly unbelievable." It appears they are genuinely benevolent. Lin Fan scratched his head, still somewhat incredulous. Is the information authentic? It is indeed true, Shang Weitian replied solemnly. Our contacts from the Free Nation have just confirmed that our personnel are currently engaged in the inventory and clearance process at the port. The same applies to Guitian Nation. Other countries have also commenced the dispatch of goods, and our representatives stationed there are diligently conducting inventory. Chapter 30. You should indulge yourself more recently, hiss. Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Could it be that these individuals have genuinely changed their disposition? For a moment, the weight that had burdened Lin Fan's heart was lifted. After all, no matter how one viewed it, the steel resources essential for the Great Xia had found a source. Yet, this overwhelming joy did not cloud Lin Fan's judgment. He sensed an underlying discord. Something feels amiss. Lin Fan suddenly shook his head. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, following the initial descent of deities, the Great Xia had barely managed to fend off the threat, yet it had suffered grievously due to the arrival of a sea god. At that time, not only did other nations refrain from preparing for the next divine incursion, but they also neglected to support the Great Xia. Instead, they dispatched troops, casting covetous glances while the Great Xia struggled with internal reconstruction, conducting so-called military exercises along its borders. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the next batch of deities, forcing all nations into a state of crisis, the Great Xia might have already been partitioned among them. These individuals are perpetually driven by self-interest. How could they possibly offer their precious steel resources at such a critical moment, just before the deity's arrival? There must be ulterior motives at play. Lin Fan suddenly turned his gaze to Shang Weitian. Do they have any demands? Demands? Shang Weitian pondered for a moment. While there are no specific demands, their response included a stipulation that we adhere to international market prices. As the steel resources entered the borders, payment was required on the spot, or an equivalent exchange of military products. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. This statement sounded quite ordinary. However, why the emphasis? I see. Lin Fan suddenly broke into a smile. These individuals were indeed harboring ill intentions. Such an immense quantity of steel, even if our Great Xia could afford to purchase it, would likely deplete national strength. And if our Great Xia were unable to meet the financial demand, they would use this as a pretext to unite against us in war. Alternatively, even if our Great Xia could afford it, we would inevitably enter a phase of vulnerability, for the integration of steel resources into production requires time. They would seize this opportunity to wage war against our Great Xia. Lin Fan comprehended their ulterior motives. They simply wished to ascertain whether our Great Xia could absorb this shipment of steel resources. You desire steel resources? Very well, we shall provide them. But if you cannot handle it, do not blame us. This so-called timely assistance was, in fact, fraught with peril. The value of 2 billion tons of steel was truly monumental. If translated into military products, it could potentially exchange for half of all existing military assets of our Great Xia. In such a scenario, would the soldiers of our Great Xia, devoid of firearms and heavy weaponry, resort to fighting with mere knives against the enemy? And this was the cunning strategy concealed behind their benevolent gesture. Indeed, the wolf is forever a wolf. While some things may change, certain individuals remain resolutely the same. Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, even Xin Yan, who was solely focused on research, began to comprehend. Can we afford this? It is indeed possible, yet such an arrangement would deplete our national treasury. Shang Weitian wore a complex expression, pondering the construction of a steel fortress. After all, we cannot expect the laborers to work for free. At this juncture, he stroked his chin and proposed, I am considering a payment structure where half is in cash and the other half in military products. Alternatively, we could resort to printing more currency, but that would disrupt our monetary system. No. Lin Fan abruptly shook his head, asserting, military products are as crucial as steel in the impending battles against the divine. The Great Xia cannot afford to lose even a single firearm. Currently, we are in the midst of extensive conscription, which already strains our military production capacity. How can we afford to dispatch our own weapons? What will we fight with afterward? As for printing more currency, let me assure you, the currency of the Great Xia will, in the future, become the sole stable currency capable of global circulation. If you print more money now to pay out, wouldn't you be setting the stage for your own collapse? Shang Weitian's expression instantly turned troubled. Then, rest assured, I have a solution, Lin Fan concluded, leaning closer to Shang Weitian's ear and whispering a few words. Shang Weitian stood frozen in place, his pupils constricting. Is this permissible? What could possibly be impermissible? Lin Fan replied with a cold smile. Isn't it merely about money? Do they think that our great Xia cannot absorb this batch of steel? Do they believe we are still the impoverished nation of yesteryear, with scarcely any affluent households? Now, let them discover whether our great Xia can indeed accommodate this steel. The foundation we have accumulated over the years deserves to be showcased. Upon hearing this, Shang Weitian's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. Those nations persistently presume that great Xia remains as it once was. Even among those who possess a deeper understanding of us, there exists the belief that while we are growing stronger, we are not yet formidable enough. In truth, however, great Xia has quietly risen over these years, and the velocity of this ascent is undoubtedly beyond their wildest imagination. The profound foundation built by 1,300 million people is not something those nations can fathom. Yet, Shang Weitian still felt a twinge of concern, but if we proceed with this strategy, our foreign reserves will dwindle, and the Western nations may very well strike us financially. If things go awry, they could collectively impose a commercial blockade against us. Lin Fan scoffed. Let them strike us. We once invested heavily to serve as their processing factory. And now, even without them, the people of the Great Xia can thrive splendidly. Our vast land and abundant resources render their commercial blockade insignificant. Can they truly affect us? Food? Minerals? If they were to impose a blockade, would they be willing to lose us, their esteemed purchasers? The Great Xia is no longer merely the world's factory. It has evolved into the largest consumer nation on the globe. A blockade? We can simply produce and consume internally. The crux of the matter is this. Lin Fan patted Shang Weitian on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, in 3 months, it will be uncertain who will still be standing. At this moment, we have no time for internal strife with them. By then, they may very well be pleading with us. Rest assured and proceed with your tasks. The remaining burden will be shouldered by the 1,300 million people of the Great Xia. 1,300 million, supporting you. This is the foundation of Lin Fan's confidence. Shang Weitian took a deep breath, standing tall, a surge of unprecedented strength coursing through him. Behind him stood the diverse populace of 1,300 million Great Xia people. Very well, Lin Fan said with a smile. The steel resources have now been assembled, and part of them has been transferred to Ludong. The state-owned engineering teams are also en route to Ludong. Old Chun, he continued, come with me to Ludong. There, I will need your expertise in personally supervising the construction of the steel Great Wall. Old Chun nodded in agreement. Lin Fan turned back to the meeting room. Observing the ancient martial arts practitioners still engrossed in their training, he clapped his hands and declared, all right, let us pause for now and continue our training in the vehicle. Everyone, please descend immediately. Wang Hu, having exited his meditative state, stretched lazily while sensing the power coursing through his body. He inquired with a hint of confusion, Commander, what exactly are we to do? Lin Fan gestured towards the map behind him, stating, we are heading to the eastern coastal region. There, we shall construct the Iron Great Wall. Wang Hu was even more perplexed. Construction is the domain of builders. What does it have to do with us? Lin Fan chuckled softly. If memory served him correctly, amidst this unprecedented construction project, certain dormant entities beneath the earth would also awaken. You should indulge in some good food lately. A fierce battle awaits us, Lin Fan remarked while giving Wang Hu a nod. Chapter 31. Everyone, please return. The modified military jeep thundered forth from Kyoto, making its way towards Jiaodong. It was not that taking a plane was out of the question. Given Lin Fan's current status, any request he made could easily procure not only commercial flights, but even military fighter jets. However, Lin Fan yearned to behold more of the vast lands and splendor of the Great Xia, while also desiring to witness the current state of affairs. Inside the military jeep, the initial batch of Godslaying army members engaged in their cultivation. They understood that Lin Fan's directive was far from a mere request for manual labor. A battle loomed ahead, and it would undoubtedly be no ordinary confrontation. Thus, every moment spent in cultivation was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat quietly in the front jeep, gazing out the window. Outside, massive construction vehicles brushed past the military jeep, all dispatched by the state-owned engineering teams from the construction department. Elder Jean, speaking rapidly beside him, elaborated. Currently, the Great Xia has suspended all project constructions and dispatched all state-owned engineering teams to Ludong. Steel resources requisitioned from the National Treasury have already been sent to Ludong, where construction has commenced. The recruitment efforts are also proceeding smoothly. Within a mere 2 days, 20 million recruits have already been enlisted, and the pace of recruitment is accelerating with time. The current generation of youth is often described as a lost one. Yet their actions are truly remarkable. Lin Fan gazed out the window at the roaring construction vehicles, akin to ferocious beasts, a smile gracing his lips. Did the deities ever anticipate that, even before their arrival, the Great Xia had already prepared itself? These galloping steel monstrosities represent the might of the Great Xia. For 100 miles, the torrent formed by these iron beasts has remained unbroken. This is the stance that Great Xia adopts towards the invading deities. However, at this moment, Lin Fan's gaze outside faltered slightly. Construction vehicles devoid of state-owned enterprise insignia suddenly appeared on the highway. Moreover, there were vans laden with goods, thundering toward Jiaodong, adorned with various banners proclaiming support. Brothers from Jingzhou rally to aid Ludong. Go Ludong, the Heizhou Brothers engineering team, comes to the rescue. Lin Fan's brow furrowed. What is this? Beside him, Elder Jean chuckled, explaining that these were grassroots engineering teams that had voluntarily gone to assist Ludong upon hearing of the impending danger facing Great Xia. Yet, Lin Fan's expression was devoid of joy, darkening instantaneously. Elder Jean, did you approve this? Lin Fan's voice was low and somber. Elder Jean nodded. Yes, I approved it. The Ministry of Construction indicated a shortage of manpower, hence. What is going on? Lin Fan scoffed coldly. With gritted teeth, he commanded, Driver, stop the vehicle and intercept those private construction teams. The driver, a member of the highest command center, promptly accelerated, overtaking the convoy of construction trucks and minibuses ahead. Simultaneously, he applied the brakes to decelerate while retrieving the intercom speaker. A crisp and authoritative voice resonated from the military horn atop the Jeep. Vehicles from the rear, please pull over and submit to inspection. I repeat, vehicles from the rear, kindly cooperate by pulling over for inspection. Following the directive from the military horn, the civilian construction teams gradually eased to the side, slowing to a halt. Inside the vehicle, Elder Jean appeared somewhat perplexed. What are you doing? What are you up to? Jean. Lin Fan's expression darkened, yet he suppressed his rising anger, maintaining a tone of respect for the veteran. Have you forgotten our previous meeting? This situation must disrupt the lives of the citizens as little as possible. Constructing the iron wall may sound simple, but do you comprehend the inherent dangers? At a height of 100 meters, what will you do if a worker encounters peril? What if the divine intervenes prematurely? Construction sites are fraught with risks. They are battlegrounds devoid of gunpowder. I have long stressed that this operation must not affect the lives of the people. I wish I could evacuate all the citizens along the eastern coast. Yet you still consent to let civilian construction teams head to the front lines. Elder Jean remained silent for a prolonged moment. Lin Fan was aware of what he was saying, yet it was simply impossible to stop it. Old Jean, with a face full of helplessness, rubbed his weary features. Impossible to stop? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. You command legions of hundreds of thousands, even millions, with deft precision. Yet, you find it impossible to halt a civilian engineering team? Lin Fan's expression was one of incredulity. Old Jean, however, nodded with an odd expression, saying, This situation is different. Never mind. If you believe you can stop it, then go ahead and give it a try. You'll soon understand what I mean by impossible to stop. At that moment, the Jeep had completely halted the 3 civilian engineering teams behind. I am curious to see how it can't be stopped. Lin Fan, somewhat skeptical, pushed open the car door and, under the protection of several staff members, stepped outside. Why the disbelief? Old Jean sighed and followed suit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the workers from the 3 engineering teams, clad in dust-stained uniforms, descended from the minibuses. Why have we stopped? Questioned the driver in the front. What is going on? Is someone blocking the way? The sun-kissed rugged men murmured curiously among themselves as they moved forward. Leading them were 3 middle-aged men dressed in suits and leather shoes, yet equally smeared with cement and dirt. What is happening? One slightly, portly middle-aged man furrowed his brow, looking toward the driver of the front vehicle. Zhang Gu, the driver of the front vehicle, said, bewildered. Someone is trying to stop us. Stop us? The slightly corpulent middle-aged man furrowed his brow, glancing ahead at the row of ominous military jeeps, his heart momentarily seizing. After all, being halted by military vehicles is rather intimidating. Nevertheless, he rallied. Come on, everyone, let us go over there. His voice, thick with a regional accent, rang out confidently. Even if they are military vehicles, they cannot stop us indiscriminately. We are here to offer our assistance. We have committed no crime. Who can prevent us from contributing to the Great Xia? A group of simply dressed workers marched forward with determination. Before long, Lin Fan and General Jean along with their entourage, converged with these civilian workers. Despite the middle-aged man's earlier bravado, he felt a twinge of trepidation upon seeing Lin Fan. After all, this was the esteemed commander-in-chief of the Great Xia, a figure recognized from television. Although he was uncertain how this young man had ascended to such a position of authority, it was clear that his rank was not one to be trifled with, especially with the renowned General Jin standing beside him, who had just eloquently debated at a press conference. General Jin, is this the person you cannot stop? Lin Fan inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at the workers before turning his gaze back to General Jin, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. General Jin, looking somewhat helpless, replied, I truly cannot stop them. I am curious to see how they cannot be stopped, Lin Fan remarked. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he turned to the workers who had voluntarily come to assist in Ludong, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, everyone, please return. Chapter 32. You cannot stop it. The seemingly honest middle-aged man, upon first seeing Lin Fan, instinctively felt a sense of trepidation. Although he was a contractor, his operations were modest, employing only a few dozen brothers from the town. Over the years, he had managed to earn some money, yet in pursuit of better contracts, he had gritted his teeth and taken out loans to purchase several construction vehicles. Given his status, he could hardly be compared to Lin Fan. Indeed, the words of Lin Fan resonated with the weight of a command to an ordinary citizen like him. However, when he heard Lin Fan speak, he was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, emboldened by an unknown courage, he chuckled and remarked, Boss, how can you say that? You can't just send us home like that. Though he dared not openly challenge the commander, he knew that ordinary folk possessed their own wisdom. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, the middle-aged man managed to grin and began to forge connections. Boss, allow me to introduce myself. I am Old Wang, the leader of the Wang family construction team from Heizhou village. This here is Old Li, leader of the Li family team from Heizhou, and this is Old Wu, the leader of the Wu family team from Wujiazwang. The folks behind us are our brothers. We've all seen you on television, boss. And even Elder Jin, he was at the press conference this morning. Yet, Lin Fan remained succinct, reiterating, everyone, please return. Old Wang's expression immediately turned conflicted. After a long pause, the small contractor, seemingly unaware of the audacity he possessed, looked at Lin Fan and, with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, declared, Boss, I can't go back. Can't go back? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Old Wang chuckled, Boss, if you want me to return, I shall certainly comply. However, my brothers behind me, they would surely beat me to a pulp. With that, Old Wang turned to his comrades. Brothers, the boss wants us to go back. Shall I lead you all home? Old Wang, dare you try to go back? One shouted. Indeed, we agreed to assist together. Have you lost your mind? Another chimed in. If you're short on funds, just let us know, and we'll pitch in. But if you dare to take private jobs at this moment, I swear I'll never work with you again. The words of those laborers were simple yet carried a profound weight, leaving Old Wang with a wry smile. He glanced at Lin Fan. Boss, you see, I truly cannot go back. Lin Fan surveyed the throng of over 100 workers and earnestly explained, everyone, I understand your desire to help, but please trust us. Boss, your words do not hold water. An industrious worker suddenly shouted, we believe in you. But how can it be right for only the state to protect us? We too must safeguard our nation. Exactly. We may not be well educated, but there's a saying that goes, the rise and fall of the nation is our responsibility. This is all our own volition. These workers were indifferent to whether Lin Fan held any title of command. They simply recognized their mission to lend a hand. How can one be driven back by others? For a moment, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Old Wang chuckled, Mr. Lin, we all understand your good intentions. However, as fellow citizens of the Great Xia, on what grounds do you prevent us from assisting our homeland? While you endure hardships, we cannot simply hide behind you, can we? Would that still make us true citizens of Great Xia? Indeed, I admit that my heart is not in the best condition. And these years of social engagements have taken a toll on my health. Running 500 meters is quite a challenge for me, rendering me unfit for the battlefield. Yet, undertaking engineering projects is our vocation. You fight valiantly on your battlefield, while we engage in our own. This is the essence of familial solidarity. At this juncture, Old Wang's phone suddenly rang. He cast an apologetic glance at Lin Fan before answering the call. Yes, it's me. Ah, Boss Zhang. I brought the workers back from the construction site. I need to head to Ludong to lend a hand. Please seek another engineering team for your tasks over there. I will refund your payment later. Oh, you can't find anyone? Everyone else has rushed to Ludong as well. Old Wang paused momentarily, then continued, "Well, don't wait for me. After the project in Ludong is completed, I've heard that major undertakings will commence all along the eastern coast, and we surely cannot return then. I assure you, I'm not losing my mind. I am fully aware that I have a monthly loan to repay. But rest assured, after all these years, I have managed to save a bit. Enough to sustain myself for a year or so." On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence before a voice finally emerged. "All right then. You go ahead and do it. I'll wait for you." Lao Wang was momentarily taken aback. "No, please don't wait for me. I mentioned that after I finish the work in Ludong, there is the entirety of the eastern coastal area to handle. Enough chatter, I understand. Once you've completed everything, hurry back to repair the pond for me. You need not return the money." Just like that. The other party did not afford Lao Wang the chance to respond and abruptly hung up the phone. "Boss," Lao Wang chuckled as he looked at Lin Fan. "See, I've pushed all the work over there. If they call me back now, how can I explain myself?" The workers behind Lao Wang chimed in. "Indeed, boss. When I left home, my wife was in tears. Yet I still came. If I return now, won't she scold me? I had boasted to my family about coming to assist our great Xia, and if I go back like this, I would be a laughingstock." In an instant, as Lin Fan gazed at this cunning contractor and then at the resolute workers behind him, he found himself at a loss for words. These ordinary individuals appeared remarkably insignificant. Yet it is precisely because of them that the great Xia possesses substance and remains unyielding. Just as they articulated, while the great Xia protects them, they too are safeguarding the great Xia. Though their statuses differ, at their core, they are all people of the great Xia. By what right should Lin Fan prevent them from aiding the great Xia? Beside him, old Jean murmured, "You see, I told you we couldn't stop them. They're determined to go. Even their wives can't keep them back, and they have consented to their departure. We are equally powerless to hold them." Lin Fan took a deep breath. "Indeed, this project is rather intricate. You all, rest assured, boss, we will certainly follow orders." Old Wang responded swiftly. "Whatever the organization instructs us to do, we shall comply, adhering strictly to the construction standards, without any shortcuts. We are always ready for organizational inspections. If it truly becomes difficult, withholding wages is acceptable, but you must provide us with food and lodging. Of course, it doesn't need to be lavish. Just the standard fare of a construction site and dormitory accommodations will suffice." Old Wang chuckled. Lin Fan scratched his head, realizing that they truly could not be stopped. In the time it took to converse, 3 or 4 more convoys of private construction teams had already whizzed past. He even spotted some vehicles emblazoned with company support for Ludong, laden with rice, flour, oil, and salt, hastening towards the Ludong region. All of this was spontaneous, devoid of any mobilization or organization. Why shouldn't the people of Daxia aid one another? In terms of rank, Lin Fan was second only to the national commander. In terms of power, he was but a step away from becoming a demigod among mortals. Yet, he could not restrain these earnest workers. For although they may lack formal education, they possess a spirit, a soul, a legacy of 5,000 years, embodying the essence of Daxia. In times of adversity, assistance flows from all directions. The rise and fall of a nation is a shared responsibility. The people of Daxia are never averse to facing peril for their homeland. In times of peace, some may pursue personal gain, and others may chase power, but when storms approach, the citizens of Daxia invariably step forward united. This spirit, this audacity, is unstoppable. Given this, even Lin Fan, confronted with these ordinary workers, felt compelled to bow in respect and say, "I appreciate your efforts." Afterward, he directly instructed old Jean, "Contact the Ministry of Construction and organize these civil engineering teams, distributing tasks judiciously. Furthermore, salaries must align with the standards of state-owned enterprises, ensuring that all individuals receive equal provisions for meals and accommodations. Additionally, regarding the education of their children, tuition fees shall be waived, and all such measures must be implemented. As for other forms of assistance, such as basic necessities, they may be accepted, but must be purchased at fair value. No one shall receive anything for free." Chapter 33. The commencement of construction, the execution capability of the Great Xia has always been unparalleled. That very afternoon, the entire coastal region of Ludong was set into motion. Various videos flooded the internet, showcasing a fleet of construction vehicles filling the beach, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see, with more machinery arriving in an unbroken stream, resembling a vast river of steel. The 8 million tons of steel urgently requisitioned from the treasury in the capital had reached its destination, with mountains of steel rising every 100 miles, accompanied by concrete, sand, and other essential construction materials. At that moment, every highway transformed into a flowing river as countless private construction vehicles from across the nation surged toward Ludong, their loaded trucks resembling a colossal dragon of steel. The thunderous roar of this advancing steel dragon reverberated through the earth, shaking the very ground beneath. Throughout Ludong, the 2,000 kilometers of coastline, whether cliffside or sandy beach, was entirely adorned with a formidable wall of steel. Tiny figures scurried amidst this vast expanse, appearing as insignificant as ants at the edge of the ocean. Yet, it is these very ants that dared to challenge the ocean. With the cacophony of construction vehicles, excavators tearing through the soil, and drills penetrating the rock, every team, be it private or state-owned, stood united in that moment, resolute in their determination to contend with the immense forces of nature under the scorching sun. The steel dragon, birthed from the summer's embrace, is resolutely erecting a formidable barrier against the ocean, with a will even tougher than iron. Listen closely, adhere strictly to the plan. There is no room for shortcuts. Foreman Old Wong, drenched in perspiration, commands with fervor, "The work we undertake is not for profit. If we cut corners, it is we who will suffer the consequences. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task." They respond confidently. "We are not fools. This labor is for our own benefit. How could we possibly slack off? To skimp on this endeavor would be to betray ourselves. We must not be lazy. We cannot allow the other construction teams to underestimate us." Their resolute voices resonate powerfully. Behind them, the crimson banners flutter. In this moment, these seemingly insignificant humans, akin to ants at the ocean's edge, raise their cries, rendering the sea momentarily silent. This is the defiance of the Great Xia, a struggle against the divine, against the heavens and the earth. When the deities, wielding the forces of nature, invade the Great Xia, its people shall counter with the strength of steel, making the divine aware of its forbidden boundaries. Machinery roars. The Great Xia bellows in response. At this juncture, Foreman Old Wong, having been halted by Lin Fan on the highway yet reluctantly permitted to proceed, is entrusted with the task of constructing a segment of the steel wall, spanning 500 meters, due to his comprehension of blueprints and disciplined work ethic. The distance of 500 meters, amidst the initial construction of a 2,000-kilometer steel Great Wall, appears as a mere drop in the ocean, seemingly insignificant. Yet for Old Wong, this 500 meters looms larger than the heavens. Within just a few hours, the construction boots he had deliberately donned were worn to tatters. Nevertheless, he continued to sweat profusely, clutching blueprints as he traversed this 500-meter responsibility zone with an almost trance-like fervor. At times, he would bellow instructions, while at others, he would bend down to place flags in the sand according to the plans, delineating areas with red string, muttering incantations under his breath. "Erjuzi, pay attention. Here we must dig 100 meters deep. The soil here is loose. Once excavated, immediate reinforcement is essential. Lao Wu, take note. We need to construct a lookout tower, 110 meters high, with dimensions of 10 by 20 meters, no more, no less. The foundation requires double reinforcement." The workers assigned to him diligently recorded every detail, fearful of the slightest oversight. Such scenes unfolded across various construction sites, where everyone shed their identities, tirelessly engaged in the labor of construction. Even the contractors, who usually harbored grievances, set aside their differences to collaborate. They understood that they were contributing to the greater good of the Great Xia and ensuring the safety of all its citizens. The seemingly trivial distances of 100 or a few dozen meters, though they may appear minor, remind us that even the mightiest dam can succumb to an ant's burrow. Any lapse in diligence from an individual could render the collective efforts of all in vain. The 2,000-kilometer steel Great Wall along the coast of Ludong could vanish in an instant. This is an immense pressure, sufficient to overwhelm anyone. However, the Great Xia has never been lacking in resilience and steadfast resolve. With the tasks allocated, it is time to exert oneself and commence work. After countless rounds, Old Wong finally exhaled slowly, gazing at the area stretching 500 meters in length and 100 meters in width, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, nearly leading to faintness. Nevertheless, Old Wong suppressed the dizziness and continued, "Now, there is another matter to report upwards. We are short-staffed. At this rate, it will take not 3 months, but at least 5 months to complete." Just then, a series of roaring sounds approached. as military green trucks thundered to a halt along the coastline. To everyone's astonishment, young soldiers clad in uniforms, their faces still bearing the innocence of youth, leaped from the vehicles and swiftly formed ranks. The sea of military green surged forth, numbering in the millions. Scanning the horizon, one could scarcely discern the original color of the beach, obscured entirely by the verdant uniforms. Without uttering a word, these youthful soldiers promptly rushed into the construction site. In just the 500 meters under Old Wang's purview, over 1,000 youths sprinted over. You all. This unexpected turn of events startled Old Wang. Report to Chief Wang. A slightly older officer leading the team saluted and swiftly remarked, "These are the new recruits gathered from various regions. The commander has instructed us to conduct military training at the construction site, with each individual participating in the Great Wall's construction for 8 hours daily as a form of physical training, supporting the construction of the Iron Wall." Old Wang was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute, he thought. The conscription in the Great Xia just commenced yesterday, and already 4 to 5 million recruits have been gathered. It has reached 8 million. The officer seemed somewhat proud, mentioning that new recruits from distant provinces were en route to join them. Wow, Old Wang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Accompanying this was an overwhelming sense of pride. Pride in being a citizen of Great Xia. When Great Xia announced its intention to recruit 20 million soldiers within a week, the world was rife with skepticism, and even domestically, many elites were merely prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Yet who could have anticipated that in just one day, 8 million recruits would be enlisted? By such calculations, this was not merely an overachievement of the military expansion goal. It was, in fact, a doubling of the target. Citizens of Great Xia have always believed that the rise and fall of the nation rests upon the shoulders of its people. The officer seemed to perceive Old Wang's thoughts and respectfully added, "You and these brothers are also part of this spontaneous civilian engineering team, are you not? You are far more relentless than we are. In just one day, over 20 million have arrived, including the state-owned engineering teams, totaling a staggering 30 million. Old Wang couldn't suppress his laughter. Haha, you are absolutely right. The rise and fall of the nation rests upon the shoulders of its people. Now, we kindly request you to assign us our tasks." The officer gestured towards the inexperienced recruits behind him and chuckled. "These greenhorns are quite raw. They need to be properly trained. Do not worry about exhausting them. The foes they will face in the future will be far more formidable than mere manual labor." Chapter 34. The Awakening of the Mysterious. On various internet platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Tushio, a flurry of videos is being fervently disseminated and enthusiastically liked. The visuals depict a formidable procession of engineering vehicles roaring along the expressway, converging from all corners of the nation towards Ludong. In addition, numerous trucks laden with various supplies are also en route to Ludong. Along the coastline of Ludong, vibrant red flags flutter while machinery thunders. In this moment, the spontaneously formed civilian construction teams and state-owned engineering squads stand united, laboring towards a shared objective, to build a steel Great Wall and safeguard the Great Xia. At this moment, the entire Great Xia is rallying towards this singular goal. The newly enlisted soldiers, having just completed their formalities, waste no time and hastily make their way from all over the nation to Ludong, contributing to the construction of the steel fortress. Naturally, these recruits lack the skills of seasoned workers. There is no time for them to learn, and their tasks are limited to labor-intensive, unskilled jobs such as moving bricks and cement. Yet, the youthful faces, smeared with dust, radiate a certain brilliance. At this moment, the entirety of Great Xia stands united. Accompanied by the resounding national anthem, these scenes are profoundly moving. Beneath these videos, the comments surge in numbers. It's exhilarating. Without further ado, I too shall enlist and contribute to the Great Xia. People are racing along the highway, heading towards Ludong. In our Chuan province, we may lack in many aspects, but we proudly hold the title of a land abundant in fish and rice. Our village generously sends 20 tons of rice. My father, that is indeed my father. Speaking of which, why is this new recruit still at the construction site? Shouldn't he be focusing on military training? Haha, let me tell you. Working a day at the construction site is far more exhausting than running 20 kilometers. This is the essence of the Great Xia. In this lifetime, I have no regrets joining the Great Xia. In the next life, I wish to be a citizen of the Great Xia. At this moment, the entire Great Xia is invigorated. The disparaging voices from international networks can no longer disrupt the Great Xia. The Great Xia has commenced its war against the divine. Meanwhile, at a temporarily established command center along the coastal region of Ludong, The chief officer Chen Yin is frantically attending to phone calls, each one bringing a new report that he and his research team diligently address. Lin Fan sits beside him, resting his eyes, while Elder Jean puffs on a cigarette, observing the latest updates on conscription from various regions. Logically, the concept of the Iron Great Wall was proposed by Lin Fan, and it should fall under his purview as the chief commander. However, Lin Fan is acutely aware of his limitations. While he was a formidable leader in his previous life as the president of the Alliance, adept at warfare and adept at handling enigmatic events, his contributions to research are merely suggestions and conceptualizations drawn from memory. The true implementation relies on the exceptional talents led by Chen Yin from the National Academy of Sciences. Xiao Wang, please make a trip to the 0657 area. The rock layers there are rather difficult to breach, and I need your assistance in addressing the issue. Chen Yin concluded a phone call and turned to instruct one of his research staff. Remember, do not alter the blueprints to avoid those rock layers. Even if they are as hard as iron, you must break through. Ensure the mission is accomplished. The young researcher adjusted his glasses, his delicate face radiating unwavering determination as he strode purposefully out. Commander Lin. Elder Jean took a sip of tea and smiled. The progress of recruitment has exceeded our expectations. The deeply ingrained belief among our people that without a nation, there can be no home is truly remarkable. In just one day, we have recruited 800,000 across the country. In Chuan province alone, there are 80,000, accounting for a full 1/10 of the national total. These young individuals certainly live up to the reputation of the Chuan youth. Even Bai Yifei, the child of Baijian, has joined the military, starting from the grassroots level, and is currently engaged in manual labor. Furthermore, with the videos circulating online, the pace of recruitment has not only remained steady but has accelerated, with projections suggesting that within these 7 days, we may recruit as many as 60 million. 60 million. Elder Jean softly echoed this staggering figure, unable to suppress a moment of distraction, even as the esteemed commander of the Luzhou military region. This number is simply extraordinary. 60 million recruits within a week. In the entire world, it is likely that only the grand nation of Xia could achieve such a feat. Once upon a time, Elder Jean envisioned the terrifying power that would erupt from the great Xia in the face of crises. Yet, he never imagined this particular figure. At this moment, a peculiar thought struck Elder Jin's mind. How wonderful it would be if those ancestors who sacrificed their lives for the great Xia could behold its present state. The people of the great Xia, who once struggled to find enough to eat, have now erected towering skyscrapers, their structures resembling a dense web of roads bustling with traffic. The great Xia, once oppressed by diminutive nations, has now conscripted 60 million soldiers within a week. How delightful it would be if you could witness this. If only you could see, you would surely burst into joyous laughter, for the great Xia, as you wished, has risen proudly and defiantly. Lin Fan nodded with an unexpected calmness. Cough, cough. Elder Jean suppressed his thoughts and returned to the matter at hand. Should we impose some limitations? 60 million. To be frank, it surpasses our plans. No, let us not impose any restrictions. Lin Fan suddenly interjected, opening his eyes. But Elder Jin's expression grew intricate. He understood that a large conscription was a positive development. However, if the number were excessive, it might adversely affect the lives of the common people. Lin Fan gazed at Elder Jean and suddenly inquired, Elder Jean, do you recall how many soldiers the great Xia had in the year 013 of the new era? Elder Jean paused, taken aback. How many? 320 million. Lin Fan gradually revealed the astounding figure. Jean Lao inhaled sharply, 320 million. At that time, the great Xia. The great Xia of then cannot be compared to the present. It was a land of despair, with the total population of the great Xia barely reaching 510 million. Lin Fan sighed. 320 million soldiers represent the entirety of those still capable of combat within the great Xia. In other words, every citizen is a soldier. Jean Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. To have every citizen take up arms? What madness is this? Yet it is not madness. It is a desperate struggle for survival. Lin Fan seemed to recall a painful chapter from the past, when the people of the great Xia were not merely deprived of a normal existence, but even the act of living was a formidable challenge. During that time, the latent potential exhibited by the people of the great Xia astonished the world. However, 2 years later, the tolling of the death knell echoed still. Lin Fan exhaled and turned to Jean Lao. Thus, 60 million is truly not excessive. For us at this juncture, recruiting soldiers is paramount. The more, the better. Presently, we are merely engaged in the construction of our defenses. But what lies ahead is a confrontation with deities and their followers. Moreover, the arcane entities lurking within our borders will also awaken. The mysterious beings from neighboring realms pose a threat to the Great Xia as well. Every city, every village, requires specialized personnel for protection. Furthermore, food supplies will become exceedingly scarce. We will need a multitude of soldiers to cultivate crops and ensure a steady food supply. Old Jean nodded and mused, indeed. The more, the better. Wait, you mentioned something mysterious? What is this mystery? The arrival of the divine will awaken certain dormant entities. You shall soon come to know. Lin Fan offered little elaboration, yet a glimmer of gravity flickered in his gaze. According to the recollections of his past life, it was evident that a certain being was on the verge of awakening, and it was situated along the coastal expanse of Ludong. The Corpse King, the Minister. Chapter 35. The Corpse King and the General. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Old Jean ceased to ponder further and suddenly chuckled, remarking, "It appears you possess quite the ingenuity, managing to send new recruits to the construction site for physical training. Haha, what a brilliant strategy. On one hand, it accelerates project progress, and on the other, laboring for half a day at the site is far more exhausting than a 20-kilometer weighted run. Are you not concerned about exhausting these fresh recruits?" Lin Fan shook his head, stating, "If they cannot endure this minor hardship, then they should not challenge the divine and ought to return home. Let us not forget, our adversaries are divinities, infinitely more formidable than any foe we have encountered before." He continued, "Enduring the rigors of training is certainly preferable to perishing at the hands of the ocean goddess and her aquatic beast followers." Pausing momentarily, Lin Fan added, "However, we must not neglect other training regimens. Ultimately, this is merely a necessary means to enhance physical capacity. Yet, we must also keep pace with shooting and tactical training." At that instant, Old Chun, who had been preoccupied with phone calls and constant coordination, could no longer contain himself. He turned and exclaimed, "You two have gone too far. If you are truly at leisure, why not come and assist me?" Old Jean, with a rather shameless grin, replied, "Come now, Old Chun. Are you not the one ultimately in charge? I am but a rough man. You may entrust me with leading troops in a battle, but managing construction. TSK. I would rather not bear the blame of the Great Xia." Old Chin was momentarily rendered speechless. Just then, a voice called out, "Report." A young soldier hurriedly entered. Casting a respectful glance at Lin Fan and Old Jean, with a grave expression, he addressed Old Chin, stating, "Chief, there are difficulties at the 1125 construction site, located 10 kilometers from here." "What kind of difficulties?" Old Chun inquired, his brow furrowed. "There are no rock layers there. It is merely a geologically soft sandy beach." "Is it truly unexcavatable?" The young soldier shook his head, his expression a mixture of concern and perplexity. "It is not that we cannot excavate, but rather that we have unearthed a pitch-black stone tablet, the appearance of which is quite peculiar. I have brought a photo for your review." Before Old Chun could respond, Lin Fan abruptly rose and seized the photograph. As he gazed upon the familiar stone tablet, his breath quickened. The stone tablet bore the character for corpse. The first enigma awakened by the divine presence had commenced. Moreover, it had come to pass sooner than anticipated due to our advance in constructing the iron wall, thereby unearthing this dormant mystery ahead of schedule. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan pivoted and strode out the door, declaring, "This matter shall be entrusted to me." He then proceeded into the adjacent room, where the esteemed figures of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, including the venerable Taoist elder and the compassionate Buddhist master, were among the initial members of the God-slaying army engaged in meditative practice. "Everyone, cease your cultivation for the time being." Lin Fan clapped his hands, commanding, "Rise and form a line." The robust figure of Wang, who from the Xingyi school, blinked with curiosity. "Boss you," Lin Fan articulated slowly. "The first battle of the Godslayer army is upon us." At that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd, their eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. The purpose of the Godslayer army diverged entirely from that of other military units, and the battles of the Godslayer army. Wang Hu, having attained the 6th level of the Godslayer demon-subduing technique, broke into a grin, his fists clenched tightly as a colossal white tiger manifested behind him. "Finally, I can test my skills." The peach-wood sword at his waist swayed gently. 5 minutes later, a military vehicle roared towards the 1125 sector, its engine growling. Within the swaying confines of the vehicle, Lin Fan, clad in athletic attire, spoke in a low voice. "The creatures we are about to encounter may exceed your expectations. In the future, we shall refer to such beings as the arcane. They are not deities, yet they possess extraordinary powers, representing a unique existence. And they appear in numerous legends. Wang, who scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Let me put it this way, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Since figures like Poseidon and Apollo, who are legendary deities, exist in reality, do you not consider the possibility that other legendary beings such as werewolves, vampires, zombies, and fox spirits might also be real? Upon the utterance of these words, the first batch of the god-slaying army within the carriage collectively inhaled sharply. Are you implying? Dao Wanjian furrowed his brows tightly, gripping his peachwood sword. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded. These entities embody the mysterious. They were once subdued to slumber by the Eastern martial deity who protected us. However, this does not imply that they stand in alliance with the divine. We can annihilate them or subjugate them, rendering them instruments of our will. Nevertheless, the act of killing is significantly simpler than that of subjugation. At this point, Lin Fan spoke solemnly. I do not harbor expectations of subduing this mysterious entity, for this marks our inaugural battle. We must not entertain any notion of luck. If we can kill, we shall do so with decisiveness and without mercy. The foremost objective of this battle is the survival of all, while simultaneously experiencing this extraordinary confrontation. Let us not lower our guard. This mysterious entity may not be formidable, yet in my recollection, it is one of the most destructive entities against the Great Xia, having previously resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, all present were struck with horror. Hundreds of thousands dead? Some were incredulous. Is this not considered powerful? Indeed, its inherent strength is not great. After a prolonged slumber, it is merely akin to a demigod. Lin Fan whispered, yet its name is Jiangqin. Jiangqin. The mere mention of these two words caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of all present. The king of corpses, Jiangqin. The progenitor of zombies. In legend, the first zombie, born from the amalgamation of resentment and dark energy, stands before us as our adversary. It is astonishing to realize that the malevolent beings chronicled in the Taoist scriptures truly exist. Dao Wanqian gently caresses the peachwood sword at his waist and suddenly bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "How exhilarating! At last, I have the opportunity to vanquish evil. Just as my predecessors did." The peachwood sword and the yellow talismans of the Taoist sect were crafted specifically for the extermination of such vile creatures. However, his expression darkens as he contemplates the implications. I have an inkling of how he caused the loss of countless lives. Hundreds of thousands of souls, killing them one by one could take decades, even centuries. If that general, as Lin Fan mentioned, has indeed fallen to the semi-divine realm, it is inconceivable that he could have slain so many. But the pressing question remains, what exactly constitutes a zombie? It is a being birthed from the dark energies of heaven and earth. One that craves not only blood but also possesses a crucial trait. Once the dark energy within them infiltrates a human body, it can transform the host into a mindless zombie. This is akin to a mobile source of infection, perpetually spreading disease. If we remain unguarded, that zombie king could effortlessly amass an army of the undead. The most effective strategy against such a sinister entity is to eradicate it the moment it manifests. Yet, the location of its emergence is the 1125 construction zone. There are, at the very least, thousands of workers and new recruits present there. Even more terrifying is the fact that all construction zones are interconnected, spreading throughout the coastal regions of Ludong. Should the tide of the undead truly surge forth, it would imply that the 8 million new soldiers painstakingly recruited by the Great Xia, along with the 30 million workers, would all fall under the thrall of the sinister forces, becoming mere pawns of the undead. At that juncture, it is feared that control would be utterly lost, and the entire Great Xia could be engulfed by a horde of zombies. Little did one know, they bit down hard on their lips, refraining from voicing their ominous conjectures. Chapter 36. Frantic the construction site was alive with the cacophony of machinery. It is hard to fathom that within the span of merely a single day, a gaping pit over 30 meters deep had been excavated. At that moment, all the workers and the young soldiers who had come to lend a hand ceased their labor. Their curious gazes fixated upon the obsidian monument emerging from the depths of the pit. What was happening? How could there be a stone tablet here? It was perplexing. Who could have buried it? Surely, it was inconceivable that someone would take the time to dig such a profound hole solely for the purpose of interring this stone. Was it merely a whim? Was that a character for corpse? This monument exuded an eerie aura, its surface entirely devoid of luster. What material could this be? Don't move. I will take a closer look, declared a bold worker, disregarding the warnings of his peers as he approached. reaching out to touch the stone tablet. The surface was chillingly cold, yet oddly viscous. However, as he withdrew his hand, he was astonished to find his palm stained a deep crimson. It resembled blood. He stared in disbelief at the monument, and only then did he finally comprehend the truth. This was not a stone tablet at all. It is blood. The monument was, in fact, a congealed mass of thick, dried blood. As if awakened by the presence of the living, the monument began to tremble. The character writhed ominously. Ah! The intrepid worker, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, let out a frantic scream and scrambled frantically out of the pit, shouting, "Run! Everyone, run! Something feels amiss." The sky suddenly darkens. The once scorching wind comes to an abrupt halt, and in that instant, an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. What was once the warm breeze of summer transforms into a bone-chilling cold, reminiscent of the harshest winter. The earth trembles at that moment. From the stone tablet, a colossal azure hand emerges, seizing the man by the back. Puff! The razor-sharp claws pierce through the man's skin, blood gushing forth. The man stares in terror, his eyes wide. "Help! Save me!" Roar! A beastly howl reverberates. An imposing azure figure steps forth from the stone tablet, towering at an impressive 5 meters. Its decayed, menacing visage features protruding fangs, resembling a demon summoned from the depths of hell. The essence of life is palpable. The towering figure clutches the human as one would a mere chick, drawing it close with insatiable greed. "I crave your nourishment." Huh! The man gasps deeply. The human ensnared in his grasp appears to have all vitality siphoned away in an instant, his countenance turning ashen, rendering him utterly motionless, save for his limbs twitching feebly. His eyes glaze over, and his mouth opens wide as if to scream, yet no sound escapes. This horrifying scene leaves all onlookers frozen in place, stripped of their capacity for thought, even forgetting to be afraid. Truly, it is beyond comprehension. Haha. The man standing in the deep pit raised his gaze towards the astonished onlookers above, his decayed visage twisting into a sinister smile. "Thank you for awakening me. You shall be my sustenance." Roar. A grayish aura emanated from him, swirling and rising, enveloped by this dread presence. The horrifying entity leaped out of the 30-meter pit with astonishing grace, crashing down upon the ground in a thunderous arc boom. Dust billowed into the air. Behind him, the middle-aged man who had been drained of his vitality slowly rose from the pit, his eyes devoid of any distinction between black and white, replaced instead by a pallid gray. His posture had become grotesque. Rather than simply rising, it appeared as though he was being manipulated by an unseen string. Lacking agility, yet endowed with immense strength. Roar! He howled and leaped fiercely, following the man as they both surged forth from the depths of the colossal pit. A zombie. As for the man, he was the king of corpses, the minister of death. A deathly gray aura enveloped him. "Offer your lives to me. Follow me, and I shall grant you immortality." The man spread his arms wide, the grayish death aura slithering like venomous serpents towards the surrounding workers and soldiers. The newly transformed zombie, too, charged forth with a ferocious roar. Until this moment, the workers and the newly arrived recruits assisting here finally comprehended the situation. What is this? Zombies? Are these zombies? Run for your lives. The crowd screamed as they fled, while behind them, the ashen mist surged like a tide, engulfing one figure after another. The instant those figures made contact with the ghastly pallor, their vitality was instantly siphoned away, revealing wisps of souls being devoured by the decaying man, his physique growing ever more formidable. As the humans were drained of their essence, they collapsed to the ground, their once resilient skin rapidly turning parched like bark, their bodies and starkly contrasting pupils transforming into a ghastly gray, falling lifelessly. Yet, before long, they would rise again in unnatural postures, propelled by the ashen mist towards the panicked crowd, who were in a frenzy to escape. A young soldier, freshly enlisted and thrust into this chaos, fled in terror. However, the gray mist was poised to engulf him. He turned to glance at the zombie, howling as it charged toward him. Suddenly, the youthful visage broke into a smile, and his clear eyes shone with newfound resolve. "Uncle, stay alive." The young soldier grasped the shoulder of an older man running alongside him. The uncle hesitated, but was met with the radiant smile of the youth. "I am a soldier." With that declaration, the scene unfolded. The young soldier exerted every ounce of strength to propel the elder forward. Turning, he cast his gaze upon the roaring zombie. "I am truly sorry," he murmured, his voice trembling as he looked at the worker who had previously shared light-hearted conversation with him. "I failed to protect you." "But," he continued, "I cannot allow you to harm others." His fists clenched tightly, quivering with fear. "For anyone, The sight before him was undeniably terrifying. A soldier, too, is human. He possesses flesh and blood. He, too, can feel fear and shed tears. Yet, within his eyes burned a fierce determination. But I will not permit you to cause harm to others. I am a soldier. As the ominous gray mist surged forth like a relentless tide, accompanied by a horde of zombies rushing in like wild beasts, the young man could not contain the tears of fear streaming down his face. Yet, his trembling fists suddenly found tranquility, resolutely tightening their grip. He began to run with fervor, charging headlong into the oncoming wave of corpses and the suffocating aura of death. Alone, he raced towards the menacing horde. No, he was not alone. Behind him, youthful faces clenched their teeth, suppressing their shivers, and surged forward alongside him. Chapter 37. It is safe here. Figures surged forward like moths drawn to a flame, charging into the ashen mist with their flesh and blood, confronting the ferocious, howling zombies. They were mere recruits, having enlisted for only a day. Yet even after just a single day, we are soldiers, accompanied by youthful cries. These young souls wept as they plunged into the gray haze, mustering their blurred resolve to take down the advancing zombies one by one. However, all too soon, they released their grips. Enveloped by the eerie mist, their bodies rose in unison with the very zombies they had vanquished, howling as they surged towards the fleeing crowd. Among those escaping, another batch of youthful figures halted in their tracks. Run. Don't look back. Hold on. Reinforcements are on their way. You must not perish. Your duty is to forge an iron wall, and ours is to protect you. We are soldiers. Come on. Now it is our turn. Another group of youths turned back from the fleeing masses, charging headlong into the pale mist that signified death. In moments of peril, when the populace sought refuge, there are always those who make the incomprehensible choice to flee towards danger. Even in the face of peril, they appeared diminutive, akin to insignificant ants. Yet, their resounding roars were powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. In that moment, they stood as an indomitable human wall. Come on. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, within a makeshift encampment, there's an anomaly. Shouted Sidu Hong, everyone, gear up. Fire support for the 1125 construction zone. Prepare for combat at full readiness. Within 30 seconds, military trucks, laden to capacity, thundered away, accompanied by armed launch vehicles transporting tactical missiles at high speed. With a screech and a clatter, as the brakes barely ceased, Situ Hong kicked open the door and leapt out, clutching a sleek black machine gun. Behind her, over 300 seasoned soldiers armed to the teeth disembarked from the trucks. Witnessing the scene before them, the veterans were stunned. The crowd fled towards them in a frenzy, each face etched with terror, eyes wide with panic. Mouths agape in desperate cries. 5 waves. The young soldiers surged in 5 distinct waves into the gray-white mist, valiantly confronting the oncoming horde of zombies. They sacrificed their lives to secure precious moments of escape for the workers. Yet, those brave young soldiers who had charged forth were ultimately consumed, transformed into mindless zombies. Driven by the primal urge for survival, and once again surged forward. In an effort to thwart them, more young soldiers surged forth, forming 5 waves, each more numerous than the last. At this juncture, among the surviving throng, not a single conscripted young soldier remained. All were laborers. Behind them, a grayish mist rolled in like a tide, akin to writhing tendrils. Within that fog, figures exuding a stench of decay pursued the fleeing crowd with an eerie yet potent grace. What is that? Some veterans, still bewildered, questioned the scene unfolding before them. Aren't those the new recruits we just dispatched today? How could they? The complexity of emotions washed over Situ Hong as she too struggled to comprehend the spectacle before her. Just then, her walkie-talkie vibrated, relaying the brief words of a youth. Zombies, spreading. It can be classified as an irreversible infectious disease. Situ Hong, hold them off. 5 minutes. Otherwise, the entire iron wall shall become a paradise for the undead. In an instant, Situ Hong grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately brandished her weapon, commanding, everyone, charge with me. Fire teams, prepare for bombardment. Target, the mist. The zombies. At the mere mention of the word zombies, a tremor ran through the hearts of all the veterans. Were these creatures truly zombies? The very beings of legend? The veterans had never envisioned that they would find themselves in opposition to such a bizarre form of life. It was truly astounding. Yet, only this could elucidate the scene unfolding before them. Situ Hong, accompanied by over 300 armed soldiers, surged forth to the forefront of the crowd. He then bellowed towards the fleeing masses, "Get down." It was the military, The military had arrived. We are saved. Quickly, get down, get down. The individuals who had escaped seemed to grasp at the last vestige of hope. Overwhelmed by fear, their rationality dissolved, and without a moment's hesitation, they prostrated themselves on the ground. In the next instant, open fire. Si-Tu Hong shouted hoarsely, veins bulging on his forehead. His finger tightened on the trigger. The crisp sound of gunfire erupted instantaneously. The dark muzzles emitted blinding flames, and the spiraling bullets tore through the air, sweeping over the heads of the prone workers. A barrage of bullets unleashed. The roar of the MG3 machine gun echoed like the furious growl of a beast. Simultaneously, the 300 seasoned soldiers, whom Si-Tu Hong had personally trained, raised their rifles, aiming directly at the indistinct figures of zombies lurking in the mist. However, in that fleeting moment, they found themselves unable to pull the trigger. Major General Si-Tu, one veteran stared blankly at the strange silhouettes shrouded in the fog, their youthful faces hauntingly familiar. The verdant military uniforms. These were the young soldiers who had previously plunged into the mist, sacrificing their lives to grant mere seconds of escape for the workers. Their youthful faces seemed to still radiate with joy. Their bodies, torn and bloodied, appeared like crimson metals. This rendered them incapable of lowering their triggers. These stalwart men, having endured countless battles alongside General Si-Tu Hong, understood the steely resolve of this young female commander. Following her, they dared to confront any merciless foe and possessed the audacity to pull the trigger. Yet, these were not enemies. These young soldiers were their own comrades. Could it be that this Major General Si-Tu was truly so unyielding? At that moment, a thunderous command rang out. Will you defy orders? Fire! Si-Tu Hong bellowed. All the veterans froze. In that instant, they realized that this seemingly cold-hearted and frenzied young commander, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, was already weeping. Beneath the flickering blaze of gunfire, her expression was frigid, yet her face was awash with tears. They surely wish for us to fire. Si-Tu Hong gritted her teeth. This utterance stirred a tempest within them. Fire. Ah, rest in peace. What you have done for the Great Xia is more than enough. The veterans roared as they squeezed the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets poured forth like rain, shredding the youthful bodies. Explosions roared through the mist. The fiery glow of shell bursts engulfing familiar silhouettes. The clustered launchers thundered as they unleashed a volley of short-range missiles, resembling meteors trailing bright, blinding flames. Crashing violently into the fog. Boom. The bullets obliterated everything in their path. This terrifying firepower wove a net of destruction through the air. The explosive flames flickered in a chaotic rhythm, the shockwaves generated by the blast stirring the mist, accompanied by a hail of metal shrapnel that sliced through the young figures like blades. Amidst the inferno, the veterans wept profusely. The workers, huddled on the ground, gazed at the youthful faces in green uniforms behind them, undaunted souls who fought for their hope of escape, vanishing within the fiery explosions, and they too were moved to tears. This was the lamentation of the Great Xia. Si-Tu Hong shouted, "Survivors, crawl over here, do not stand up." In that moment, the surviving workers looked up at the soldiers ahead, standing resolutely like iron, their fingers relentlessly pulling the triggers. Suddenly, they felt an immense sense of security. It was as if, with their arrival, true safety had been bestowed upon them. As long as these figures clad in green uniforms remained, not even the mightiest could inflict harm upon them. The bullets whizzing past their heads did not instill fear in the survivors. Rather, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. The deafening sound of gunfire reverberated in that moment. This was the might of the Great Xia. This was the roar of the Great Xia. Crawl over here. They must not rise up. The veterans, while frantically pulling the triggers, wept and howled. The survivors cautiously crawled over. Once they reached the defensive line, behind the veterans, they turned around, tears streaming down their faces as they lay on the ground. Here, they were safe. Yet, some would never return. Chapter 38. Is evil indeed? Without trenches or shelters, Si-Tu Hong and 300 soldiers stood resolutely, confronting the mist and the zombies, responding with the roar of gunfire and the chill of bullets. In that moment, their bodies became unyielding fortresses. The legendary, fearsome zombies could not withstand the onslaught of modern firepower. Under the relentless rain of bullets, the undead were reduced to mere sieves, their heads bursting apart, their bodies shattered. The continuous explosions transformed these wretched creatures into nothing more than minced flesh. Yet, in the eyes of Si-Tu Hong and the veteran soldiers, there was no trace of elation. Only a profound sorrow lingered. The surviving workers, too, exhibited no joy or excitement at their narrow escape. Some wept quietly, while others clenched their fists tightly. Those zombies, just 10 minutes prior, they had labored alongside them, the youthful faces and the figures that had plunged into the mist. This was the simplest battle that these veterans and Situ Hong had ever faced, yet it was also the most arduous and agonizing one. The sound of the machine guns gradually faded. In the pallid mist, silence reigned. Not a single sound nor a single zombie remained. Situ Hong slowly lowered his weapon, gazing into the fog before him. 30 seconds passed. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. There was no sound whatsoever. Who? Situ Hong exhaled deeply as she turned around. The traces of tears on her face had vanished, leaving only her still indifferent countenance. It should be safe now. Situ Hong spoke softly, reload, and prepare for action. However, before she could finish her sentence, a rhythmic, muffled sound emerged from the depths of the mist. It resembled the beating of drums, akin to the footsteps of a colossal beast. The ground trembled imperceptibly at that moment. Situ Hong abruptly turned to look. Her gun once again aimed into the depths of the fog. The grayish-white mist swirled, and a shadow loomed faintly within, an enormous figure, imposing even before it fully materialized, emanating a tremendous sense of oppression. Prepare for battle, Situ Hong's cold voice rang out, devoid of any tremor or hint of fear. With a rustling sound, 300 seasoned soldiers swiftly reloaded their ammunition, while the firepower unit responsible for the cluster launchers also readied themselves immediately. The mist continued to churn, and that massive silhouette finally emerged. Standing 5 meters tall, its body was a ghastly shade of bluish-gray, resembling lifeless, desiccated bark, marred by patches of decay. A foul stench of rot wafted through the air. Its grotesque visage seemed to have sprung from the depths of hell, the nose completely eroded beyond recognition, and its grayish-white eyes sent shivers down the spine. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the hearts of all present. 5 meters. Such a height would not normally evoke fear. After all, even a building rises to several dozen meters. Yet, when a 5-meter-tall humanoid creature appears before one, the sense of oppression it exudes is far more terrifying than that of an entire edifice. To put it simply, this being, standing on the ground, could directly see who was bathing on the second floor. This is a life that humanity must look up to. For a moment, there was utter silence. "You have slain my beloved puppets," a hoarse voice echoed. The grotesque giant lowered its gaze toward the tiny ants that barely reached its shins and coldly stated, "Therefore, you shall compensate me." Roar. The giant, shrouded in a grayish mist, charged towards Situ Hong. However, open fire. Situ Hong commanded loudly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted once more. Flames erupted. Bullets poured forth like rain, slicing through the air with a whirling ferocity. The horrific firepower formed a visibly dense net, resembling a roaring river, surging toward the giant. Boom. Tactical missiles soared into the sky, accurately targeting the giant amidst the mist. Upon contact, the explosion erupted in a blaze around him, obliterating his form beneath a veil of fire. Situ Hong abruptly raised his right hand, and the barrage of firepower ceased instantly. It should have perished. Situ Hong gazed at the swirling mists. Yet, when the smoke dissipated, that terrifying figure remained, standing tall and unscathed. Astonishingly, the ashen-hued skin bore not a single scratch. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the decaying giant emerging from the smoldering crater, treading upon the charred earth. Open fire. Situ Hong bellowed once more. Reduce him to dust. She could hardly believe that this creature could possibly disregard artillery. However, amidst the thunderous roar of gunfire, and under Situ Hong's astonished gaze, the giant advanced expressionlessly, utterly unconcerned by the bullets striking his form. His pale blue skin seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience, impervious to the blasts and direct impacts of bullets, leaving not a single mark. Have humans truly mastered such weaponry? Time has flown. How many years have I slumbered? Yet, this weapon remains woefully inadequate. This power thinks it can vanquish me. I am the king of corpses, the general of the undead. Suddenly, the rotting giant surged forward in a frenzied dash. King of corpses, general of the undead. Upon hearing these 4 words, Situ Hong and her 300 soldiers felt their pupils constrict in terror. The mythic essence of malevolence incarnate, the progenitor of zombies, the king of corpses, the general of the undead. What they faced was an enemy of this nature. "General Situ, what shall we do now?" An old soldier shouted while pulling the trigger. Situ Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. What could one do against an adversary that even artillery could not deter? Regardless of the means, hold the line for just 5 minutes. Situ Hong bellowed, relentlessly squeezing the trigger once more. Suddenly, an old soldier began to retreat. "You shall not flee," Sito Hong barked through clenched teeth. Yet, the soldier paid her no heed. Continuing his retreat, a flash of contempt crossed Sito Hong's eyes. She held the utmost disdain for soldiers who fled in the face of danger. Disappointment. Profound disappointment. These soldiers were all personally trained by her. No matter how arduous or perilous the battlefield, they should never retreat. But why, when confronted with such an enemy? Did they begin to run? In the next moment, Sito Hong was taken aback. A cluster rocket launcher, having exhausted its short-range missiles, roared forward from behind, brushing past her. It charged directly towards the towering corpse king, the embodiment of death, barreling forth. Inside the cockpit, the previously fleeing soldier grinned with a bloodshot gaze, exclaiming, "I shall not retreat." "Is that so? I am far more formidable. Come on, none shall hide." At that moment, his smile seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, leaving even the corpse king and his ministers momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 39, Blood Battle. The colossal cluster launcher vehicle, weighing several tons, charged forth like a roaring steel beast, crashing violently into the corpse king, Jiangchen. Yet, Jiangchen's gaze remained cold and detached. He did not flinch, but instead took a step forward. Boom. The thundering armed vehicle, imbued with the power to crush all in its path, collided fiercely against him. Under the immense force of the impact, the steel contorted and shattered, the bulletproof glass disintegrated entirely, and the sturdy cockpit was crushed, transforming the entire truck into a mass of wrecked metal. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, and the armed vehicle was instantly engulfed in a massive fireball. Sito Hong and the remaining veterans, armed and astonished, stood frozen before the unfolding scene. "Old 5. Sito Hong suddenly shouted. Yet, amidst the flames, a sound of cracking steel echoed. A figure emerged slowly from the inferno. The corpse king, Jiangchen. His towering and decaying form bore no signs of injury whatsoever. In that moment, shock filled the eyes of all veterans and Sito Hong alike. This guy, to withstand the impact of a truck, and yet appear utterly unscathed? What manner of foe is this? The resilience of this being surpasses their wildest imaginations. To endure a collision with a several-ton vehicle armed with a cluster launcher, and not possess even a scratch upon his skin. This is an enemy they have never encountered before. Behold the corpse king, engulfed in flames, yet still advancing toward them. Even these seasoned veterans feel their fingers tremble at this moment. It is a primal response of humanity to the unknown. Yet in the following instant, as their bodies quiver, they seem to grasp something profound and suddenly turn to flee. Stop. Cease this at once. That is an order. At this moment, Sito Hong comprehends the intentions of these individuals. They are not fleeing. Rather, they aim to emulate the fifth brother and use a truck to obstruct this creature. Boss Hong, an old soldier shouted, his voice trembling, though we may not harm him, we can at least delay him. Quickly, organize the workers to evacuate. Sito Hong stood in a daze, while her soldiers dashed toward the armored vehicles in a frenzy, as only 30 had been deployed due to the suddenness of the situation. It was a race for survival. Those who ran swiftly would seize an armored vehicle. Those who lagged behind would face death. Yet these veterans remained undaunted. As a middle-aged man joyfully called out to his comrade behind him, "Ha ha, old hey, stop chasing. Are you not aware that I am the champion of the national military exercises? This time, I shall prevail." The man behind, with tears in his eyes, retorted, "Damn you. Slow down. Old hey, give it up, you cannot catch up." The man in front dashed forward with unrestrained vigor. "While you have a wife and children. I am but a solitary bachelor, with only my mother to care for." Bang. As he spoke, the man leaped into the driver's seat without a hint of mercy, swiftly turning around to deliver a kick that sent the man behind him sprawling. Bang. The door slammed shut, locking it tight. "Take good care of my mother." The middle-aged man shouted through the window as he turned the key to ignite the engine. The roar of the engine erupted. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, simultaneously slamming the brakes. Screech. The tires spun rapidly in place, emitting white smoke and a sharp screeching sound. "Damn it, come on." The middle-aged man gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes ablaze as he gazed at the approaching figure engulfed in flames, the legendary Corpse King. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "I am Wang Haitao of the Special Operations Team, fighting for my country." 30 armored vehicles, their doors locked tight, echoed with furious roars. "I am Lu Fei of the Special Operations Team, fighting for my country." "I am Li Dawei of the Special Operations Team, fighting for my country." Each furious outcry melded into a singular force, overpowering even the roar of the engine. For the country. Boom. Releasing the brakes, the wheels, now spinning at a terrifying speed, seized the ground, and the 30 armored vehicles surged forward like a steel dragon, crashing ahead with unstoppable momentum. Situ Hong stood frozen in place, trembling as he gazed at the 30 armored vehicles speeding away. Boom! The first armored vehicle was instantly reduced to fragments. Yet the seemingly indomitable body of the Corpse King remained steadfast, unmoving, even as his form was nearly embedded within the shattered cockpit. The terrifying impact felt as if it were non-existent to him. The hard steel, capable of crushing all, was as fragile as tofu against his body, emotionless. The Corpse King extricated himself from the wreckage of the cockpit, grasping the mangled remnants of the armored vehicle and casting it aside. However, in the next moment, come on. Boom. The second armored vehicle charged forward once more, enveloped in a terrifying force, colliding with the Corpse King's body. He was again thrust into the cockpit of the armored vehicle before he could free himself. There's still me. Boom. The third vehicle crashed into him again. Boom. The fourth. The seemingly unstoppable Corpse King began to retreat under this relentless onslaught. 1 step. 2 steps. After 30 collisions, the Corpse King was driven back 100 meters. From a distance, the shattered and mangled armored trucks resembled a dragon, with its head firmly pressing against a solitary figure. That figure was now kneeling on one knee. The valiant soldiers of the Great Xia exchanged their lives for a fierce impact, a confrontation that even the formidable King of Corpses could not face head-on. He gasped for breath. Situ Hong and the other veterans, with eyes reddened from emotion, gazed at the row of wrecked armored vehicles. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous roar resounded once more. The foremost armored vehicle was hurled into the air. The second one followed suit, lifted as if it were a mere toy. Like a beast thoroughly enraged, those armored vehicles were transformed into shards of metal, one after another, cast aside with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the final armored vehicle was violently toppled to the ground. Simultaneously, that towering figure let out a furious roar and charged towards Situ Hong. For minutes and 2 seconds. In this moment, Situ Hong, consumed by a fervor akin to madness, discarded his empty firearm and brandished a dagger. Rushing forward with fervent determination, hold on for just 58 more seconds. Endure with your lives for 58 seconds. Situ Hong surged ahead, but at that instant, a hand seized his shoulder, throwing him to the ground. The grappling techniques you taught me are indeed impressive. An old soldier laughed heartily as he leaped over Situ Hong, pressing onward. However, this time, you'll have to step aside. The remaining 270 veterans roared in unison, charging towards the towering and decayed figure. The King of Corpses, utterly incensed, chose not to convert these audaciously defiant humans into his kin, but instead unleashed a single devastating punch. The ground fissured, bones shattered. A warrior at the forefront was mercilessly struck down by a fist descending from above, plunging into the earth. His blood staining the verdant fabric of his attire, seeping into the soil. Insignificant ants, how dare you wage war against me? With a resounding crash, another fist descended, obliterating a soldier who had the audacity to charge at him. In that moment, the remaining 270 veterans surged forth like a pack of feral wolves, wielding their bodies as weapons, recklessly assaulting the indomitable Corpse King. The Corpse King, in turn, extinguished their lives with the ease of crushing mere chicks. Yet, despite this, the veterans showed no signs of retreat. Witnessing this spectacle, Situ Hong's eyes blazed with fury. Each veteran was one she had meticulously selected, nurtured, and accompanied through countless battles. A true warrior. Rising from the ground, she seized her military blade and, with a fierce roar, charged at the fiend who dared to slay the soldiers of the Great Xia. In that moment, an extraordinary vigor surged within her. Chapter 40. Encirclement of the Death General. That aura is not of this world. It transcends the mundane. With a resounding crash, the King of Corpses delivered his final blow, driving the last veterans, armed with a dagger, deep into the earth. He then turned his cold gaze towards the female general charging at him. He sensed an aura emanating from her, a presence that instilled a sense of dread within him. Yet, this aura was feeble, merely a nascent flicker, not yet fully formed. Oh, he remarked indifferently, since you seek death, I shall grant you the honor of perishing at my hands. Your life, your strength, shall be absorbed by me. In the next instant, with a thunderous impact, he swung his fist towards Situ Hong. As she thrust her military blade, it shattered effortlessly against his might. Instantly, her vision was consumed by the enormity of his fist, and she was sent hurtling through the air. Cough! Situ Hong collapsed to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Yet, she clung to the broken dagger, trembling as she declared, "How dare you slay them? Such insignificant lives dare to oppose me." The King of Corpses flickered and appeared before her in an instant, his colossal foot descending with ominous intent. As she beheld the foot that filled her vision, she feebly thrust the shattered military blade. She understood. This fellow is certainly not one who could be harmed by a severed blade. Yet, she harbors a deep-seated hatred. This individual has slain her comrades, those brave warriors who fought alongside her, perishing right before her eyes. And now, is she to meet the same fate? Situ Hong closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her foot struck the ground. A gust of fresh wind swept through. Pooh! The blade sank into flesh. Situ Hong suddenly opened her eyes, disbelief washing over her. Could it be that she truly... Before her stood a boy wielding a short knife, standing resolutely beneath her foot, and the blade in his hand effortlessly pierced through skin that even bullets could not shred. That frail figure stood as if it were a deity. Situ Hong gazed blankly at the boy before her. Is it you? Are you all right? The boy glanced back with indifferent eyes, then added, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The 300 veterans of Situ Hong's elite team had held out for 5 minutes, sacrificing their lives. At last, Situ Hong coughed, blood spilling forth, and succumbed into unconsciousness. Almost simultaneously, the Corpse King, in disbelief, stared at the blade that had pierced through his foot, letting out a wail as he leapt back, crashing over 30 meters away. His decaying, grotesque visage was filled with astonishment as he beheld the suddenly appearing boy. He actually pierced his own foot? Impossible. How could a human inflict harm upon themselves? No, that is not right. Who are you? The Corpse King Jiangchen fixed his gaze intently on the youth. Who I am is of little consequence. Lin Fan, holding a blade, regarded the grotesque legendary figure before him and calmly declared, What matters is that you have slain the soldiers of the Great Xia, and I am one of them. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of surrender. The tip of Lin Fan's blade slowly pointed towards him. Azure blood dripping from its edge, you must die. As Lin Fan traversed the path to this encounter, he pondered that if this enigmatic being were willing to submit to the Great Xia and contribute to the nation, he wouldn't mind giving him a beating and allowing him to join the Godslayer army. However, upon witnessing the tragic and bloody scene before him, all such considerations became irrelevant. He had crossed Lin Fan's line. He had killed the soldiers of the Great Xia. Thus, he must perish. You dare to kill me? The Corpse King Jiangchen bared his teeth in a furious snarl, yet a flicker of apprehension towards the short blade in Lin Fan's hand kept him from charging immediately. If you were at your peak, I could not defeat you. Lin Fan advanced step by step toward the Corpse King, but now, you are quite weakened. The expression on Jiangchen's face grew increasingly grim. This fellow spoke the truth. In his prime, he was the Corpse King Jiangchen, a figure who instilled fear in gods and demons alike. After being sealed by Nuwa, he fell into a deep slumber. This explains why, upon his sudden emergence, he immediately unleashed a wave of carnage. He was in dire need of sustenance. At this moment, he was particularly feeble, even less than 1% of his former self. Yet, despite this frailty, he was not something that this young man could vanquish. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly spoke coldly. Moreover, you are not the only one I intend to kill. First squad of the God-slaying army, engage. From behind Lin Fan emerged an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe. At the instant this venerable figure appeared, the Corpse King's general widened his eyes in disbelief, sensing an overwhelming feeling of a natural enemy emanating from the old man. The aura of the Taoist sect, renowned for vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits, was palpable to a being born of the world's dark energies. Such an aura represented an existential threat. Dao Wanjian swiftly performed intricate hand seals while holding a talisman, a gust of wind swirling around him, causing his robe to billow dramatically. 9 heavens and earthly fire, purify the malevolent. Dao Wanjian's eyes suddenly ignited with a fiery intensity. In the next moment, he hurled a yellow talisman inscribed with vermilion patterns, which soared into the air, howling as it rushed towards the Corpse King's general. The Corpse King's general attempted to evade, but the talisman seemed to lock onto him, propelled by the raging wind. In an instant, 36 yellow talismans surrounded him in a tight formation within a 100-meter radius. Dao Wanjian proclaimed loudly, 9 sons of the earth, arise. The yellow talisman paper trembled, and the vermilion patterns upon it erupted in a dazzling radiance. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted. This flame, however, was entirely unlike ordinary fire. It bore no trace of blue but was uniformly crimson. The temperature was alarmingly intense. As soon as it manifested, the surrounding air warped instantly, the searing heat causing the earth nearby to crack like ancient tortoise shells. Roar! The King of Corpses, enveloped in the inferno, emitted a wretched howl. This flame was the 9 yang fire, brewed from spiritual energy by the Taoist sect. It was the nemesis of all malevolence and any entity steeped in dark energy. Even though his skin was resilient enough to withstand bullets and artillery, in the face of such flames, he felt an agonizing torment that pierced his very soul, as if he were melting like snow beneath the sun. Yet, the King of Corpses could sense that this old man seemed to possess a rather modest cultivation. At the very least, even in his current state, he was not a foe the old man could contend with. The King of Corpses had witnessed the true nine-yang fire. He recalled how the Taoist master, with a mere wave of his hand, incinerated thousands of miles, reducing countless demons to ashes. You were still not enough. Amidst the sea of flames, the King of Corpses unleashed a chilling roar, enduring the pain to rise. Engulfed in fire, and charged towards the old man. Yet, in the next moment, he unexpectedly turned and fled. For the young boy with the short blade still stood beside the old man, though the old man lacked strength. The boy with the short blade posed a significant threat to him. The general is no fool. He is acutely aware that what he desperately needs at this moment is not a fierce battle, but rather a restoration of strength, to reclaim his former power through the lives of those feeble humans. At that time, dealing with these two individuals would be as easy as pie. However, just at that moment, a voice resonating with scholarly wisdom suddenly emerged in the direction the general was fleeing. The sun illuminates the incense burner, creating purple smoke. From afar, one gazes at the waterfall cascading down the mountain. At this instant, the heavens and earth trembled as if responding to this eloquent recitation. Dressed in scholarly robes, Mo Bougie approached, holding a scroll of text. Though merely a human, he exuded an aura that seemed to rise majestically, each word and phrase resonating with the universe. This aura is known as the righteous chi. Behind Mo Bougie, as he recited, the sea surface shimmered under the sun, a 1,000-meter torrent rising into the air, resembling a waterfall suspended in the sky. What is this? The general stared in astonishment at the diminutive human before him, utterly perplexed as to how this seemingly insignificant being possessed such formidable power. Yet, in that moment of bewilderment, Mo Bougie extended his finger, pointing towards the corpse king. The general, his voice instantly brimmed with murderous intent. As the water cascades 3,000 feet, it seems as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. With a thunderous proclamation, the world quaked. The torrent that hung above him surged forth, unleashing a terrifying force, as if it could pierce through anything. Droplets of water, glistening under the sun, reflect a dazzling brilliance, sharp as a sword. Cascading down 3,000 feet, it seems as though the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. Boom. Roar. This waterfall, like the galaxy, crashes down upon the corpse king and his generals, who had just escaped the inferno. The corpse king feels an overwhelming force descend upon him, his massive form collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. One of his arms is shattered by the countless water droplets, akin to a waterfall shattering a stubborn boulder. This power is not of humankind. It is the might of the heavens and the earth. In this moment, the scholars of the Confucian school are acutely aware, as a surge of righteous energy stirs the cosmos. The corpse king takes a deep breath, but before he can rise, a shadow suddenly emerges from the darkness behind him, as if it were ink. The corpse king is taken aback, having sensed nothing of this person's approach. It is only now that he perceives a trace of a concealed presence, hidden to the utmost degree. Roar. The corpse king abruptly turns to look behind him. Kneel. Swish. A chilling glimmer occupies his vision, flashing by like a shooting star. The starfall technique of the ink-hidden sect, the starfall slash. Uft. Roar. Just as the corpse king rises, he is once again forced to his knees, clutching his left eye, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Amidst the coarse fingers, a bluish-gray liquid seeped forth. His left eye had been gruesomely shattered. Had it not been for his instinctive retreat, that blade might have pierced directly into his brain. Roar. The King of Corpses, Jiangqing, emitted a furious howl, striking out with a powerful fist in an attempt to eliminate the audacious human assassin who dared to ambush him. Yet, this punch met only empty air. In the moment the blade struck, Xing Yi, crouched low, sprang into the air with remarkable agility. Cloaked in black, his form was ethereal, the ponytail tracing elegant arcs as he retreated into the shadows, vanishing once again like ink dissolving into darkness. The Starfall ink-hidden sect was, after all, an ancient order of assassins. Their methods were quintessentially those of a true assassin. What defines an assassin? One who lurks in the shadows, striking swiftly and retreating. The only glimpse visible to the enemy was the fleeting glimmer of a blade akin to a shooting star. They emerged in the enemy's moment of utmost vulnerability. a blade erupting from the darkness. Roar. This time, Jiangqing exhibited no hesitation, swiftly redirecting his path and charging with great speed towards another direction. These feeble humans, for reasons unknown, possessed the capability to inflict harm upon him. Although Jiangqing was a formidable entity born of the world's dark energy, he had only just awakened and felt particularly weakened. Indeed, the combined efforts of these individuals could lead to his demise here. But in the next moment, Jiangqing halted in his tracks. In the direction of his escape, the Buddha stands tall, while a fierce tiger roars. Chapter 41. The battle concludes. In the realm of Buddhism, the compassionate master stood resolutely. The middle-aged monk, bald and clad in a monk's robe, leaned upon a staff with one hand, while the other was raised in a gesture of tranquility, as if he were a mountain, immovable and steadfast. His visage betrayed no emotion. Neither joy nor anger graced his countenance. With his eyes gently closed, he seemed to murmur an incantation, his thumb deftly moving over the beads of a rosary. A faint aura of Buddhist energy enveloped him, and a resplendent golden light radiated from behind. Before him, the mighty Wang Hu, king of the Rui Gate, had his fists crossed over his chest, resembling the fierce claws of a tiger. His formidable physique was a testament to his raw power, exuding a primal ferocity that felt otherworldly. Crimson energy coursed through his being, coalescing into the form of a gigantic, blood-red tiger, its menacing claws merging with Wang Hu's hands. His scarlet eyes mirrored a seething rage, creating an atmosphere that was palpably oppressive. These two figures, merely standing in place, conveyed an overwhelming sense of challenge to Jiangqing. One was as solid as a mountain, yet tranquil as a placid lake, while the other radiated an untamed ferocity that instilled a sense of dread in Jiangqing's heart. Roar. Wang Hu unleashed a roar akin to that of a tiger, shaking the heavens above. You dare to kill them? Die. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The hulking form of Wang Hu surged forward, his claws aimed directly at Jiangqing's throat. The force was unparalleled. A terrifying momentum surged around Wang Hu in that moment. He resembled a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. The mountains and rivers tremble in awe. With a fierce roar, the wounded general unleashed a powerful punch. The collision echoed like distant thunder. His colossal fist collided with Wang Hu's dual claws, and the two combatants were instantly repelled. Wang Hu was hurled backward through the air. Upon landing, the ground beneath him cracked instantaneously, and he was propelled back several paces to dissipate the force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The general, with a frigid gaze, looked down upon the diminutive human, but in the next moment, he was struck by astonishment. His remaining left arm suddenly went limp. Devoid of strength, a piercing pain surged through him. With that agony, the corpse king let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. His left wrist was completely shattered. Skin, tougher than steel, had been mercilessly torn apart, and the ligaments were ripped asunder. Wang Hu's fierce claws had effectively rendered the general's remaining left hand useless. At that moment, the general's plight was indeed tragic. His right arm had been shattered by a torrent of water, his left hand incapacitated by the form of boxing, and one eye had been pierced by an assassin lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, the overwhelming force of the 9-yang true fire had caused the corpse energy he had just amassed to dissipate, significantly diminishing his formidable defenses. Nevertheless, the general's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Wang Hu. He could sense that this confrontation, where he engaged in a fierce struggle with his adversary, would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. His left fist rendered useless, the opponent's vital energy was also thrown into disarray at that very moment. Now, if he wished to escape this dire situation, he must devour you. Jiangqing bellowed as he charged toward Wang Hu. A look of despair crossed Wang Hu's face. He had overestimated his capabilities, utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of his opponent's might. At this point, Wang Hu's energy was in chaos, his meridians nearly shattered, leaving him completely immobilized. Merely remaining upright was a testament to his sheer will. Just as Jiangqing opened his mouth to lunge at Wang Hu, a sudden transformation occurred. With a swift motion, the eyes of the compassionate master, previously closed in contemplation, flew open. The Bodhisattva lowered his gaze, his countenance fierce and unyielding. In that instant, the compassionate master was devoid of any mercy, embodying the essence of a wrathful deity. Behind him, a spectral figure of an arhat materialized with a thunderous presence. Radiant light emanated from him. A resplendent symbol appeared before Jiangqing, forcefully repelling him. Countless sacred sounds descended from the heavens. Under the illumination of the divine light, Jiangqing's skin began to dissolve like snow under the warm sun, his body exuding a bluish-white fluid, as if the golden rays were countless sharpened blades. Amenba. Today, the young monk shall liberate your tormented soul. The monk, wielding an iron staff, advanced step by step toward the wailing Jiangchun. Behind him, the wrathful figure mirrored his movements, staff in hand. The Vajra demon-slaying staff, taking 9 steps forward, each step blooming like a lotus. A path suffused with Buddhist aura. In just 9 steps, the compassionate master effortlessly traversed 100 meters, arriving before the corpse king and his ministers, before soaring high into the air. Like a mountain, he swung the staff down with tremendous force. No, what he wielded was far from a mere iron rod. The staff in the compassionate master's hands radiated with divine light, surrounded by an aura of enlightenment, with countless scriptures materializing around it. This was the power of merit passed down through generations in the Buddhist tradition. This was the revered Vajra, demon-slaying staff. With the might of 1,000 tons, the staff struck the head of the corpse king with a resounding crash. The terrifying force, accompanied by the Buddhist aura, cascaded downwards. Bang! The ground within a 10-meter radius beneath the corpse king cracked open, and that formidable figure, capable of withstanding an armored vehicle, knelt upon the earth under the weight of this blow. This time, he did not even emit a roar of defiance. The compassionate master offered no respite, immediately bringing the staff down again upon the minister's head. Bang! The corpse king's skull was driven deep into the earth. With 2 strikes delivered, the compassionate master swiftly retreated, having nearly reached his limit. After all, he had only recently begun to cultivate the god-slaying and demon-exterminating technique, though his foundation was solid. He had only attained the 7th level and his Buddhist aura was limited. The corpse king remained motionless, kneeling on the ground, as if paying homage to the corpses strewn about. The silence was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Is he dead? Dao Wanchan stood tensely behind Lin Fan, fixated on the motionless corpse king, Jiangchen, kneeling before them. He too had nearly reached his limit. In fact, all present had approached their thresholds. Though they hailed from esteemed martial arts families or sects, these individuals had only practiced the god-slaying and demon-butchering technique for a single day. Even if their meridians and dantians had been honed in previous years, they were merely required to absorb the divine energy wafting through the air, transforming it into their own strength to replenish their desiccated channels. However, the absorption of this ethereal divine energy was not instantaneous. It demanded time. At this juncture, most remained at the 6th or 7th tier, seemingly expending their strength, but in truth, they had already exerted their utmost. Their energy reserves were nearly depleted. If the corpse king, Jiangchen, still possessed the capacity to fight, he would indeed be a formidable adversary. He should be dead. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that the aura of the corpse king had withered to its nadir and was in a constant decline. It had reached its extremity, leaving behind but a trace of an almost imperceptible presence. Lin Fan spoke coldly. First squad of the god-slaying army, cease combat. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling roar erupted. From the earth, the blood of the fallen warriors surged toward the corpse king, as if the very corpses had been desiccated by the wind. With streams of blood racing to this sovereign of the dead, bathed in this sanguine deluge, invigorated by the energy of life, the corpse king, Jiangchen, rapidly healed from his injuries. His severed right arm grew back, and the ligaments of his left hand rejoined. Even the tattered skin restored to its former state. No, it was not merely a restoration. He emerged even stronger. A more potent aura erupted forth, causing the earth around him to shatter and scatter. The corpse king slowly rose, his already imposing 5-meter frame now towering at a staggering 7 meters. His cold gaze swept the surroundings, akin to a supreme being surveying mere ants. Pitiful humans. How dare you attempt to slay me? Ha ha ha. I am the corpse king, Jiangchun. Your lives shall become my nourishment. Whoosh. The words abruptly ceased. A gleaming flash cut through the air as a dagger swiftly severed his neck. A figure streaked past the corpse king with extraordinary speed. Time seemed to freeze. The smile etched on the corpse king's face remained vivid, yet it had become utterly frozen. Gurgle. Boom. His head tumbled away, and the massive body crashed to the ground. Lin Fan stood expressionless nearby, holding his blade with one hand. Is this never ending? Why so much unnecessary chatter? For a moment, the air was still. Dao Wanqian stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Is this the end? Lin Fan turned around, gazing at the crowd of stunned individuals frozen in place. Sheathed her sword, she spoke in a solemn tone. The first squad of the Godslayer army. The battle is concluded. Chapter 42, Situ Hong. The path to divinity. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield, Lin Fan's voice resonating in the stillness. In that moment, Dao Wanjian, Mo Buji, Xingya, and others widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the end? Wang Hu, severely injured and gasping in pain from the force of a single blow, could only fixate on the decapitated body of the general. It was all so utterly unexpected. They had toiled tirelessly, combining their strengths in a concerted effort. Each member pushed to their limits. Suddenly, the general erupted with a ferocious energy, his previously diminished aura soaring as if he were awakening as a formidable boss. The group braced themselves for an arduous battle, only for Lin Fan to deliver a single strike, decisively slaying the enraged general. This was not at all in keeping with the anticipated narrative. Shouldn't they have united their efforts, paying a hefty price to gradually overcome this adversary? What are you all standing there for? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Are you waiting for your rewards? Do you need me to present you with certificates? In an instant, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Dao Wanjian, Mo Buji, Xingya, and the members of the God-slaying army's first squad regained their composure. They gazed at the lifeless body of the general, and it was beyond doubt. This legendary general was dead, irrevocably so. This young man had severed the head of the corpse king with a single stroke. In that moment, all eyes were reverently fixed upon the youth standing beside the decapitated corpse, his blade sheathed. Though his frame was somewhat slender, it radiated an undeniable aura, an aura both fierce and overwhelmingly domineering. At last, the battle had reached its conclusion. Dao Wanxian exhaled, a breath of relief escaping his lips. In this instant, the threat had dissipated. Yet, neither the first God-slaying squad nor the hastily evacuated workers could muster a smile. The scene before them was profoundly heart-wrenching. Fragments of lifeless bodies lay scattered, their blood staining the earth, each visage youthful and vibrant. These soldiers, who had enlisted merely a day prior, brimming with hope for the future, found their lives cruelly truncated on this fateful day. When they joined the ranks, did they ever envision it departing in such a manner? Yet, even if they had anticipated this fate, they would still have chosen this path. For upon those rigid, youthful faces lingered smiles devoid of regret, unrepentant. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the air, its arrival startling and abrupt. It was as if countless voices were bellowing from the void. In this life, we have no regrets in serving the great Xia. In the next life, we shall be of the great Xia once more. Such is the spirit of the soldiers of great Xia. Even if their service lasted but a single day, they were, without a doubt, true soldiers. They bore no shame in their allegiance to great Xia. They held no regrets for their homeland. Strangely, among the fallen, not a single worker's corpse could be found. Those recruits, having enlisted for merely a day, sacrificed their lives to shield the workers. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans, brought forth by Sidu Hong, commandeered armored vehicles. Even when fragmented and scorched by fierce flames, they charged resolutely towards the general. In this battle, the first squad of the God-slaying army emerged victorious. Yet, no one could muster a smile. The scene before them cast a pall of gloom over the onlookers. Remember this moment well. Lin Fan's voice resonated with gravity. You have witnessed the formidable nature of the enemy. This adversary is extraordinary. I can assure you, the deities of the future will be 100, 1,000, even 10,000 times more powerful than this general, who was abruptly awakened. We shall face even greater sacrifices. However, if we do not strive with all our might, if we do not exert ourselves, the entirety of the great Xia will inevitably descend into such a state. Corpses scattered across the land. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind the crowd. I will kill you. Situ Hong, her eyes ablaze with rage, resembled a frenzied beast. Gripping the shattered military knife tightly in her hands, dragging her injured body, she stumbled forward towards the corpse of the general. In this battle, she had witnessed the demise of those young soldiers firsthand. She had seen her battle-hardened comrades, each one commanding their armored vehicles, charging forth to meet the insurmountable foe that was the Corpse King. She witnessed firsthand the veterans charging forward, sacrificing their lives to grapple with the Corpse King. She yearned to shred that Corpse King to avenge her fallen comrades. However, before Situ Hong could reach the lifeless body of the Corpse King, bang! Lin Fan, like a bolt of lightning, kicked her several meters away. Have you lost your mind? Lin Fan exclaimed, restraining Situ Hong, who was determined to rise and continue her charge. You have not cultivated the god-slaying, demon-butchering technique. If you get too close, you will be infected and become a zombie. Situ Hong, her eyes ablaze with fury, turned to Lin Fan and shouted, Why? Why did you come only now? In that moment, her rage over her fallen comrades had clouded her judgment. This young female commander, often perceived as the Ice Mountain Demoness for her cold demeanor towards her subordinates, truly wished to prevent these soldiers from perishing on the battlefield due to negligence in training. No one could comprehend the anguish of witnessing one's compatriots perish before their eyes. You are the commander. Why did you take so long to arrive? Why? Buzz. Situ Hong suddenly lunged at Lin Fan with the broken dagger. In that instant, the dagger sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving a chilling gleam in its wake. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his scabbard to block it, but shockingly, the scabbard exploded upon contact. Explode. Such terrifying force caused even Lin Fan, who had already stepped into demigod status, to stagger back several paces, a sweet taste flooding his throat. This individual has awakened the path to divinity of the war god ahead of schedule. Lin Fan gazed in astonishment at Situ Hong. For humanity to ascend to godhood, one must either forcibly seize a deity's divine essence or embark upon the arduous journey towards divinity. The former is not particularly challenging, requiring merely the slaying of a god to claim their essence. However, the latter is immensely difficult, necessitating a profound upheaval within one's soul. This is the true embodiment of becoming a deity in flesh. Achieving divinity through one's mortal form without reliance on external divine essence results in a god far more powerful than one who utilizes such essences. And here stands Situ Hong, who, upon witnessing the tragic demise of her kin, has unexpectedly awakened to the path of divinity. Wait, Lin Fan mused, somewhat bewildered. Situ Hong was supposed to awaken only 6 months later, during the 3rd month of the Ocean God's invasion. History has once again been altered. In an instant, Lin Fan comprehended the situation. His foresight construction of the steel Great Wall had stirred the slumbering and feeble Jiang Chun, causing him to awaken earlier than the original timeline. Situ Hong, having prematurely witnessed the deaths of her entire troop, was thus propelled onto the path to divinity ahead of time. Once this path is fully traversed, one transcends the mundane entirely. Moreover, Situ Hong's journey towards godhood pertains to a war god, a rarity even within the celestial realm. With the divine power bestowed by the god of war, even deities can be vanquished by firearms. Chapter 43, Never Again Yet. At this moment, Lin Fan found no joy. It was not because Situ Hong had turned against him, but rather due to the realization that Situ Hong's ascension to divinity was built upon the sacrifice of those youthful soldiers. Observing Situ Hong's bloodshot eyes, Lin Fan seemed to relinquish any notion of resistance, turning his back to Situ Hong. Why have you come so late? Situ Hong advanced with his blade drawn, the edge slicing through the air as it aimed directly at Lin Fan. Stop, Dao Wanxian urgently commanded. However, the members of the Godslayer army's first squad, having endured the previous battle, had reached their limits. Even if they wished to intervene, they were simply too late. Yet, mere inches from Lin Fan's back, the blade came to an abrupt halt. Bang! With his back to Situ Lan, Lin Fan knelt before the sea of corpses, silent tears streaming from his eyes. The young man gazed upon those of his own age who had already departed this world, his hands gripping the earth tightly, his body trembling with despair. Situ Lan, you were right. It is all our fault for arriving too late. I, Lin Fan, am deeply sorry to all of you. Lin Fan bowed 3 times, his forehead striking the ground with fervor. Everything, as Situ Lan had stated, was indeed a consequence of their tardiness. His actions resonated deeply with everyone present. The workers slowly advanced, kneeling before the cold, youthful bodies, their fists clenched tightly, bowing 3 times. These young soldiers exchanged their lives for the hope of survival. One worker struck the ground with great force, trembling as he exclaimed, "They are still but children. Their age is nearly the same as my son, who enlisted just yesterday." Suddenly, another worker shouted, "Do not worry, go in peace. The rest is entrusted to us. We shall construct a steel wall that even the gods cannot destroy." The young soldiers at other construction sites also knelt, their voices hoarse as they proclaimed, "Brothers, rest assured. We will carry your will and continue to fight for the Great Xia. The remainder is entrusted to us." The first squad of the God-slaying army also knelt in unison. "Fear not," Wang Hu trembled as he spoke, "the rest is entrusted to us. Next time, we shall not arrive late." The winds of heaven and earth suddenly calmed. It was as if the wandering souls present here laughed and departed. The multitude bid farewell. Witnessing this scene, Situ Hong's eyes, once filled with rage, were gradually overwhelmed by sorrow. The blade could no longer pierce. Clang! The broken sword fell to the ground. Thud! Situ Hong, as if drained of all strength, knelt before the fallen soldiers, murmuring, "Old 5, Blackie, it is I who has wronged you. Rest assured, we, the disciples of Situ Hong, vow that should any divine being dare to set foot in the land of the Great Xia, We shall strike them down one by one. With that declaration, Sidu Hong, already gravely injured, succumbed to unconsciousness, and medical personnel swiftly carried him away for treatment. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Lin Fan slowly rose, his voice resonating with gravity. These individuals are national heroes. They shall be honored with a grand burial in the martyrs' cemetery. Engaging in battle against deities inevitably brings sacrifice, and in the days to come, such sacrifices will only multiply. Yet, we, the living, must forge ahead. We cannot allow their sacrifices to be rendered meaningless. From this day forth, I, Lin Fan, pledge that as long as I draw breath, no celestial being shall tread upon the sacred soil of the great Xia. With my blade pointed toward the heavens, thunder roared in the sky, as if the gods themselves were incensed. Beneath that tempest, the resolute youth, blade in hand, stood firm, defiantly gazing upward. 10 minutes later, amidst the resounding national anthem, the bodies were draped in the national flag. Lin Fan took a moment to rest beside the construction site. As he and the first squad of the God-slaying army stood vigil over the remains of the fallen commander, guarding against any unforeseen occurrences. Meanwhile, the other workers remained diligently focused on their tasks, not out of indifference to death, but because they all understood that only through relentless effort in erecting a formidable steel wall could they honor those who had departed. In each person's eyes burned a fierce flame, embodying a spirit of tireless determination, gritting their teeth and laboring on without regard for exhaustion. At that moment, the phone rang. Lin Fan answered, and he heard old Jin's voice, laden with complexity. I have spoken with their families. They are deeply grieving, yet they said little, save for one request. What request? The families expressed their desire that the children not be buried in the martyrs' cemetery. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head resolutely. No. That is what they deserve. Please, let me finish. Old Jin's voice grew heavy. The families wish for these fallen children to be interred beneath the great wall of steel, at the very construction site where they perished. This way, he continued, they will be able to witness the great wall's steadfastness, to behold the prosperity of the great Xia. In spirit, they will continue to guard the borders of our nation. Lin Fan fell silent. After a long pause, he rubbed his eyes and replied, his voice trembling, very well. Then there is no issue. Old Jin sighed in relief. By the way, the compensation will be doubled from now on. As for their children's education, Lin Fan intended to voice further thoughts, but old Jin interjected with a sigh, rest assured, I have made all the arrangements. They have served the great Xia honorably, and the great Xia must honor them in return. Trust me, I understand. Old Jin's tone revealed an unmistakable sorrow. Lin Fan nodded and ended the call. Alas, De Wanxian, who was nearby, could not help but sigh as well. However, upon witnessing Lin Fan's reddened eyes, he swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, Commander, since you possess the capability to slay that corpse king with a single strike, why did you allow us to engage first? Beside him, Wang Hu, who was wrapped up like a mummy, paused in surprise. Indeed, were you intentionally trying to injure me? Intentional? Nonsense, Lin Fan retorted, suppressing his emotions and shooting a glare at Wang Hu. I could have dispatched that corpse king with a single blow, and subsequently, any divine entity that emerged would have met the same fate. There would be no need for the great Xia to construct an iron wall. I alone could guard the borders. Why would I bother gathering you all for this? Lin Fan exhaled, massaging his temples. The purpose of this endeavor was to foster synergy among you and to allow you to experience the battles that lie ahead. Such adversaries and conflicts transcend common understanding, and early exposure is beneficial. He continued in a lower tone. Your performances thus far have been commendable. Although your strength is not yet formidable due to the recent cultivation of the god-slaying and demon-exterminating techniques, it suffices. Except for you, Wang Hu. You are excessively reckless. Gazing at Wang Hu, who was swathed in bandages, Lin Fan spoke coldly. My original intent was for you to collaborate with Master Compassion, with you on the offensive and him on the defensive. Yet, you foolishly rushed in to confront the general head-on. Had the general not been prematurely awakened and weakened to the utmost, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Next time, you should directly go to the military to process your retirement. Do you understand? I do not wish to witness you perish in vain on the battlefield one day. Lin Fan glared fiercely at Wang Hu. Wang Hu, fully aware that Lin Fan's fierce words stemmed from concern for his well-being, felt a twinge of guilt. This burly man sheepishly scratched his head and replied in a voice barely above a whisper, I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 44. The seed of evil. I shall not elaborate further. Lin Fan spoke in a low voice. You have all witnessed the adversary we face this time. To be candid, this general of the undead has indeed had a stroke of misfortune. Had he awakened under normal circumstances, his might would have been 1,000-fold greater than what we have observed today. After all, he is the Corpse King. However, the foes you will encounter in the future will be even more formidable and unfathomable. As Lin Fan spoke, his gaze grew intricate. This unexpected awakening of the Corpse King could be seen as either a stroke of good fortune or ill fate. In Lin Fan's recollection, the Corpse King was undoubtedly one of the greatest sources of calamity inflicted upon the Great Xia. In his prime, the Corpse King possessed power rivaling that of a deity at the 10th tier, along with a body that was nearly indestructible. The most critical aspect was his malevolent aura, which could perpetually spread, transforming humans into zombies, who in turn became new vectors of infection. In a single night, hundreds of thousands of citizens from the Great Xia could be turned into the undead. Furthermore, as the number of zombies proliferated, the Corpse King grew ever more potent. Theoretically, he was an entity capable of infinite growth. The rate of transmission was astonishingly unfathomable. By the time the military took notice, the Corpse King had already caused an entire city to fall. Ultimately, the Great Xia was compelled to make a harrowing decision, paying a heavy price to eradicate the Corpse King entirely. And it was at this moment, Lin Fan, the injured Situ Hong, approached with great difficulty, her face etched with pain and her gaze filled with complexity. Earlier, I'm sorry. Situ Hong nearly gritted her teeth as she spoke. Why is she apologizing to me? Lin Fan chuckled softly. Just now, I was overwhelmed with anger. I understand that the sacrifices of those soldiers were not truly your fault. It's just that. Situ Hong's eyes reflected her turmoil. After regaining her composure, she recognized her earlier outburst. If it weren't for Lin Fan, and for the first squad of the God-slaying army that he had trained, the casualties might have been far greater. It was possible that all those involved in the construction of the Iron Wall would have fallen prey to the undead. He was the hero who saved everyone present, slaying the Necromancer King and his minions, and he was also the commander of this war. Yet, in a fit of rage, she had drawn her blade against Lin Fan. But they were merely. Situ Hong's expression turned sorrowful. But she soon took a deep breath and looked at Lin Fan with a blank face. To assassinate a commander is akin to treason. You may execute me. Lin Fan gazed at Situ Hong with an expression of helplessness. After a moment of silence, he rubbed his jaw and said, "Do not jest. How could I bear to take the life of a future war god? A future guardian of the Great Xia?" Situ Hong was momentarily taken aback. You mean, you must feel it within you, a surge of power. Lin Fan looked at Situ Hong. You have embarked on a path to divinity, the path to ascendancy, the road leading to divinity. Once traversed, it signifies an elevation of one's existential tier. Lin Fan gently patted Situ Hong's shoulder. If you truly feel remorse and wish to never again experience the despair of the moment just past, I can acquiesce to your joining the Godslayer army. Situ Hong gazed intently at the youth before her. To join the Godslayer army, I am willing to enter the ranks, she declared, her fists clenched resolutely. Very well, in due course, I shall impart to you the techniques of the Godslayer's demon-slaying art. However, unlike the others, you have not practiced ancient martial arts, and it is too late for you to train now. Your meridians remain unawakened, thus, your cultivation will be somewhat sluggish and fraught with agony. Lin Fan regarded Situ Hong. Is there a suffering greater than witnessing one's compatriots perish before one's very eyes? Situ Hong's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Teach me. Agreed. Lin Fan nodded. But you must also take responsibility to disseminate this technique among the soldiers, ensuring that the entire military commences its cultivation. Without hesitation, Situ Hong assented. She could no longer bear to witness the slaughter of her kin. Having witnessed the death of her comrades and the extraordinary powers of Lin Fan and his companions, she was resolute that this technique must be spread throughout the military. Lin Fan gradually rose and approached the head of the Corpse King. At that moment, the head was encircled by Chun Yin and a scientific team. A group of elegantly attired researchers in white lab coats meticulously examining the cranium. To speak frankly, the researchers confronted with the gory head were paling at the sight. Yet, in their eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Rather, they gazed at the head with exhilaration, meticulously documenting each feature. For they understood that the study of this cranium could potentially spare the Great Xia from tremendous losses in the future. As Lin Fan approached, Chen Yin hastily held up his notebook and remarked with precision, "The biological tissues are being sent for laboratory analysis. Currently, we can ascertain that this head measures 87 centimeters in length, 32 centimeters in radius, and weighs 1,025 kilograms. Its brain bears resemblance to that of a human and possesses the capacity for thought. However, it is perplexing. The time of death dates back at least 150,000 years, and it has undergone decomposition. Logically, it should be lifeless, yet cellular activity remains. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. This is due to the presence of something within. Under the astonished gaze of all, Lin Fan drew a short knife from his waist and struck down fiercely towards the murky eye. Bang! The entire eyeball was penetrated, not merely the eye. Amidst the eruption of bluish-gray blood, Lin Fan's knife forcefully pierced through that eye, plunging deep into the brain. Then, Lin Fan sheathed the knife and plunged his hands into the decaying flesh, searching fervently. In that moment, all the researchers felt a wave of nausea. The scene was overwhelmingly gruesome, far too intense. Only Qin Lao gazed at the unfolding spectacle with an expression of fervent excitement, unwilling to miss a single moment. He swiftly jotted down notes. Cut through the most vulnerable eyeball. Delve into the frontal lobe of the brain. I found it. Lin Fan seemed to grasp something with both hands, exerting a sudden, forceful tug. Crash. The grayish-blue brain matter was violently ejected, and Lin Fan yanked from the corpse king's brain a fist-sized, slightly crimson-black stone. The instant this stone emerged, a hush enveloped the crowd. The surrounding air seemingly chilled in that moment. It exuded an aura of malevolence. Evil is a nebulous concept. Yet in this instance, gazing upon the stone, everyone felt a surge of tumultuous, nefarious, and rampant power coursing within it. The black stone was veined with crimson patterns resembling blood vessels, which appeared to writhe incessantly. This is... Chun Yin trembled as he adjusted his spectacles. The heart of the corpse king. Lin Fan examined the stone closely, identifying it as a type of demon seed. A demon seed? Chun Yin continued to record frantically. The demon seed represents the very foundation of a demon. Just as divine essence grants power to deities, possessing a demon seed bestows the strength of a demon, transforming one into a demon. In contrast, acquiring divine essence elevates one to true divinity. Qin Yan's hand trembled around the pin. This stone had the capacity to metamorphose a human into a demon, endowing them with demonic power. Lin Fan grasped the stone tightly and approached the first squad of the God-slaying army. In a solemn tone, he inquired, "Now, I must know, who among you is willing to succumb to darkness and wield the power of the Corpse King and his minions?" Chapter 45. The Descent into Darkness. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the members of the God-slaying army were momentarily taken aback. Demons? This? To become a demon? Confusion spread across their faces. Even Mo Bougie was at a loss regarding the meaning behind Lin Fan's statement. What a jest. Our path is to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. How could we possibly descend into such darkness? Dao Wanqian was equally perplexed. Demons and deities are merely different manifestations of existence. In a hushed tone, Lin Fan continued, I must also convey to you that to stand against gods and demons, the human form ultimately proves insufficient. Each of you will eventually carve your own path, transcending the limitations of human existence to become either a deity or a demon. With the power of gods and demons, you shall safeguard the great Xia. The god-slaying and demon destruction technique can absorb divine energy, yet it cannot alter the essence of life. Unless one can embark on the path to divinity, one will inevitably be constrained by the limits of the human body. Half-gods represent the pinnacle of this limitation. To ascend to godhood, one requires a divine essence. To become a demon, one must possess a demon seed. Lin Fan weighed the crimson black stone in his hand. By absorbing this stone, one could henceforth wield the power of a demon. Instantly, the breath of all present quickened with anticipation. However, I shall not conceal from you that after becoming a demon, one will walk alongside darkness, under the taint of demonic power. It is highly probable that one may devolve into a creature of brutality and slaughter. Moreover, upon embracing demonhood, one shall face a formidable trial. Demons and deities differ fundamentally. While they lack followers, they possess apostles who can inscribe the mark of demonhood upon any being weaker than themselves, thus claiming them as their own. Remarkably, some gods may even become apostles of demons. This engenders a deep-seated desire, an insatiable yearning shared by all demons. Consequently, once transformed into a demon, if one does not harness that malevolent power to fight for the great Xia, they may well become a perilous adversary to it. In such a case, I must eliminate them. Lin Fan cast his gaze upon the crowd, and an air of solemnity enveloped everyone present. This seed of demonic essence presents both an opportunity and a threat to anyone. It wields power comparable to divine might, yet it also harbors the potential to corrupt one's mind, reducing them to a wretched existence in darkness. Why don't you utilize it yourself? Dao Wanxian inquired suddenly. Lin Fan lowered his eyes. I have my own path. In his previous life, Lin Fan traversed the path to divinity. Those who have walked the divine route or the demonic path are far more formidable than those who merely inherit divine status or demonic essence. And Lin Fan's journey is the most potent of all, the path of the Shura God. At this moment, he awaited the manifestation of that path. Allow me. Dao Wanxian took a deep breath. Lin Fan shook his head. You cannot. Your cultivation of the Taoist mindset is incompatible with the demonic seed. As the words fell, Wang Hu, wrapped like a mummy, suddenly spoke up. Then let it be me. You? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. Wang Hu grinned, acknowledging. I may not possess remarkable skills, yet I am aware that you all practice internal martial arts, while I am solely a practitioner of Xingyi Quan, an external style. I have not cultivated any profound insights, hence I shall not harbor any aversion towards this demonic seed. Hee. Wang Hu scratched his head. As for the desires of demons, well, I couldn't care less. If it comes down to it, I'll simply let you take care of me. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment, recognizing that Wang Hu had more to say. Among those present, he was the only one solely dedicated to external martial arts. There is a saying, 10 months to mastery of boxing, 10 years to success. This implies that while martial techniques can be learned swiftly and wield considerable power, internal cultivation requires prolonged dedication. Achieving proficiency in 10 years is commendable. However, once internal martial arts reach their zenith, the explosive power they unleash far surpasses that of mere external styles. Though Wang Hu's current strength did not lag behind, he understood that once everyone honed their god-slaying and demon-exterminating skills, he, as a disciple of Xingyi Quan, would likely find himself at the bottom. After all, despite the renown of Xingyi Quan, it ultimately cannot compete with the internal martial arts of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, which are bolstered by profound techniques. Under Wang Hu's anxious gaze, Lin Fan nodded, very well. However, Lin Fan immediately stated, I understand your thoughts. But my intention in giving you this demon seed is not due to fear of you holding us back. Rather, it is because I have faith in you. You possess the ability to harness this power to combat gods and demons, rather than being consumed by it and dragged into the abyss. Lin Fan gazed at the boisterous and somewhat simple-minded giant before him. Through the layers of flesh, he seemed to perceive a heart, pure and unblemished, akin to crystal. Wang Hu seized the stone with fervor and promptly activated the god-slaying, demon-butchering technique to commence its refinement. Boom! The demon seed quaked violently, erupting into a cloud of darkness infused with a sinister crimson aura. This essence radiated malevolence, akin to a venomous serpent, surging into Wang Hu's nostrils. In the next moment, Wang Hu's skin began to writhe as if something within him was breaking free. Even his previously smooth skin transformed into a deep ebony, with crimson threads pulsating and spreading across its surface. Roar! A searing pain enveloped him, and Wang Hu unleashed a roar reminiscent of a tiger's fierce cry. His eyes wide and glistening with a blood-red hue. In that instant, his very existence contorted. He could sense himself spiraling deeper into darkness. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed continuously as his already formidable physique surged once more, his stature soaring to an astonishing height of 4 meters. Suddenly, 2 menacing horns sprouted from his forehead, grotesquely towering towards the heavens. At this moment, his condition remained perilous. Fissures spread across his body, dark blood seeping forth as if he were on the brink of shattering. His physique was subtly unable to withstand this overwhelming force, teetering on the edge of destruction. After all, this was a forceful elevation of his life essence. Hold on. Lin Fan placed a hand on his back, channeling his semi-divine prowess into Wang Hu's form. Wang Hu felt himself on the verge of fracturing within an endless abyss of darkness. Yet, at that instant, a warm current surged within him, and the pain began to dissipate. Finally, Wang Hu's body ceased its fragmentation. However, he remained unconscious, lying on the ground with eyes closed. As the dark blood coalesced around him, forming a vast cocoon that enveloped him completely. Dao Wanxian wore a worried expression, almost unable to sense any life emanating from within the cocoon. He is not dead, Lin Fan said, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Nevertheless, he would not awaken anytime soon. Lin Fan was acutely aware of Wang Hu's plight. He was battling against the darkness. This individual had become a demon yet resisted succumbing to the shadows, while the darkness refused to release its grip on him. When he finally awakens, he may emerge as an evil demon, relentlessly hunting for apostles, or as a formidable force battling for the great Xia, empowered by demonic strength. I hope that amidst the darkness, you can find your way back. We shall wait for you. Lin Fan weakly rose, gently caressing the enormous cocoon. Chapter 46. The power of the great Xia. Lin Fan continued to issue a few more directives. The unfortunate delay in reaching the scene promptly had resulted in the sacrifice of those young soldiers. Although Lin Fan and his team had rushed with utmost urgency, the vehicle's engine was smoking after just 5 minutes of travel, every second representing a precious life lost. In the time ahead, there would be no sitting idly in the command center. Lin Fan surveyed the group, declaring that soon, arrangements would be made to send Wang Hu back, and the substitute, Gong Shuming, would join the first squad. Including myself, everyone would be stationed every 300 kilometers, patrolling the area. Additionally, summon the disciples from your sects and families. Every 3 kilometers, a group should be assigned, covering the entire 2,000 kilometers along the eastern route of Lu. In the event of an incident, they would be able to delay and support until we could arrive. Dao Wantian suddenly interjected, as for the divine slayer and demon subduing technique, you should impart this knowledge to the disciples of your families and sections. Lin Fan exhibited no hesitation in this regard. After all, this technique was intended to safeguard the great Xia. If it were possible, he would wish to disseminate it to all. However, while the technique may appear simple, it is, in fact, quite intricate. Direct transmission is essential, necessitating a gradual approach. If feasible, Lin Fan would be inclined to print it in a booklet and distribute it to all citizens of the great Xia. Yet, on the other hand, the practice of the divine slayer and demon subduing technique requires a solid foundation. Otherwise, an ordinary person would require months to cultivate their physique. On the other hand, the practice of cultivation is fraught with peril. A slight misstep in channeling one's meridians could result in life-threatening consequences. Thus, such matters cannot be resolved merely by the distribution of a manual. They necessitate direct, personal instruction. Excellent. The crowd responded enthusiastically, unwilling to witness another tragedy. At that moment, the sound of Lin Fan's phone rang sharply. He had developed a certain trepidation towards the ringtone and, gritting his teeth, answered, "What is it, Elder Jean?" "Another incident has arisen," Elder Jean replied, his tone laced with complexity. "In the 0124 area, Wangjia village. I'll head over immediately," Lin Fan stated with resolute determination. That won't be necessary," Elder Jean coughed lightly. "There's no need to bring anyone. It's not a matter of immediate danger. However, there is a fishing village called Wangjia village that presents some challenges. You should go take a look yourself, but fret not. The situation, while troublesome, is not perilous." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt somewhat bewildered. After ending the call, he assigned each person their respective areas to guard and promptly set off for Wangjia village. During his journey, Lin Fan glanced at his phone. Online, the scene featuring the Corpse King had gone viral. He was not particularly surprised. As he had not implemented any measures to confiscate phones, he believed there was nothing to hide. Furthermore, the citizens of the Great Xia should possess the right to be informed, to be aware of the current circumstances of their nation. Lin Fan casually opened a video. The blood, thickened to a pitch-black hue, clung to a stone tablet, as a youthful hand abruptly reached out, seizing a laborer. The sight was grotesque. The decaying skin of the Corpse King, Jiangchen, gradually emerged. Standing at a height of 5 meters, this stature seemed trivial. However, when one gazed up, the sense of insignificance became palpable, even through the screen. It resembled a mountain. As all present lifted their heads, they barely reached his knees. This feeling of oppression stemmed from the hierarchy of existence. It was as if what stood before them was an entity beyond humanity, towering above all. In an instant, the comments exploded. "What is this? Is this a deity? No, I just heard from the Great Xia authorities that this is referred to as the mysterious, not a god. I also heard from the authorities that this is the Corpse King, Jiangchun, awakened in a weakened state. Could it be true? The legendary creature truly exists?" Initially, I was skeptical, but now seeing this video, since Jiangchen has emerged, it seems that deities might indeed be real. Hiss. Does that mean Sun Wukong exists as well? But soon, the comments fell into silence. In the ensuing scene, amidst the ashen mist, fallen figures, bearing grievous wounds, rise in a grotesque manner. Their slate-colored eyes devoid of any glimmer of life, they instinctively howl and charge towards any surviving soul. As all the workers evacuate in a desperate flight for survival, a cadre of youthful silhouettes rushes towards the zombies, bartering their lives for a glimmer of hope for escape. Their innocent faces reflect terror, their bodies tremble slightly, yet they wear smiles. At this moment, there are no barrage of comments. Silence reigns. Even the background music fades, leaving only the poignant cries of the young. We are soldiers. Come on. All who witnessed this footage from the Great Xia watch in somber silence. This is the essence of the Great Xia soldiers. They rush forward, falling one by one. When they rise again, they have become mere shells of their former selves. Yet more youthful figures surge forth. They are truly admirable. Alas, they are still at such a tender age. They are nearly the same age as my own child. I must go to the construction site to lend a hand. Following closely, Situ Hong emerges. The firepower network, emblematic of Great Xia's strength, mercilessly decimates the zombies like a tempest of metal. The barrage of comments surges once more. But does Wang Chen truly fear bullets? Are even short-range missiles of no concern? Witnessing the decayed body emerge from the smoke, all who beheld it were filled with disbelief. Firearms had become ineffective. Confronted by such an adversary, what could we possibly do? We were devoid of weapons. Yet, just as the barrage of comments contemplated our course of action, veteran soldiers led by Situ Hong arrived as reinforcements, one after another, maneuvering armored vehicles weighing several tons, rumbling forth towards the formidable enemy, willing to sacrifice their very lives without hesitation. Subsequently, they unsheathed their daggers, entangling themselves with the corpse king, the general. Fearless. In an instant, silence enveloped the barrage. These veterans demonstrated with their lives that when faced with an unknown and powerful existence, when all weapons had lost their efficacy, the people of the Great Xia would not retreat. Our lives, our bodies, are the ultimate weapons. Our will is the strongest force. This, indeed, is the true power of the Great Xia. It is this very strength that transformed the nascent Great Xia into the colossal entity it is today. It is this very force that enabled the unarmed people of Great Xia to vanquish those well-equipped invaders. Though firearms and artillery are formidable for the Great Xia, it is the deeply rooted and enduring will that instills genuine fear in the hearts of the great powers. Chapter 47. The spread of the video. As the video unfolded, the sight of the corpse king stepping forth unscathed from the explosion enveloped everyone in an overwhelming sense of despair and insignificance. What manner of creature is this? Capable of withstanding bullets and blasts? Even the collision of 30 heavily armed vehicles could not budge it in the slightest, not a scratch marred its skin. This entity transcends the limits of human comprehension. Is this truly an adversary that humanity can confront? It does not perish? Remarkably, this is merely the enigmatic, not yet elevated to the realm of divinity. What must one do to combat such beings? A few scattered comments dripped with hopelessness. Amidst the mournful music, 300 veteran soldiers brandished their daggers, entwined in a fierce struggle with the corpse king, sacrificing their lives in the process, like ants confronting an elephant. A single punch from the corpse king shattered the bodies of 3 or 4 soldiers in an instant. The veterans' bodies, forged through countless trials, crumbled like tofu against this decaying giant. This is an unstoppable behemoth. Yet, despite the odds, these soldiers surged forth like a pack of wolves, undeterred. There was no background music, no feigned grandeur. All eyes were fixed on the vibrant lives that transformed into rigid corpses amidst their furious roars. Each cry ringing out with deafening clarity, fighting for the glory of the Great Xia. Fight to the death, do not retreat. Hold on for 5 more minutes. Just 32 seconds left. Brothers, hang in there. I'll take the lead now, haha. The seasoned warriors, far from displaying any fear, instead charged forward with raucous laughter. Blood soaked the earth, staining the verdant military uniforms. Ultimately, all 300 veterans perished, leaving not a single one behind. In that moment, as they beheld the impervious figure of the corpse king and his ministers surging towards the scattered workers, a heavy silence enveloped everyone. Even the barrage of comments had completely vanished. This video, which had garnered hundreds of millions of views in just a few minutes, was now devoid of any commentary. All who witnessed this scene, the citizens of the Great Xia, found their fingers trembling, unable to type. On the screen, only the young female commander, who had fallen to the ground while protecting her comrades until the very end, remained. Armed with a military knife, she charged toward the blood-soaked, decaying giant like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Boom! With a single punch, the giant sent her flying several meters, shattering her blade. Just as she landed, a grayish light flickered, and the giant had already appeared beside her. Do these insignificant lives dare to oppose me? The giant's foot came crashing down towards the young commander's head, as if to crush a sacred fruit. However, at the very instant her skull was about to be obliterated, a young figure emerged before her with a terrifying speed. A single strike pierced through the soul, In that instant, the barrage of comments erupted. Who is this? Goodness, this individual has pierced his own foot? Wait, why does he seem so familiar? Isn't this the commanding officer previously shown on television, the young man named Lin Fan? Indeed, it is the commanding officer. I was previously puzzled as to how a high school student could suddenly ascend to the role of commanding officer, but it seems the nation's leadership is astute. Lin Fan, vanquish that foe. Eliminate him. Seek vengeance. Everyone etched that youthful figure into their memories. Lin Fan, the supreme commander of the Great Xia's command center. This marked Lin Fan's inaugural public appearance. Prior to this moment, many questioned the authority of a high school student as a commanding officer. Yet, at this instant, all perceived that he is indeed worthy. For in this moment, his silhouette instilled hope in the hearts of the people. It became evident that, in the face of such a formidable life form, humanity truly possesses the strength to inflict harm. If we can harm it, we can destroy it. In an instant, the seemingly invincible giant in the video appeared less daunting. Old grievances and new enmities erupted at this moment. Eliminate him. The comments flooded in. The video was accompanied by a rousing, fiery soundtrack. The Corpse King glared menacingly at Lin Fan, yet in the next moment, an elder appeared in the video. Cloaked in a flowing robe, he wielded a dust brush. I recognize this figure. He is the esteemed president of the Great Xia Taoist Association, the Venerable Dao Wanqian. What brings him here? The viewers in the comments section began to sense something amiss. In the next moment, the flames of heaven and earth converged, purging the malevolent spirits. Dao Wanqian suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with fiery brilliance. Instantly, he cast a yellow talisman, adorned with vermilion patterns, which soared into the wind. Howling towards the Corpse King and his minions, the Corpse King attempted to evade, yet the yellow paper seemed to have locked onto him. Swept towards him by the raging winds. In an instant, 36 yellow talismans encircled the Corpse King, creating a formidable barrier. Dao Wanqian proclaimed loudly, "Rise. 9 sons of the earth." The yellow talismans resonated in unison, their vermilion designs erupting with blinding radiance. Boom. The inferno erupted. This flame was unlike any ordinary fire. Devoid of any azure hue, it burned with a brilliant crimson. The flames consumed the corpse. In that moment, the comments fell silent. This scene truly surpassed everyone's imagination. Was this the legendary sorcery of the Taoist sect? However, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the onslaught following Dao Wanqian's appearance was relentless. A Confucian scholar, with prophetic words, harnessed the power of heaven and earth, transforming it into a cascading waterfall of stars. A great Xia assassin moved with stealth. His figure as dark as ink, his blade like falling stars, striking with precision to repel his foes. With fists as fierce as a tiger, commanding and formidable. With the wrath of a diamond, subduing demons. These scenes are truly fantastical. One by one, these individuals reveal incomprehensible strength, while the Corpse King and his minions, capable of withstanding gunfire, find themselves continuously retreating before this overwhelming power. What excites the audience the most is that these warriors wield the ancient martial arts of the Great Xia. No one could fathom the hope and joy brought forth by these practitioners when firearms lose their efficacy. Ancient martial arts. That is, Xingyi Quan, the esteemed scholar of Confucianism, known to all, is soaring through the air. Poetry flows like a waterfall. Is that not the heavenly mandate? There stands the compassionate master of Buddhism, whom I encountered while paying my respects. The Vajra demon subduing staff. I have seen it online. My heavens. Is that an aura of Buddhism? This is truly the Buddha descending upon the world. Is that a ninja? How splendid. Ah, this is the ancestor of ninjas. Our great Xia's Mo in Xing Luo sect. Yet, undeniably impressive. Goodness, the punch from Wang Hu, the master of Xingyi, truly resembles that of a ferocious tiger. How did that spectral tiger manifest around him? Is it a special effect or an inner power? These bizarre and extraordinary scenes seem to unveil a new door for the people of Great Xia. Beyond this door lies an entirely new world. Humanity can indeed contend with those powerful beings. Moreover, there exists a group of individuals who, like deities, wield a certain extraordinary power. Just as the audience sighed in relief. Believing the battle had come to an end, they witnessed the once gravely wounded Corpse King, Jiangchen, let out a fierce roar. The blood that had seeped into the earth surged toward him with astonishing speed. The injured body of the Corpse King began to heal rapidly, the severed right arm reformed. The ligaments of the left hand mended, and even the tattered skin restored itself to its former state. In fact, he became even stronger. A more potent aura erupted forth. scattering the surrounding soil in all directions as this corpse king gradually rose to his feet, standing at an already imposing height of 5 meters. He now towered at an astounding 7 meters. His icy gaze swept across the area, resembling a supreme being surveying myriads. Insignificant humans. How dare you attempt to slay me? He mocked. I am the corpse king, Jiang Chun. Your lives shall become my sustenance. In that moment, as they beheld the now not only unbroken but increasingly formidable Jiang Chen, a chill of dread enveloped the onlookers. The joy they had felt dissipated entirely. This corpse king appeared utterly unstoppable. A sense of despair resurfaced. Was humanity truly powerless against such a being? Yet, just as everyone was still reeling from the revelation, believing yet another tragic battle was imminent, a sudden silence enveloped the air. A glimmer of cold light flickered in the atmosphere. Thud. The head fell. Boom. The towering figure collapsed to the ground, rigid and motionless. The youth stood expressionless beside it, wielding a dagger with one hand. The first squad of the God-slaying army had concluded its battle. The youth sheathed his blade. This scene left all who clicked on the video wide-eyed and agape. Their minds blank. The execution was strikingly swift. A single stroke to sever the head. No one anticipated that Lin Fan, who had never before appeared in public, would reveal himself in such a manner within the combat footage, dispatching the soon-to-rampage general with a single strike. Silence reigned. Moments later, the barrage of comments erupted. So cool. This was beyond gratifying. It was vengeance. Alas, what a pity for those who had fallen. Yet, they were fortunate to arrive in time. Otherwise, the casualties might have been far greater. Good heavens, Lin Fan is remarkably strong? Did he not claim to be merely a high school student? He is so handsome. I'm in love. By the way, shouldn't the commander-in-chief be strategizing? Why is our leader so temperamental and yet so formidable? The comments flooded the screen. And at that moment, the video concluded. Lin Fan quietly put away his phone. In truth, this video should not have been released. Mr. M.O., seated in the carriage, murmured. Those foreign forces may very well analyze our capabilities. This poses a risk. Lin Fan understood the implications of M.O. Bougi's words. Those foreign powers were likely to target individuals such as themselves. However, he chuckled softly. If they chose to believe it, it would be for the best, as they would at least be wary of the divine's impending arrival. Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, moreover, in the Great Xia, do we still fear those foreign forces? M.O. Bougi fell into a moment of contemplation before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the primary purpose of disseminating this message was to inform the citizens of Great Xia. Lin Fan spoke gravely. After watching this video, everyone in Great Xia should comprehend the nature of our adversaries and the brutality that lies ahead in our battles. Some truths are best known sooner rather than later. Furthermore, this video will convey that although our enemies are formidable, Great Xia possesses the strength to vanquish them. With a lowered voice, Lin Fan continued, as long as the people of Great Xia harbor hope, then our nation will always retain hope. Mo Fei Fan nodded in affirmation. Yes, if this video circulates widely, it will indeed aid in recruitment efforts. In fact, this video was spreading at an astonishing pace beyond anyone's imagination. Chapter 48. Refusal to relocate. This video, in its myriad edited versions, has gone viral across domestic networks, sweeping through various trending charts. It showcases a spectacle that defies all logic. The Corpse King and his generals. Xingyi Yiquan, the demon-subduing staff, Taoist true fire, the lofty spirit of Confucianism. All of this feels akin to a grand new portal being flung open, revealing to the Great Xia an unprecedented force, an unparalleled adversary. At this moment, the entire realm of Great Xia is enveloped in tension, for they have witnessed firsthand the ferocity of the Corpse King and his generals. Yet, more than anything, there is a surge of martial spirit, for even the formidable Corpse King and his generals were ultimately felled by the supreme commander of Great Xia with a single strike. Accompanied by an inspiring and rousing soundtrack, each moment when the God-slaying army strikes is nothing short of breathtaking. The silhouette of the young warrior is as resolute as a blade. Each edited version spreads rapidly online, with comments and bullet chats multiplying at an exponential rate. Some express astonishment at the might of the Corpse King and his generals, while others mourn the sacrifices of the warriors. Many reflect on the frailty of humanity. Yet, when the decisive blow that severed the general's head is revealed, a singular voice emerges from the crowd, coalescing into a deafening rallying cry. Raise the banner of Great Xia. This video has instilled within Great Xia a newfound courage in the face of the impending war, uniting hearts and minds. In stark contrast, however, are the reactions from international friends on the external networks. My heavens, what is that? It cannot be destroyed even by firearms. Could it be that the people of the Great Xia were indeed speaking the truth? Surely not. Surely not. Could anyone genuinely believe this to be real? I speak on behalf of countless individuals to assert that this is impossible. It must be yet another instance of the Great Xia boasting. Indeed, I have conducted my research, and this is merely a special effect. The foolish people of the Great Xia attempt to intimidate us with such theatrics. Yet, I must admit, the execution of this effect is rather impressive, convincingly lifelike. The special effects industry in Great Xia has evidently advanced significantly. Every opinion, without exception, presumes that this video is a deliberate fabrication by the Great Xia. After all, the content of this video is simply beyond comprehension. Lin Fan glanced at the comments from the foreign network, rubbed his brow, and sighed softly, as I suspected. But then, Lin Fan smiled. It matters not. This video was never intended for their viewing. Suddenly, he recalled a certain event from his previous life. When the deity first descended, the chief scientist, along with the researchers from Great Xia, conducted studies on the divine being, arriving at remarkably simplistic conclusions. Conclusions so rudimentary that even a fool could discern them at a glance. Yet, paradoxically, Great Xia imposed stringent secrecy regarding any analyses related to the deity. Even Lin Fan and other combat personnel were required to return their notebooks after attending classes to prevent any leak of information. At that moment, Lin Fan was perplexed and inquired of Chun Yan, "Why are we imposing such a stringent blockade over such rudimentary analytical results?" Lin Fan recalled that Chun Yan remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding with a tone laden with complexity. "Because we do not wish for the enemy to realize that we are utterly oblivious to their intentions." At that time, the Great Xia was entirely unaware of the divine entities, necessitating a strict concealment of information. However, the present scenario is vastly different. The Great Xia not only acknowledges the existence of deities, but is also aware that the first to descend is the ocean god, possessing the ability to command the seas and boasting a following of marine creatures. They have proactively fortified the landing sites with an iron wall, and Lin Fan is acutely aware of the ocean god's rank and the anticipated height of the ensuing tidal wave. Preparations have been meticulously made for the lurking mysteries. In this current epoch, the Great Xia no longer needs to shroud itself in secrecy, fearing that the deities might discover their ignorance. The Great Xia intends to make it abundantly clear to these so-called gods that we are fully cognizant of your existence, while you remain woefully uninformed about us. Fearless in their resolve, there is no necessity for concealment. Lin Fan sighed, harboring a lingering sense of unease, particularly due to the inexplicable nature of the call from Old Qi. Being summoned to address a matter that could potentially be troublesome is disconcerting. Yet, Old Jean assured him that there was no imminent danger. What, then, is the true nature of the situation? Lin Fan furrowed his brows slightly. At that moment, a sharp screech of brakes pierced the air. Lin Fan immediately opened the car door and leapt from the off-road vehicle. In Area 0124, at the entrance of Wang Family Village, he observed a chaotic scene ahead. Several staff members, drenched in sweat, were engaged in a heated discussion with a few farmers, with an elderly gentleman of considerable esteem appearing to negotiate something. The interaction seemed to be far from smooth, escalating into raised voices. "No, sir, listen to me. There is real danger here. Stop talking about danger. I absolutely refuse to leave." Lin Fan felt a slight sense of relief, at least from the looks of it. This was not an ominous resurgence, but rather a conflict with the locals. He strode forward and inquired of one of the staff members, "What is happening here?" Upon seeing Lin Fan, the staff member was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes brimming with respect and admiration as he saluted, "Greetings, Commander. I am Li, the head of Area 0124. The elderly gentleman also recognized Lin Fan, ceasing their disputes with the other staff and calling out to him from a distance, "Leader, you must help us. We have lived here for generations. How can we simply leave?" "Let's set that aside for now," Lin Fan interjected, cutting through the formalities. "Tell me, what is going on here?" The person in charge exhibited a somewhat complex expression. "Commander, there is nothing particularly grave at hand, merely a matter that proves difficult to address. You previously issued an order for the urgent relocation of all residents within 3 kilometers of the Steel Great Wall. Logically, this should be a manageable discussion, for everyone is aware that the impending arrival of the divine portends perilous times for the ocean. However, the villagers of Wangjia, a small fishing community by the sea, are decidedly unwilling to relocate. Furthermore, several neighboring fishing villages, upon hearing the news, sent representatives to convey their stance against the relocation. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Have they been informed about the relocation policy? Indeed. We assured them of relocation compensation and offered assistance in the process. Moreover, the new residences have been constructed. Once they consent, we can commence measurements without delay. The person in charge wore an expression of helplessness. Yet, despite our assurances, they remain resolute in their refusal. This indeed presents a perplexing situation. Lin Fan exhaled softly, instructing, "You all take a moment to rest. I shall engage in negotiations with them." With that, Lin Fan approached the elderly gentleman. "Esteemed elders, how may I address you?" Lin Fan inquired courteously. Chapter 49, The Fall of the City, rather Death. The leading elder, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, exuded a remarkable vitality, standing tall and straight. He had seen Lin Fan on television and unexpectedly saluted him with a military gesture. "Wang Hugua, I salute the commander-in-chief." The imposing demeanor momentarily stunned Lin Fan, who, upon witnessing the precise salute and stance, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you served in the military?" "I aided in Korea," the old man replied, his voice resonating like thunder. In that instant, even Lin Fan felt a profound respect for the elder. With utmost reverence, he returned the military salute and promptly signaled for someone to bring a chair for the elderly gentleman to sit. Observing the elder seated, Lin Fan spoke with complexity. "Since you have served, certain matters can be discussed openly. You must be aware of the adversaries we are about to confront. This relocation is a unified call from our nation, fundamentally aimed at safeguarding our lives and properties. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, the elder nodded in acknowledgement. "We are constructing an iron wall here to thwart the descent of the divine, even if it requires every ounce of our strength. We shall not permit the divine to set foot in Great Xia," Lin Fan asserted with a grave tone. "However, we must also prepare for contingencies. The power wielded by the divine is overwhelmingly formidable, and they possess a multitude of strong followers. Should we fail to hold them back, or if some sea creature followers manage to breach our defenses, we will undoubtedly resort to extermination. However, the proximity of your village to the steel wall poses a significant risk." Lin Fan felt it unnecessary to articulate the remaining thoughts. Ultimately, remaining here could indeed prove perilous. He regarded the elder and said, "If you have any concerns regarding the demolition compensation, please feel free to voice them. Within reasonable limits, I can offer you an increase." Yet, the elder suddenly interjected, "This is not merely a matter of compensation." Lin Fan was taken aback. The elder did not address Lin Fan's perplexity but appeared to reminisce, gazing at the land beneath his feet, muttering to himself, "Commander, can you fathom how many years our Wang family village has endured here?" Unsure how to respond, Lin Fan remained silent. The elder continued, "I cannot state the precise duration. I only know that generations have thrived in this place. At the very least, it must span several centuries, right? In these centuries, have we encountered no adversaries? To speak of my father's generation, they endured the invasion of the Japanese. They were not part of the Eighth Root Army, yet they wielded harpoons and homemade firearms, fighting for their lives. I still recall, at the tender age of 8, my father rushed out with a crude gun and never returned. My mother brought back only a handful of bloodied soil. My father's generation lacked formal education. They were honest fishermen. To put it bluntly, if you were to ask them what patriotism is, they might struggle to articulate it. He felt that this was our land. And why should we hide from outsiders on this soil? Later, when I went to assist in the Korean War, my mother simply said one thing: 'Son, fight fiercely. Do not let them tread upon our ground.'" The elder's voice suddenly rose in intensity as he looked at Lin Fan, declaring loudly, "Commander-in-Chief, our Wangjia village may not be numerous, but we have lived here for several centuries. Why should we flee just because some so-called deities have arrived? The invaders could not make us run. Why should we now? I, for one, will not flee. At worst, I shall take my harpoon and confront those deities." The villagers behind the elder erupted in fervent shouts. "We will not run. We will fight to the death. I care not for those deities on our land. We are the masters. Commander-in-Chief, when you speak of relocation, we gladly consent, for this land belongs to the Great Xia. But when you say enemies are coming and we must flee, we shall not agree. This land is stained with blood. Where can we run? This is our home. You have not fled, so neither shall we. This is the Great Xia you wish to protect, and it is our land to defend. We will not cede an inch." Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. This land is indeed stained with blood. In the past, He had struggled to comprehend the older generation's unwavering attachment to the land. As Lin Fan, a high school student raised amidst towering skyscrapers, grappled with the perplexity of why the elderly clung tenaciously to their ancestral village, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was their home, a place steeped in generations of heritage. It epitomized the deep-seated attachment of the people of the Great Xia to their land. Every inch of this soil had been soaked with the blood of their forebears, fervently protected by their very lives. It represented the enduring foundation of the Great Xia, persisting through millennia. The chief commander and the staff nearby found themselves in a quandary. Lin Fan exhaled, realizing he could not persuade them. Upon hearing his words, those villagers who resisted relocation fell silent. All right, allow me to speak, Lin Fan said as he took the megaphone from the staff member and spoke solemnly. Firstly, we encourage you to relocate, as remaining here may pose significant dangers. If anyone is willing to move, please feel free to contact the staff for an early evacuation. Secondly, should you refuse to relocate, starting today, the command center will be situated within the steel Great Wall. If death is to come, let it be the soldiers who face it first. At these words, the soldiers present were momentarily taken aback. The command center, crucial in every skirmish, was always positioned behind the front lines to ensure the safety of military leaders in their strategic endeavors. Should the command center fall, the ensuing battle would be thrown into disarray, leaving it devoid of direction. Even the most audacious commanders established their command centers a couple of kilometers behind the front lines, never placing them at the forefront. Yet, the Supreme Commander dares to relocate the highest command center within the Iron Fortress? The Iron Fortress is the first line of defense against the impending arrival of the Ocean God. This is far too perilous. A junior officer cautiously advised, what if? There are no what ifs. If the Iron Fortress were truly breached, if the divine being were to step into Great Xia, then it would mean my demise. Lin Fan spoke with a grave tone, declaring to all, as long as we still breathe, the gods shall not enter Great Xia. After uttering these words, Lin Fan turned to face the soldiers behind him and solemnly stated, once the Iron Fortress is completed, not only will the command center be within its walls, but the soldiers' quarters shall be as well. If the city falls, we all know the consequences. Should anyone harbor fears, speak now, and I shall have you reassigned, without prejudice. For a moment, the air was thick with silence. Suddenly, a young soldier proclaimed loudly, if the city falls, I would rather die. Chapter 50, Collecting Debts from the Great Xia. These 4 words fell upon the tranquil lake of silence like scalding stones, instantly igniting a fervent uproar in the previously serene atmosphere. The city has fallen. The soldiers accompanying him widened their eyes, their faces flushed, and they shouted hoarsely in unison. The fall of the city, to die rather than surrender. This was the unwavering resolve of the people of Great Xia to defend their homeland. Suddenly, the fervent cries ceased. Lin Fan lowered his raised fist and spoke in a deep voice. Return and continue the construction. There was no hesitation or unnecessary words. The young soldiers turned in unison, marching back with disciplined precision. It seemed as though their return mirrored their arrival, yet there was an intangible difference in the air. The city has fallen. To die rather than surrender. This Iron Fortress stands as the first line of defense for Great Xia against the divine, and it is also the last. Beyond this Iron Fortress lies their cherished land. 2 hours later, Lin Fan sat in an off-road vehicle parked beside the construction site of the Iron Fortress. Legs crossed and eyes closed, swiftly recovering his strength. Outside the window, workers and young soldiers were fervently engaged in their tasks. The sudden appearance of the Corpse King had not instilled fear in them, but rather spurred them to work with even greater urgency. In light of recent events, everyone understood that this construction was not merely a project. It was a battle for their lives, a confrontation with the divine and the mysterious. The voice crackled through the intercom. As the myriad paths converge upon the designated area, disciples of the Taoist sect have commenced their vigilant patrols. Unbeknownst to many, upon reaching the specified zone, the disciples of the Confucian school have also initiated their watchful rounds. With compassion, upon arriving at the designated territory, the Buddhist disciples have begun their sentry duties. Under the starlit night, upon reaching the prescribed location, the disciples of the Mo In Xing Luo sect have taken to their patrols. Gong Shu Ming, upon arriving at the designated area, has commenced the watch of the Mo sect disciples. Lin Fan grasped the walkie-talkie. Received. Everyone, remain alert. Should any issues arise in your assigned zones, report immediately. The members of the first squad of the God-slaying army have dispersed along the 2,000-kilometer coastline of Jiaodong, where the Iron Wall is set to be constructed, just as Lin Fan had instructed. The unexpected appearance of the general has compelled Lin Fan to adopt a cautious stance. Regret washed over Lin Fan's countenance. This incident could have been averted. He had not anticipated that the general would awaken ahead of schedule, as he was supposed to remain dormant for a while longer. This event served as a poignant reminder for Lin Fan. Certain occurrences have begun to deviate from their historical trajectories. Lin Fan's rebirth is akin to a pebble cast into the river of time, where he yearns to create ripples that alter its course. Yet, with every ripple he generates, more unforeseen disturbances emerge. Given this reality, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating that future occurrences may also manifest prematurely. The premature emergence. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating everything within his memory, as events meticulously aligned chronologically. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, and he spoke coldly. The Corpse King and his minions have been prematurely awakened. Those superhumans should also manifest sooner than expected. With this thought, Lin Fan hastily seized the intercom. Gong Shuming. Present. Came the resolute voice from the intercom. Lin Fan replied coldly, I am aware of your capabilities. Now, deploy the wooden birds to patrol Qingcheng, and additionally dispatch 100 combat puppets to stand by at the Qingcheng Sports Center. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, report to me immediately. Lin Fan recalled that the first superhuman organization seemingly emerged in Qingcheng. Are you suggesting that Qingcheng? Gong Shuming hesitated slightly. Indeed. There must be something amiss there, Lin Fan stated gravely. I will dispatch the wooden birds for patrol right away. With that, Gong Shuming turned and entered a makeshift warehouse designated for his protective duties. Inside the warehouse, shelves were adorned with delicate wooden birds, each exquisitely crafted, their feathers appearing almost lifelike. Gong Shuming's hands glided over the wooden birds, and as he touched them, the mechanisms within sprang to life with a series of winding sounds, causing the birds to tremble. Suddenly, a multitude of eyes flung open. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The gentle sounds of the birds filled the warehouse. Go forth. Gong Shuming waved his hand, and in the next moment, a multitude of wooden birds took to the sky, flapping their wings like a torrent of sparrows, whistling as they surged out of the warehouse, ascending into the heavens. This was, at that moment, the true craftsmanship of Liu Ban, the art of mechanisms from the MO school. Meanwhile, Lin Fan exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. He still needed to remain in this area to oversee the construction of the Iron Great Wall and was unable to leave. However, with the mechanisms of the MO school guarding Qingcheng, even if an unexpected event were to occur, it could buy him time. As long as he could delay, he would have the opportunity to reach Qingcheng before the enemy could inflict any damage. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating this, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered, Shang Weitian. What is the matter? Shang Weitian's voice was filled with a complex mix of emotions. There is good news and bad news. Lin Fan was taken aback. The good news was that the steel resources previously sold to us by various countries had all arrived. The customs had already received them. Shang Weitian's voice carried a note of joy, meaning that the 20 billion tons of steel resources were fully gathered, and the comprehensive construction of the Iron Great Wall could proceed without hindrance. That's great, Lin Fan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. But the bad news. Shang Weitian's tone turned serious. The bad news is that the ambassadors from those countries are demanding immediate cash settlement. Otherwise, they will unite to impose sanctions upon us. And the possibility of resorting to force cannot be dismissed. Our earlier predictions have indeed proven accurate. These individuals are far from benevolent. Should conflict arise, the Great Xia harbors no fear, yet the predicament of our unpaid debts renders our position rather indefensible. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Do not worry. Follow the strategy one previously imparted to you. I shall support you at the critical moment. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Shang Weitian appeared to gain confidence. I will send you the coordinates immediately. It is quite close, situated in the open seas beyond Jiaodong. They have summoned me there for negotiations. Lin Fan ended the call. He had initially been concerned about who would safeguard this area in his absence, but given the proximity of the open sea, his worries were alleviated. Meanwhile, on the international internet, a grand live broadcast was underway. Representatives from the Free Nation, the Indian Empire of the White Elephant, the Turtle Field Nation, the Pasta Nation, and the Kangaroo Nation, all countries that have engaged in the trade of steel resources with the Great Xia, had dispatched their diplomatic envoys and media reporters, intent on rendering this live event a spectacular affair. The viewership soared to 3 billion, with the broadcast titled, Demanding Repayment from the Great Xia. Chapter 51. The emergence of Shang Weitian. This live broadcast commenced without any prior announcement, not even a whisper reaching the ears of the Great Xia. Yet, this unexpected airing fueled by the propaganda of various nations, swiftly captivated the attention of all. It was a call for accountability from the Great Xia. Historically, Great Xia has thrived on the foundation of integrity, and the title of this broadcast struck at the very heart of the matter. On the screen, a Western female broadcaster struck exaggerated poses, her face adorned with a sorrowful expression as she proclaimed, "You may not yet be aware, but recently, Great Xia made a request to the leadership of Freedom Nation, Kuwaitian Nation, and Sushi Nation, seeking to procure a substantial quantity of steel. And when I say substantial, I mean in the magnitude of millions of tons, an astronomical steel resource totaling 15 billion. In a spirit of humanitarianism, we promptly delivered this colossal quantity of steel to Great Xia, yet they lack the funds to repay us. This matter must be resolved appropriately." Comments began to flood in. 15 billion? My heavens, has Great Xia lost its mind? What on earth does Great Xia need such an immense amount of steel for? I've heard whispers that they intend to construct a steel Great Wall. How utterly absurd. What purpose does such a venture serve? Those hypocritical individuals from Great Xia always boast about their integrity, yet here they are, defaulting on their debts? 15 billion tons of steel is no trifling sum. That's nearly twice the global annual output. The barrage of comments was instantaneously filled with astonishment. Indeed, a staggering 15 billion tons of steel is an alarming figure. Moreover, the nation that has always prided itself on integrity, Xia, is actually in debt? Naturally, the international audience is drawn to this spectacle. After all, as this situation unfolds, Xia must either endure the painful act of payment. An immediate outpouring of such immense wealth could severely undermine national strength, perhaps even leading to territorial concessions. Alternatively, it may escalate into conflict. A coalition of nations besieging Xia conjures a thrilling image for those international netizens. At this moment, the ambassador of the Free Nation, Gil, surveyed the incessantly refreshing comments with great delight. Prior to his arrival, President Puchuan had specifically instructed him not to hesitate in creating discord. Indeed, his mission was to incite conflict. As long as Xia fails to make timely payments, the Free Nation would have the rationale to coerce Xia into territorial concessions, potentially transforming this eastern realm into another Las Vegas. Furthermore, this could serve as a pretext for a united assault on Xia. Observing the throngs of cameras and reporters encircling the venue, Gil suppressed his inner joy, adopting a fade of indignation. The other diplomatic envoys present similarly clenched their fists, striving to project an image of outrage. Clearly, they shared the same objective, to bring Xia to its knees. We must ensure that Xia understands that our resources are not so easily acquired. As Gil quietly remarked to Matsushita, the ambassador of Kita, we are not engaged in charity. To acquire our resources, a price must be paid. Indeed, Matsushita responded with a low chuckle, let me give you a heads up. Should the Great Xia be compelled to cede territory and offer reparations, we of Kita demand Qingqing. Meanwhile, the ambassador from Austria suppressed a chuckle, stating, then the island must be allocated to my country. Agreed, Gil of the Free State retorted with a sardonic smile. I hope the representative sent by the Great Xia possesses some fortitude. We have concealed countless warships in the surrounding waters. Even if he refuses to sign, he shall be compelled to do so. It was evident that discussions were already underway regarding the division of the Great Xia. At that moment, the previously raucous atmosphere abruptly fell silent. A small boat approached the commercial vessel anchored in international waters, and a solitary figure stepped aboard. Shang Weitian. Upon entering the conference hall, Shang Weitian was met by the lenses of cameras that seemed to point at him like long rifles. His expression remained impassive, devoid of any visible emotion, as he proceeded to sit at a modestly small table opposite the ambassadors from various nations. Before him sat numerous representatives, clad in suits, gathered around a spacious wooden table. Clearly, this small table had been deliberately arranged for the Great Xia's representative, making him appear as though he were a defendant awaiting judgment. Shang Weitian cast a stoic glance at the table, offering neither complaint nor resistance, and settled into his seat with remarkable composure. Upon witnessing this scene, a more disdainful smile graced Gil's lips as he whispered to the ambassadors beside him, it appears that the Great Xia lacks the resolve we anticipated. I had expected at least a modicum of protest. With such a representative dispatched, this negotiation may unfold unexpectedly smoothly, and we shall acquire the territories we desire from Great Xia. International netizens, observing the live broadcast, were equally astonished. This position resembled a tribunal. Was it not profoundly insulting? How could Great Xia endure such humiliation? Were they not most concerned with their dignity? Did they not pride themselves on their propensity to protest? The representative sent by Great Xia seemed devoid of spirit. It seems the Great Xia truly finds itself in a precarious position. It appears we are in for an intriguing spectacle. As Shang Weidian had just taken his seat, Jill immediately rose, addressing him directly, esteemed representative of Great Xia. You must be aware of the matters we are here to discuss. May I inquire if the payment due for our goods from Great Xia is forthcoming? You must understand that our nations are also under considerable strain regarding steel resources. Yet, when we received Great Xia's request, our benevolent nature compelled us to assist selflessly, expeditiously transporting an impressive 15 billion tons of steel resources to you. However, it is untenable for you to withhold payment. Perhaps, if Great Xia truly faces difficulties, our merciful disposition might allow for a territorial concession as compensation. After all, we are simply so eager to assist. Jill's smile was subtle, yet her words were laced with veiled hostility and a hint of menace. In an instant, the journalists became animated, their cameras fixating on Shang Weidian. Initially, it was anticipated that this steel conference would be rather convoluted, but unexpectedly, it dove straight into the heart of the matter. How thrilling! Under the gaze of everyone present, Shang Weidian murmured softly, how foolish, even at this juncture, these nations are still embroiled in their internal squabbles. Representative of Daxia, please respond directly, Jill exclaimed. Unable to catch Shang Weidian's murmured words, her voice ringing with authority. Speak the truth. At that moment, Shang Weidian felt an immense pressure, for he represented Daxia. Every gesture of his was a reflection of Daxia, scrutinized by all present and by every individual watching the live broadcast. However, in the face of Jill's righteous interrogation, Shang Weidian responded with an unexpected ease, chuckling lightly. Isn't it money that you seek? He replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Perhaps you have misunderstood. 15 billion tons of steel may seem substantial, yet I could deplete my entire fortune and still fall short. But what you are conversing with now is a behemoth that accounts for nearly a quarter of the world's population. What is 15 billion tons of steel in comparison? Jill paused momentarily, taken aback by Shang Weidian's unexpected retort, but quickly regained her composure, responding loudly. Then why doesn't Daxia just pay up? Indeed, there is little value in excessive words. If the Great Xia cannot settle the payment today, then let us discuss alternative means of compensation. Ambassadors from various nations rose in unison, pressuring Shang Weidian. Yet, in the face of this intimidation, Shang Weidian remained unperturbed at his small table, his expression devoid of emotion as he casually tossed forth an envelope. Payment is a simple matter, he remarked. This amount is merely a trifling matter for the Great Xia. Here it is, he said. As they approached, a look of disbelief washed over Jill's face as he reached for the thin, insubstantial envelope. With a cold tone, he muttered, Still stubborn, are we? I shall see what lies within this envelope that could possibly account for 15 billion tons of steel resources. However, the moment he opened it, Jill stood frozen, his expression abruptly solidifying. He stared blankly at the contents of the envelope, which contained nothing but a single piece of paper, an exceedingly simple document. Chapter 52. A fractured facade. The once arrogant and domineering Jill stood frozen, his gaze fixated on a document nestled within an envelope. An expression of sheer bewilderment and panic flickering in his eyes. He could scarcely believe that the Great Xia would resort to such tactics. The document bore the title, The Great Xia Holds Bonds of the Free Nation. No, no, Jill exclaimed, as if driven to madness, tearing the envelope to shreds. Ah, so you revel in ripping things apart, do you? Shang Weidian chuckled softly, emptying his briefcase of a mountain of envelopes. Fear not. You may shred as many copies as your heart desires. Jill remained rooted in place, while the ambassadors from other nations looked on in utter confusion. Matsuda, the ambassador from Kuwaitian, furrowed his brow and inquired, Jill, what exactly is in that envelope? The ambassador from Australia, equally incredulous, added, Jill, could it be that the Great Xia is capable of settling the debt in one fell swoop? Jill remained silent. The atmosphere in the venue grew palpably tense, prompting the other ambassadors to finally succumb to their curiosity, stepping forward to seize an envelope and pry it open. In the next moment, they stood dumbfounded. Within the envelope lay the official proof of the Great Xia's holdings of the Free Nation's bonds. National debt, a reflection of a nation's obligations. As the global economic hegemon, the Free Nation had indeed sold a considerable amount of bonds, extracting untold profits from other countries. However, this revelation was not particularly shocking. For the Great Xia was not the sole holder of the free nation's bonds. The nations represented by the ambassadors present also possessed these bonds. Ever since the free nation ascended to economic supremacy, anyone aspiring to enter the global market must possess a portion of sovereign bonds from the free nation, akin to a protection fee. However, the staggering figure inscribed in that envelope is truly alarming. 1 trillion free dollars. 1 trillion in sovereign bonds from the free nation. In an instant, all the ambassadors stood frozen, rendered speechless by this astronomical sum. This amount should suffice to cover your steel resources, correct? Shang Weitian rose with a smile. Jill abruptly lifted his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon Shang Weitian. You. What do you mean by that? Is this your attitude towards your creditors? Shang Weitian replied nonchalantly. As for seeking debts from Xia, you probably have forgotten that Xia is your largest creditor. With that, Shang Weitian cast a glance at the small table before him and, in a brusque motion, kicked it over. Crash. The forebears once sat at such a diminutive table, fiercely negotiating with the ambassadors of various nations. Yet now, the people of Xia can no longer be subjected to such indignities. We in the free nation cannot possibly acknowledge. Jill's face turned pale. What? Is the free nation refusing to acknowledge the debt? Shang Weitian suddenly laughed. Did you not claim that Xia lacks integrity? Now, who is truly lacking in integrity? However, you better think this through. If the free nation refuses to acknowledge the debt, esteemed ambassadors, there are still payments owed to you within this context. Would you still wish to remain their allies? Upon hearing Shang Weitian's words, Jill's heart sank. Indeed, the ambassador of the free nation, Matsushita, who had been standing beside him, suddenly darkened his expression and fixed his gaze on Jill. Jill, what do you mean? The ambassador from Australia also appeared grim. Does this mean that the free nation bonds we hold are nothing more than worthless scraps of paper? It is essential to note that the ambassadors present represent nations that possess substantial amounts of free nation bonds. Moreover, a portion of the 1 trillion free currency bonds of the Great Xia belongs to them as well. If the free nation were to renege on its obligations, it would undeniably harm their interests. Alliances forged for mutual benefits are bound to disintegrate when those interests are threatened. In an instant, the ambassadors, who had previously aligned with the free nation, cast uneasy glances at Jill, subtly encircling him. No. We concede. Jill had not anticipated such a maneuver from Shang Weitian and could only grit his teeth in acknowledgement. However, he soon turned to Shang Weitian and coldly declared, do you realize what this implies? Without our free nation bonds, your Great Xia will face complete commercial isolation. You shall find no entry into the global market. Jill's tone carried an unmistakable threat. Suit yourself, Shang Weitian scoffed. After all, our Great Xia is vast and abundant, self-sufficient and unconcerned. But tell me, can you truly afford to abandon the lucrative market of Great Xia, where you have reaped substantial profits? Moreover, as the divine presence looms closer, it is indeed foolish for you to contemplate isolating us. The final statement was disregarded by the ambassadors from various nations, for in their eyes, the so-called divine arrival was merely a fabrication propagated by the Daxia to instill fear. However, the first two statements cast them into silence. Once upon a time, Daxia sought to integrate into the global market, requiring appeasement towards them through the purchase of substantial amounts of bonds from free nations. Yet now, Daxia stands as the largest consumer market. The profits that they extract annually from Daxia's market are of such magnitude that no nation can afford to overlook them. In that moment, all the ambassadors were struck with the realization that, unbeknownst to them, it had shifted from Daxia's need for their support to their dependence on Daxia. When did this transformation occur? Even Gil felt a tremor of uncertainty within. Perhaps retreating gracefully would suffice. However, this cannot be allowed to stand. Gil clenched his teeth fiercely and whispered to the gathered ambassadors, let us not forget the original purpose of this meeting. We are to compel Daxia into signing the territorial concession agreement. The atmosphere in the conference room grew so tense it felt as though it could condense into droplets. The Australian ambassador hesitated, but they have already paid in full. By force. Gil's face contorted with rage. After all, we have employed such tactics more than once. Each time Daxia faced us, did they not obediently sign the territorial concession agreement? Now, the Great Xia has risen. If we do not unite and seize a piece of their territory, we may find ourselves with no opportunity in the future. What do these debts amount to? As long as we can acquire the land of the Great Xia and reap substantial benefits, you should understand. Gil has become utterly unscrupulous. He never anticipated that the Great Xia possessed such a vast amount of sovereign bonds from the free nation. Is not Shang Weitian's maneuver merely a means of utilizing the Free Nation's funds to pay for the Great Xia's steel resources? Should those nations demand that the Free Nation liquidate these bonds, it would suffer immense losses. Unless we can seize a portion of the Great Xia's land. Other ambassadors also cast wary glances towards Shang Weitian. Historically, they have occupied parts of the Great Xia, but they were ultimately expelled. Yet, they still recall the profits derived from those lands. Port City, Australia City, Qing City, these are all immensely valuable. They could yield enormous profits within a year. As for the lives of the Great Xia people in those cities, they remain indifferent. After all, they are merely subjects of their exploitation. However, this is now a global broadcast, and the influence of public opinion is immeasurable. If we resort to force, the ambassador from Guatian, Matsushita, appears conflicted. Gil scoffs. Public opinion? Is it not true that we dictate what it is? With that, his words hung in the air. The ambassadors of various nations exchanged glances and promptly gestured towards the journalists behind them. The reporters, who had previously been fervently wielding their cameras like weapons, suddenly seemed to receive an unspoken command. Without uttering a word, they turned off their cameras and quietly exited the venue in an orderly fashion. In that moment, the entire assembly was left with only Shang Weitian and the ambassadors of the powerful nations, whose expressions were anything but amiable. Chapter 53. A Blade from the Great Xia. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. On the vast ocean, where waves once surged, a profound stillness enveloped the sea, shrouded by a veil of inky clouds staining the sky. Has the mask been torn? Shang Weitian inquired with a smile, observing the ambassadors from various nations. Indeed, it has been torn, Zhou replied, his earlier rage dissipating. His expression now devoid of emotion. Your rise has been remarkably swift. Truthfully, I did not wish to reach this juncture. Yet I never anticipated you would conceive such a strategy. If you, Great Xia, continue to flourish, how can the rest of us, along with our respective nations, find solace? The ambassadors, standing alongside Jill, mirrored his stoic demeanor, evidently aligning with his sentiments. Jill produced a thick dossier, stating, "This has long been prepared. Sign it." Shang Weitian perused the document impassively. "Ah, how splendidly you have divided the spoils," he remarked, directing his gaze toward the formidable ambassadors before him. Kuwaitian seeks Xinjiang. Britannia claims Port City, and the Free State takes possession of Ao City. You have certainly drafted your plans in advance, have you not? Mr. Shang, do refrain from such harsh language. It is a lease. Zhou retorted with an air of righteous indignation, his voice cool and measured. Please be mindful of your terminology. We are not brigands. We merely wish for Great Xia to utilize leasing rights, rather than national bonds, to settle the payments for steel resources. Just for a century. This is not the first time you have encountered such matters, is it? A wry smile danced at the corners of Gil's mouth, although Shang Weitian's expression remained unchanged. His fists were clenched tightly. The audacity of such grandiloquent terminology. Shang Weitian felt the blood within him boiling, the flames of fury igniting in his chest, searing him with unbearable agony. A century ago, an elder had been coerced into signing a humiliating treaty that ceded territory under duress from powerful adversaries. At that time, the Great Xia was far from formidable. Yet now, 100 years later, the Great Xia finds itself once again compelled to sign a treaty, the scene unfolding before him, with the great powers applying pressure, bore an uncanny resemblance to that which transpired a century prior. Be wise, Gil remarked with a smile. I know you certainly wouldn't wish for this. But do you believe that since we are convening this meeting in international waters, we are unprepared? With a snap of his fingers, a battalion of armed soldiers from the Free Nation marched in an orderly fashion through the conference hall's entrance. Weapons drawn and aimed directly at Shang Weitian. Your presence here today signifies the Great Xia. This treaty of cession must be signed, whether you desire it or not. Gil's smile was chilling. Damn, even Shang Weitian could not refrain from uttering an expletive. In a sudden burst of rage, he lunged at Gil, who instinctively took 2 steps back. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shang Weitian dashed toward the wall behind him. With his right hand raised high, he struck the wall with a resounding thud. With a single punch, Shang Weitian's right hand was left bloodied and mangled. He intended to shatter his own arm to obstruct him. Jier instantly reacted, urgently calling out. Bang! Several soldiers from the Free Nation rushed forward, pinning Shang Weitian to the ground and delivering a few brutal kicks. His arm remains intact. One soldier assessed, promptly lifting the battered Shang Weitian, observing the restrained figure. Jier wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a trace of respect emerging in his eyes. The people of the Great Xia truly possess indomitable spirit. Yet, let it be known, today you will sign, and should you refuse, I understand your fearlessness. You Great Xia people are indeed unafraid of death. However, do you truly believe we are unprepared? Jier gestured toward the window. What do you see out there? Shang Wei Dian turned to gaze outside. The azure waves roiled beneath a tumultuous sea, where colossal iron warships, reminiscent of monstrous beasts, roared with engines, and fighter jets gleamed coldly on the decks. The ominous black barrels rotated silently, missiles aimed squarely at Great Xia. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence, as ink-black clouds approached ominously. If you refuse to sign, I am aware that you Great Xia people fear not death, but your compatriots shall suffer unwarranted calamities. Jier looked distantly towards the direction of Great Xia, his expression devoid of emotion. I acknowledge that your military strength is formidable, yet, can you truly contend against several great nations? Alternatively, even if we manage to endure, before we initiate a defensive counterattack against the Great Xia, can you fathom how many of your cities we could obliterate? Shang Wei Dian stood in astonishment before the multitude of warships adorned with the flags of various nations, nearly dominating a section of the sea. Should you refuse, you shall be deemed a sinner of the Great Xia, the architect of countless compatriots' demise. You will be affixed to the pillar of shame in the Great Xia, and all of this will be the consequence of your unwillingness to sign. Jier sneered. You people of the Great Xia may fear not death, yet I am aware of your unity. A unity so profound that you would not wish for your brethren to perish. Leasing the territories for a century is far preferable to witnessing those cities reduced to ruins. Is it not? Jier regarded Shang Wei Dian, stating coolly, at the very least, your compatriots can continue to live securely under our jurisdiction. Would you not agree? With that, Jier turned his back on Shang Wei Dian. Now, sign. Shang Wei Dian trembled as he grasped the pen. The Territorial Concession Treaty. To put it elegantly, it is the Great Xia's exchange of a century of leasing rights to several regions for the procurement of steel resources. At this moment, Shang Wei Dian represented not just himself, but the entirety of the Great Xia and its vast population of over 1 billion souls. Once he endorses this treaty, it shall possess international validity. The traditionally refined Shang Wei Dian fell into silence for a moment before forcefully hurling the pin at the back of Jier's head. To hell with you. Why not just kill me outright? Gil turned to glare at Shang Wei Dian. Aren't you afraid? Heh. Shang Wei Dian spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. War against the Great Xia? Do you believe you are worthy? I may fear you alone, but the 1,400 million of Great Xia fear you? If any of these warships can breach the gates of Great Xia, I shall write my name, Shang Wei Dian, in reverse. Observing Shang Wei Dian's ferocious expression, Gil fell silent for a moment before calmly stating, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well. Let me show you whether your gates can withstand an assault. Gil picked up the intercom and whispered a few words. On board the warships, missiles stood poised for launch. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, as an officer stationed on the central warship faced the direction of Great Xia, preparing to press the button slowly. Dark clouds loomed ominously. Yet, in the next instant, the sky suddenly rippled. Whoosh! A blinding and fierce beam of light streaked across the surface of the sea, approaching with a speed that nearly defied the human eye from the direction of Great Xia. In an instant, it pierced through the midst of thousands of warships. This radiant light, brilliant and fierce, illuminated the sea obscured by dark clouds. It was a strike from Great Xia. Is it war? Then, let us see if you can withstand this blow. Accompanying that strike was the roar of a youth. Chapter 54. Once more in that fleeting moment, time itself appeared to stand still. Under the glimmer of the blade that surged from afar, an eerie silence enveloped everything. Yet, in the next instant, a harsh sound erupted, akin to metal scraping against metal. On the surface of the sea, every warship that the blade's light pierced suddenly split apart, dividing into two with astonishing force. No, it was not merely the warships. The ominous clouds overhead were also cleaved in twain, allowing golden sunlight to cascade through the rift, transforming the sea into a shimmering ribbon of gold. The once tranquil waters, after a brief pause, began to swirl violently to either side. One strike parted the clouds. One strike divided the sea. The entire world seemed to be bisected by that resplendent flash of the blade. The officer of the Free Nation, poised to press the button aboard the warship, stood in stunned disbelief at the sight before him, instinctively reaching for the control. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his finger would not descend. It felt as if his hand bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, immobilized and unable to budge an inch. What is happening? The officer's face reflected utter incredulity. His lips parted to speak, but no words emerged. In the next moment, a searing pain coursed through his body, and he began to understand. A fleeting expression of terror flickered across his face, and then, astonishingly, a vivid crimson line appeared, starting from his brow, swiftly expanding until it stretched from the crown of his head down to his chin, then to his neck, and ultimately enveloping his entire body. Crack! The officer of the Free Nation was bisected in unison with the warship beneath his feet, the incision remarkably precise. Boom! The severed warship split apart, sinking into the depths of the sea. The surviving soldiers from various nations stood upon the vessels, staring vacantly at the scene before them. This spectacle was utterly inconceivable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible. It was as if a divine entity had descended from the heavens, cleaving the sky, the ocean, and the warships in twain. Wait, could it be a person? Suddenly, a surviving soldier let out a terrified scream. They turned to behold, at the terminus of that gleaming blade, a young boy standing upon the surface of the sea, brandishing a blade with one hand, his back turned towards them. The edge of the sword still shimmered with a chilling brilliance, identical to the very strike that had just transpired. Clearly, it was the boy who had delivered that fateful blow. He was a singular individual, a man from the Great Xia, who had cleaved to the clouds, parted the ocean, and severed the warships. How could this be possible? He stood upon the sea. Standing upon the sea, the surviving soldiers stood transfixed, murmuring to themselves in disbelief. This scene transcended the limits of their comprehension. Was this individual truly human? Before they could fully grasp the situation, the youth standing upon the surface of the sea slowly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the remaining soldiers and warships from various nations. The sea breeze tousled his hair, and Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with a crimson intensity. In a swift motion, he raised his short blade, its edge directed menacingly at the surviving soldiers. This is our first encounter, and it may seem somewhat impolite. After all, there is a saying in our Great Xia, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? His voice, chilling yet imbued with an uncanny power, resonated clearly with all present. However, our Great Xia also holds another adage: those who offend Great Xia shall face retribution, regardless of their distance. To those who direct their cannons at our Great Xia, to those who wish to invade, let it be known, for every one that comes, I shall slay one. In that moment, even the waves dared not stir. A formidable and icy aura emanated from the boy, his blade radiating with an overwhelming force that surged skyward. The dark clouds above were scattered by this fierce energy, while the waters beneath him roiled in violent upheaval. Beyond this, silence reigned. Only the youth's voice, accompanied by the resonant hum of his blade, echoed across the expanse of the sea. Gazing upon the solitary youth standing upon the surface of the sea, the soldiers from various nations found themselves swallowing hard. The sound of machinery echoed ominously. Without a hint of hesitation, the cannons that had been aimed at the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, along with the massive missiles, abruptly altered their course. The roar of engines filled the air as the surviving soldiers, stripped of any vestige of fighting spirit, commanded the remaining warships to turn about and flee. There was no order given. The commanding officer had already met his end by a single, decisive strike. More than that, the youth appeared as a divine being from the Great Xia. That strike from the Great Xia had utterly shattered their will to fight. Those who dared to transgress against the Great Xia, no matter how distant, would surely face retribution. The youth stood as a guardian deity of the Great Xia borders, instilling in them a profound lack of courage even to glance towards the direction of the Great Xia, as they observed the warships retreating in a cacophony of engines. Lin Fan slowly turned, casting his gaze upon the merchant vessel floating in these open waters. Inside the merchant ship, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Gil, along with the ambassadors from various nations and the armed soldiers, stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of disbelief as they stared out at the tumultuous sea. Only moments before, they had threatened to coerce Shang Weitian into signing, speaking of annihilating several cities of the Great Xia to bolster their resolve. However, before the words could fully escape their lips, a blade of light had sliced through the air, cleaving the ominous clouds, the sea, and the seemingly indomitable warships in twain. This scene left their minds in utter disbelief. Who was that? Jill gazed at the youth standing upon the surface of the sea, his expression one of astonishment. Ha ha, that is one of our people from the Great Xia. The bruised and battered Shang Weitian rose with a menacing grin, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. You are finished. Commander-in-Chief, you have finally arrived. Now, I shall see how you dare to threaten me and the Great Xia. In that moment, Shang Wei-Dian felt no pain from the blows he had endured. Jill, witnessing the panicked retreat of the warships from various nations, clenched his teeth in fury. Irrationally seizing the radio and shouting frantically, "What are you running for? Return at once, all of you. Bombard the Great Xia." Jill's cries did not compel the surviving vessels to turn back. Yet, in the next instant, Jill's voice abruptly ceased, though the distance was great and details obscured. He could sense the youth standing upon the sea, casting a frigid gaze in his direction. That gaze was colder and more piercing than the previous flashes of blades. With a mere exchange of glances, Jill's body began to tremble, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, compelling him to turn away from the window. However, in the very next moment, a chilling wind swept through. The icy blade pressed against Jill's neck, and Lin Fan's voice, as cold as death, emerged from behind him. "Repeat what you just said. It is as if a devil from the abyss is whispering." Chapter 55, and Ask My Blade. Within the venue, an eerie silence prevailed. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Gil's forehead, yet he dared not move an inch. The chilling sensation around his neck left him with no doubt that this youth was indeed capable of taking his life. The ambassadors from various nations and the heavily armed soldiers stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered, having no inkling of how this young man had appeared. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. In that moment, everyone swallowed hard, for the power displayed by this youth was beyond comprehension. Undoubtedly, he was the sole sovereign in this realm. Before Gil could utter a word, the quick-witted ambassadors had already approached Shang Wei-Tian with obsequious smiles, eagerly using handkerchiefs to wipe the bruised face of Shang, who had been battered. "Mr. Shang, are you all right? Please, do not hold a grudge against us. We are actually on your side." Previously, it was Gil, with his honeyed words and coercive tactics, who forced us to align with him. "We are the staunchest allies of the Great Xia. To be candid, I have an eighth of Great Xia blood coursing through my veins. We are kin. That despicable Gil, to have let soldiers assault you. He deserves nothing less than death. Indeed, it is outrageous that Gil even contemplated having you represent Great Xia in signing a territorial concession treaty. Such an act is an affront to our Great Xia. And I could no longer stand idly by. Mr. Shang, please do not misunderstand. I, from the Britain, have no desire to lease the harbor city. It is, indeed, Gil from the Free Nation who is coercing us with the might of his country. Yes, Mr. Shang, my proposal to lease the Isle of Taiwan is, in essence, an attempt to preserve the ember of the Great Xia. Mr. Shang. Goodness, who assigned such a diminutive table for Mr. Shang? Come. Bring out the large table, and also the genuine leather sofa that I cherish. Let it be presented to Mr. Shang. This is more befitting of the stature of a representative of the Great Xia. Those ambassadors from various nations speak the most insincere words with the most earnest tones. Shang Wei-Tian cast a cold gaze upon those representatives, his heart unmoved, even feeling a hint of amusement. He vividly recalled that just moments ago, before Lin Fan's arrival, these individuals had stood alongside Gil from the Free Nation, their icy stares directed at him, exerting their lofty pressure to compel him into signing a contract. They had even allowed the soldiers lurking in the vicinity to give him a beating. Yet now, upon witnessing Lin Fan's extraordinary prowess, these ambassadors had instantaneously transformed into the staunchest allies of the Great Xia, turning to berate Gil, claiming they were coerced and seduced by the Free Nation. The small table, overturned by Shang Wei-Tian, was promptly replaced by a spacious desk by several soldiers. Before him stood a comfortable and ample sofa. However, Shang Wei-Tian felt no inclination to sit down. Indeed, it is true that weak nations possess no diplomacy. Shang Wei-Tian gazed at the sycophantic ambassadors from various nations, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What intricate diplomacy, what international stratagems. In the end, it all boils down to who wields greater power. Does it not? Yet today, I must impart a crucial truth to you. The Great Xia is no longer the Great Xia of a century ago. By the time you realize that the Great Xia has risen, when its might is fully unveiled, it shall be too late for you to seek our favor. After delivering his words, Shang Wei-Tian disdainfully pushed aside the obsequious ambassadors and strode over to Lin Fan. You have worked hard, Lin Fan murmured softly. You have finally arrived. Shang Wei-Tian replied with a bitter smile. Had you arrived any later, I fear I would have met my demise here. Lin Fan felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He had not misjudged this man. Shang Wei-Tian, on the verge of being beaten to death, had still refused to sign the humiliating territorial treaty. In fact, to avoid signing it, he had nearly shattered his own right arm. Yet, a later arrival proved advantageous. Shang Wei-Tian's expression turned frigid. They have already revealed their stance towards the Great Xia. In the impending crisis, they are unworthy of being our allies. The Great Xia stands isolated and unsupported. This had been the plan devised by Shang Weitian and Lin Fan. Seizing this opportunity, they aim to ascertain the attitudes of various nations towards the Great Xia. Should any of them extend genuine goodwill, the Great Xia would not hesitate to assist its allies in the forthcoming crisis of divine intervention. After all, we are all human beings, and if possible, we should extend a helping hand to one another. However, these nations, in their own attitudes, have forfeited the future assistance of the Great Xia. The Great Xia, in turn, will realize that amidst the crisis of divine intervention, it stands utterly isolated and defenseless. These matters can be discussed later. Lin Fan's voice was frigid, his grip on the short dagger tightening once more. Repeat your last words. Have you forgotten? Allow me to remind you. What did you just say about bombarding? Gil's throat was parched. He had not forgotten. He had indeed declared an intention to bombard the Great Xia. Yet, if he uttered it now, Gil had no doubt that this youth would end his life without hesitation. Where had this boy emerged from, and how could he possess such extraordinary power? A single strike could cleave the heavens. Suddenly, Gil gritted his teeth, but instead of responding to Lin Fan, he turned and knelt before him. "Spare my life," Gil stammered. His words clumsily articulated in broken Mandarin. Lin Fan regarded Gil with an impassive expression, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, smack, Shang Weitian intervened, blocking Lin Fan with a swift motion, whispering, "He is, after all, the ambassador of a free nation. We must be mindful of international repercussions." Gil's eyes brightened, and his previously tense demeanor eased as he declared loudly, "Indeed, I am the ambassador of the free nation, and I have the backing of my country. Should you dare to kill me?" The terrifying force erupted like a volcano as Lin Fan effortlessly broke free from Shang Weitian's grasp, and with a thunderous strike, the blade descended. In a flash, blood erupted forth. The arrogant smile on Gil's face had yet to fade when his head was severed cleanly from his body. With a resounding thud, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth, while Gil's head rolled across the floor, an expression of bewilderment etched upon his features, as if astonished by the fact that he was spinning on the ground. "Dare to kill you. And then?" Lin Fan spoke indifferently. "It's over," Shang Weitian murmured, stunned for a long moment, his lips twitching. "Do you realize the international ramifications of this act?" "I do not," Lin Fan replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned to the other ambassadors, who stood frozen in disbelief. "I am only aware of one truth. Those who dare to offend the Great Xia shall be pursued, no matter the distance. Today, Gil has perished. In the future, should anyone dare to threaten the Great Xia?" With a swift motion, Lin Fan raised his blade, resonating with a tremor. The blood-stained edge was accompanied by Lin Fan's fierce gaze. "Let me ask of my blade," he declared, each word pronounced with gravitas, his eyes sharper than the blade itself. "I stand as the guardian of the Great Xia." In that moment, gazing upon the knife-wielding youth and then at the once arrogant Gil, now a mere headless body, all the ambassadors turned ashen, a bone-chilling dread enveloping their hearts. The Great Xia, much like this young lad, is not to be trifled with. Chapter 56. Quite simple at this very moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the engines of warships roared like distant thunder. The entire surface of the sea seemed to tremble. The ambassadors from various nations, momentarily stunned, instinctively turned to gaze out of the windows. There, upon the azure expanse of the ocean, a formidable fleet of warships from the Great Xia surged forth, like silver hues cascading upon the blue waters. Each vessel bristled with missiles, while aircraft stood poised for takeoff. This scene resembled a multitude of enraged beasts charging forth in a furious roar. At the forefront of the fleet, old Jean, clutching a walkie-talkie, laughed heartily. "Hey, kid, can you handle this? If not, I'll take over." The situation had been brought under control. Lin Fan picked up the walkie-talkie and casually replied, I'm late." "All right then, I'll head back first. I'll wait for your return." Old Jean expressed a tinge of regret, and then the seemingly endless array of warships turned and once again sailed away into the distance. In that moment, as they beheld the seemingly infinite fleet of Great Xia warships, the ambassadors stood frozen in disbelief. When had the Great Xia amassed such military might? Just a few decades prior, they had struggled to produce even a modest number of rifles. Ambassador Matsushita from the Kingdom of Koatian suddenly sighed deeply. At that moment, despair washed over him. This youth before him appeared formidable, yet should a conflict arise, united against him, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Panasonic had even contemplated that despite the current dominance of this young man, once the ambassadors of various nations returned home, the great Xia would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, after witnessing the military prowess displayed by the great Xia, he suddenly realized that the inherent strength of the great Xia far surpassed that of the youth. Should a conflict arise, even if the allied nations combined their forces, they would incur heavy losses in attempting to conquer the great Xia, and they might even find themselves overmatched. In that moment, the faces of the ambassadors from various nations were etched with bitterness. Now, do you comprehend what you ought to do? Lin Fan, with a stoic expression, gazed at the surviving ambassadors. His blade still dripped with blood. Any ambassador who met his gaze had no hesitation and knelt immediately. Within the venue, only Lin Fan and Shang Weitian, the representatives of the great Xia, remained standing. With a deep sigh, Shang Weitian reflected on the past. A century ago, the once mighty ambassadors had coerced the great Xia into signing a humiliating treaty that ceded territory. Yet now, before the great Xia, no one stood tall. Lin Fan's voice was as frigid as that from the depths of hell, uttering indifferently, "In truth, according to my preference, every single one of you should be executed. However, Mr. Shang just interceded on your behalf, expressing concerns about international repercussions. Therefore," suddenly, a warm and benevolent smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. "I have decided to uphold our great Xia principle of valuing harmony and allow you to leave." Upon hearing this, the ambassadors from various nations were momentarily taken aback. Value harmony? And what of that benevolent smile upon your face? The blood still drips from your blade. Gil over there has yet to grow cold. Had it not been for Gil's head still resting there, we might have been swayed by your words. Nevertheless, the ambassadors expressed their gratitude with earnestness, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you." Lin Fan, however, interjected, "So, do you have any objections regarding Great Xia's payment?" "No objections. The bonds of the free nation issued by Great Xia could entirely cover the cost of these steel materials. If the free nation refuses to pay us, we shall settle the score with them, for we are now clear of any ties with Great Xia." In truth, we had no objections. It was all Gil's doing. That accursed Gil. As long as there are no objections, Lin Fan nodded, "You may depart. However, do bear in mind, should anyone provoke Great Xia again." With a tremor of his short blade, droplets of blood fell upon the expensive suits of the ambassadors from various nations. Lin Fan enunciated each word deliberately. "They shall be punished, no matter the distance." The ambassadors, gazing at the brilliant gleam of the blade and the coldness in the youth's eyes, and then glancing at Gil's severed head, felt an inexplicable shiver run through them. Yet, the ambassadors remained, unwilling to leave. "Are you not leaving yet?" Lin Fan's gaze turned icy once more. The ambassadors from various nations displayed complex expressions, hesitating to speak. However, in the face of Lin Fan's palpable murderous intent, they dared not utter a word. Beside him, Shang Weitian, unable to bear the tension, gently tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and coughed, "Ahem, this vessel belongs to them." Just a moment ago, Lin Fan had been exuding an air of authority. But he was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly scratching his head and apologizing to the ambassadors. My apologies, I made a mistake. We shall take our leave." No need to see us off. One might say he was being courteous. Yet, he had just ruthlessly slain someone. Conversely, one could argue he was not being polite, yet he still knew to apologize. Under the strange and silent gazes of the ambassadors, Lin Fan and Shang Weitian departed the venue, boarding a small boat heading towards the Great Xia. Suddenly, the ambassador from the Empire of the White Elephant whispered, "What if we launched a long-range strike on that young man right now?" Slap. The British ambassador swiftly delivered a resounding slap, his eyes filled with fear as he gritted his teeth. "Do you want to die? Please do not involve us." On the small boat, Lin Fan muttered darkly, "A strike against me?" Shang Weitian, not quite catching the words, asked, "What?" "Nothing." Lin Fan dismissed the matter, shifting his gaze towards the coastline, where the construction of the steel Great Wall was in full swing, and suddenly remarked, "Earlier, you suggested that before the divine beings descend, we should unite several nations for mutual support, a proposal I rejected. Are you still unsatisfied? However, after this incident, you should comprehend my reasons for refusal." Shang Weitian sighed. "Indeed, among nations, there exists no genuine friendship. When they perceive your weakness, their thoughts revolve solely around dividing you. When they regard you as strong, they will treat you with utmost deference." Shang Weitian recalled the scenes from the conference: coercion, humiliation, violence. Yet, when Lin Fan appeared with unparalleled might, the ambassadors of various countries began to curry favor with the Great Xia. After the decapitation of Jier, they even prostrated themselves in a plea for their lives. This is the true nature of internation relations. When one is weak, one must endure blows. But then, Shang Weitian withdrew his thoughts, contemplating. However, your act of slaying Jie complicates matters. Do not worry, Lin Fan chuckled. If it were a century ago, my blade would have wrought heavy casualties among the people of Great Xia. If it were 50 years ago, I would have perished for striking Jie. If it were 20 years ago, the Free States would have made this affair widely known. And now, dare the Free States speak of this? Shang Weitian paused, then suddenly laughed. I understand. Some matters are intricate. Yet, paradoxically, at times, these complexities become inexplicably simple. It may sound incomprehensible, yet it is also quite understandable. As long as you possess sufficient strength, even the most intricate matters become remarkably simple. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Abilities at the Temporary Command Center. How absurd! Chun Yin exclaimed in exasperation as he gazed at Lin Fan. How could you have killed that Gil? Well done, chimed in old Jean, reveling in the chaos. The commander-in-chief is truly formidable. To be honest, if I were in your position, I would have done the same. A soldier tasked with security quietly interjected. That was a good strike. What are you babbling about? Shan Yin retorted, his frustration boiling over. Gil, cough, cough. I must admit, I also believe it was a justified action, but we cannot openly declare that. After all, that unfortunate lad was an ambassador of the Free Nation. If they pursue this matter, we will have a difficult time justifying our actions to the Great Xia. Lin Fan yawned and suggested, why not just hand me over? Qin Yin stared in disbelief for a moment, gritting his teeth fiercely. Forget I said anything. If you maintain this attitude, and the state leader inquires later, do not blame me for speaking ill of you. At that moment, the red phone on the desk rang. Qin Yin swiftly picked it up, forcing a smile as he said, hello, state leader. Ah, you were already aware. In truth, Lin Fan was not entirely at fault. I had inquired about the specifics. That individual had threatened to bombard Great Xia to coerce Shang Weitian into signing on behalf of our nation. Although Lin Fan was the commander-in-chief, he was still a young man, inevitably prone to impulsiveness. Moreover, anyone in his position would likely have reacted similarly. Perhaps we should let this matter rest for now. The Free Nation has not pursued any accountability? They haven't even spoken of it? Ah. Chun Yin hung up the phone, a complex expression on his face. Ha ha ha. With Jill gone, the Free Nation is left at a loss. Jean Lao wore an incredulous look. After being struck, would you be willing to speak of it? Shan Yin adjusted his glasses, sensing that it was not so simple. However, I speculate that Lin Fan's displayed prowess must have intimidated them. One Lin Fan is not frightening, but if the Great Xia possesses many soldiers akin to Lin Fan, the Free Nation likely understands the gravity of the situation, rather than provoking the Great Xia. They would be wiser to secretly investigate why Lin Fan possesses such formidable strength. At this point, Qin Yin suddenly glanced at Lin Fan. Rest assured, Lin Fan comprehended Qin Yan's implication, assuring him that the god-slaying and demon-butchering technique would remain confidential. That is reassuring. Qin Yin exhaled. Yet, before he could fully relax, Lin Fan suddenly remarked, however, it is likely that soon, certain individuals will possess great power. What? Qin Yin turned sharply to look at Lin Fan. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. A text message. Gong Shuming. There has been a change in the Qiqing surveillance plan. This morning, while buying groceries, a person suddenly ignited in flames. The flames not only did not harm her but seemed to be under her control. Moreover, she has acquired the ability to fly short distances. 3 wooden birds stealthily followed her. Meanwhile, Chun Yan's expression shifted as he fixated intently on a surveillance screen. This particular footage was currently circulating wildly online. It depicted a young girl shopping for vegetables, clad in a school uniform that was rather ordinary, yet her twin ponytails conveyed a distinct personality. Just as she animatedly gestured with the vegetable vendor, a sudden explosion occurred. Flames engulfed her entirely. Surprisingly, rather than emitting a cry of anguish, she waved her hand, and a torrent of fire incinerated the vendor's stall. In an instant, the girl soared into the sky and vanished. The online comments erupted. Is this a joke? In this day and age, who would still expect to deceive people with such special effects? This is no special effect. The incident happened live. It's on the news. It truly is not a hoax. Though skepticism lingered. Considering that previously, even deities and celestial beings had appeared, soaring through the sky seemed quite plausible, didn't it? Upon reflecting, perhaps it could indeed be genuine? Stop joking. How could this possibly be real? Can a person really breathe fire? Have you read too many novels? Goodness. This is the Qiqing vegetable market. That's my classmate. What is your classmate's name? Upon reading this comment, Lin Fan's expression abruptly changed, and he commanded, "Block the IP of this so-called classmate and the one asking questions." The technician immediately took action, exclaiming, quickly, "These two IPs have been blocked. Conduct a thorough sweep of the entire network and prohibit any comments. No, delete all circulating videos." Lin Fan's voice trembled with urgency. In an instant, all the viewers still watching the video received a notification stating, "The video you are watching does not exist." Even videos that had already been downloaded on mobile devices vanished entirely. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the netizens of the Great Xia felt an unsettling realization. This matter was far from simple. It seemed increasingly likely that it was indeed true. In other words, there might truly be individuals capable of spewing fire? Excitement surged among many Great Xia netizens, as if a fantastical world was unfolding before them. "This is..." Chen Yan furrowed his brow. "Ability users." Lin Fan spoke rapidly. Indeed, not only had the resurrection of the Corpse King and his ministers been hastened, but the emergence of ability users had also come early. Simply put, ability users are those humans who, due to the influx of divine energy from the divine realm into Blue Star, have gained certain powers. Their bodies may undergo transformations, or they may acquire godlike abilities to manipulate elements. "Chen Yan, Old Jean, please guard this construction area for me." Lin Fan showed no hesitation, standing up and striding towards the exit. "I must go there immediately." "Is it that urgent?" Chen Yan paused, slightly taken aback. "Very urgent," Lin Fan replied, already dashing out of the room. Indeed, it was urgent. This was a war without smoke. The emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities within the territory is undoubtedly a boon for any nation. These individuals possess formidable powers. However, unlike Lin Fan and the first squad of the Godslaying army, who diligently cultivate their skills through rigorous training, these extraordinary beings do not adhere to a specific path of cultivation. They rely solely on serendipity to attain breakthroughs. Some may awaken with the strength of demigods, yet struggle throughout their lives to advance further. Conversely, others may initially awaken with only the abilities of a novice, but through fortuitous circumstances and shifts in their mindset, they might ascend to the level of lower-tier deities. This is not a stable form of power, yet it represents an undeniable force, particularly the first batch of extraordinary individuals, which could drive any nation to madness. From the moment that video was uploaded, every second poses a risk to the safety of that extraordinary being. "Send me her location." Lin Fan shouted loudly to Gong Shuming while holding his phone. Additionally, deploy all wooden birds to monitor any movements around her. Furthermore, mobilize all combat dolls to ensure her protection. However, Gong Shuming remained unresponsive. Chapter 58. The mechanisms of the Imo family on the expressway leading to Qiqing. A sleek, black military jeep sped along, its engine roaring, the accelerator fully pressed down. "Faster, faster," Lin Fan urged the driver anxiously, his gaze fixed intently on the phone in his hand. "Respond already." Lin Fan was acutely aware that Gong Sunming was undoubtedly in peril, and this predicament was certainly grave. Suddenly, vroom, vroom, the phone vibrated. It was a location-sharing notification. Lin Fan swiftly opened it and exclaimed, "At the next intersection, exit the highway. The destination is 10 kilometers east of Qiqing, in the industrial park." Meanwhile, at the Qiqing Industrial Park, each major city's outskirts typically feature such an industrial zone. Whether due to proximity to the urban center, facilitating easier access to consumer markets, or because of developed transportation and local policies encouraging growth, these industrial parks are often substantial, filled with factories of various sizes. During the day, this area bustles with activity. Trucks come and go, workers are diligently occupied, and machinery hums with operation. However, as night falls and the day's labor comes to a close, the industrial park becomes eerily quiet. Yet tonight, the industrial park is unusually lively. Flames soar into the sky. A cluster of factories seems to have undergone a fiery baptism. The ground is blackened, and the charred buildings emit plumes of smoke, the searing embers still ablaze. In the factory, a girl with fiery red hair styled and twin ponytails panted heavily, her hands still engulfed in flames, her gaze fixated on the scattered bricks before her. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the debris shot outward. A colossal iron automaton rose from the ground, slowly advancing. Simultaneously, outside the factory, a dozen more iron figures began to approach with deliberate strides. The girl instantly tensed, her voice trembling. "Do not come any closer. I warn you, do not approach. I am formidable." Outside, a charred and disheveled boy, his body blackened by flames, looked on with exasperation. "Calm down," I am not here to capture you. You truly need not engage in combat. The girl gritted her teeth vehemently. I do not believe you. You are certainly here to take me for dissection and experimentation. I refuse to trust you. In that moment, she was engulfed in sheer panic, unaware of the unfolding events, only cognizant of the inexplicable fact that she had acquired the ability to wield fire. This was a monumental shift in her life. Yet, before she could gather her composure, she found herself encircled by three figures clad in black. Without delay, she took flight, utilizing her flames for brief bursts of aerial escape. Otherwise, those numerous dark-clad individuals would have captured her long ago. She had previously sought assistance, even fleeing to the police station for sanctuary. However, the figures clad in black possessed unfathomable abilities, resembling gods of death, reducing the entire police station to rubble. Blood flowed like a river. You are in league with them, the girl exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Gong Shuming felt quite vexed. Enough of this commotion. I have painstakingly misled those individuals with a few puppets to buy us some time. I am not here to quarrel with you. He tossed a document, which was promptly seized by a wooden bird that flew into the factory and dropped it beside the girl. Now see for yourself who I truly am, Gong Shuming declared emphatically. The girl trembled as she opened the document. On the first page, it read, Gong Shuming, age, 18, identity, heir of the MO family mechanism arts. Affiliated unit, first squad of the Godslaying army, accompanied by a vivid national emblem. Upon seeing that striking hue of red, the girl finally exhaled, her quaking form calming. It seemed that the mere presence of that vibrant red offered her an endless sense of security. Are you truly an official from Xia? She inquired, slowly rising and peering through the shattered bricks at Gong Shuming. What a ridiculous question. Gong Shuming retorted, exasperated. I am here to protect you, to safeguard you. In that instant, the girl, akin to a startled bird, felt as if all her strength had drained away, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of safety. In a fleeting moment, a girl, having witnessed the profound changes of life and the specter of death, mustered her courage to step out from the shattered factory grounds. This was a sanctuary from the Daxia. Thus, what are you waiting for? Gong Shuming, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and approached the girl. He gestured towards the combat automaton behind her, saying, climb aboard. I shall hasten your departure from this place. Once we reach the command center, you will be safe. There are eyes upon you now. The girl nodded and began to ascend the automaton. Suddenly, the sky opened, releasing a deluge of rain. Drip drop. A single raindrop splashed onto the ground, filling the air with the earthy scent of wet soil. In an instant, the gentle patter transformed into a torrential downpour. The smoke-laden factory was drenched, extinguishing the remnants of the flames. Gong Shuming gazed upwards at the cascade of rain pouring down from the night sky and muttered, this complicates matters. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his phone and enabled location sharing. Simultaneously, footsteps echoed amidst the rain's rhythm. Three men clad in black suits waded through the puddles, advancing toward the factory. They bore no umbrellas. Yet the rain seemed to part above them, as if an invisible barrier had been erected. One was a muscular, menacing bald man. Another had striking blue hair, blending seamlessly with the downpour, while the last was a slender blonde woman, her eyes gleaming with an uncanny light. A dozen combat dolls nearly hindered our progress. The bald man smiled at Gong Shuming and, with somewhat halting Mandarin, remarked, however, it seems that the mechanisms of the Great Xia are rather unimpressive. They intend to capture me. The earlier incident at the police station was also orchestrated by them. Gong Shuming's expression remained impassive, yet his fingers flickered with subtle movement. Boom. A colossal combat doll roared forth from behind, its massive metallic form propelling an overwhelming force. Akin to a behemoth trampling the earth, breaking through sheets of rain, and charging towards the three Caucasians. The steel behemoth, weighing several tons, shattered the ground beneath its feet, fracturing it with each step. Allow me. Facing the oncoming combat doll, the muscular bald man let out a sinister laugh, surprisingly advancing rather than retreating, and charged forward. His muscles surged instantly, tearing through his suit as if he were a giant creature, colliding directly with the metallic giant. Bang! The clash of flesh against steel resonated with a metallic clang. Is this the extent of your strength? The bald man cackled, astonishingly lifting the steel doll with ease. However, you underestimate the mechanisms of my MO family, Gong Shuming murmured. Click. The combat doll, cradled in the bald man's embrace, suddenly revealed 8 sharp spikes from its back, thrusting fiercely towards him. Chapter 59, Lightning in the Rainy Night. Meanwhile, the steel hands of the battle automaton retracted in an instant. Countless iron chains emerged, ensnaring the bald man and rendering him immobile. As he attempted to turn and flee, he found himself helpless, forced to watch as 8 sharp spikes lunged toward him. Crafted by the Mo family, the battle automaton was a testament to his underestimation, which would inevitably lead to his demise. However, at that moment, a golden-haired woman with radiant eyes stepped forward. Instantly, an invisible ripple spread across the scene. The raindrops falling from the heavens seemed to freeze in midair, and the spikes aimed at the muscular bald man abruptly halted. Gong Shuming's expression shifted as the remaining 82 battle automatons behind him began to emit a series of ominous clicks. Yet, 56 of these automatons were ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move, a psychic ability user of the 8th rank. Even so, the remaining 26 iron automatons roared forth toward the trio. Observing the approach of these 26 steel beasts, the blue-haired man let out a sigh. "You are quite formidable. To perish at the hands of my Phoenix Society is no small fate." In the next moment, he extended his hand. Congeal. The rainwater on the ground surged forth, coalescing into a magnificent water dragon that roared to life, charged directly at those combat puppets. The rainwater beneath the combat puppets coiled around their feet like chains, swiftly ensnaring them, even seeping through the crevices into the core mechanisms of these puppets. In an instant, all 26 combat puppets came to a halt. Boom. A torrent of water, stretching 100 meters, roared forth, crushing everything in its path. It collided directly with Gong Shuming, propelling him into the air. "Go." The blue-haired figure gestured once more. Across the heavens and earth, countless raindrops shot forth like sharpened blades, raining down upon Gong Shuming from all directions. Mechanisms, shield techniques. With no time for contemplation, Gong Shuming embraced the girl behind him as the mechanism box on his back sprang open, unleashing hard iron plates that erupted forth. Clang. In the blink of an eye, these plates interlaced to form an iron sphere, enclosing both Gong Shuming and the girl within its protective embrace. Ding ding ding. The raindrops, akin to a million swords, pounded relentlessly upon the iron sphere. With each strike, a dent formed. A 9th-tier water element ability user. The interior of the iron sphere trembled violently. The girl clutched Gong Shuming in terror, yet she heard a feeble voice. "Do not worry, I will protect you." Gong Shuming, his face smeared with blood, managed to force a smile. However, in the next moment, boom, countless raindrops erupted with a thunderous explosion. The iron ball shattered instantaneously, and Gong Shuming spat blood. Being lifted from the iron sphere by a colossal hand formed from the rain. In the distance, the blue-haired foreigner, elevated as if a deity, gazed down upon Gong Shuming and remarked softly, "You are still too weak." With a derisive laugh, he continued, 3 against 1. "And yet you dare to claim your rank as a 7th tier? Even those of the 8th and 9th tiers have appeared, and you dare to speak?" Gong Shuming coughed up another mouthful of blood. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired foreigner paused momentarily before responding. "In that case, it seems your mechanical skills from the Great Xia are quite formidable as well. Given this, you cannot be allowed to live." A water sword coalesced in his hand. At that moment, a voice rang out, "This time, I shall protect you." Gong Shuming turned to see the girl who had initially sought refuge in his embrace standing tall, her entire being engulfed in flames. "Not a wasted effort in capturing you. Your talent is commendable," the blue-haired foreigner acknowledged with a nod, pointing his finger. In the next instant, boom, the rain coalesced into a water dragon, extinguishing the flames enveloping the girl and sending her crashing to the ground. Swish. The water sword was unleashed, reflecting the flowing light as it pierced through the dark rain-soaked night towards Gong Shuming. Gritting his teeth, Gong Shuming declared, "If I am to die, then so be it. 18 years from now, I shall still be a hero of the Great Xia." Boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, as if to underscore Gong Shuming's tragic resolve. A flash of lightning illuminated the realm around them. A blade descended directly upon the head of the boy with azure hair. His head flew off, blood gushing forth. No, it was not lightning. It was the glint of a blade. Bang. The boy's body instantly stiffened and slowly collapsed. His head rolled upon the ground, the cold smirk on his face still twitching, as if unaware of the calamity that had befallen him. Blood stained the puddles beneath. A foot pressed down upon that severed head. The dagger dripped with crimson. The tips of his hair were still wet with blood. "You are finished." Upon witnessing the boy's demise, Gong Shuming, while painfully coughing up blood, erupted into a maniacal laughter. Lin Fan, drenched and expressionless, raised his gaze towards the golden-haired woman and the still-dazed bald man, revealing a chilling smile. "You may not be aware, but in my Great Xia, there exists a saying, when friends come from afar, they must be punished." The muscular bald man glared fiercely at Lin Fan, his fists clenched in rage. You dare to slay Xia. Damn the people of Great Xia, perish. The bald man resembled a furious beast, his muscles bulging, surging forth with terrifying might towards Lin Fan. Once again, a flash of lightning illuminated the rainy night. The lightning coursed through the bald man's body. Bang! The heavy thud of his footsteps abruptly halted as he stared blankly at his own form. Feeling as though all strength had been siphoned from him, his clenched fist weakly unfurling as he gingerly touched his abdomen. There exists a fissure. Why would there be a seam upon one's own abdomen? The bald man gingerly touched the split, and in the next moment. So it is. In his final moments, it seemed as if enlightenment dawned upon him. Bang! His body cleaved in two, the severed halves crashing heavily to the ground. Blood flowed freely, and entrails were scattered. Behind him, Lin Fan, expressionless, trembled the short blade, droplets of blood splattering forth, the keen edge once more cleansed by the rain. That strike not only severed the bald man's form, but cleaved through the very rain that fell from the heavens. Splash! Only then did the rain resume its descent upon the earth. Amidst the torrential downpour, Lin Fan turned to face the blonde-haired woman. He uttered not a word. Yet she perceived 3 words etched upon his visage. It is your turn. In that moment, despite the layers of rain obscuring them, she felt the chilling proximity of death. This was a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Within the curtain of rain, Lin Fan advanced, his blade dripping with the falling droplets. His steady footsteps echoed like the tolling of a death knell. The blonde-haired woman, in disbelief, watched as the youth traversed the veil of rain, forsaking escape. Trembling as she sought an answer. What level are you? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, demigod. On a pitch-black rainy night, lightning once again erupted. Chapter 60. My demands, a thunderbolt pierced the heavens. The young man stood beneath the thunder, his figure illuminated by the radiant lightning, resembling a sovereign of this realm. A demigod among mortals. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, the golden-haired Caucasian woman was momentarily frozen, her expression one of sheer horror. Impossible, impossible, she suddenly shrieked. Fixing her gaze on Lin Fan, you cannot be a demigod. The 4 strongest of my Phoenix Society are merely at the 9th tier. Yet in the next instant, before Lin Fan could utter a word, the golden-haired woman abruptly fell silent. For, in that fleeting moment, she recalled that this very youth had already slain 2 of her society's mightiest members in mere seconds. Adding her own count, that made 3, in an instant. As she regarded the young man before her, the golden-haired woman felt her body tremble uncontrollably. A demigod had emerged from the Great Xia? How could this be? The Phoenix Society originated from Europe and America, specifically from the Benevolent Society, a group that believed the exceptional should govern the ordinary. Their relentless pursuit of excellence had led them to experiment with genetic modifications for over a century. Recently, however, their long-stalled human genetic experiments had suddenly yielded dozens of successful cases. Among them, the strongest had achieved the 9th tier, those 4 individuals. Yet, how could Great Xia, with no prior instances of genetic modification, have directly produced a demigod? Yet, how could the Phoenix Society stand against a demigod? In an instant, the blonde woman's eyes brimmed with terror as she trembled, suggesting, perhaps we could negotiate a deal. The sentence was abruptly cut short. A flash of steel glimmered. A severed head tumbled to the ground. The shock and bewilderment etched on her pale visage, unable to comprehend the unfolding horror. The headless body remained upright amidst the rain-soaked night, still attempting to take a step forward. Behind it, Lin Fan stood, his short blade dripping with crimson droplets, cascading like a string of pearls. Rainwater trickled from his hair as he gazed impassively into the storm, declaring, My demand is simple. Those who dare to tread upon the land of the Great Xia shall perish. With a resounding crash of thunder, Lin Fan flicked the blood from his blade, sheathing it with a swift motion, then turned his gaze toward the lifeless form before him. What do you think of this arrangement? With a deafening thud, the headless corpse collapsed into the puddles. Lin Fan then shifted his attention to the trembling red-haired girl hiding in the distance, along with the unconscious Gong Shu Ming. The rain blurred her vision, rendering Lin Fan's movements indistinct. Suddenly, the downpour shattered around her, and the figure of the fearsome youth stood directly before her. Please, don't kill me, she cried out in terror, instinctively raising her hands in a futile attempt to shield herself. Flickering flames emerged from his arms. Yet due to the exhaustion from his earlier escape and the relentless downpour, only a few meager sparks were produced. The boy before her was truly terrifying. She had witnessed Lin Fan coldly eliminate 3 assailants who sought her life. The strength of those three pursuers was something she had personally experienced. Yet, in the boy's eyes, they were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed without a hint of emotional turmoil. It was as if he was a blade devoid of sentiment, solely driven by the instinct to kill. But, at last, they were safe. As the girl lifted her gaze, she noticed a flicker of reassuring warmth in the cold boy's expression, as if his mere presence guaranteed the safety of all. In that moment, she perceived a dichotomy within him, a ruthless killing machine on one hand, and a comforting older brother figure on the other. It was difficult to fathom what experiences could have shaped a person into such a duality. On the return bus, Gong Shuming lay weakly, a life-preserving pill lodged in his mouth, as he turned to Lin Fan and remarked, "You were exceedingly fierce just now. You frightened the poor girl. Perhaps I should invest some money for you to consult a psychologist." Gong Shuming said this with a hint of seriousness. "If you had endured what I have, you too would become a blade." Lin Fan, with an expressionless demeanor, meticulously polished his short blade. At times, taking a life could spare many others. Meanwhile, within the grand white palace of the Free Nation, a symbol of power, Pu Chuan's corpulent figure slumped in his chair as he bellowed angrily at the screen before him. "Gil is dead? He is indeed deceased." John, the Prime Minister of Britannia, nodded in affirmation. "The ambassador from our nation witnessed the event firsthand, falling victim to Lin Fan's hand." The Prime Minister of the Indian Empire, Asan, bore a complex expression. "Then, why did our coalition not take action?" Pu Chuan ground his teeth in frustration, but soon received a video file. It was footage from a surviving warship of the Free Nation. The vast expanse of the ocean was shrouded in ominous clouds, as if the heavens themselves were descending. 1,000 warships surged forward, their missiles aimed squarely at the borders of the Great Xia, poised for launch. The intimidation was palpable. This was the final step in the plan devised by Pu Chuan and the leaders of various nations, leveraging the safety of the Great Xia to compel its representative to sign a territorial concession treaty. Everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. Although the Great Xia was formidable, its military power was still insufficient to contend with the united forces of the world's nations, even if it could withstand the onslaught. How many missiles could the Great Xia intercept amidst such a sudden assault? Should any slip through, its cities would be reduced to ruins. It all seemed to be going exceedingly well, yet Pu Chuan felt a sense of unease. Yet, in the next moment, a beam of light surged forth from the direction of the Great Xia's borders, a dazzling radiance. It was the glimmer of a blade. In an instant, it seemed as though this blinding light was the sole remnant of heaven and earth. The ominous clouds encroaching upon the Great Xia were cleaved asunder in that very moment. The sea was severed in twain. Simultaneously, the warships pierced by that luminous beam were also split into left and right halves. The scene even captured the image of the officer poised to press the launch button, bisected along with the vessel beneath his feet. Upon the surface of the sea, a young man stood resolutely with a blade in hand. A roar erupted from his lips, resonating like thunder rolling across the firmament. "Those who dare to harm the Great Xia shall face retribution, no matter the distance." What? Pu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. According to the reports from our returning officers, it appears that Great Xia possesses a terrifying power. John, the foremost of Britannia, spoke solemnly. At the very least, they wield an individual of formidable might. Until we comprehend how Great Xia has achieved this, I do not recommend engaging in war with them. John rubbed his temples, the atmosphere thick with silence. At that moment, a young man clad in a red cloak, emblazoned with the image of a phoenix rising from the flames, pushed open the door to Pu Chuan's office. "Chairman Pu Chuan," the youth said with refined eloquence, a hint of arrogance gracing his brow. "I can elucidate how this individual accomplished such a feat." Chapter 61. Mission Objective: Assassination. Pu Chuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the unfamiliar young man before him, his corpulent form suddenly retreating beneath the table. The two highly trained security guards at Pu Chuan's side swiftly drew their firearms, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire towards the young man. The pitch-black muzzles expelled flames, and the bullets whirled through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere. Firearms have always been revolutionary inventions, and those bullets, akin to harbingers of death, surged towards the young man at an unimaginable velocity. However, at that very moment, a soft cry echoed, chirp. The phoenix pattern on the young man's cloak seemed to come alive. A fiery phoenix erupted forth, its blazing wings enveloping the young man, causing the bullets to melt and fall harmlessly to the ground before him. In a remarkable display of intelligence, the phoenix circled in the air, its radiant form radiating intense heat and brilliant light. crashing violently into the two white security guards. With a single moment, the two guards were reduced to ash, the searing temperature rendering them incapable of even a cry. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Pu Chuan trembled even more, shouting from his hiding place beneath the table, "Security! Security!" "Dear Lord Chairman," the young man said with a smile playing upon his lips, "there is no need to call out any longer. Your security personnel will not respond. Otherwise, how do you suppose a stranger like me managed to enter the White Palace and find myself in your office?" The young man before me possessed striking good looks, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. His smile was imbued with a refined charm, perfectly embodying the image of a Western gentleman. Were he to step outside, he would undoubtedly evoke screams of admiration from countless young women. Yet, at this moment, in Pu Chuan's eyes, the young man's smile appeared to emanate from the depths of hell. Pu Chuan swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure, and, to his surprise, he crawled out from beneath the table. "Very clever," the young man remarked, a smile gracing his lips. "The Society of Salvation chose you as its leader precisely because of your astuteness." The Society of Salvation. Pu Chuan was taken aback. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Du Phoenix Pulber, the president of the Phoenix Society. You may call me Phoenix." With a gentle smile, "I can address your earlier inquiry. Lin Fan is likely an individual with extraordinary abilities." "Extraordinary abilities?" Pu Chuan furrowed his brow. "For reasons unknown. Perhaps it truly relates to the divine being spoken of by the great Xia. Individuals with such abilities have recently emerged." Phoenix continued with a smile. "It seems Lin Fan is quite fortunate. However, the Phoenix Society possesses certain methods of genetic modification. We are the primary beneficiaries of this recent upheaval. Rest assured, Pu Chuan, the Society of Salvation has chosen to assist you. As for the three strongest members of our Phoenix Society, it is likely that they have already retrieved Lin Fan's head." The young man's smile lingered. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The youth, who referred to himself as Phoenix, picked up the device and glanced at it nonchalantly, only to find himself frozen in place. When he raised his head again, his voice trembled. "Ah, it's nothing. He was at a loss for words. Those three other practitioners of the 9th rank had perished? Pu Chuan wore an expression of anticipation. Could it be that those three had returned with Lin Fan's head? The youth's countenance grew increasingly peculiar. He pondered for a moment, then spoke dryly. "Take my advice, do not provoke the great Xia any further. Farewell." With that, he dared not linger any longer and hastily departed. Pu Chuan stared in bewilderment at the suddenly vanished youth, blinking in confusion. Meanwhile, on the coastline of the great Xia's Jiaodong, at the makeshift command center, Lin Fan, who had just returned, took a sip of water. Beside him, Shan Yan held a dossier, his expression intricate as he remarked, "The identities of those three are currently unknown, but their movements have been traced. They pursued that girl and first broke into the police station. There's no need to elaborate," Lin Fan replied impassively, cleaning his short blade. "I know who they are." "Huh?" Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Phoenix Society," Lin Fan uttered those three words with indifference. Noticing the perplexed expressions on Chen Yin and Old Jin's faces, Lin Fan began to explain in a hushed tone. The name Phoenix Society might not be widely recognized. However, the organization to which it belongs is well known to many, the Brotherhood of Humanity. Following the principle of survival of the fittest, it champions the notion of a select few governing the world. The origins of this organization remain shrouded in uncertainty, yet it operates like an invisible hand, exerting influence over the globe and even steering the course of history itself. Naturally, throughout this process, it has concealed itself adeptly. However, when deities descend, the Brotherhood reveals its full might, wielding immense power. It is this organization that has connected various nations, becoming a latent threat to the realm of Great Xia. Among them, the Phoenix Society, which possesses gene mutation technology, has gained formidable military strength following the emergence of those with extraordinary abilities, capable of mass-producing such individuals. In truth, had it only been this, we would have harbored no animosity towards them. Lin Fan remarked with a furrowed brow, yet after the arrival of the deities, they showed no intention of safeguarding their citizens. Instead, they abandoned their own people, seizing the opportunity to enact their so-called survival of the fittest. Once they found themselves in precarious circumstances, they turned their sights upon our Great Xia. They once united with the deities to strike at the gates of Great Xia, threatening to invade our territory for refuge. Our Great Xia, known for its benevolence, acquiesced to their plea. Yet, unbeknownst to us, they conspired in secret with the deities, delivering a treacherous blow behind our backs. That incident cost Great Xia 6 provinces. Within those provinces, the populace of Great Xia was utterly lost. Lin Fan's voice resonated with profound hatred. The deities have invaded the blue planet, blurring the lines between morality and malevolence, for they are not of the same kind. Lin Fan harbors a deep-seated resentment towards these divine beings, yet his animosity is further directed at those moral degenerates who share his humanity. As the gods descend, the Phoenix Society, an organization of his own kind, audaciously seizes the opportunity to threaten the Great Xia. Although the Great Xia permits their entry, they clandestinely conspire with the deities, betraying their fellow humans for their selfish gains. Be it national grievances or tribal enmity, Lin Fan loathes them. And his hatred for the gods is even more profound. The young girl I have brought back is named Kei Hong, a 5th-tier fire elemental ability user. Lin Fan spoke with great urgency. Incorporate her into the 2nd God-slaying army. Furthermore, Old Jean, you are tasked with gathering other ability users. Should the need arise, mobilize military forces. Old Jean was taken aback. Is that really necessary? Indeed it is, Lin Fan asserted decisively. When individuals suddenly acquire powers beyond the ordinary, who knows what chaos may ensue? If those ability users are willing to serve us, we may offer them certain conditions. However, if they remain obstinate, they must be eliminated on the spot. We require formidable ability users, but we shall not tolerate a horde of deranged individuals intent on wreaking havoc upon the Great Xia. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. We must be resolute. Old Jean comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Understood. I will arrange for the station troops to prepare immediately. But then, Old Jean furrowed his brow. And you? Lin Fan wore a sinister smile as he declared, informed the national leader, I shall lead the 1st God-slaying squad on a journey to the free nation. We are embarking on a cross-border mission. The objective of our task. Chapter 62. A serious conversation. Lin Fan's voice echoed with an icy chill. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the command center grew tense. The mission objective was clear, to kill. Lin Fan's intentions were unmistakable. Old Jean let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. I've long desired to. Don't be ridiculous. Chun Yan, usually of a gentle temperament, interjected with a grim expression. Then turned to Lin Fan. Do you comprehend the implications? You intend to go to the free country to kill. Should your actions be exposed, or should you find yourselves in peril, it could very well precipitate a public relations crisis, and our capacity to assist would be severely limited. Chun Yan spoke the truth. If Lin Fan and the 1st squad of the God-slaying army were to encounter danger, it was inconceivable to dispatch troops to the free country for rescue. That would essentially be tantamount to declaring war. Lin Fan regarded Chun Yan. His voice cold. I understand the reasoning. However, they intend to capture our superhumans and apprehend our people from the Great Xia. Furthermore, they have destroyed a police station, resulting in 3 injuries and 1 fatality. I am aware of what you say, but I also hold firm to the belief that blood must be repaid with blood. After a prolonged silence, Chun Yan suddenly remarked, in truth, we could protest and expose them in the court of international opinion. That would be futile. Lin Fan retorted coldly. A thief, upon being caught, may receive a few scoldings, yet he will still harbor thoughts of thievery, undeterred by the warning. One must strike. And with such force that the scoundrel is left in agony, deterred from ever laying eyes upon you again. In this expedition to the free land, not only must we eliminate foes, but we must eradicate the so-called Phoenix Society entirely, instilling fear in those who hear the name of our Great Xia. Chan Yin paused for a moment before speaking. This matter bears immense significance. Mishandling it could provoke direct conflict between the 2 nations. It is imperative to report to the esteemed leader for his judgment. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Chun Yin picked up the crimson telephone on the table and dialed. Shortly thereafter, he handed the phone to Lin Fan. The leader wishes to speak with you. Esteemed leader, Lin Fan took the call, his tone imbued with genuine respect. I understand the gravity of this situation. We shall indeed take action. The leader's voice carried an undeniable weight. While a fist may not embody justice, it can certainly quell malevolent thoughts. You are permitted to act, and they must be left trembling in fear. However, this matter is undeniably sensitive, and missteps could lead to outright war between our nations. Lin Fan, I present you with 2 choices. The leader's side, you may proceed, but once you cross the border, you will no longer represent the official stance of our Xia. Should you find yourselves in peril, our nation will not acknowledge your identities. Alternatively, you may choose not to go. The leader fell silent. Lin Fan chuckled. What do you think I will choose? On the other end of the line, Louise slowly rose, performing a standard military salute towards the phone. and solemnly declared, "Take care." Lin Fan hung up the call and turned to stride towards the exit. Observing the eager faces of the first squad of the God-slaying army, Lin Fan's smile was chilling as he drew his short blade and commanded, "Come. Let us go forth to slay." At midnight that very night, an unregistered fighter jet took off silently. As it reached the waters of the Free Nation's territorial sea, several dark figures leaped from the aircraft into the night. From an altitude of 50 meters, they plunged directly into the ocean without deploying parachutes. Relying solely on their superhuman physical prowess to withstand the Earth's gravity and the impact with the water's surface. With a splash, Lin Fan emerged from the sea, whispering, "All personnel, report in. First squad of the Godslaying army, Daowanjian. First squad of the Godslaying army, Gong Shuming. First squad of the Godslaying army, Imobushi. First squad of the Godslaying army, Xingyi. First squad of the Godslaying army, Bei Min. First squad of the Godslaying army, all present." Everyone swam within that foreign ocean, responding to Lin Fan's call. "Good." Lin Fan nodded, then quietly pressed a signal transmitter. 10 minutes later, boom, a speedboat approached rapidly. "Where are you?" A young man of Chinese descent shouted softly from aboard the vessel. "Here." Lin Fan whispered, the beam of his waterproof flashlight flickering momentarily. Soon after, a small boat approached Lin Fan and his companions. A young man extended an arm to pull Lin Fan aboard, his voice tinged with urgency. "Hurry up. The patrols here are quite strict. We must leave swiftly." 10 minutes later, the small boat vanished into the darkness of the night. The moon cast a cold glow. 5 hours later, the young man drove an inconspicuous sedan at a brisk pace along the road. In the eastern fields, the sun began to rise, heralding the dawn. Lin Fan regarded the young man with a smile. "Are we from the same homeland?" "Of course. Otherwise, would I be here to pick you up?" The young man replied as he drove, lighting a cigarette for himself. He turned to Lin Fan, asking, "Care for a smoke?" "Thank you, but we do not smoke." Lin Fan replied, shaking his head in refusal. The young man paused, taken aback. "Not smoking is a good thing." "Haha, when I first arrived, I didn't smoke either. However, after spending some time here alone, I began to reminisce about my father's tobacco scent whenever I felt homesick. And I would light one up. Gradually, I found myself unable to part with it." The young man appeared to be in a talkative mood, chuckling to himself. "Ever since I came here for university, I have remained and never returned home. My parents never said much, only asking during the New Year and holidays if I could come back. My relatives, however, were less polite, claiming my parents had raised an ungrateful child. Some accuse me of forgetting my roots, labeling me a banana person, yellow-skinned with a white heart." The young man gazes towards the rising sun in the east and confesses, truthfully, "I yearn to return, but is this not what the organization requires?" He dreams incessantly of savoring a taste of from his hometown, exclaiming with frustration. While others observe him marrying and raising children here, he harbors unspoken thoughts. Even his wife and children remain unaware. Upon leaving, was there not someone who cautioned you that once you find yourself in peril, the Great Xia would neither acknowledge your identity nor come to your aid? Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed." The young man chuckled softly. "Does it sound rather harsh?" "Yes," Lin Fan replied, nodding again. "It's normal, not just you. People like us are all the same." The young man offered a wry smile, a gesture that seemed to comfort Lin Fan while simultaneously mocking his own situation. Yet, there was no trace of regret in his eyes. Suddenly, the young man's expression shifted to one of seriousness and with a hint of embarrassment. He said, "I apologize for my loquacity on this journey. I've held so much in for too long, and it's rare to encounter someone from my own background." Lin Fan sighed, regarding the young man with deep respect. "It's all right. When you return to the Great Xia, we shall share a drink and have a meaningful conversation." Chapter 63. Greetings from the Great Xia to you, land of freedom. At 3:30 in the morning, the desolate streets were graced by the presence of only two addicts languidly sprawled upon the ground. Opposite them stood a dilapidated two-story building, its dimly lit interior suggesting that some activity still persisted within. Inside an inconspicuous, battered jeep, Dao Wanquan gazed around with a mix of bewilderment and disdain, pondering, "Is this truly the grand metropolis of the land of freedom?" Having watched films about it while in the Dao sect, I had envisioned streets that were pristine and orderly. Yet, this environment feels akin to a rural village. Nay, it is even worse than a village, at least in our hometown. Refuse does not accumulate haphazardly in the streets. And these addicts, simply lying about in public? Do they not care? Dao Wanquan looked around in utter confusion. "What did you expect?" Lin Fan mused, rubbing his nose. The movies only depict a few streets. The rest is the unvarnished reality. As for these addicts, well, consider them a unique feature of the land of freedom. Dao Wan Quan, exasperated, replied, "Good heavens, I had heard that the air here was sweet and fragrant. Upon opening the car window just now, the stench of urine nearly overwhelmed me. It almost made me think this was freedom's way of preparing a biological defense upon our arrival." The other members of Team 1 shared his look of incredulity. After all, this is everyone's first journey abroad into a country that once held global hegemony. Despite a shared disdain for this nation, there is an undeniable eagerness to witness its foreign landscapes. This is not an expression of blind admiration. Rather, akin to visiting a new destination, one naturally wishes to behold its enchanting sights. However, upon arrival, disappointment loomed large. Thus, the rise of our great nation is, in part, illuminated by their shortcomings, for which we owe them a measure of gratitude. The followers of Confucius perceive this with clarity, observing the dazed individuals on the streets with a bemused smile, nodding in satisfaction and remarking, "The free country is quite commendable. Let us continue this way." Our people express their gratitude. Within the vehicle, an inexplicable sense of ease enveloped the atmosphere. Yet, Lin Fan's smile swiftly transformed into a serious demeanor as he raised his hand, signaling for attention. Now that the tension has eased, it is time to address the matter at hand, he declared, directing his finger toward the dilapidated two-story building. "Who is our specific target?" Xing Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin Fan responded with a chilling smile, "Everyone." A silence fell over the occupants of the vehicle, only to be followed by a collective intake of breath filled with anticipation. A palpable sense of grim determination permeated the air. "This mission is quite straightforward," Lin Fan asserted, raising a finger, "Eliminate. Not a single member of the Phoenix Society shall be spared." With that, he concluded. Lin Fan pushed open the car door and stepped out first. Under the starry night, the atmosphere was tense as Bei Min and the others also exited the vehicle, their expressions cold. A subtle aura of menace permeated the icy street, and the air seemed to drop a few degrees. A shadowy figure, sensing something amiss, leapt suddenly from the wall. Standing at the corner, Lin Fan gazed at the small building in the distance. "Xing Yi, you shall infiltrate discreetly. Mo Buji, you are tasked with the left side incursion. Dao Wanqian, you will handle the right side infiltration. Gong Shuming, you are responsible for the rear entry. Bei Min, ensure that no one is able to escape amidst the chaos." The group nodded in agreement, when suddenly Dao Wanqian inquired, "And what about you?" "I." Lin Fan paused, then replied with a chilling smile. "As a courteous citizen of Xia, I shall first knock on their front door to give them a fair warning." The others fell silent, taken aback. Lin Fan surveyed the group, extended a hand, and whispered, "First Godslaying team, commence operation." The others placed their hands atop his in unison. "Operation commence," they echoed, raising their arms. "Kill. Leave no one behind." In the next moment, Xing Yi vanished silently into the shadows, while Dao Wanqian and the others boldly strode toward the small two-story building, unashamed and unguarded. Especially Lin Fan, who strode directly towards the main entrance. A chilling atmosphere gradually enveloped the small two-story building. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, a young Caucasian who referred to himself as Phoenix was scrutinizing a list of several individuals. The room exuded an ancient charm, nearly devoid of modern technological artifacts, the sole exceptions being a light bulb and a telephone. The entire space resembled that of a medieval aristocrat, steeped in antiquity, with a fireplace flickering gently. Suddenly, the flames flickered. The young man furrowed his brow, his eyes transforming into elongated, flame-like slits. A sense of danger? The young man felt perplexed and promptly picked up the phone, instructing, "Lion, go check at the door for any anomalies." In the hall of the two-story building, 7 or 8 young men and women were scattered about, engaged in a game of cards. A robust young Caucasian placed down the telephone, reluctantly setting aside his cards. "Let us pause for now. Lion, what is going on? Why aren't we continuing? What else could it be?" "The boss is a bit neurotically cautious, insisting I check outside." The young man walked away, scratching his head in annoyance. Even if those 3 met their demise in the rain, could the Xia still pursue us here? Besides, even if they did manage to track us down, it would be their folly. This is our stronghold, Lion muttered as he ambled towards the door. The other youths consoled the fuming Lion helplessly, saying, all right, 3 out of the 4 have perished. The leader should indeed remain vigilant." Yet, the Lion, still dissatisfied, muttered as he made his way to the door. However, in the next moment, he suddenly paused. "Knock, knock, knock." A series of knocks echoed from the entrance. The lion squinted slightly, but then smiled. After all, if someone were truly here to cause harm, they would not bother to knock first. Creak, the lion swung open the heavy wooden door, revealing a high school boy of Asian descent standing outside. His face appeared clean and refined, adorned with a hint of a smile that exuded comfort, making him seem far from a threatening individual. "Hey, little guy," the lion chuckled, speaking in English, "are you lost?" Lin Fan replied with a grin. Would you be willing to die for a moment? If not, I could assist you with that." "Hey man, what are you talking about? Are you lost?" the lion asked, momentarily taken aback, still in English. Lin Fan, lion. The two found themselves at an impasse, unable to communicate. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone to translate, holding it up near the lion's mouth. The lion mumbled a phrase, and Lin Fan glanced at the screen. "Are you lost? Tell me where you want to go, and I will guide you. But do not linger here. We do not welcome outsiders." Lin Fan smiled politely and exchanged a few words before handing his phone to the lion. The lion glanced at the device. "Not lost. I have come to the Phoenix Society to kill. The Great Xia sends its regards." The lion, taken aback, lifted his head. Yet the youth continued to wear a warm smile. However, he suddenly sensed a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Chapter 64. Do you comprehend this? Greetings from the Great Xia. This is the retribution of the Great Xia. As the imposing figure of the lion gazed upon the somewhat frail youth before him, he instinctively sensed a looming danger. Yet, he suddenly erupted into laughter, towering over the slender boy, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Proud people of the Great Xia. You may be mistaken." "Wait a moment," Lin Fan interjected, extending his phone forward. The lion paused for a brief moment, then surprisingly accepted the device. Addressing it in a boisterous tone in English, "Proud people of the Great Xia, you may be mistaken. This is our domain." After uttering those words, he returned the phone to Lin Fan. In truth, the atmosphere, which had been charged with impending conflict, took on an oddly surreal quality at that instant. Just as Lin Fan read those words, the robust youth emitted a roar that seemed almost inhuman, akin to the fierce roar of a lion. His muscles erupted with power, tearing through his clothing, and his stature seemed to swell. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, as sharp claws extended from his fingertips. And he loomed over Lin Fan like a majestic lion, roaring, "Here shall be your." His voice abruptly cut off. Swish. A glimmer of cold light flashed through the night. It pierced through his body from below. The grin on the lion's face froze instantly, his eyes betraying a look of terror as he instinctively touched his chest. Crack. A crimson streak appeared upon his robust physique, slicing through him from top to bottom. "You." The lion stood, transfixed, gazing at the youth before him. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, his entire form was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground in a gory heap. The dagger dripped with blood. Lin Fan observed the bisected figure of the muscular man with an impassive expression. Furrowing his brow, what did those final words mean? It is only when one requires knowledge that one laments its absence. I must seize the opportunity to diligently study English upon my return. It is not solely for the purpose of conversing with foreigners, rather. I find myself deprived of numerous occasions to display my erudition. Moreover, as I am on the verge of action, having to resort to my phone for translation is rather disruptive to the atmosphere. At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of several individuals in the hall. "Lion, what has transpired?" Yet, there was no response from the entrance. A group of young men and women engaged in a card game sensed something amiss. Upon realizing that Lion had not replied, they instinctively abandoned their cards and stood to investigate. They were met by the sight of a young man of East Asian descent, wielding a bloody dagger as he entered from the porch, cheerfully proclaiming, "He can no longer move." The group of Caucasian youths stared at Lin Fan in astonishment, their expressions tinged with anxiety. What are you saying? Where is Lion? How did you come in here? Who are you?" They regarded him with palpable trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary. Lin Fan's smile suddenly faltered, and he awkwardly touched his nose. You may not comprehend what I am saying. However, this you should be able to understand." The smile on Lin Fan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent as he raised the bloody dagger, pointing it at the group of young men and women before him. "Greetings from the Great Xia." The murderous intent was palpable. This time, the youths indeed grasped the meaning behind Lin Fan's actions. Upon witnessing his movements, they instantly understood. An enemy, he is an adversary. The vengeance of the Great Xia people. The lion must surely have been slain by him. A few young white men exchanged quick glances. and one leader suddenly bellowed in English, "Avenge the lion." Upon uttering this, he abruptly extended his hands as if commanding something. At that moment, the metallic plates on the table trembled, and the decorative sword hanging on the wall soared into the air. Moreover, several handguns levitated, their barrels aimed directly at Lin Fan. It was as though an invisible giant hand manipulated everything. A metal-based ability user? Lin Fan's brow furrowed, sensing the dagger in his grip vibrating as if it would slip from his grasp. Metal-based ability users are notoriously difficult to contend with. How dare you intrude upon my Phoenix society, vile people of the Great Xia? You shall pay dearly for your treacherous ambush. The metallic ability user spoke with an icy tone, seemingly aware of the imminent danger surrounding Lin Fan. One by one, metallic plates levitated and subtly encircled him, creating a precarious zone of confinement. Lin Fan found himself in a perilous situation, with threats looming from all directions. Particularly concerning was the short blade in his hand, which seemed to be slipping from his grasp, threatening to become uncontrollable. The implications of a rogue weapon in the hands of a warrior are self-evident, resulting in a significant reduction of Lin Fan's combat efficacy by nearly 30%. However, at that very moment, Lin Fan chuckled, "Beware of what lies behind you." The metallic ability user blinked, unable to comprehend the meaning of Lin Fan's words. Yet, in the next instant, a shadow surged forth from the darkness behind him. A tang knife glimmered, streaking through the air like a shooting star. With the technique known as Starfall of the Ink-Hidden Sect, the blade's brilliance appeared abruptly, severing the metallic user's neck with unparalleled sharpness, before vanishing once more into the shadows. The stealthy strike was executed with such silence that only the swaying ponytail of the elusive figure could be faintly discerned. The Ink-Hidden Sect is, after all, the ancestral lineage of the ninjas from the kingdom of Kuei-Tien. In that moment, the levitating metallic objects lost their control, cascading to the ground in a clatter. The head of the metal-affiliated ability user tumbled to the ground. In that moment, experiencing a sensation of weightlessness and disorientation, this ability user suddenly comprehended the words of the Eastern youth before him. Beware of what lies behind you. Yet, he realized it was far too late. Time seemed to stand still. The members of the Phoenix Society, who had been filled with rage just moments ago, were now left in a state of sheer terror. They were utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired, as two of their comrades lay dead. At this juncture, with the interference of the metal ability user eliminated, Lin Fan tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and revealed a chilling smile to the stunned young men before him. Now, he declared, "You may all come at me. I am pressed for time." Several members of the Phoenix Society, though unable to grasp the full meaning of Lin Fan's words, exchanged glances and understood his intent. One of the young Caucasians suddenly lunged at Lin Fan, his body erupting with terrifying speed, rendering his form nearly illusory. An 8th-tier speed ability user, a noble rapier hurtled towards Lin Fan's throat with alarming velocity. Simultaneously, a black woman seized a deck of playing cards from the table and flung them with great force. With a rustling sound, the cards scattered like snowflakes, spinning and slicing towards Lin Fan with a razor-like sharpness. Meanwhile, another young man with brown hair clenched a piece of iron tightly in his right hand. Suddenly, a metallic luster emanated from his right hand, as if his body were undergoing a transformation into a solid piece of iron. Chapter 65. The tragic fate of the three. The emergence of supernatural beings has inadvertently bestowed considerable advantages upon the free nation. Although the Great Xia boasts advanced technology, it remains rather indifferent towards the development of genetically modified organisms. This reluctance stems from the understanding that while such technology may enhance crop yields, it poses significant risks to the health of the populace. In stark contrast, the free nation exhibits no concern for the well-being of its citizens. In its relentless pursuit of increased production and profit, every agricultural enterprise fervently invests in genetic modification technology. Notably, a company named Monsanto has seized control over the agricultural rights of all farmers in the free nation. To cultivate any crops, one must utilize their genetically modified seeds. Failure to do so results in legal action. Such a scenario would be nearly inconceivable in Great Xia. Yet it is a surreal reality under the dominance of capital in the free nation. Consequently, in the realm of genetic modification, the free nation consistently outpaces Great Xia. The entity behind Monsanto is none other than the Society of Beneficence. However, the true intention of the society is not merely to amplify production, rather, it seeks to exploit genetic modification technology on the human body to create a new breed of perfect and exceptional humans. Unfortunately, human trials have persistently faltered, until recently, when, for reasons unknown, these experiments suddenly yielded success. Although the mortality rate among participants remains a staggering 95%. A portion of the survivors has emerged with capabilities that transcend those of ordinary humanity. This is also why, within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, the first instance of an extraordinary individual has only just emerged, while the Free Nation has already witnessed a multitude. The Phoenix Society stands as the organization for these extraordinary beings. In an instant, 3 extraordinary individuals launched their attacks simultaneously, intent on destruction. The noble's rapier, the razor-sharp card, and the fully metallic Iron Man descended from 3 directions, aimed at Lin Fan. In the next moment, Lin Fan was on the verge of being pierced through. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Fan unexpectedly closed his eyes. Buzz. The blade in his hand vibrated. Can you guess who among your top 4 was slain? Lin Fan suddenly spoke in a low voice. In that moment, the 3 of them were taken aback, as if they had just recalled something. Their gazes towards the youth were now tinged with a hint of fear. Swish. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. The accumulated momentum erupted in an instant. And in his gaze, a glimmer of blade light flickered. No, it was not just in his eyes. The blade light radiated from Lin Fan's entire being. A dazzling cold brilliance flashing by. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. In the next instant, crack. The glass on the table suddenly split into 2. The cut was pristine, without a single crack. This sharp sound resembled pebbles stirring ripples, and everything surrounding Lin Fan was cleaved into 2 halves. Wherever the blade light passed, everything was divided. Crash. The sharp playing card was instantaneously cleaved in 2, cascading to the ground. That keen blade was similarly severed at its tip. The burly man, with a metallic sheen, stared in astonishment at his split fingertips. Bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, all 3 bore identical expressions of shock. The African woman, who had flung the cards, stood dumbfounded before the bisected card. The aristocratic white man, possessed of extraordinary speed, stared blankly at his divided sword tip. Yet, in the next heartbeat, boom, their bodies were similarly cleaved in half. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The remaining 4 gazed wide-eyed at Lin Fan, paralyzed with fear and unable to move. They could not fathom how this youth had wielded his blade. The speed of the Great Xia's sword, so swift that it eluded their vision. Blood gushed across the floor, and Lin Fan's smile resembled that of a demon. The boy approached the 4, who remained frozen in place, and lightly tapped one on the cheek with the bloodied blade. Can you withstand the fury of the Great Xia? We of the Great Xia have always been benevolent. Do not say I have not given you a chance. Sound the alarm. Summon everyone in this building to come and slay me. However, none of the 4 responded. It seemed they remained defiant. Lin Fan chuckled softly. The blade shimmered once more. In an instant, a head soared into the air as torrents of blood surged forth. Lin Fan wiped away the droplets of blood that had splattered onto his face, casting a chilling smile towards the other individual. He lightly tapped the blade against the person's cheek, saying, "You, sound the alarm." Yet, the individual remained motionless, merely gazing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "I underestimated you. Your resolve seems rather formidable." In a flash, the other person appeared to grasp the situation, their form dissolving into the shadows. However, before Lin Fan could react, another graceful figure darted from the darkness. With a resounding hum, a tang knife sliced through the air like a shooting star, severing another head. The moonlit starfall sacked under the starlit night, having struck with precision. The figure vanished once more into the obscurity. Throughout the entire encounter, one could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the shadowy silhouette, akin to ink, in the flowing ponytail. Apologies, it seems my companion possesses a temperament even more volatile than my own. If she has frightened you, I extend my apologies on her behalf. Lin Fan smiled at the remaining 2 ability users in the hall, his tone a blend of consolation and veiled threat. Now, who among you can sound the alarm? He bent down, casting a cold grin at a pale-faced youth before him, tapping the bloody blade against his cheek. The youth clenched his teeth in defiance, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" In an instant, the head took flight. As blood gushed forth, Lin Fan turned to the last trembling woman, exasperated. "If you are unwilling, then there's no need for all the shouting. You see, this truly startled me. I am rather timid, and when frightened, my hands tremble with the knife." Lin Fan slowly positioned the blade against the neck of the last woman, smilingly inquired, "Now, would you be so kind as to alert your remaining companions?" The woman was overcome with terror, as if the youth before her were a demon risen from the depths of hell. Noticing her silence, Lin Fan sighed. "It is commendable that you possess such spirit, But why are you unwilling to even send out a warning? Do you not desire assistance in slaying me? He gradually raised the short knife, murmuring, well, I grant you an opportunity, yet you do not cherish it. At that moment, a complex voice unexpectedly emerged from the darkness behind Lin Fan. Captain, have you considered a possibility? They are not particularly brave. Rather, they simply do not comprehend your words at all. In an instant, the knife that Lin Fan was about to bring down halted in midair, his cold smile transforming into an awkward expression. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that very moment. Lin Fan sheathed his short knife, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at the 3 headless corpses on the ground. He opened a translation app on his phone and addressed the frightened woman before him, saying, I apologize, I forgot about the language barrier. This situation has escalated rather unexpectedly. I initially thought the 3 of them were unwilling to cooperate. It's not entirely my fault. Why didn't they say anything? Concealed in the shadows, Xingyi wore an expression of exasperation. These 3 met their demise most unjustly. Chapter 66. The demons of Shushan Town. Under the terrified gaze of the woman, Lin Fan quietly retrieved his phone, fiddling with it for a moment before muttering a few words into the translation app, which he then held out before her. Sound the alarm and summon your Phoenix Society members, he stated with a smile, lifting the device high. Upon witnessing the message on the screen, disbelief washed over the woman's face. Sound the alarm for myself? This man has just slaughtered 7 of my comrades, and instead of fleeing, he expects me to raise the alarm? Has he lost his mind? Does he not comprehend where he is? With a grim expression, she glared at Lin Fan. He glanced at the translated words on his phone and raised an eyebrow. Where's this? This is the headquarters of the Phoenix Society. She replied coldly. Do you truly wish to court death? You should flee immediately. Perhaps you could still escape, even if you have killed us. We are merely the guards stationed in the lobby. Do you have any idea how many formidable supernatural beings are present here? However, upon reading the translation on his phone, Lin Fan exhaled with a sense of relief. You asking me that made me think I had come to the wrong place. He chuckled, bending slightly to pat the woman's cheek with the back of his knife. Sound the alarm. I have come today to annihilate your Phoenix Society. The woman regarded Lin Fan with caution as she slowly rose to her feet. Turning swiftly behind a knight statue, he struck it with a sudden force. Buzz. The alarm resonated throughout the 2nd floor of the small building. Instantly, the entire upper level erupted with a cacophony of footsteps and urgent shouts. The woman, who had been vigilantly watching Lin Fan with trepidation, now appeared emboldened, sneering. You are finished. You truly triggered the alarm. Now you shall face the wrath of the Phoenix Society. Today, you shall not escape. Whoosh. The flash of a blade cut through the air. The woman's smile froze in an instant, her head severed from her body. Blood gushed forth as her head rolled across the ground. Lin Fan regarded the fallen corpse with an impassive expression and remarked coolly, Why all this unnecessary chatter? I have spared you until now merely to summon others. Bang! The wooden door of the hall was suddenly kicked open. Amidst the flying splinters, a group of ability users glared at Lin Fan with grim expressions. This scene would be etched in their memories forever. The young man stood amidst the chaotic hall, marked by the scars of battle, surrounded by a pool of blood. Beside him lay 8 dismembered bodies of ability users, their heads missing. Each head, like a deflated ball, lay quietly on the ground, their expressions still vividly intact. The blade dripped with crimson. The youth's visage was not conventionally handsome, yet it bore an aura of elegance and resolve. On ordinary days, he resembles the sunlit youth next door, radiating clarity and warmth. Yet, at this moment, his blood-splattered visage is as grotesque as a demon emerging from the depths of hell. For a fleeting instant, the scene leaves the gifted individuals momentarily dazed. Who is this? What has transpired? Amidst the silence, under the astonished gaze of the Phoenix Society's abilities, the boy wielding the knife slowly turns around, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Are all gathered? Ah, almost forgot. You might not comprehend my words. Nevertheless, it matters not. Since you are all here, you may descend into hell. The dripping dagger is raised slowly, its tip aimed directly at the members of the Phoenix Society who encircle Lin Fan from all directions, gradually closing in on him. With a sinister grin, Lin Fan enunciates deliberately, from this day forth, the Phoenix Society shall cease to exist. His voice is not loud, yet it resonates like a whisper from the abyss. In this moment, the language barrier fades. The members of the Phoenix Society grasp the boy's intent. He seeks to kill. How audacious! They exclaim. To dare slay the lions. To invade the Phoenix Society, he must be eliminated. Attack together. The members of the Phoenix Society roar in English, charging toward Lin Fan. However, they are not fools. The sight of the lifeless body sprawled before them serves as a grim reminder that this boy is no ordinary adversary. Attack together. In an instant, over 20 individuals with extraordinary abilities surged towards Lin Fan from various directions. A myriad of powers manifested. One transformed into a pitch-black giant bear, another morphed into a bat, while yet another conjured a swirling vortex of wind, blades of air brewing ominously. The intent to kill was palpable. Although these extraordinary beings were not as formidable as the three ninth-tier entities Lin Fan had previously vanquished in Qiqing, they each ranged from 6th to 7th tier, with 3 even reaching the 8th tier. This formidable assembly of strength could easily contend with a semi-divine crisis, even in the divine wars of the past. Yet, Lin Fan appeared oblivious to the enemies converging from behind and both sides. Instead, he drew his blade and struck towards the advancing black bear. Swish! The blade glimmered chillingly. A 3-foot-long arc of blade energy surged forth from the tip, cleaving the massive and robust black bear in two. Simultaneously, Lin Fan proclaimed, "First squad of the Godslaying Legion. Commence battle." Just as the attacks from the other extraordinary beings were about to strike Lin Fan, a thunderous boom echoed. The glass windows of the second-floor building shattered in a cacophony. Several figures, propelled by unmatched might, thundered into the second floor. At that moment, as the wind blades accompanied by the tempest were about to slice through Lin Fan's back, the left window shattered, and a calm, soothing voice resonated. "Ah, how precarious. The road through Shu is arduous, more difficult than ascending to the heavens." Confucianism knows no bounds, and the esteemed gentleman, adorned in his scholarly robes, strides into the grand hall. His steps are steady, yet his lean frame carries an immense weight, akin to that of a towering mountain. The ancient tales of the silkworm and the fish, lost in the mists of time. For 48 millennia, no human presence has graced the Qin frontier. To the west, the majestic Taibai offers a path for birds, capable of bridging the summit of a May. He cradles a tome in his hands, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, advancing with deliberate grace. Yet, in the very moment the verses of the difficulty of the Shu Road are recited, the fierce winds behind Lin Fan suddenly dissipate, and the torrential gusts are quelled in an instant. No, it is not merely calmed. It is subdued by an imposing mountain that crushes its very essence. A sprawling mountain range emerges with the cadence of the recitation, shielding Lin Fan and subduing all the extraordinary beings present. The Shu Mountain. As the earth crumbles and the mountains collapse, the valiant perish, while the stone ladder and the precarious paths intertwine. Above, the 6 dragons herald the sun's return. Below, the tumultuous waters swirl in reverse. The formidable Shu Mountain reveals its splendor. Within this hall, the ethereal silhouette of Shu Mountain stretches across 100 miles, and the gentleman, imbued with the weight of the mountains, approaches with deliberate poise. In the instant the mountain manifests, those extraordinary beings find themselves utterly immobilized, as if a colossal mountain rests upon their shoulders, intent on suppressing their very being. The Great Xia's Shu Mountain. Thud. 3 of the extraordinary beings, overwhelmed by the mountain's might, succumb to their knees. 1, merely of 5th rank, finds no avenue for resistance, collapsing to the ground. The sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. The Great Xia's Confucianism, with a majestic and righteous spirit stirring the forces of heaven and earth. A poem. The difficulty of the Shu Road suppresses all demons. The Shu Mountain subdues the myriad evils. Simultaneously, as the window on the right shatters, talisman papers flutter into the hall, swirling and enveloping the entire space. Clad in a Taoist robe, the venerable Master Wanxian enters, his left hand wielding a whisk and his right hand grasping a wooden sword. Advancing slowly. Chapter 67. The Bodhisattva lowers his gaze. A profound and enigmatic aura emanated from the venerable Dao Wn Qian, causing the peachwood sword in his grasp to tremble violently. Sheets of talismanic paper ignited spontaneously without wind. "You malevolent spirits, how dare you disrupt the Great Xia?" A tempest surged forth. The venerable Dao's hair and beard billowed, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. His Taoist robe surged dramatically, and the peachwood sword flew from his hand, dividing into 18. The Taoist sword formation. 18 peachwood swords. This was not merely a technique of swordplay, but a sacred sword used by the Taoist sect to vanquish demons and evil spirits. With the swords raised, the venerable Tao declared, "My Taoist sect shall, for generations, eradicate demons for the Great Xia." He lifted his hands high and forcefully pressed down. Simultaneously, the tips of the 18 wooden swords were directed downward, spinning as they descended. Though crafted from peachwood, in the venerable Dao's hands, they transformed into formidable weapons against malevolent entities. 18 pillars of blood erupted forth. In a single strike, 3 supernatural beings perished, while another 15 sustained injuries. Those supernatural beings were already immobilized by the ethereal shadows of Mount Shu, summoned by the esteemed Confucian master, and were helpless against the onslaught of the mystically infused wooden swords. They could only awkwardly twist their bodies to evade fatal blows. You people of the Great Xia, dare you? An 8th-tier supernatural being suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, a fierce aura gradually coalescing. His skin turned ashen, and the air he breathed transformed into a misty white, golden hair adorned with frost, his eyes radiating a chilling, ice-like brilliance. An 8th-tier practitioner of the ice element. In that instant, the air grew frigid, and frost enveloped the floor beneath his feet. Ice, the most extraordinary of abilities. Its low temperatures can alter the properties of any material and influence the human metabolism. At this moment, Lin Fan sensed the god-slaying power surging within him freeze. As if the profound energy of his master slowed to a halt, the myriad rhythms of his Tao seemingly suspended. People of the Great Xia, the Caucasian man, ensconced in the biting wind, sneered at Lin Fan. Now, how much fighting strength do you have left? But in the next heartbeat, boom. The rear door of the 2-story building erupted open. Moo. A deep, thunderous roar echoed as a colossal creature charged forth amidst the flying splendors. No. It was not a rhinoceros. It was a rhinoceros forged from steel. This behemoth, weighing over a dozen tons, emitted an enraged bellow, nostrils exhaling scalding steam, effortlessly dispersing the icy gusts. The terrifying force of its charge smashed through the walls. Boom. The steel rhinoceros rampaged through the hall. Its sharp horn pierced through the chests of 7 or 8 elemental practitioners, scattering flesh and bone. Crackle. The 8th-tier ice element practitioner attempted to raise an ice wall before him. Yet, confronted by the overwhelming force of the iron rhinoceros, akin to a towering mountain, there was simply no opportunity for defense. It shattered like glass. In the next moment, the 8th-tier ice ability user widened his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply. Within his gaze loomed the immense reflection of the iron rhinoceros, growing ever larger. Moo. The smile on his face had yet to fade when a sudden numbness gripped his chest as he was utterly launched by the iron beast. Amidst the debris of shattered walls, a young man clad in the attire of a carpenter from the Great Xia slowly entered the hall. Behind him, a procession of iron rhinoceroses trampled the ground, accompanied by countless wooden birds flitting and chirping around. From the Great Xia's Mo clan, Gong Shuming had come to pay a visit to the Phoenix Society, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. The young man surveyed the remaining ability users in the hall with an indifferent gaze. At that moment, only 10 of them retained their fighting capability. Lin Fan Short Blade. Along with the simultaneous strikes from the Confucian sect's Master Mo, the myriad paths of the Taoist sect, and Gong Shuming of the Mo clan, had decimated the majority of the rushing ability users. Corpses lay strewn across the ground. The 10 surviving ability users exchanged glances fraught with complexity, their eyes flickering with a glint of ruthlessness. They had to fight. They had to fight if they were to have any chance of survival. With hesitant steps, they subtly drew together, poised to strike simultaneously. Charge, one of the ability users whispered. However, just as these 10 prepared to unleash their assault, a streak of light suddenly shot through the darkness behind them. A Tang Dao cleaved through the darkness, vanishing in an instant, silent and unseen. For heads soared into the air. The Mo In Xing Luo sect emerged from the shadows. Their presence felt like a starry night, concealed within the abyss. The assassin struck with lethal precision. The ink-like silhouette flickered and faded once more into the darkness, not a whisper or breath escaping. The remaining 6 lacked the courage to continue the fight. Only 5 had arrived from the Great Xia. Yet these 5 had decisively slaughtered their Phoenix Society? Their Phoenix Society had merely dispatched 3 individuals to the Great Xia to capture those with extraordinary abilities. In this moment, the Great Xia instilled dread within them. The 5 from the Great Xia stood amidst a hall drenched in blood and severed heads, transforming the space into a veritable hell. They were bereft of the will to act. Suddenly, swish. An extraordinary individual raised their hand sharply, unleashing a dense mist that enveloped the entire hall. Be careful. Mo Bougie instinctively gasped, covering their nose as they retreated. Dao Wanxian furrowed his brows, rolling up his sleeves, as an aura of Dao surged forth, stirring a tempest that swept away the mist in an instant. Yet all they could see were the silhouettes of the 6 escaping through the shattered walls. Trying to flee? Dao Wanqian's expression darkened as he prepared to pursue. Lin Fan grasped Dao Wanqian's arm, a smile gracing his lips. Fear not, they shan't escape. In the distance, within the night's embrace, the 6 individuals, terror-stricken, fled through the mist-laden streets of the free nation under the veil of night. Their eyes reflected profound fear. Not daring to pause for even a second, they sprinted through 2 blocks until they realized no one was pursuing them, allowing a semblance of rationality to return. They had not followed. It was permissible to slow their pace. These people from the Great Xia were truly outrageous. We merely dispatched 3 of our own to capture a few of their ability users, and they retaliated with lethal force. Just wait. I shall personally venture into Great Xia to seize their ability users. They cannot vanquish us so easily. Those individuals will surely meet their demise here, do not forget. The Phoenix has yet to emerge. Hatred and fury radiated from the 6, yet their feet dared not falter. However, in the next moment, they suddenly halted. In the alley ahead stood a bald man clad in a robe, blocking their path. With his eyes gently closed, one hand raised in a gesture of stillness, the other leaning upon an exquisitely carved iron staff, he remained immovable, exuding an aura of boundless compassion. His countenance bore an expression of profound empathy, serene as the dawn. The 6 maintained their pace, but as they approached the bald man, a white man, brimming with pent-up frustration, unleashed a kick, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "What kind of vagrant are you? Blind to the fact that you dare to obstruct." Chapter 68, Recruitment? In the midst of a scathing tirade, the man's voice abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of sheer agony. Simultaneously, a resounding clang echoed as a foot struck the bald man's torso, producing a sound akin to a mighty bell tolling rather than a dull thud. The clear, ringing chime was deafening. The white man's body was sent flying. Yet the bald figure remained steadfast, unyielding. The resonant bell tolls continued, as a magnificent, ethereal golden bell materialized around the bald man, enveloping him in a protective aura. Sanskrit scriptures flowed upon the surface of this golden bell, radiating a blinding light that illuminated the mountains and rivers. Something was amiss. A quick-witted Phoenix Society ability user fixated intently on the bald man's robe, as if recollecting a revelation, his voice trembling. Great Xia, the Buddhist sect. Amitabha. The compassionate master opened his eyes. His benevolent visage instantly transformed, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Behind him, a spectral figure of a Vajra slowly emerged, its fierce gaze unwavering. May the Buddha be compassionate. Today, the humble monk shall personally guide you all to the Western paradise. The Vajra's demon-subduing staff descended with a thunderous crash. The air was thick with Buddhist energy, as the golden light of the Buddha illuminated all. The wrathful Vajra's apparition raised a 100-meter-long staff, aiming it with force toward the 6 adversaries. Boom! The power of the Buddha surged forth. The terrifying radiance of the Buddha erupted from the ground like a tangible pillar, soaring into the heavens. 3 of the 6 extraordinary beings were instantly struck down by this formidable force, vanishing within the resplendent golden light, destined for the Western paradise. The remaining 3 clung desperately to the staff, exerting all their strength to prevent the compassionate master from retracting it. Do not let him withdraw it. The second strike would be insurmountable. As long as we can hold on to it, all his power resides within that staff. These 3 extraordinary beings displayed remarkable intelligence, quickly discerning that while the compassionate master's Vajra staff was indeed powerful, all his might was concentrated within it. If they could seize control of the staff, the outcome of the battle would be unequivocal. However, at the moment they clung tenaciously to the staff, the compassionate master unexpectedly released his grip. The 3 were momentarily stunned. Was he relinquishing the staff? Under the incredulous gazes of the 3 Phoenix Society extraordinary beings, the compassionate master slowly rolled up his sleeves, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Amitabha, he intoned, as he removed his cassock. With a flourish, the cassock fell away, revealing his robust physique, adorned with a dragon tattoo cascading over his shoulder. At this moment, the compassionate master appeared as a formidable figure, resembling a muscular giant immersed in the underworld, exuding an aura of ferocity that starkly contrasted with the compassion of the Buddhist teachings. With fists as large as sandbags, his knuckles cracked ominously as he clenched them. A benevolent smile graced his lips, yet his gaze remained piercing as he regarded the 3 paralyzed supernatural beings before him. You may not comprehend the depths of my Buddhist teachings. In the realm of staff techniques, we are unparalleled. When it comes to martial arts, only Wudong can rival us in the Great Xia. With a resounding bang, the compassionate master struck the air with both fists, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom that distorted even the light due to the sudden compression of the atmosphere. Disciples of compassion, Summon the tiger subduing Arhat. He bellowed, invoking the sacred mantra. In the next instant, the golden figure wielding a staff behind him vanished, replaced by a muscular Arhat with formidable fists. Beneath him lay a massive, gasping tiger, the tiger subduing Arhat. The compassionate master gradually assumed a fighting stance, articulating slowly, Great Xia Buddhist sect, Arhat fist, I seek your guidance. Clang. The three supernatural beings, still clutching their iron rods, were rendered speechless, the rods clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Phoenix Society, a resounding roar echoed, reminiscent of a fierce tiger. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Dao Wanqian, saying, those who fled have already been dealt with. Dao Wanchuan harbored no doubts regarding the terrifying fluctuations emanating from afar. Even from a street's distance, he could perceive them with utmost clarity. Despite his esteemed position as the leader of the Dao sect, he had to concede that this compassionate master hailing from the Buddhist lineage possessed strength that rivaled his own. Now then, Dao Wanchuan cast his gaze toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Lin Fan followed his gaze, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he remarked nonchalantly, no need for us to go, the main figure has already emerged. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of applause resonated from the corner of the staircase. A young Caucasian man, draped in a resplendent red cloak, descended with a smile, clapping his hands. Adorning his cloak was a vividly depicted fire phoenix, its wings spread wide and its cry echoing. The brilliant feathers radiated light amidst the darkness, and the phoenix's eyes sparkled as if ignited by flames. Phoenix, Lin Fan stated, his expression unperturbed. Ha ha, the phoenix chuckled, his gaze devoid of any anger. Instead, he spoke with a degree of politeness. Your strengths are commendable. I hold great admiration for you all. This time, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. You speak the language of Daxia? Indeed. The phoenix not only spoke Daxia fluently, but did so with remarkable ease. This phoenix taught me, the young man said, gesturing to the phoenix depicted on his cloak. Lin Fan's expression reflected confusion, for while he possessed memories from his past life, he had also gleaned certain information ahead of time. In the past life, he did not confront the president of the Phoenix Society directly. It was merely rumored that this phoenix ultimately met its demise at the hands of a deity from a higher realm. Since then, the man and his cloak have not been seen again. However, upon closer inspection, this cloak appears to hold more significance than mere fabric. The president of the Phoenix Society's extraordinary abilities seem to be more complex than initially perceived. You have killed many of my people from the Phoenix Society, the president remarked, gazing down at the body strewn across the hall. Lin Fan, with an impassive expression, gripped his dagger and crushed a skull beneath his foot. Not satisfied? He retorted, blood dripping from the blade. Oh, do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. The president of the Phoenix Society chuckled amiably, showing no inclination to confront Lin Fan. The demise of these individuals was inconsequential to him. Although the success rate of current gene therapy techniques is low, we shall soon produce more and stronger specimens. Conversely, their deaths hold significant value, serving as a testament to your excellence. My philosophy at the Godslayers Society is that those who are exceptional ought to govern this world, while the less capable should merely exist under our guidance, the president continued, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the few individuals before him. Thus, rather than eliminate you, I would prefer to propose a transaction. Should you choose to join the Phoenix Society and serve the Godslayers Society, I shall overlook this incident. I will not take your lives and may even provide you with resources. So, what do you think? The president of the Phoenix Society gazed at Lin Fan and the others with a warm smile, his right hand ablaze with a swirling flame of phoenix fire. Chapter 69. The Stolen Fortune of the Great Xia. The crowd did not respond. Instead, they subtly adjusted their positions, silently encircling the young man. The president of the Phoenix Society remained calm and unperturbed, his smile unwavering. To put it simply, I greatly admire your abilities. I invite you to join my free nation, which will offer you conditions far superior to those of the Great Xia. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the dagger. Dao Wanjian, his expression impassive, replied, You may not fully understand. We people of the Great Xia are quite traditional, valuing a return to one's roots. If I were to die one day, I would prefer not to perish in a foreign land, for I would have no means to pay my respects to my ancestors. What a waste of words. Mo Bougie stepped forward with determination, his aura stirring the heavens. Holding a scroll, he laughed heartily. Let's strike him down. The talismans swirled upwards. Dao Wanjian formed a mystical gesture with his hands, his aura surging magnificently, hair and beard billowing. Dawa's secret technique, 9 Suns Earth Fire. Boom. The ground enveloped by the talismans ignited in searing flames, the crimson blaze instantly engulfing the figure of the Phoenix Society president. Simultaneously, Mo Bougie unfurled the scroll and proclaimed loudly, a solitary warrior traversing 3,000 miles, a single sword's radiance chilling 19 provinces. A terrifying colossal sword plummeted from the heavens with a resounding crash. Its cold light illuminated the surroundings. This sword, casting its chilling glow across 19 provinces, illuminated the entire free nation, allowing all to witness the heavens splitting apart as the giant's sword descended. Like a sword piercing the heavens, it descended with tremendous force. The aura of the sword was awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, from the inconspicuous shadows, a Tang Dao fell like a shooting star. Swish. The suddenly appearing Tang Dao was seemingly insignificant beneath the colossal sword, yet it possessed an extraordinary sharpness, flashing past the figure of the Phoenix Society leader. The first squad of the Godslaying army launched a joint assault of 3. Each strike was a lethal maneuver. In an instant, the young man was pierced through by the sword's radiant light, and subsequently turned to ashes in the flames of the Taoist gate. Humph! Dao Wanjin's complexion paled slightly. Yet he coldly remarked, merely a trifling rogue, dares to disturb my Dao heart? However, Lin Fan's expression remained grim. Amidst the charcoal remnants, a crack suddenly appeared. Crack! The phoenix cloak blazed a vibrant red once more, and scorching flames surged forth. Crack! 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 The fissure spread, resembling the breaking of an eggshell. Suddenly, a cry of a phoenix echoed from within the charred remains. Chirp! It was clear and resonant. In the next moment, intense flames once again erupted from the charcoal. But it was not the 9 Suns Earth Fires summoned by Dao Wanjian. A brilliantly flaming phoenix soared from the ashes. The dazzling flames burst forth, and the scorching airflow mingled with sparks, sweeping outward. It was at this moment that Lin Fan made his move. In the instant when the flames surged forth, a chilling blade of light emerged. The glimmer of frost sliced through the remnants, fiercely penetrating the fire, cleaving it asunder. The blade's edge remained unyielding. The piercing cold radiance seemed to carry an infinite chill, parting the searing flames as it advanced towards the very heart of the inferno. With a swift motion, Lin Fan sheathed his sword behind the phoenix. The creature emitted a mournful cry, only to once again transform into charred remnants. This fellow. Mo Bougie's eyes widened in trepidation. Could it truly resurrect? Dao Wanqian furrowed his brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity in the aura emanating from it. Yet, just as the onlookers believed the ordeal had come to a conclusion, Lin Fan cautioned, everyone, be on guard. He drew his dagger once more. Turning to face the ground strewn with ashes, his expression as frigid as ice. The charred remains began to crack once more. From the ashes, an even more resplendent and colossal phoenix spiraled upward. The undying phoenix. Dao Wanqian gasped in astonishment. This was the legendary mother of myriad phoenixes. Recorded in the text of my Dao sect, the mother of all phoenixes of our great Xia. The phoenix rises anew from the ashes. Yet, an ordinary phoenix can only undergo this rebirth once. Ultimately, it can still be vanquished. But a being capable of multiple resurrections in a short span is the true undying phoenix, mother of myriad phoenixes. The phoenix ancestor. But why, one might wonder. Does the ancestral phoenix of the great Xia manifest in the land of the free nation? This is a spiritual entity forged from 5 millennia of national destiny. I have come to understand. I have come to realize. Dao Wn Qian seemingly comprehends something profound. These beings of the free nation once pilfered the fate of the great Xia, seizing countless national treasures. And the ancestral phoenix, it appears, was among those stolen. In the gaze of the phoenix, there flickers a hint of struggle. It seems you possess a modicum of insight. Yet, even if your deductions are accurate, what of it? The voice of the phoenix's leader reverberates, proclaiming, indeed, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for nurturing such formidable power. And now, this power belongs to me. Countless genetic experiments have endowed me with dominion over this strength. The phoenix spreads its wings, soaring gracefully as if reveling in its robust form imbued with the essence of the phoenix. Beneath this power, I am invincible. Chirp. The phoenix emits a delicate cry. The ancestral phoenix's triumphant call reverberates as its wings unfurl. In an instant, it transforms into a blazing comet, enveloped in searing heat, hurtling towards GNGSH. The intense flames scorch the air, distorting even the fabric of space itself. Be cautious. Lin Fan scarcely has time to ponder. as the blade radiance surges forth once more. Yet, for a fleeting moment, it proves utterly inadequate to match the blazing inferno. The blade's radiance was a mere 3 inches away from the blazing inferno. Yet the phoenix's sharp beak, under the astonished gaze of Gong Shuming, pierced through dozens of iron rhinos, crashing down upon him. Bang! The entirety of Gong Shuming's left arm was reduced to ashes beneath the searing heat. Ah! A chilling scream erupted. For a carpenter, the loss of an extraordinarily adept arm entailed pain that transcended mere physicality. The flames of the phoenix continued to engulf the severed shoulder of Gong Shuming, as if intent on incinerating him entirely. At that moment, swish, the blade's brilliance finally caught up with the phoenix. The piercing cold light effortlessly shattered the fiery arc PFF. The phoenix was once again reduced to charred remnants, plummeting to the ground. Yet, the countenance of all remained grave, for this creature possessed the power of an immortal phoenix. Gong Shuming, endure. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and whispered fiercely, then turned to the remaining 4 with a commanding voice. Reverse cultivation technique. The reverse cultivation technique, a method originally grounded in balance and tranquility, could gently transform the human body. However, in its reverse state, it morphed into the most frenzied and malevolent of arts. It instantaneously drained the body's energy, even depleting one's meridians and foundation. Yet, it could unleash a ferocious power in a fleeting moment, trading potential for strength. When Lin Fan instructed them on the martial arts techniques, he repeatedly emphasized that unless in dire circumstances, they must never practice the reverse technique. Even if it meant enduring severe injuries, they should refrain from exhausting their potential, for the human body is exceedingly fragile. However, at this moment, upon hearing Lin Fan's command, the individuals hesitated not for a moment and proceeded to practice the reverse technique. Chapter 70. Borrowing your killing intent. Life seldom presents opportunities where one must wager everything, risking one's very existence, and summon the courage to draw the sword. Yet now, the moment has arrived. Draw your sword. Once the sword is drawn, there is no turning back. There is no retreating blade. The first squad of the Godslaying army, draw your swords. Lin Fan clenched his teeth fiercely. His face suddenly flushed a deep crimson, veins bulging. It was as if he were enduring immense agony. Crack, crack, crack. The bones within Lin Fan's body emitted a series of brittle sounds, every cell at that moment withering away, his skin even developing wrinkles. And his muscles began to show signs of atrophy. The once nourishing and transformative God-slaying demon-slaying technique had, in its reversal, begun to extract from this body, extracting every ounce. Yet in exchange, a more formidable power emerged. At this instant, the entire first squad of the God-slaying army reversed their techniques, all for that fleeting moment of explosive power. Do you wish to kill me? The phoenix soared through the air, a testament to the formidable strength hailing from your great Xia. Kill me. The phoenix spread its wings and let out a soft cry. In the next moment, it transformed once more into a blazing fire and surged towards Lin Fan with a thunderous roar. The speed was such that Lin Fan could not evade, for the backlash of his reversal had yet to conclude. The phoenix, with each rebirth, grew ever more powerful. This is a divine beast born from the destiny of the Great Xia. Like the Great Xia, everything that seeks to destroy it only serves to render it more formidable. An indomitable force. With a resounding roar, the phoenix once again transformed into a blazing stream of fire, enveloped in the surging flames of its kind. Charging fiercely toward Lin Fan. This speed. Lin Fan was utterly unprepared for the astonishing increase in velocity exhibited by the creature upon its resurrection. In that moment, he found himself compelled to draw his blade and raise it defensively before him, as he had yet to complete his reversal technique. At that instant, a deep, steady voice resonated from the heavens. A radiant golden light burst forth. A Buddha, with a fierce gaze. Having dispatched the several extraordinary beings, the compassionate master, clad in a robe that seemed ablaze, emanated an overwhelming light of Buddha, wielding a steel demon-slaying staff, descended from the sky. With a whoosh, that single strike tore through the air. The force it carried caused the very ground to tremble. You, born of the great Xia's fortune, why do you turn against its people? I, the Buddha, do not permit it. With a thunderous crash, as the compassionate master proclaimed, the demon-slaying staff struck mercilessly upon the approaching immortal phoenix. The Buddha extinguished the phoenix. Time seemed to stand still. Staff and phoenix collided with one another. The pinnacle of motion transformed into the utmost stillness. In that fleeting moment of suspension, an immense force surged between the demon-slaying staff and the immortal phoenix. Then it erupted. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the phoenix was thrust backward, transforming into charred remains, while the formidable Vajra demon-subduing rod shattered into fragments. The charred remnants cracked, and flames surged forth once more, heralding another rebirth. As the phoenix ascended again, the expressions of all present grew increasingly grim. It had become more colossal, its flames burning with greater intensity and fervor. "For deaths," echoed the sinister laughter of the Phoenix President from the Phoenix's beak. "Thank you, thank you. Truly. You are the elite of the great Xia, possessing the ability to slay me and allowing me to be reborn 4 times. I kindly request you to kill me a few more times. Just 9 times, and in your great Xia's legends, the Phoenix shall awaken in full. My power will stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine." Lin Fan suddenly burst into laughter. "Rest assured, I shall slay you countless times." At that moment, Lin Fan's entire being resembled a skeleton, devoid of any flesh. All his blood and sinew had transformed into pure power, an unprecedented force. The god-slaying, demon-slaying technique had been successfully reversed. A wave of crimson bloodlust enveloped Lin Fan, as if flames of blood were ablaze around him. The other members of the god-slaying army's first squad mirrored this transformation. The once ethereal presence of the venerable Taoist now appeared desiccated, shrouded in blood mist. Resembling a blood demon, Xingye's form had also dissolved into a nebulous mass of crimson ink, rendering him indistinguishable. In a state of serene composure, the virtuous sage, who is well known among the Confucian circles, now emanates an aura of sheer brutality. All eyes are fixated on the phoenix reborn from the flames. What follows is a battle to the death. With a sharp, resonant cry, the phoenix announces the commencement of this fierce confrontation. Terrifying flames surge forth, their searing heat igniting the very structure of the 2-story building, causing it to collapse. Amidst this unparalleled inferno, the phoenix transforms once more into a blazing fire, charging towards the compassionate master who stands defenseless without his magic staff. The phoenix, wise in its approach, chooses to target the softer prey. As it rushes towards him, the staffless master shows no sign of fear. Rather, he wears an expression of resignation. "Why does everyone assume that without my staff, I am incapable of fighting? In terms of martial prowess, does my Shaolin training render me weak?" With his fist radiating a brilliant Buddhist light, the compassionate master's eyes widen in determination. "Compassionate disciple, may the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva lend you aid. Deliver salvation to all beings." A torrent of Buddhist energy gathers behind him, manifesting the image of the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Though he remains stationary, at the moment when the phoenix is about to pierce his body, the ethereal arms of Guanyin transform into fists. A flurry of punches fills the sky, the 1,000-armed conquering fist. 1,000 arms struck in unison, countless fists enveloping an overwhelming force, relentlessly pounding the phoenix, which had transformed into a stream of fire, into the ground. Subsequently, a torrent of blows drove it deeper into the earth. Meanwhile, the formidable Dao Wanquan suddenly raised his hand, directing a peachwood sword toward the heavens. His disciples implored the 3 pure ones for heavenly thunder to assist. A fierce wind arose from the ground, as if a divine presence had descended. Behind Dao Wanquan, the essence of the Dao flowed, and the ethereal forms of 3 venerable elders appeared in a meditative posture. In the next moment, the starry night sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds. Boom! Thunder roared. Divine light blazed fiercely. Crash! A bolt of lightning struck down with tremendous force, its brilliant radiance piercing through the night, reaching the very heart of the heavens. Following this, the air was filled with ceaseless thunder. Continuous roars of thunder surged through the myriad shadows of fists, crashing down upon the phoenix. Beneath the thunder, Mo Bougie burst into laughter, with a silver saddle on a white horse, dashing like a shooting star. 10 paces to slay a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. He began to stride forward. 10 paces to slay a man. In that moment, the originally serene and righteous aura surrounding Mo Bougie turned frigid beyond measure, and an endless killing intent surged through the heavens and the earth. Who said that scholars lack the will to kill? This aura of righteousness embodies the very essence of killing intent. At that moment, his figure became ethereal, and as he took 10 steps, the terrifying killing intent instantaneously solidified. In this moment, the awakened resembles a battlefield of carnage. A palpable aura of murder looms, coalescing into an overwhelming force. This malevolent intent manifests as a massive skull, suspended ominously in the heavens, exuding an eerie terror that invokes thoughts of death at a mere glance. "Lin Fan," Mo Bougie shouted, harnessing your murderous intent. Lin Fan leapt into the air. His figure soared instantly, charging towards the skull formed by the gathered malice. Chapter 71. The true phoenix unveils its killing intent. Pure, unadulterated killing intent. A malevolence emanating from the Great Xia. Lin Fan could sense the essence of 5 millennia of accumulated murderous energy encapsulated within that skull. In an instant, he plunged into the depths of the ominous skull, braving the overwhelming onslaught of malevolent force. Gathering his wits, he raised the short blade high above his head. 5,000 years of pent-up killing intent. I implore you to aid me in reclaiming the destiny of the Great Xia. The blade shimmered with a keen brilliance. Roar. The skull unleashed a furious howl, casting the world into silence. The cries of the literati of Great Xia. The roars of its valiant soldiers. The anguished wail of the nation's fate. 5 millennia. A resplendent accumulation of national fortune. In a single day, 8 nations breached the gates, plunging the land into chaos and seizing the treasures of the realm. This was the collective roar of the Great Xia, a manifestation of its wrathful killing intent. Boom. The overwhelming aura of slaughter fused with the short blade in Lin Fan's grasp. The blade trembled, emanating an insatiable thirst for blood. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. In that fleeting moment, the titanium alloy short blade crafted by Chan Yin transformed into an abyssal black, as if summoned from the netherworld. It resonated with the anguished cries of vengeful spirits and the lamentations of the deceased. Kill. Lin Fan, embodying madness, wielded the blade with both hands. Leaping from the heavens towards the immortal phoenix, now grounded beneath him. Immortal, are you? With this strike, I shall see whether you live or die. With this strike, I slay for the Great Xia. Swish. A single blow. The struggling form of the phoenix was instantly cleaved in two. Its body transformed into charred remains, flames surging anew. Yet, before it could spiral away once more, Lin Fan struck again. Swish. The dark blade light flashed, and the phoenix was once again severed in twain. In that moment, Lin Fan appeared as if possessed. No, it was not only Lin Fan. The entire first squad of the God-slaying army had succumbed to madness. Countless fists rained down like fire, their rapid strikes igniting the air with roaring flames, a terrifying force relentlessly pounding upon the phoenix. From the shadows, the starry night unleashed a continuous barrage upon the creature, the Tang blade falling like a cascade of shooting stars. Yet, the most brilliant of all was that singular knife. A blade infused with the accumulated murderous intent of Great Xia. Boom. A thunderclap roared down. Swish. The blade light swept through. It became indistinguishable whether it was the light of the blade or the flash of lightning. Sharp and resplendent. Suddenly, the heavens opened, and rain poured down. Torrents of rain mingled with the flashes of lightning and the boy's blade light, striking repeatedly upon the phoenix. Nirvana, 6 times. Nirvana, 7 times. Nirvana, 8 times. Amidst the interplay of thunder and blade light, the phoenix was continuously shredded, perpetually undergoing rebirth. The 9th Nirvana is on the brink of arrival. As Lin Fan raised his blade, the phoenix, having been slain 8 times, displayed no trace of fear in its eyes. Instead, it gazed at Lin Fan with a wild intensity, a sinister smile creeping across its visage. Come, slay me. Grant me the chance for rebirth 9 times. Only with 9 rebirths shall the true phoenix reveal itself. Do you think I fear your blade? Lin Fan's eyes widened. And with a surge of murderous intent from the Great Xia, he unleashed a thunder strike. In the sky, thunder roared, illuminating the rain-soaked night. With a resounding crash, lightning struck the short blade, causing it to shimmer with dazzling brilliance. In that moment, the youth seemed to command the very thunder itself. This strike, imbued with the might of the storm, descended with tremendous force. The clash of blade and thunder intertwined, annihilating all in their path. Once more, the phoenix was reduced to ashes. In the next heartbeat, the charred remains cracked for the 9th time. A searing inferno erupted, evaporating the rain within 100 meters, preventing even a single drop from touching the ground. A soft cry echoed through the heavens. A colossal phoenix, spanning 100 meters, soared through the night sky, its flames radiant and vibrant. Sacred, beautiful. The aura it exuded was terrifying. The scorching flames repelled even the most relentless of attacks, forcing Lin Fan to retreat several paces, unable to confront it head-on. For a moment, gazing up at this magnificent creature, even Lin Fan could not help but be momentarily entranced. This power is not significantly inferior when compared to those deities. It is no wonder that the free nation has managed to endure after the arrival of the gods, becoming the longest surviving nation aside from the Great Xia. Ha. The resounding laughter of the Phoenix president echoed from within the magnificent phoenix, reveling in this extraordinary body and the unimaginable strength it harbors. Truly, the Great Xia lives up to its reputation. The power cultivated over 5 millennia of national fortune is now entirely mine. How dare you, people of Great Xia, challenge me. That force continues to grow stronger. As if awakening. Boom. The phoenix spread its wings, unleashing a sweeping blaze. Lin Fan hastily swung his blade. Yet the searing heat of the flames caused even his short knife to falter. Bang. Except for Lin Fan. Everyone in the first squad of the God-slaying army was swept away by this terrifying aura. Even Xingyi, who was concealed in the shadows, was not spared. Lin Fan was pushed back several paces. Fortunately, the murderous intent of Great Xia coalesced within his blade, or he might not have been able to withstand it. However, while the murderous intent of Great Xia is formidable, Lin Fan is still merely a demigod among mortals at this moment. Before him stands a phoenix, a being from the mythos of Great Xia, the immortal phoenix, the mother of all phoenixes. The blade in Lin Fan's hand trembled. Kill. Lin Fan charged forward once more. With a resounding thud, the phoenix merely waved its wings, and the terrifying flames sent Lin Fan soaring through the air. Yet, a radiant light pierced through the inferno, directly aimed at the phoenix's neck. A blade. The blade of the Great Xia. In a final act of defiance, Lin Fan shielded himself from the flames and hurled the dagger imbued with the murderous intent of the Great Xia. This short knife, infused with the wrath of thunder, sliced through the fire like a bolt of lightning, the raging flames utterly powerless to impede its course. It was a blade of vengeance from the Great Xia. After 5 millennia, the nation's fortune had been unleashed on that fateful day, breaching the gates of the kingdom and seizing its sacred artifacts. Countless wronged souls roared. Countless martyrs cried out. The blade descended with a thunderous cut. As the chilling gleam rapidly approached in his line of sight, the laughter of the phoenix's leader abruptly ceased. One word surfaced in his mind: death. But in the very next moment, the blade that was poised to sever his neck inexplicably seemed to lose all its power. Plummeting from the air, with a clang, the short knife fell to the ground, its murderous intent dissipating instantly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan stood frozen in disbelief. Why? Do you refuse to strike? This was the final opportunity. Meanwhile, the Phoenix's leader erupted in triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. It appears that even heaven is turned against you. Even the mighty Xia behind you has no desire to take my life." How perilously close it was. Merely a hair's breadth away. Yet now, you have lost your chance. A more ferocious blaze surges forth from the Phoenix. Ninefold rebirth. The power of the Phoenix has been fully awakened. The true Phoenix manifests. Chapter 72. The mother of all. With a melodious cry, the Phoenix resonated, heralding its 9th rebirth. This immortal creature, a manifestation of the Great Xia's fortune, surged with an overwhelming aura in that very moment. Flames enveloped its being, causing the ground beneath to transform into molten lava. The surrounding air crackled with heat, boiling in response. The inferno blazed forth, akin to a golden sun illuminating the night. In that instant, despair flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Such power was beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Even in comparison to the divine, it was equally formidable. As he sensed the relentless surge of the Phoenix's might, the president of the Phoenix Society erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, people of Great Xia. I thank you for granting me. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a wave of confusion washed over the Phoenix, its eyes clouded. Who am I? The expression that followed was imbued with a haunting semblance of human anguish. Before Lin Fan could comprehend the unfolding events, the Phoenix trembled once more. And the president's voice lost its previous arrogance, now filled with profound dread. Who are you? He could feel it when the Phoenix's power awakened. A consciousness emerged within this very form, a consciousness that had risen alongside the Phoenix's might. Though newly awakened, this awareness possessed immense strength. I am. The voice of the Phoenix resonated with an air of melancholy and nostalgia. I remember now, I am the divine beast safeguarding the Great Xia. I am the ancestral Phoenix of the Great Tang. I am the totem of the Great Xia. Phoenix. I recalled. I remembered. On that fateful day, bandits invaded the gates of the Great Xia, stealing the national treasures and abducting me. The Phoenix's voice culminated in a roar reminiscent of a woman's fury. In that moment, Lin Fan suddenly comprehended. The consciousness of the mother of 10,000 phoenixes had awakened. Who are you? The Phoenix turned its gaze towards the individuals engaged in battle before it, then fixed its eyes on Lin Fan and the others. Dao Wanquan, stumbling to his feet, respectfully bowed to the Phoenix. From the Dao sect, Dao Wanquan pays homage to the ancestral Phoenix. Mo Bougie, clasping his hands in greeting, added, a scholar from the Confucian school, Mo Bougie, pays homage to the ancestral Phoenix. Xingyi from the Mo in Xing Luo sect declared, I pay my respects to the ancestral Phoenix. Beimin from the Buddhist sect stated, compassionate. I pay my respects to the ancestral phoenix. Gong Shuming from the Mo sect proclaimed. I pay my respects to the ancestral phoenix. The Tao sect, the Buddhist sect, the Confucian school, the Moin sect, the Mo sect, all hailed from the great Xia. And you? The phoenix suddenly turned its attention towards Lin Fan. From the great Xia, Lin Fan pays homage to the ancestral phoenix. Lin Fan stumbled to his feet and bowed respectfully. What peculiar garments you wear, and what is the current era? The phoenix, ablaze with fiery intensity, inquired. Who reigns as emperor in the Great Tang now? Lin Fan fell into a brief silence. Fengzhu, the Great Tang dynasty, perished a millennium ago. What? Fengzhu's expression changed dramatically. But Lin Fan suddenly raised his head. China still endures. The subjects of the great Xia remain. The splendor of the Tang dynasty still shines brilliantly today. The phoenix fell silent for a long while, then, like a woman gazing at the heavens, laughed heartily. What if the Tang dynasty is no more? China still exists. As long as China exists, so too does the Tang. This laughter seemed to transcend 1,000 years. Your Majesty, have you heard? The woman, as the Fengzhu of the great Xia, whispered, the Li family's realm continues to dazzle. Lin Fan remained silent. He had vaguely begun to discern the identity of this Fengzhu. The Fengzhu of the Tang dynasty. Great emperors of antiquity came and went. Yet only one empress reigned supreme. With maternal grace over the realm, soaring like a phoenix through the 9 heavens, Wu Zetian. Only this could explain why the murderous intent from the great Xia had suddenly dissipated moments ago, for it recognized that this was the Fengzhu from the great Xia. Just then, the phoenix seemed to sense something, and an icy chill flickered in her eyes. You wretched beings dare to steal my power and harm my people of the great Xia. Ah! A sound of agony emanated from within the phoenix. The president of the phoenix, who had previously reveled in her power, now felt as if her soul was scorched by fierce flames. She had been utterly subdued by the consciousness awakened by the phoenix's power, trapped within. With no strength to retaliate, his soul could not possibly contend for this phoenix body with the soul of the empress who transcended the ages. Nor did he possess even the qualification to resist. How dare these barbaric intruders covet the treasures of the great Xia? Had the great Tang still existed? And had your Majesty been aware of your hiding place overseas from the very beginning? The voice of the phoenix resonated with boundless fury. You savages shall return to China. The great Tang earned its renown through martial prowess. The iron cavalry of the great Tang is unrivaled across the land. Wherever the spear points, it leads back to the great Tang. It was a legendary dynasty, ruled by Emperor Li Shimin, a man of unparalleled victories in battle, whose ranks were filled with formidable warriors. He vanquished the Eastern Turks, the Western Turks, and the later Turks. He defeated the Tiela, annexed Tubo, conquered Goguryeo, and attacked Beach. In modern parlance, it would be akin to trampling on the senior citizen's home in the south and kicking the kindergarten in the north. Perhaps that man, under the cloak of night, once felt a sense of confusion and lamented that there was not a single capable fighter left. And now, the treasures of the great Xia have been brazenly usurped? You barbarians, the flames of the phoenix blazed fiercely, and the Empress's roar reverberated across the centuries. Come forth and meet your demise. Boom. Flames erupted, and a figure was violently cast from the phoenix's body, charred beyond recognition. The once haughty president of the Phoenix Society was now left with nothing but terror in his eyes. He could never have imagined that this power from the great Xia, enduring through the ages, still remained the power of the great Xia. At the moment that figure appeared, Lin Fan hesitated not for a heartbeat and swiftly drew his blade. Thunder rumbled from the heavens, infusing the sword with its might. On the blade, the overwhelming intent to kill from the great Xia coalesced. Stop! The president of the Phoenix Society cried out in terror. Die! Lin Fan bellowed through gritted teeth. Swish! The blade's radiance sliced through the air. Within that gleam, anguished souls howled, and fierce warriors roared. This was the killing intent emanating from the great Xia. A strike from the heart of the great Xia. The blade flashed like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the president's voice was silenced, his expression of horror frozen upon his visage. Thud! The head rolled away. Lin Fan sheathed his sword and crushed the severed head beneath his foot. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the Phoenix ancestor felt no revulsion. Instead, a satisfied breath of Phoenix flames escaped his lips. Excellent. We, the people of Great Xia, believe in reciprocity. Yet some enmities must be repaid in blood. Lin Fan turned to the Phoenix ancestor and bowed respectfully once more. Congratulations on your return, Phoenix ancestor of Great Xia. A boon for our realm. The first squad of the Godslaying army wore expressions of exhilaration. Congratulations on your return, Phoenix Ancestor of Great Xia, a boon for our realm. The Phoenix Ancestor let out a soft chirp. In the next moment, amidst the flames, the Phoenix form transformed. Radiant and resplendent, a woman emerged from the fiery embrace. Adorned in a crown of dawn, embodying maternal grace across the land. Her exquisite visage exudes an air of unassailable majesty, intertwining breathtaking beauty with supreme imperial authority. Chapter 73, The Return of the National Treasure. A sight of exquisite beauty, her long, ebony hair cascaded gracefully over the vivid crimson phoenix robe, and her alluring, curvaceous figure was enough to drive anyone to madness. Her porcelain skin, tinged with a delicate blush, was as flawless as a petal. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled by a single hand. Lin Fan had never encountered a woman of such breathtaking beauty. Yet, before this enchanting figure, none dared to harbor any impure thoughts. An aura of sovereign authority radiated from her, a presence that commanded reverence. The Eternal Empress. In the span of 5 millennia of Chinese history, while there may have been other empresses, the name that springs to mind at the mention of empress is undoubtedly this woman, Wu Zetian, the progenitor of myriad phoenixes. All of you, rise, the legendary empress said, lifting her hand. Instantly, warm flames enveloped Lin Fan and the others in a gentle embrace. However, in the next moment, the empress's countenance turned ashen, her body trembling slightly, revealing signs of frailty. You two are considered remarkable figures of my China. Though I am weak at present, it is fitting that I meet you, she declared, her voice tinged with weakness. But now, I must succumb to slumber. I have been away from the Great Xia for far too long, and this sudden awakening demands that I rest well. Return me to my homeland. Restore the fortunes of my country. May my Tang dynasty once again safeguard China for 5,000 years. With those words, the phoenix robe enveloped her once more in a blaze of fire. And as the flames dissipated, a magnificent crimson phoenix cloak fell into Lin Fan's hands, truly deserving of its status as a national treasure. The craftsmanship upon it was nothing short of exquisite. Lin Fan could scarcely discern the stitches, feeling instead a lightness imbued with an extraordinary warmth, as if a flame were gently flickering. The gilded phoenix depicted on the cloak was rendered with such vivid detail that, with the shifting angles of light, it appeared to flutter its wings and gracefully soar. Its pair of phoenix eyes sparkled with life, akin to flames dancing in motion. This was the Empress's phoenix cloak. Dao Wanqing approached, unable to suppress a gasp, for this was the legendary cloak of the Empress, the foremost phoenix cloak of Chinese women. The ancient Empress once proclaimed, regardless of wealth or poverty, all Chinese women may don royal attire, adorned with phoenix crowns and flowing silk. This signified the rise of Chinese women, truly a matriarch of the realm. What a national treasure! Mo Bougie exclaimed, his expression one of profound astonishment. A national treasure. Even after a millennium, it still radiated with brilliance. It rightfully earned the title of a national treasure. To witness such an exquisite Chinese artifact in one's lifetime is to live without regret. The compassionate master raised his gaze to the heavens, in his eyes. The cloak exuded an endless aura, vast and magnificent, akin to a phoenix dancing across the 9 skies. Such overwhelming fortune. Those thieves, who dare to steal my nation's treasures and usurp our fortune, are truly despicable. Even the compassionate master, who often spoke the name of Amit Ba, could not help but clench his fists. National fortune. Indeed, in this world, the concept of national fortune holds true. For instance, after the invasion of the Great Xia by the Kuwaitian kingdom, a relentless search ensued across the 3 northeastern provinces, aiming to unearth the essential resources for warfare. They dug deep into the earth, yet found naught. However, following the establishment of the Great Xia, lo and behold, the Daqing oil field emerged, enabling the nation to navigate its most arduous trials. The incredibility of such a turn of events is beyond what even fiction would dare to portray. It can only be attributed to the fortune of the nation, Great Xia's fortune, the culmination of 5 millennia of national destiny. Before him, the phoenix cloak radiated with an overwhelming aura of luck. Lin Fan, holding the delicate garment, felt its weight akin to 1,000 pounds. This was a national treasure. The first squad of the Godslaying army completed their mission. Lin Fan declared gravely, the new objective is to escort the national treasure back home. The stolen fortune must ultimately return to Great Xia. The slumbering phoenix ancestor shall finally return to its homeland. As they prepared to escort the national treasure, the members of the first squad of the Godslaying army clenched their fists and shouted fervently. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. We must leave at once, exclaimed Gong Shuming, pale and gripping his severed arm, urgency evident in his tone. The people of the Free Nation are coming. A piercing alarm echoed faintly in the distance. Lin Fan's expression darkened immediately. It was not the prospect of conflict that troubled him. Rather, it was the fact that, regardless of circumstances, this was still the territory of the Free Nation. Engaging in conflict independently, one risks being ensnared, once detained. Even the mightiest cannot hope to escape unscathed against the onslaught of aircraft and tanks. Moreover, prior to leaving the Great Xia, the national leader had forewarned that should these individuals fall into enemy hands, the Great Xia would neither acknowledge their identities nor extend assistance. The vast ocean separating the two nations only compounds the issue. Such acts of sending operatives to foreign lands to carry out assassination can be construed as a declaration of war. Make haste, Lin Fan urgently called as he sprinted towards the street outside. Under the veil of night, he witnessed the first squad of the God-slaying army emerging from the ruins of the shattered two-story building. A jeep parked at the roadside rolled down its window, and the young man Zhao Guochuan, who had previously come to Lin Fan's aid, beckoned, getting quickly. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan and his companions leaped into the jeep and shut the door. Vroom! Zhao Guochuan pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling towards a filthy alleyway. 3 kilometers away, armed vehicles thundered down the streets, filled to capacity with fully equipped soldiers of the Free Nation. The military of the Free Nation had mobilized directly. The Phoenix Society had been attacked. Urgently, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white suit, situated in the front of a military jeep, gritted his teeth and exclaimed in English, "It must be the Great Xia's doing. We cannot allow them to escape." Counselor Tang, the person beside him, murmured, "Is it really necessary to create such a commotion? Although the president of the Phoenix Society is a member of our benevolent society, the military's direct intervention seems somewhat excessive." "You know nothing," Tang Yishu replied darkly. "I have been unable to contact any member of the Phoenix Society. This can only mean that the entire Phoenix Society has perished. Even the president is among the dead. We are well aware of what he possessed. If it were to fall into the hands of the Great Xia, the consequences would be dire." Tang Yishu's expression turned grim as he continued. "Moreover, those who could launch an assault on the Phoenix Society must be superhumans from Great Xia, or at the very least, individuals with formidable power. Capture them," he commanded fiercely. "How dare they unleash carnage in our Free Nation? Do they truly believe we are easy prey?" At that moment, a soldier abruptly presented a tablet, displaying surveillance footage from the streets. The screen flickered with countless surveillance images. Tang Yishu scrutinized the footage, eager to catch a glimpse of those audacious individuals from Great Xia. But in the next instant, with a flurry of wings, all the screens abruptly went dark, obscured by a swarm of wooden birds that blocked every camera. What transpired thereafter was shrouded in complete darkness, rendering any side of the Great Xia individuals utterly elusive. A middle-aged man clad in a pristine white suit cast aside the darkened tablet with a forceful motion. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly proclaimed, "Pursuing them is futile. These individuals from the Great Xia have not even revealed their faces to us. They are likely long gone by now. Thus, contact Puchuan in the name of the Jishu Society."